5,000 years ago, humanity fell into an era of despair, facing near extinction. To save the world from the brink of total collapse, four great heroes appeared to confront Erebus, the origin of all evil. But in reality, accompanying them, and playing the most crucial role in destroying the evil, was the hero of beginnings, Kyle. Back then, the four great heroes had all fallen in battle. There was only one left. Kyle was the last one standing, carrying the souls of his four comrades and a deep-seated fury in his heart. He fought the demon Lord Erebus. In that final battle, thanks to the wise king's ultimate sacrifice to exchange for the dragon heart, Kyle finally managed to repel Erebus, destroy the evil, and return peace to humanity. Today, that story has become a legend, told to every child from the moment they are born. In a certain happy family, a baby named Leo was just born, and since he was still in the cradle, the boy had heard the story of the heroes destroying Erebus hundreds of times. However, no one knew that inside Leo's body was the reincarnated soul of the hero Kyle. And what made Kyle extremely furious was that, even though he was the one who snapped Erebus's neck with his own hands, in the legends passed down to this day, he was the only one whose name was erased from history, while the other four heroes remained. More than 5,000 years have passed since the appearance of those first heroes, and the world has stepped into a new era, the era of heroes. Many changes have taken place. Most importantly, humans have acquired superpowers. Because of that, schools have been established to guide these heroes, such as the D-Land Royal Academy. This year, this school was chosen to host the Lumen entrance exam. The teacher in charge seems very excited, hoping that among the students sitting down there will be children possessing the heroic qualities to pass the entrance exam, and one day carve their names into the hero records. But while this young teacher was passionately extolling those ideals, from the back of the class came the sound of rhythmic snoring, distracting him greatly. Although he tried to ignore it, it was difficult because the snoring was quite loud. Finally, the young teacher couldn't take it anymore, and shouted loudly, "Focus, Leo. Surely you've mastered all the course material to the point that my lecture bores you, right? Fine then. I will ask you a question now." That's right. The teenager dozing off at the back of the class is the child carrying the soul of the hero Kyle. Leo is now 15 years old, a bright child from the Broad family. However, he remains the same. Inside that youthful body is an ancient soul, calloused by this world. Up there, the teacher is asking him a question. 5,000 years ago, what ritual did one have to undergo to be called a hero? Leo sluggishly stood up, still yawning incessantly. "If you just make a name for yourself, people will voluntarily worship you," he replied. It sounded completely irrelevant. Sure enough, it made the young teacher hold his head and sigh in frustration. Does anyone have a different answer? At this moment, the red-haired teenager sitting next to Leo raised his hand. Then he spoke clearly. In ancient times, there was no way to be recognized by the gods, and so, only holy rites were used to select heroes. A prime example of a holy rite is the blood rite, sir. Excellent. A smile finally appeared on the teacher's face. He couldn't stop praising that teenager, and it wasn't hard to understand why his performance was so outstanding, because that is Galivan from the Chadun family, the greatest magic genius of this kingdom. Also the one the teacher has the highest expectations for in the upcoming Lumen entrance exam. Leo didn't bother paying attention to William's provocative gaze. He looked at the History of Magic book in his hand, silently scoffing. Back then, meeting a god was as easy as eating cake. Organize a holy rite, my foot. Even after the battle with Erebus ended, the gods sent miracles down to the mortal world to commemorate these great heroes. Yet now, history only retains the concept of the four great heroes, while the one who landed the finishing blow, the soul of Kyle in Leo's body, is the only one treated as if he never existed. This has troubled him greatly from the moment he was reborn until now. By recess, the classroom suddenly became very chaotic. The kids in the class crowded the windows to see the arrival of the Stinger family. The teacher announced that all students must gather at the hall to attend an emergency meeting for this event. As soon as the announcement ended, Leo stood up. Seeing this, William spoke up to mock him. "Are you going over there to attract the attention of the Stinger family?" Why would they care about someone like you? I'm going home. Leo replied indifferently. Unlike you, I have no interest in these matters. Having said that, Leo walked past Golivan, ignoring the fact that the boy was turning red with anger. I'm not interested either. I only view Celia Stinger as a rival. Yeah, whatever you say. Leo returned to his family's mansion. Although in class, he always acts indifferent. In reality, he hasn't been lazy in this life either. As soon as he got home, Leo rushed into training. To be honest, this body is even better than his body in his previous life. Therefore, he absolutely cannot waste this potential. Just as Leo swung his wooden sword in the training room, he suddenly heard the sound of wind being sliced right by his ear. Along with it was a very familiar voice. What's on your mind, son? Leo turned his head. He saw his mother swinging a sword at him. Quick as a flash, he used his sword to block it. Then he retreated a sufficient distance to ensure safety. Why did you suddenly ambush me, Mom? It's been a while since we sparred. Lady Broad acted nonchalant, even though she had just swung a real sword at her son. Mediocre talent won't be enough to pass Lumen. This is the final test, Leo. As soon as she finished speaking, Leo's mother rushed forward with a sharp sword in her hand. Even though she is a woman, Leo is currently just a teenager. The strength difference between the two is significant. Yet Lady Broad hadn't even used her full strength and was planning to increase her power. Leo struggled to defend against her, wondering if his mother picked him up from a dumpster back in the day. Mom, aren't you showing a bit too much tough love? Although he felt that way, he had actually just blocked a difficult strike from his mother. That only made her more excited. And she attacked even more fiercely. Her speed skyrocketed, and the force of her attacks was double what it was before. But right at this moment, Lady Broad also panicked because she had struck too hard. If Leo couldn't dodge, she would be guilty of manslaughter against her own son. But in the end, her 15-year-old son successfully dodged to the side. Leo's mother lost her momentum. Stumbling forward, the sword in her hand flew out because of it. When she regained her composure, she saw the tip of her son's sword pointed straight at her throat. Are you okay, Mom? Cold sweat began to bead on Lady Broad's forehead. But not out of fear, but out of astonishment. She knew her son had talent, but she had never seen the full potential he possessed, nor did she know how far this child could go in the future. Leo, do you still want to enter Lumen? She asked as she stood up. Leo was also panting from exhaustion. The Lumen they were talking about is the most famous hero academy. But that fame isn't the reason Leo is determined to pass. It is because among the hero academies of the 4 races that store records of heroes from ancient times to the present, Lumen is the place with the highest probability of finding relics regarding the forgotten hero Kyle. The reason Leo wants to go there is to find out why he was erased from history. Of course, Leo replied firmly. Lady Broad said nothing more. She only announced that members of the Stinger family, who were visiting the Deland Royal Academy, would be staying at the Broad Mansion. Since the two families weren't exactly close, Lady Broad originally didn't want to let them stay, but she wanted to ask Jace, the vice head of the Stinger family, to teach her son their family's aura technique. That way, he would become strong enough to join Lumen next year. The feeling of being cared for by a parent wasn't bad, but Leo didn't tell his mother that he wanted to, and was strong enough to join the academy this year. Not long after, the Stinger family's carriage arrived. The first person to step down was the genius sword princess of their family, Celia Stinger, the same age as Leo. She seemed grumpy that they insisted on staying here instead of renting a hotel. While she wanted to focus on the entrance exam at Lumen, she didn't want to waste time visiting a small family like this. Celia, aren't you curious about Leo? They say he doesn't care about our family at all. Seeing his niece looking sad, Jace tried to strike up a conversation with her. Well, if he's a potential knight but can't use aura, then there's nothing impressive about him. Celia replied arrogantly. I don't think so. Until they entered the Great Hall and met the owners of the castle, Gazer Broad and Rena Broad. Celia was still grumpy. But when she saw Lady Broad's face clearly, her jaw dropped in surprise, and she understood why Jace insisted on staying here. That woman had red eyes and black hair. Her face also resembled Celia's father and uncle. Nice to meet you, Celia. Rena reached out her hand. Her demeanor was extremely confident. Say hello, Celia. Jace reminded the girl. This is Rena Broad. Your aunt. After the greetings, Jace and Rena went into a private room to talk. He constantly complained about the students at the Deland school flocking to see them, causing a very chaotic scene. Only Leo voluntarily went home. This was like a heavy blow to the great pride of the Stinger family. Sorry if my son's behavior seemed disrespectful. Rena laughed loudly. Of course, she didn't think her brother actually blamed Leo. That boy doesn't care about anything other than training. Jace lifted the teacup in his hand, listening to the sound of wooden swords clashing in the yard. Then, he fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "What kind of child is Leo? Do you really believe he deserves to inherit the Stinger flame?" The smile on Rena's lips deepened. She naturally believed it. But not because Leo was her biological son, but because he truly deserved it. To Rena, her son was an outstanding talent. Extremely rare. Seeing his sister affirm it so firmly, Jace also began to feel interested in this nephew. However, to be sure, he wanted to test the boy himself. Leo was still in the training room regulating his breathing. Finally, he had successfully created a vessel capable of holding everything. The reason Leo hadn't learned aura before was that the moment he accepted aura, the body would naturally specialize to be compatible with that aura. From there, the opportunity to accumulate mana and soul energy would disappear. If in his previous life he could have fully controlled the power and essence of those people, he wouldn't have left the seeds for a disaster. Therefore, in this life, Leo was determined to control it perfectly. "You are Leo Broad, right?" A voice rang out, cutting off Leo's train of thought. He turned his head. Laser. But since he didn't care much about the Stinger family, he still didn't know the identity of this cousin. Before Leo could answer, the other person continued. "It seems you have a good grasp of the basics. I will specially guide you in swordsmanship. What do you say?" The reason Celia did this was to curry favor with the Aunt Rena she had just met. "Who are you?" Leo asked back. Celia seemed to be waiting for this question. She introduced her illustrious identity to him. The eldest young lady of the Stinger house, known to the world as the Sword Princess with extraordinary swordsmanship despite her young age. Leo stood up. He politely thanked Celia for her offer to help him train. But he also said bluntly that he had no intention of accepting guidance from someone with inferior skills. This sentence struck hard at Celia's pride. "Are you saying you are stronger than me? Oh, if it's a fight to the death, you might win. Because I can't use aura yet. However, if it's just a sparring match with swordsmanship, that's a different story," Leo replied. His tone wasn't arrogant, but very calm, making Celia even more annoyed. She turned her head, just in time to see a wooden sword rack behind her. She grabbed 2 swords and threw one to Leo. "Fine then. If you are so confident in your skills, then spar with me." Celia planned to teach this cousin a lesson, to let him know what cruel reality is. Of course, she didn't believe she would lose. So she proposed that if she won, Leo would have to be her servant for the week she was there. And if Leo won, it would be the opposite. Celia would voluntarily be his servant. This bet was very attractive to 2 combative children. Thus, Leo picked up the sword immediately, and he was also the one to attack first. Before Leo's first strike, Celia couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, although she comfortably blocked the blow. To be honest, Leo's speed was quite dangerous. However, in combat, speed alone is not enough. Celia was planning to counterattack. Unexpectedly, Leo was even faster, closing in once again. He struck. This time the power he unleashed was much greater than the last. Enough to terrify his cousin. Leo's eyes shone brightly. Clearly, in this battle that had just begun, Celia was much weaker than him. And even though Leo had only unleashed 2 strikes, she could no longer block them. By Leo's third attack, Celia was out of options. She had to use aura to create a layer of armor covering her head. Leo's action stopped immediately. "Didn't we say it was purely a swordsmanship spar?" Celia was a bit embarrassed. She explained that activating the aura armor was a natural reflex. But actually, Leo didn't mind it too much, because he believed he would still win anyway. At this moment, Leo paused for a bit. He took off the bracelet on his wrist and threw it to the ground. By the time Celia realized it was a magic-weighted bracelet, Leo had rushed forward again, using the wooden sword to directly smash the armor created by aura around her body. Celia was so scared she screamed. In this world, she had never met anyone as brutal as this cousin. When Leo left the training room, he met his mother walking with Jace. Rina called him over, asking him to greet him. Leo obediently and politely did so. Jace's eyes, when looking at this child, seemed to glow. I am Jace. Perhaps you already know. I am your uncle. Nice to meet you. Leo reached out his hand, shaking Jace's hand to end this social greeting. At this moment, Rina remembered something. She asked if he had met Celia yet. Mentioning this, Leo seemed confused. His eyes shyly glanced behind him. Rina and Jace also looked in that direction. Coincidentally, they saw Celia being carried out on a stretcher by two servants. Someone quickly went to Jace and recounted what had just happened. At this moment, Jace's view of the boy changed somewhat. A child who could defeat Celia with a body that hadn't mastered aura was certainly not ordinary. To defeat Celia, you must possess incredible ability. Jace praised sincerely. But what did you two bet on? The loser becomes the winner's servant. It seems Celia Stinger will have to be my maid for the next week. Leo replied very confidently. At this moment, Jace's eyes darkened. He told Leo that keeping one's word is indeed important. But Celia's status is the eldest young lady of the Stinger house, the family with the highest authority in the kingdom. And she cannot become anyone's maid, even her own cousins. At the same time, he also coaxed Leo by promising to compensate him with another reward. But before Jace could give an example of that generous reward, he heard Leo clearly say 3 words. I refuse. He was extremely astonished. Leo continued. This is a bet between me and Celia. As long as she bears the name Stinger, she must be responsible for this promise. Even if my replacement reward is that I will teach you the Stinger family's aura-breathing method? Jace asked again. Originally, he thought that mentioning the aura-breathing method, Leo would agree immediately. Unexpectedly, the boy stubbornly refused once more. I believe that a method offered as an exchange item to save one's niece from embarrassment doesn't have much value to learn. Even if Leo is Jace's nephew, it cannot be denied that the words he just spoke were too arrogant. This threw Jace's face completely away. His expression became worse and worse. His tone was cold enough to cause goosebumps. Leo, you just declared that you would use a direct descendant of the Stinger family as a servant, and that the Stinger family's aura-breathing method is worthless. Is that correct? Yes. Leo replied without thinking. Then, he quickly spoke up to explain that he had no intention of insulting the Stinger family. However, if Jace's intention was to use that method as a reward for him defeating Celia, he would happily accept it. But he spoke of it as a gift to negate Celia's defeat, meaning he thought Celia losing to Leo was just a rare occurrence. Even if Celia wholeheartedly gave her all to fight me, I would still win. Leo affirmed once again. Jace suddenly understood. It wasn't that Leo was rude, but he was refusing because the way Jace acted seemed to dismiss his talent. Jace's annoyed attitude immediately vanished. Instead, he liked this child even more and felt he was truly an extraordinary kid. It was just a pity that he was a nephew of the Stinger house and not a direct descendant. Thinking of this, Jace beckoned 2 servants over, then ordered them to take Celia to the maid's quarters. The 2 soldiers under his command were extremely surprised by this order, but no one dared to disobey. Leo, Jace patted Leo's shoulder affectionately, then reminded him, in less formal settings from now on, you can comfortably call me Uncle. Yes, Uncle. Leo also replied comfortably, instead of the formal address, Lord Jace, from before, and he knew that this uncle had officially acknowledged him. After Leo left, Jace turned back to talk to Rina. Originally, she had persuaded him to come here just to teach Leo the Stinger family's aura-breathing method. However, after witnessing the talent as well as the firm stance of this 15-year-old child, Jace felt he should return home to persuade the family head, who was also their older brother, so he could teach Leo the breath of the phoenix. The next morning, when the first sunlight shone into Leo's room, Celia, in a maid outfit, grumpily pushed the door open and walked in. I am Celia, the maid who will take care of you for the next week. Master Leo. This outfit really didn't suit the eldest young lady at all, but a bet is a bet. What can be done now? You suit that outfit. Who would have thought someone with a noble style like you usually would suit this simple maid outfit so well? Leo honestly praised her, making Celia both shy and offended. I know I'm beautiful. But if you keep talking like that. She was shaking with anger. Sorry. I didn't intend to make you angry. I just remembered a few friends of mine. They worshipped beauty very much. Leo replied casually. Actually, he was remembering his 4 old friends. Among them, Donald was the one who worshipped beauty the most. He always thought the beauty of eternity was unparalleled. Lysinas and Luna were 2 beautiful girls. Beautiful enough that Reno once begged them to be his nude models. The result was that he got beaten up by both of them. Celia didn't know what Leo was reminiscing about. She only focused on the item under his hand. Originally, she thought it was some special training book, but it turned out to be just a storybook titled The Great Hero of Beginnings. Celia was a bit disappointed, because she hadn't read storybooks like this since she was 5. Celia approached Leo's bookshelf. She discovered he collected many books about that beginning hero Kyle. While she stood on her tiptoes to take a book down, she heard Leo say, "Among the things the great heroes did, there are many things that are hard to attribute to a specific hero. I think those achievements probably belong to Kyle." Celia let out a loud huh, then started to refute. He was a fraud who wanted to steal the achievements of the great heroes. This sentence was like a slap in Leo's face. But the truth is that most people nowadays think that way. So it's not strange for a 15-year-old kid like Celia to think so. Leo decided not to talk to her about this issue anymore. He wanted Celia to serve him breakfast, because it was almost time for training. Hearing the word training, Celia's eyes lit up. She actively begged Leo to let her train with him. Her goal was to find out the secret behind his strength. Leo listened, then looked at her with eyes full of skepticism. "It's a bit hard to keep up. Will you be okay?" His voice was very normal, but Celia felt the content of this sentence was full of disdain. After all, she is the sword princess. Why does this cousin keep looking down on her? And so, after breakfast, Celia stubbornly decided to follow Leo to the training room. And indeed, he wasn't joking. The intensity of his exercises almost made Celia stop breathing. She was beaten until she sat flat on the ground, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Leo was very calm, seeming not to have used even a third of his strength yet. When stamina reaches its limit, reaction speed slows down and more gaps appear between movements. When that happens, you will expose a weakness at the back like just now. Is abusing the body like this really useful for training? Celia asked while still panting. Yeah. I think young people these days are too weak, Leo replied. His tone sounded exactly like an old man. But what he said was the truth. Compared to the past, aura techniques have developed a lot now. Maybe that's why people don't care about physical training as much as before, because aura helps them strengthen their bodies. But these words obviously couldn't be spoken aloud. Who would believe that inside the body of a teenager is a forgotten hero from 5,000 years ago? Conversely, on Celia's side, a typical youth, after being criticized as too weak, felt extremely offended. Even though her whole body was trembling, she still propped herself up with her sword out of pride. "Don't underestimate me," Celia screamed. "You white-haired bastard." Then she grabbed her sword and rushed towards Leo. But this time the result wasn't any better. She was already exhausted, so her ability to strike became terrible. Before the sword could even touch Leo, he knocked it away. Even Celia's body was hit to the point of stumbling and falling backward. Continuously losing to Leo severely hurt the sword princess's honor. Leo himself wasn't a bad person. If Celia wanted to clarify why she couldn't win, he was ready to explain to her. Leo handed Celia a bracelet similar to the one he was wearing. But the bracelet was clearly small. Yet as soon as Celia took it, it felt like holding a dumbbell weighing several hundred pounds. She immediately collapsed to the floor. "That's a magic gravity bracelet," Leo explained, at the same time revealing a devilish smile. "From tomorrow onwards, wear it while training. Want to increase physical strength? Nothing is simpler than carrying something really heavy like that while training." That was the way Leo usually did it. But Celia doubted whether he was intentionally pranking her. Even so, the next morning she still put on that bracelet and ran after him. Although not willing at all, Jace silently watched the 2 children bickering and training together, and suddenly felt this was a good experience for his little princess. After all, before going to Lumen, it's a good thing for Celia to have her pride trampled on at least once, to let her know there are still many people out there better than her to strive for. "Leo, Jace called out loudly. As soon as Leo saw him, he obediently walked over. Jace informed him that he wanted to ask the family head to allow him to inherit the breath of the phoenix. That is the source of the Stinger family's aura technique. Leo had heard that only recognized people in the family could inherit that technique. So learning it would definitely be beneficial, not harmful. Celia was out of breath, but didn't forget to eavesdrop. As soon as she heard Jace say this, she stood up abruptly. Father won't agree easily. Of course, Jace knew that too. So he gave Leo a condition. That is, he must pass the Lumen entrance exam this year. Hearing this, Celia let out another loud "huh." Because the Lumen entrance exam is truly a battle. Meanwhile, Leo couldn't even use aura yet. If he rushed into it, it would be too dangerous. However, in his previous life, there was nothing dangerous he hadn't experienced. Therefore, he agreed without thinking too much. Jace smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, he had guessed beforehand that Leo intended to take the entrance exam this year, not next year as Rena had said. After finishing the discussion on that matter, Leo immediately returned to his running exercise while wearing the magic bracelet. And Celia also hurriedly ran after him because she didn't want to be left behind by this cousin. Her struggling week passed just like that. The day of the Lumen entrance exam finally arrived. As mentioned before, the school Leo is attending, Deland Royal Academy, is where this exam takes place. Celia's appearance here caused students from all sides to buzz. They considered meeting the Sword Princess an honor not everyone gets. At the same time, they started whispering when they saw a nobody, which was Leo, always sticking by her side. Are you nervous, Master? Celia saw Leo sighing repeatedly and teased him. Not at all. But it's been a week. Shouldn't you correct the way you address me? Leo took this opportunity to mock the other party back. It seems a week of being a maid has made Celia used to it. The two were preparing to bicker as usual when someone called Celia's name loudly. Both turned their heads. Discovering the owner of that voice was Golivan. He seemed surprised to see someone who couldn't use aura like Leo appear here. But when he turned to Celia, his face changed faster than flipping a pancake. Celia, long time no see. How have you been lately? This guy said last week he only saw Celia as a rival. Now meeting her, he was blatantly sucking up to her. However, both she and Leo ignored him. This made the other party want to bury himself in shame. But since he had already come to talk first, William decided to push through, staying to introduce himself a bit. I am William Chaitan. Last time when you came to school, I greeted you briefly. I am called the greatest genius mage of Deland. Hearing the other party brag about himself without shame, Celia felt impatient. Before William could finish speaking, she interrupted him. Sorry, but I don't remember who you are. Saying that, she grabbed Leo's hand and pulled him away first, leaving the embarrassed Golivan behind. But they hadn't taken many steps when Celia heard another person call her name. This time it was actually an acquaintance. It was the two siblings from the Llewellyn family. Arbaz, 16 years old, and Chelsea, 14 years old. Long time no see, huh? Celia. Although Arbaz's tone seemed friendly, Celia looked at them with daggers in her eyes. Leo was completely clueless about who these two were, until Celia explained they were the Llewellyn siblings, from the same hero lineage of the Lorne Empire. Those two will be going with us. Then we absolutely cannot lose to them. Leo, we cannot let the Stinger family lose to the Llewellyn family. Celia spoke with a voice full of competitiveness. Her hand also clenched into a fist, revealing her soaring determination. Actually, I'm from the Broad family, Leo corrected. At this moment, the Llewellyn siblings had walked up in front of them, out of minimum courtesy to descendants of a hero lineage. Celia had to respond. Long time no see. Arbaz Llewellyn. As expected, Arbaz immediately asked who the person standing next to Celia was. She reluctantly introduced him as a son of the Broad family, a noble family of the Deland kingdom. Although Celia emphasized the word noble, in Arbaz's eyes, Leo was just a small fry not worth mentioning. His arrogant attitude was like declaring war on the two kids. The top spot will definitely be mine. Celia. Now let's go, Chelsea. After throwing out a challenging sentence, Arbaz led his sister away. Celia watched their backs, visibly annoyed. Arbaz was notoriously arrogant, and she swore she would crush them under her feet in this exam. Not long after, The students began to gather due to the appearance of Alistair Human, a professor at Lumen Academy. Seeing Ein look so young, yet already holding the rank of professor, meant his strength was certainly not average. And that was the truth, because Ein's appearance made even a haughty young lady like Celia look up. Only Leo was still clueless about who the person in front of him was. You really don't know? Celia seemed surprised by her cousin's lack of knowledge. He is a hero listed in the hero registry. Leo let out an "oh." So that Professor Ein is one of those called heroes in this era. He tried observing the opponent carefully once more and sensed, then discovered that from his left eye, a dense stream of mana was constantly flowing out. Ein appeared to brief the students on the rules of this exam. The types of challenges in the entrance exam would include duels and monster extermination. Each person would take turns fighting. That was originally the traditional method through many exam seasons. But suddenly this year, this whimsical professor found it boring. Ein said nothing more, directly burning the paper with the exam rules in his hand. Then, he took out a magic book named Hero Registry Book from his pocket. Ein's World. Chapter 1 is the Wilderness Forest. As soon as he opened the book, a giant magic circle suddenly appeared in the hall, swallowing the students inside. I hate inefficiency, so I will combine everything and conduct it all at once. Leo had heard the teacher in class lecture about that Hero Registry book. It wasn't just a simple historical record. Its true value lay in the ability to materialize the hero world. It contained the experiences of ancient heroes. Moreover, when reaching the hero world in the book, one could even inherit the power of past heroes. In other words, that book was like a hero training system. When Leo opened his eyes, he had been thrown into a wilderness forest in the hero world. At this moment, Ein's voice echoed above the students' heads. This place is called the Wilderness Forest. The goal is very simple. It is just survival. Whether you cooperate or destroy each other, I don't care. Do whatever it takes to survive. Those who want to give up can break the orb they are holding and return. That is all. While the kids were confused, not knowing where the voice came from, Leo calmly observed the forest. Indeed, this place was built quite meticulously, making him feel it was exactly like the elven forest before it was polluted by the witch Queen Sinasna. What is this? It's so scary. I want to go back. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the roadside bushes. Immediately, a few students were scared. This is just an illusion. How pathetic. Another student spoke scornfully. Leo didn't say a word, but he shook his head at that student. This is not an illusion. Although this world may be built from the appraiser's memories, everything happening here is real. It contains traps that can kill people at any time. Just as he thought this, the first danger arrived. But it didn't come from anything originating in this forest, but from another student. If Leo hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been pierced by that blue arrow. He looked in the direction the arrow was fired from, and what struck his eyes was a flap of extravagant, eye-catching dress. We've met before, haven't we? I'm glad I can eliminate someone from Stinger. It took Leo a few seconds to place this face. This kid is Chelsea, the younger sibling of the Llewellyn house. Although younger, her combativeness and arrogance were no less than her brother's. I am a member of the Broad family, Leo said calmly. It seems he has to correct his identity a bit too much today. But you were with Celia? Chelsea screamed. In the girl's hand appeared a stream of blue mana. Before her eyes, a giant scythe was summoned. Looks like wind magic. Leo had never seen this kind of magic in the past. Born 5,000 years later, humans have discovered many new things. But the core things seem not to have changed at all. Facing a 14-year-old kid preparing to attack him with magic, Leo just calmly drew his sword. Seeing this, Chelsea laughed out loud, not knowing if she was mocking him or mocking herself for not being scary enough. Even though I'm right in front of you, you still look so calm? Leo wasn't sure, but he was certain that his calm attitude had provoked this brat. Chelsea held the handle of the wind scythe, then raised it above her head and started spinning it around to gain momentum. Finally threw it hard forward, straight towards Leo. Speed and inertia turned the scythe into a tool no different from a guillotine. But Leo was extremely composed, using only his slender sword to slash it away. Throughout that process, Chelsea didn't sense him using aura at all. This made the girl suspect if Leo possessed an aura of a hard-to-detect attribute. That attack just now was too simple. Leo sighed. Instead of fighting, why don't we join forces? Here, the one who survives the longest will get the most points. As a glass cannon mage, don't you need to pass at least one test? Leo sincerely suggested. But the response was a laugh reeking of mockery from Chelsea. Unlucky for you. Because I am a battle mage. Looks like the concept of mages has been updated nowadays. Before, mages usually stood in the back buffing power. Now there are mages directly participating in battle. You said my attack just now was too simple, right? Did you hear wrong? I meant, for wind magic, that attack was too simple. Compared to its power, that is. Even though the opponent seemed about to be driven mad by him, Leo still responded to the girl very calmly. Like a senior from over 5,000 years ago, teaching a 14-year-old baby. But this sentence of his turned into preaching in Chelsea's ears. Are you planning to teach me, a direct descendant of the Llewellyn family, about magic? Then let me crush you with these simple attacks. The scepter in Chelsea's hand waved aggressively. The girl summoned both wind scythes and wind arrows to attack simultaneously. However, when she looked closely, Leo was no longer standing in the same spot. Chelsea started to panic because of this. She couldn't even sense a trace of mana. That meant Leo left purely by physical strength. If so, how fast must his speed be? And why could he do that? When Chelsea could see Leo, he was only a hand span away from her, still threateningly preparing another punch. At this speed, this distance, Chelsea had no way to dodge. Then, the birds in the corner of the forest were scared away by Leo's earth-shaking punch and the scream, echoing in the sky from Chelsea. So then, should I politely ask you to cooperate with me one more time? At that time, the live screen created by magic was just connected so the examiners outside could observe the situation inside. Yet Leo used godlike speed to defeat an opponent who was not ordinary at all. Chelsea, after taking a punch from him, had her insides churned up. Leo tied the girl tightly to the dry tree trunk in front of him, then calmly sat there starting a fire with a smile that couldn't be more evil. Not long after, Chelsea woke up due to the heat at her feet. The girl panicked seeing Leo intentionally setting a fire, and he also took this opportunity, wanting to force Chelsea to cooperate with him. Just didn't expect this girl to be even more stubborn than Leo imagined. To the girl, her brother was the best, and she didn't need anyone's cooperation. Chelsea aggressively wanted to summon a wind scythe to cut the rope. However, she discovered she couldn't do anything at all. Turns out Leo had used a magic restriction skill on her. Actually, he didn't have much mana either, so he couldn't prolong this situation. Before his mana ran out, Leo was forced to subdue this girl. The fire he started burned stronger and stronger. Chelsea couldn't escape the ropes, so she was extremely panicked. Finally, the girl agreed to Leo's request for cooperation, but he was careful enough to force the opponent to swear on her family's name. Chelsea was pressured to the point of tears, but protecting her life was the most important thing. So finally she was subdued by Leo. I swear on the name of the Llewellyn family that I will cooperate with you. Leo smiled with satisfaction. Kids in any era are easy to trick like that. He loosened the ropes. Chelsea immediately fell down, but was caught by him. Otherwise, she would definitely have bruised her butt. Welcome to your cooperation, Mage of the Llewellyn house. Besides Leo and Chelsea, later in the wilderness forest, many other brawls occurred between students. The examiners were still watching them closely through the live screen, and it seemed no one had met the standards to catch the examiners' eyes yet, because they thought choosing to compete and fight each other right in this first stage was an extremely stupid act. As expected, Celia was the most noticed factor, because she was one of the two people who went straight to the point, along with Arba's Llewellyn. Although they didn't like each other, instead of fighting, they started hunting monsters. The live screen changed again, towards Leo Broad. Unlike Celia, he had never been highly rated. Even the examiners felt his moves were childish. But having Chelsea cooperate still ensured he achieved the required score. In the examiner's eyes, he didn't have overwhelming power or class like Celia or Arba's. But up to the present time, he was becoming a dark horse full of surprises. That girl Chelsea, although young, was also a beast. Although having to cooperate with Leo made her very unhappy. But since she had sworn on her family honor, she still had to fight with all her might. Chelsea kept grumbling that she should have cooperated with the knight. Moreover, along the way, the girl always wondered about the type of aura Leo used. The two walked together for half a day. Finally, Chelsea couldn't stand the curiosity anymore. So she asked, "What aura do you use? I don't detect any mana from it. I don't know how to use aura." Leo wasn't ashamed at all, replying nonchalantly, "What? How can you do that without aura? Foundation is still the most important thing. Take your wind magic, for example. What do you think its foundation is?" Leo asked. But right at this moment, Chelsea's eyes, which were staring at him, suddenly changed. Chelsea instantly summoned a wind arrow, shooting straight into the thick bush on her left. Turns out while the two were chatting, a monster planned to ambush them. Done. The girl restored her arrogant appearance as before and answered Leo. "Daring to talk about wind magic in front of a Llewellyn family member? You are truly delusional." Leo didn't mind Chelsea's disdainful look. Conversely, he patiently pointed out the mistake to the girl. At the same time, he also approached the monster corpse Chelsea just defeated, but discovered a powdery substance with a strange scent surrounding them. It seems Leo has understood the condition to pass this test. And right at that moment, his sharp intuition told him danger was approaching. Instinctively, Leo immediately grabbed Chelsea and dove to the side. This very action helped them avoid a life-threatening explosion. Almost hit. We need to take down Chelsea Llewellyn first. The other guy is nothing. A familiar voice rang out nearby, along with the sound of footsteps getting closer. Turns out it was an acquaintance, William and his teammates. Originally, Leo had no hope that this stupid kid would be smarter. But if he came here himself today, he wouldn't mind giving them a proper beating. And so William's first teammate took a punch from him, collapsing on the spot. It was just a purely physical punch, yet the opponent couldn't dodge it. This made Golivan and the others stunned. "Watch my back, okay? Chelsea," Leo instructed. For some reason, after seeing a series of his cool actions, the girl suddenly felt he didn't seem so hateful. Chelsea immediately composed herself, taking out the wind scythe to support her teammate. And Leo's hand was also placed on the hilt of his sword, ready to act against any fool. With his fighting ability that was not to be trifled with from 5,000 years ago, even thinking with one's knees, one would know whether Leo or Golivan would win this battle. And so after a while, that red-haired kid ran away with all his might, hoping to find another team to join. At that time, Golivan accidentally ran past Celia and Arbus. Recognizing this kid, Celia pulled Arbus to try going in the opposite direction. The result in front of them shocked both of them heavily. They found Leo and Chelsea. Both were safe and sound, but the surroundings were definitely a battlefield with monster corpses and students lying scattered. As soon as Chelsea saw her brother, she rushed into his arms to report she was safe. As for Celia, she looked at Leo and asked suspiciously, "Why are you and that girl together?" "I propose cooperation," Leo replied. No way that stubborn girl would agree. But I persuaded her. On Leo's face appeared that dangerous smile as usual. Celia didn't know specifically what he did, but with what she had experienced with Leo over the past week, she knew his so-called persuasion was certainly not just empty words. "All right then. Don't waste time standing here chatting," Leo said, while walking towards the students he had just knocked out. Then help them up. His action surprised Chelsea greatly, not understanding why Leo helped them. But he wasn't idle enough to do charity work in the competition. It was just that Leo had long seen through the fact that they shouldn't fight each other. Instead, join forces to defeat this world created by Ein. Because there is a mutation in the wilderness forest. Evidence is the pile of monster corpses scattered around. Every single one was dried up as if malnourished for many days. Moreover, from the moment they entered here, they encountered very few monsters. This proves a high-level one has appeared and hunted other monsters in the forest. The other three listened and found it more and more reasonable. Moreover, they had also heard the story that Hero Ein's first achievement was a high-level monster. So the hypothesis Leo put forward is likely the truth. Just as they were saying this, a terrifying roar echoed from deep in the forest. That sound was so scary it made the kids freeze on the spot. If what Leo said is true, then finally that high-level monster has appeared. Meanwhile, the stupid William was not aware of the danger ahead. He was still wandering in the forest alone looking for teammates. with the goal of making Leo fail at all costs. In the dim darkness, William suddenly tripped over something, and he was scared to the point of falling backward when he discovered it was a corpse. William was extremely tense, sitting on the ground, unable to stand up, his hand clutching his scepter tightly. Then, both the scepter and his hair were suddenly stuck with some sticky, filthy liquid. William felt something was wrong, and when he was sober enough to see clearly what was around, he discovered a terrible thing. That behind him was a giant monster, and the liquid on Gullivan's head was its saliva. The longer time passed, the more combative students failed and exited. It was over 500 people by now. They were all bragging about how many people they defeated inside the wilderness forest. But in Professor Ein's eyes, they were all failures. Seeing this situation wasn't very optimistic. Another proctor went to Ein and whispered, "Even if the general standard isn't very good, you should still pick the best 100 like other areas." Now there are only 50 students left in the test. Even so, Ein was very determined. Even if no student met the standards he set, he was ready to fail them all. Headmaster Alien, although knowing that personality, still assigned Ein to be responsible for this. Therefore, Ein was even more determined to be strict, because he felt a true hero could only be found in difficult times. It couldn't be a careless selection. All this time, Ein's gaze was still fixed on Leo. He guessed that the boy had discovered the mutated monster in the forest. But discovering it is one thing. Defeating it is another matter. Therefore, Ein was extremely looking forward to his next performance. At this moment, in the wilderness forest, Leo led the army he had just gathered, actively looking for that monster. William's teammates were actually not very pleased. But anyway, following him was better than being left there for monsters to tear apart. So they reluctantly followed. The group hadn't run for long. Celia at the front line stopped and drew her sword. "There's something ahead. Get ready." The tip of her sword glowed with a blinding red light, temporarily illuminating a corner of the forest. And thanks to this light, they could see Gullivan on the verge of death in the mouth of that monster. Arbaz impatiently held up his scepter, wanting to summon wind magic, but was stopped by Leo. Because if he launched an attack now, it could cost Gullivan his life. "Wake up, Gullivan," he shouted loudly. "Quickly break the crystal ball in your hand." Leo's shout really made Gullivan sober up and remember the way to escape. He used all his strength to crush the ball in his hand. A blinding golden light appeared. William disappeared. Arbaz immediately took this opportunity, when the monster was distracted, to attack. The magic talent of the Llewellyn siblings cannot be denied. But that was still not enough. That spider-shaped monster had mutated and become much stronger than normal monsters. By this time, Leo had also realized its identity. It was a monster with a proper name, Spider Princess Tarantula. Another student saw this and impatiently rushed forward, wanting to injure Tarantula with melee combat. But before his weapon could touch it, his whole body was knocked away by spider legs. That male student was slammed hard into the tree trunk behind, not knowing if he was still breathing. Celia, as one of the strongest people here, also wanted to advance. A point of light appeared on the tip of her sword again. Then, Celia thrust straight towards the opponent and fired a beam of extraordinary power. She thought she could finish it in this single strike. But unexpectedly, after that attack, the spider was still safe and sound, only slightly scratched on the outside. "Impossible," Celia muttered in surprise. The attack power between a knight and a mage is as different as night and day. Although in a tense situation, seeing Celia like that, Arbaz didn't forget to tease her with a sentence. He pioneered forward again, using the scepter to create a tornado. Arbaz's power was so great that it almost swept away the students in the team. Violent and sharp gusts of wind like blades surrounded that spider. If it were a normal monster, it would probably have been cut into 100 pieces. But surprisingly, Tarantula was still safe and sound. It even had the strength to pounce back and attack Arbaz. Chelsea saw this scene and was terrified, immediately attacking to save her brother. But Arbaz was still scratched by a spider leg, leaving a deep wound on his right arm. Although he was in great pain, in front of his sister, he still had to pretend he was fine. Anyway, keeping his life was lucky enough. What kind of monster is this? Its regeneration ability is too terrifying. The remaining students began to panic. If neither Celia nor the Llewellyn siblings could do anything to it, what could they do? It is the daughter of Sanasna, queen of Tartarus, a monster in Erebus's army that leveled the elven forest, Leo explained. Also to answer the question of the student just now. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces, including Celia and the two wind mages, changed color. Now, he was sure that the mana in Ein's left eye he felt earlier was the mana of the Spirit King. Tarantula ruled the cursed wilderness forest. It destroyed the elven forest and ate the Spirit King's right hand, who bravely fought against it. Originally, Leo thought Luna had destroyed Tarantula 5,000 years ago, but it seems the Spirit King's right hand in its belly saved its life. Or more precisely, the ring the Spirit King wore on his right hand saved its life, because that is an infinite source of life energy from the Ring of Life. If that monster is the key to solving the test, I will defeat it. Arbuz, although heavily injured, was still very enthusiastic. Who gave you that right? Celia also determined not to lose. And so the two attacked the spider demon at the same time without an appointment. The strength of these two children is top tier among their peers, if not to say the strongest. But even if the two attacked at the same time, the spider continued to regenerate. Unharmed. It's useless, Leo said. It will continuously regenerate until you two are drained of mana. You say that meaning you have an idea, right? Celia asked back. You two need to cooperate with each other. As soon as Leo finished speaking, Arbuz quickly refused, with the reason that he wanted to be the highest scorer. And of course, Celia wasn't keen either because she didn't like this guy. Don't be so childish anymore. If we can't defeat the hero world, everyone will fail. Being criticized by Leo as childish, both Arbuz and Celia froze stiff. But they couldn't deny that what he said wasn't wrong. With this situation, if they don't cooperate, the whole group will fail the exam. But the problem is now even if the two cooperate, they also need time to create an attack with enough power to finish it off. And besides Celia and Arbuz, there was no one capable enough to hold off that monster long enough to give them time to create that attack. However, that was just what Arbuz thought, because the truth is there is someone here capable of doing that. It is Leo, and he also actively accepted the task of holding off this monster. What? Are you crazy? You can't even use aura, Celia said anxiously. I know. So I can only buy you 5 minutes. If Leo could use aura, he could have handled Tarantula himself. Arbuz was still very worried, afraid that the single attack would fail. But Leo was brimming with confidence, not thinking that terrible scenario would happen. Because since ancient times, wind and fire have always been good friends. They always harmonize and support each other well. Therefore, the attack made by Arbuz's wind and Celia's fire will definitely bring extraordinary effects. After doing the ideological work for the two of them, Leo picked up a random weapon on the ground and moved forward. When standing in front of Tarantula, he recalled old memories. In the fiercest battles, feeling hot blood boiling throughout his body, Leo rushed up to attack first. Long time no see, huh? Monster of Tartarus. 5,000 years ago. Sounds distant, but old memories remain intact in Leo's mind. Back then, when Tarantula destroyed the elf forest and was slaughtered by Luna, he was also there, and saved an elf boy too. Now, he stands in front of Tarantula once again. However, his body cannot use aura yet. Indeed, it causes many limitations. Chelsea, Leo called out loudly, making the dazed girl jump. Use your wind magic to push the weapons lying around towards me. Around Chelsea now, there were indeed many weapons scattered by other students. But the girl didn't understand what Leo's intention was. Moreover, to avoid the monster's attacks, he kept jumping from side to side. His continuous movement like that could cause him to get hurt when Chelsea moved the weapons. So the girl still didn't dare to act. I can catch them. So don't worry and do it quickly, Leo urged. Out of options, Chelsea had to follow what Leo said. Based on the metallic sound, Leo caught a curved saber and a short sword the girl shipped over. With his sharp senses, he aimed for the right moment, jumped high and successfully caught these two weapons. While falling freely, Leo also completely held the initiative. Having two weapons in hand made Leo even more powerful. His attacks were continuously unleashed, until the short sword's blade broke. Leo shouted loudly again. This time Chelsea was more in sync with him. The girl immediately used wind magic to ship Leo a few more weapons. He attacked incessantly, not resting for a single beat. The scene of Leo using full force to fight made Chelsea unable to take her eyes off. Because even though the teenager in front of her was about her age, the way he performed was like a martial god with decades of experience on the battlefield. Both Celia and Arbaz also saw this scene. Now Arbaz felt ashamed of the words he had said about Leo in the competition hall. Turns out he wasn't a nobody. Fighting like a possessed person like this isn't something anyone can do. Over here, Leo fought more and more vigorously, even though now there was a wound on his face, bleeding profusely, but Leo didn't feel pain. Conversely, he felt more bloodthirsty. If he couldn't block a spider like this, he would be laughed at by his old friends in the other world. Thinking of them, Leo was once again fully charged with energy. Picking up the sword again, he signaled Chelsea to ship more weapons. But the response was the girl's panicked voice, announcing that was the last one. At this moment, Leo's heart seemed to skip a beat. Without weapons, how can he fight the enemy barehanded? Especially when the opponent is Tarantula. But luckily, right at the most critical moment, Celia and Arbaz's side was also ready. Her whole body was covered by a burning energy source. Although Celia's arm was trembling constantly from tension. Leo, I'm ready. Move aside. Immediately after, Celia used all her strength to unleash the all-or-nothing move. Falling into this frame, the power of the attack truly exceeded her own imagination. Precisely, Celia released a sea of fire, immediately swallowing Tarantula. No matter how strong the monster's regeneration ability was, when surrounded by such a large fire, it couldn't regenerate in time. The result was that it was burned to ashes. The source of life inside its belly also fell out, marking that the opening chapter in Ein's world had been solved. Celia breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Luckily, they succeeded. But what occupied her mind now wasn't the fatal move she just unleashed, but that Leo actually blocked the monster, terrifying as it was for more than 5 minutes. While he couldn't even use aura like the others, Celia was intending to open her mouth to praise him for doing a good job. The result was that she was interrupted by Chelsea with double the volume. Amazing, truly amazing. You look like a hero appearing in those stories. The girl's eyes and tone were full of worship, completely different from the first time they met. Even, Chelsea actively begged Leo to teach her melee combat, because she wanted to become a good battle mage. Hearing this, the terrifying memories at the Broad Mansion returned to Celia. She couldn't help but laugh. I truly hope you get to experience Leo's training method for at least a week. Chelsea was bewildered, not understanding what Celia meant, and she had no intention of explaining to the girl. Meanwhile, Leo approached and picked up the ring of life on the ground. The moment he touched the ring, a spirit appeared, and Leo immediately recognized it as Prince Sillet, of the spirit race. Meeting an old acquaintance in a new life like this made it hard for Leo to suppress his emotions. Sillet, do you remember me? I am Kyle. Sillet didn't answer, but smiled very brightly, then turned into a halo of light and entered the ring of life. It seems he has become the next spirit king. And thanks to this treasure, Ein received that eye full of mana. Ein's world was conquered by Leo's group. Because of that, they didn't need to crush the crystal ball, but were automatically transported out. However, as the time counted down, Leo suddenly heard a strange voice pouring into his ear. The reward for successful solving is the Spirit King's Oath. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. But before he could realize what was happening, everything in front of him turned white. They were transported back to the hall where the competition took place. It seems the test of the area west is done. Quite far away, Headmaster Alien of Lumen Academy also sensed this. Meanwhile, tests in other areas were still ongoing. It seems Ein's speed of sweeping students is truly not a joke. Throughout the test, only 40 people were qualified to pass. This gave the assistant headmaster a huge headache, but he was visibly happy, because if the proctor is Ein, 40 is already a lot. Originally, he thought only about 10 students would pass. I guess Celia or Arbaz will be first. Who is it exactly? Alien's assistant asked again. I heard it was very hard to choose. But someone has been proposed as the representative for the rookie batch. Professor Ein proposed? That's amazing. Is it Celia Stinger or Arbaz Llewellyn? Alien shook his head. Neither of them. At that time, when the test ended, All the students outside chanted Celia and Arbaz's names because the final attack combined by their power was truly spectacular. Only Ein paid special attention to the white-haired, red-eyed teenager with a long wound on his cheek. And he proposed Leo as the representative for this year's rookie batch. Night Division. Alien had never met Leo, nor had he heard the name Leo brought. But someone highly regarded by Ein is certainly not ordinary. And he was very curious about the student considered talented enough to become a true hero. After passing the exam, Leo leisurely returned home and entered treatment for his wounds. While soaking in hot water, the pain seemed to have reduced a lot. He chilled while thinking about the voice he heard before leaving Ein's world, that he received the reward of the Spirit King's oath. And somehow, it seems only he received this reward. While he was soaking, Lady Broad suddenly pushed the door open and walked in with a tense face. Leo guessed something had happened. Sure enough, as soon as she opened her mouth, she asked immediately, "Leo, do you know why I was expelled from my own family?" Rena's question stunned Leo, but this wasn't a question he had to answer, because she also gave the answer right away. That day, when rescuing a teammate, Rena lost the Stinger family's flame. That led to her being struck off the family register. But from then until now, she has never regretted that decision. And today, Rena suddenly told this to her son, because she hoped Leo would use his power and talent for justice. Leo, congratulations on being accepted into Lumen Hero Academy. Seeing his mother's sun-blocking smile, Leo could finally relax a bit. Beating around the bush seriously for half a day, turns out she was in a hurry because of his admission news. Not long after, Leo arrived at the center of the world, Lumia City, and Lumen Academy was right in front of him. Undeniably, it is much more bustling and lively here than at his home. As soon as Leo stepped through the teleportation gate, he saw an acquaintance. Jace came to pick up his nephew personally and congratulate him on being accepted into the academy. Hearing him speak, over the past month the Stinger family had been embroiled in an almost endless debate. The reason was whether Leo was qualified to inherit the breath of the Phoenix or not, because Rena no longer bore the Stinger name, and he is her son. However, the elders were very impressed with how Leo passed the recent entrance exam, so the final result was relatively positive. While speaking, he threw an elaborate key into Leo's hand and said it was the key to his subspace. Leo tried opening it. When the key turned exactly one round, a space immediately appeared in front of him. Inside contained only a single book. Leo opened that book. From inside, a blazing hot fire began to spread, making him jump. Jace instructed his nephew to drip blood onto the page in the center. Immediately after, characters in the book appeared, and Leo could read it. This is the secret art of the Stinger family. Although learning it is not simple, Jace had a strong feeling that Leo could master it in just a short time. Leo, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Stinger lineage. After finishing with his uncle, Leo went to the street in the city center, because Celia had an appointment with him here. But before he could wait, he was bumped into by a four-eyed girl. The reason was that in her hands was a large stack of books obstructing her view. The four-eyed girl hurriedly apologized to Leo, gathered the books, and ran away. So hurried that she didn't realize she had dropped her student ID card. Leo curiously picked it up to check. The girl's name is Chloe Muller. Turns out she is also a new student of Lumen Academy. He temporarily put it in his pocket, then walked into one of the largest stores on the street. As soon as he entered, he heard Celia's clear voice. "Why are you so late?" "Leo, uniforms, textbooks, and many more things. There are a gazillion things to buy." In her hands were 77.49 shopping bags. Truly, rich kids shopping is very different from normal people. Leo apologized for arriving late. Also told the story of meeting Jace on the way. Hearing her uncle's name, Celia's eyes lit up. So they decided? What's the result? Leo didn't answer simply. Instead, he used action to flex. He raised his left hand, snapped his fingers. Immediately, Leo's whole body was covered by a blinding fire. Behind his back, a pair of phoenix wings made of fire also appeared. Ugh, using it like this? Celia was so shocked she dropped all the items in her hands and fell backward. From the time Leo met Jace until now, had it even been 2 hours? Before, she had to take 3 weeks to get used to this secret art. Yet he mastered it in such a short time. Since being at the Broad Mansion, she knew Leo wasn't ordinary. But to this extent, he is a monster. What can withstand him? It took a long time for Celia to recover from the shock and continue her shopping trip. The very next day, they went to the pier to prepare for the entrance ceremony. A giant ship was riding the waves to dock, and at this time, a fairly young man claiming to be Anilandio, the professor in charge of the new night class, appeared. Compared to the romantic Professor Ein, he seemed rougher. But speaking of strictness, they were probably equal. Ein urged the new students to quickly board the ship to depart for Lumen. On the ship, getting to see beautiful scenery and having delicious food, the new students seemed very excited. Leo and Celia kept their cold attitude as usual, but very quickly someone came to actively strike up a conversation with them. That boy's name is Kato, a new student from the Moira Kingdom, is an alchemist. This kid has a bright appearance, also very talkative. Just met. He shoved his business card into their hands. From potions to weapons, I sell everything. Don't hesitate to stop by my place if you need anything during your time at school. Celia was still arrogant as usual, but finding the other party relatively interesting, Leo politely spoke up to introduce himself. Hearing him say he came from the Delan Kingdom, Kato dropped his jaw in surprise. Delan? So you passed the Western area exam set by the devil teacher Ein? That's impressive. Leo wasn't used to excessive flattery, so he just nodded and changed the subject. By the way, am I the only one who feels the current situation is strange? What do you mean? Kato asked. The reason Leo felt that way was because the ship felt strangely peaceful. He is someone who has lived familiarly on the battlefield, so he felt this atmosphere wasn't very natural. It's just a normal welcome for new students who pass the exam. What's abnormal about it? You just worry too much, Celia sighed. Right. Surely they won't treat students poorly before the opening day, Kato added. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ship suddenly shook violently. Even Celia couldn't stand firm. Leo seemed to have predicted this. He glanced sideways, immediately seeing a giant tentacle rising from under the water, then slamming hard onto the ship, positioned right in front of Kato. The kid was still eating a tart and had to spit it out to call for help. But Professor Ein, the person playing the central role in the student's current plea for help, maintained an attitude calm to the point of indifference. You say save you? All of you are students of Lumen, are hero candidates. When there is danger, you must overcome it yourselves. Now Leo clearly saw what had just attacked the ship. It was a giant octopus. Leo was the first to react to this situation by drawing his sword. After becoming part of the same Stinger household, his impression of Celia was much better, so he spoke up to remind her. Stay alert. Celia, worry about yourself. The girl retorted defiantly while also busy dealing with another tentacle. But reality proved Leo's reminder wasn't superfluous, because after Celia released her fire power, she was sprayed wet from head to toe by that monster. This is the natural behavior of a kraken. It reacts to heat by spraying water. This is basic knowledge. Young lady, Leo grumbled. Celia was planning to retort, but her words were hindered by the scream of another student. This person had their leg wrapped tight by the octopus using a tentacle and was lifted up. Celia forgot about arguing with Leo. The two rushed there together to rescue their classmate. Although wet from head to toe, the girl still fought fiercely. This action of both was observed by Kato without missing a second. He was extremely amazed. Celia was already famous from before. Moreover, she scored in the top tier in the entrance exam, so her decisive way of striking didn't surprise people. What surprised him was Leo's action, because he looked even fiercer than Celia. Kato was still gaping watching when suddenly he was hit by a frozen tentacle falling, almost squashed flat. He was so angry he jumped up, speaking loudly. Be careful a bit. Leo looked in the direction of the person attacking the monster, then discovered it was the four-eyed girl he bumped into on the street yesterday. Different from that clumsy appearance. Now seeing Chloe use ice magic was extremely proficient. Facing that octopus alone, she looked very cool. If you can't protect yourself, know to step back, Chloe spoke up. This sentence was to tell Kato. Seems this girl has quite a sharp tongue too. Kato sighed, starting to grumble again. Strong people never care about us getting caught in the middle of their fight. As soon as he finished speaking, a few more tentacles fell down. The authors this time were the Llewellyn siblings. This was also the first time Leo met them again after the exam ended. Arbus, as soon as he appeared, quickly challenged Celia as usual, and the girl, being too used to this, didn't bother responding. Only the younger sister Chelsea this time looked at Leo with eyes full of hidden meaning, completely different from the first contact. It's just a pity he didn't care, because Leo was busy looking at Professor Ein. In this situation, he was still chilling, pouring himself another glass of red wine. Ein announced that in the large lake leading to Lumen, there were many monsters, not just this kraken, and it was the perfect greeting for the welcome party. While the students fought the monsters, Ein observed them very carefully. As expected, the captain stood out clearly. Among them were Chun Xia in the east, the pair Celia Stinger and Arbus Llewellyn in the west, Chloe Muller in the north, one in the south, and Duran Moira in the center. The quality of rookies this year is excellent, making Ein extremely satisfied. However, the person who impressed him most wasn't those names just now, but that kid who looked like a nobody, Leo Broad. His swordsmanship was neat with no superfluous movements, and the way he moved was as if he knew the monster's actions beforehand. Although Leo had appeared through Ein's recommendation, meeting him today made Ein understand why Ein made that offer. He began to look forward to meeting him again in the night module. When the ship docked, the students were almost drained of energy after the battle with the sea monster. Weaker people like Kato were even more tired. He had used almost all the elixirs he brought even though he didn't directly confront that monster. You will have to cross that lake all the time, so better get used to it quickly, Ein said while jumping down from the deck. Then he guided the new students into the vestibule. Lumen Academy was larger than Leo imagined. Ein guided the students to line up by area. Those with top scores stood at the head of each line. The entrance ceremony will take place simply with a few words from Headmaster Alien. Before becoming headmaster, he used to be a swordsman, so Alien's stern words were enough to make the new students swallow their saliva in tension. If your dream is to become a hero, then always bet your life and exceed your limits. Those who cannot do that, speaking of this, Alien suddenly slammed the podium hard, making the podium immediately split in two. Do not belong here. After doing that action, he himself felt he was a bit excessive. The professors in the school were already used to it, so no one had an opinion. It's true that the longer they taught at Lumen, the more they felt the majestic image of swordsman Alien crumbling year by year. After the headmaster's speech came the speech of the rookie representative. This is the part the new students looked forward to the most. The top people competed with each other. The lower people were eager and curious to know which name was chosen from the excellent students of the 5 regions. Not only Celia, Arbus, but all the other top students held their breath waiting. But in the end, the name called as the rookie representative was Leo Broad. He himself didn't think this would happen, so the others were even more surprised. Leo instinctively looked towards Ein and discovered he was smiling encouragingly. He immediately understood. It was this strict professor who recommended him. Under the suspicious gaze of many students, Leo took the speech and slowly walked up to the podium. Celia and Arbus, ignore them. But he could see the murderous eyes and attitudes of top students from other regions. Does the school want him to provoke those who almost satisfied the conditions to stand in this position instead of him? After finishing the interview, the professor leading the program asked Leo one more question. Leo Broad, now please tell us your goal as this year's rookie representative. Leo smiled confidently, even though he knew down there many people were looking at him with daggers in their eyes. At the back, professors meeting Leo for the first time were praising him for speaking well, behaving properly like a model student. Yet unexpectedly after that, Leo declared loudly, "Hello, I am the rookie representative, Leo Broad. I know many people covet this position. If anyone wants it, come and take it yourself. No matter who it is." This declaration of his was no different from a declaration of war. It made all the students below stunned, and those who were already annoyed became even more furious. But Leo lives with the philosophy, if you touch me, I'll touch you back. So naturally, he won't be afraid of anyone. Ending the entrance ceremony, new students were divided into academy dormitories. Starting tomorrow, within a week, their exploration classes will begin. During this time, students can experience classes themselves and choose the 3 main fields they like best. Leo was assigned to room 302, right next to Kato's room. That kid seemed very excited to be next to the rookie representative. But Leo already felt a headache. He walked into the room, threw himself on the bed and sighed. Finally able to relax after a long, tiring day. Leo remembered his speech just now. Actually, he had determined a clear goal before stepping in here. But of course, he couldn't say it in the speech just now, because his goal is to find his own hero record. Lunchtime. In the academy dining hall, students were preparing meals with noise all around. Kato appeared with a cheerful face, suggesting, "Leo, let's eat together." He held a fork while agreeing. Then a voice announced, "Freshman representative." Suddenly something flew over, making Kato's soup bowl splash up. Leo saw this scene and wondered, who was that? It was Duran, the captain of the central area. He walked over with a grumpy face. "Did you mean what you said in the speech yesterday?" He still sat eating calmly, replying calmly. "Maybe my words yesterday were a bit provocative. Maybe it's true if a stranger comes and provokes like that." Duran's eyes darkened, extremely angry. "Don't you know who I am? Captain of the central area?" Kato and Leo ignored him, sitting and eating calmly and happily. He was annoyed to the point of grinding his teeth. Sparks seemed to flash around him. He did an action while Kato was happily eating. Duran raised his leg high and kicked the table of the two flying. A fork suddenly stabbed down swiftly. That person used the fork to skewer the food pieces at light speed before they fell to the ground. It was Leo, holding the food tray. Kato looked at the roast meat pieces back on his tray, extremely relieved, while Duran observed with eyes sharp as knives. Leo just said to him, "Throwing away precious food like that is unforgivable." He said angrily, extremely determined, "I will drag you down from that throne immediately." He thought to himself, "Cannot stand seeing someone weaker acting so arrogant." Suddenly a hand placed on Duran's shoulder. Ein approached, hugging the two, muttering, "Let's see." He smiled sinisterly, muttering, "One is the captain of the central area, and the other is the first-year student representative." The two were a bit panicked, thinking, "Since when has he been here?" Ein's eyes became sharp and cold. "Fighting on the first day at Lumen?" That tone still rang out, making the two sweat in fear. "I guess you are ready, huh?" In the exploration class, night division, in the quiet space of the room, Ein was standing pensively thinking about something. A brown-haired guy spoke up to remind him. "Excuse me, Professor. It's almost time for class to start." Three people, including Kato and Celia, were standing with tired looks thinking, "Why hasn't Leo arrived yet?" A hand grabbed the front door. It was Duran and Leo. The two walked in with faces full of sweat and battered. Celia saw this and ran out to ask, "Leo, what happened?" She asked worriedly. "Did you fight?" Leo said nothing, but just smiled. Then Ein announced, "Full house. Let's start the class, shall we?" He smiled happily. "Hello, new students. I am Ein, in charge of the subject. First year night." Duran looked at Leo with fiery eyes. Kato observed the two, guessing, have they started a tense psychological war already? Ein started the lesson. He spoke up. "There are three powers originating from mana." He continued, "Magic energy, soul energy, and aura. Among them, aura is the hardest to control. Does anyone know why?" Celia raised her voice to answer the question. "Because aura loses the flexibility of mana during the conversion process." Ein replied, "Correct." Then he continued, "While magic energy and soul energy use mana in its natural state, aura absorbs mana and processes it to suit the body." He asked another question. Now, a stream of energy enveloped him. He raised his hand and asked, "Can anyone explain how we use the aura accumulated in the body?" Celia looked serious, thinking about the reason. "No, it only comes out after using a bit of strength." This time it was Leo who spoke up. "We utilize aura power by burning mana." Ein smiled and asked, "Correct. So then, do you know what is most important when burning mana?" He answered gently, "Vitality." Ein praised him. "Impressive." Leo broad. "Have you learned about aura before?" He replied, "Not yet, sir." The corner of his mouth lifted, a bit surprised. Truly unexpected that someone who has never formally learned about aura can grasp its essence. Saying that, he told the class, "Now let's put theory aside. Warm up the body a bit, shall we?" Saying that, he turned around. He walked up into the air under everyone's admiring gaze. each step firmly stepping on the air. This is flash step. The basic principle is to concentrate aura force into the legs. Furthermore, he landed on the ground. His whole body emitted a blue stream of energy, followed by a smug smile. Its application potential is endless. The clock struck exactly 10 o'clock. The brown-haired boy suddenly flew up, trembling a bit. Then the whole class started practicing together. Under Celia's feet, a red power radiated. She smugly said to Leo, "If you call me sister, I'll show you." He turned and walked away, replying indifferently, "No need." The principle of operating aura isn't that different. As for Duran, he still had an annoyed face. Ein observed Duran's actions. He put his hand to his mouth, a bit worried. Ein still had that familiar smile. Then clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention to announce, "Attention! As you all know, there was a bit of chaos this morning." Kato walked closer to Chelsea asking her, "What is he saying?" He continued with a teasing face. "No joke. I said it." She shouted with a grimacing face. "What? What happened?" Ein called out to the two. "Come here. Duran. Leo." He leaned his face into Duran, questioning. "Duran, what made you so angry?" Duran turned his face away, denying. "I'm not angry." Ein smiled and said, "We'll review that later." He raised his voice, ordering the two. Captain of the Central Area, Duran Moira, and Freshman Representative, Leo Broad, perform a one-on-one competition for the position of Class Representative. He continued extremely seriously. "In this match, you are allowed to use unlimited aura." Duran was a bit surprised by this competition. A while later, Kato held a board, smiling brightly, telling everyone, come on, place your bets." He talked about the betting between the two. The first person is Duran, genius of the Moira house, and lineage of a hero, master of lightning aura. And the second person is Leo, dark horse from the suburbs, and the mysterious person who suppressed the captains of all areas and became the freshman representative. People around whispered to each other, he is the freshman representative, so he should show something, right? From what I saw earlier when he was talking to Celia, it seems he can't even use flash step. Did you hear what he did yesterday? Can't stand him. Not everyone can be the captain of the Central Area. On the other hand, that freshman representative hasn't proven anything yet. Ein appeared, announcing the rules. All right. The first person to cross the finish line wins. Whoever wins, you must accept the result. It's called sportsmanship. Take your positions. Ready. Celia watched with a worried face, thinking, honestly, Leo can't win. She cast her eyes towards Duran, who had a grumpy face. But that guy always exceeds everyone's expectations. The shout rang out. Start. The two rushed forward simultaneously. Duran glanced down scornfully, saying, I will be first. Rookie. He accelerated to the point that yellow lightning appeared around him. Behind, Leo still followed closely, focusing on overtaking. Outside the field, cheers full of amazement kept ringing out. Duran is something else. So cool. On the other hand, freshman representative. Beneath his feet, an afterimage of flames appeared. Two male students watching the match sighed, criticizing. Unbelievable. He's a bit weak. The person next to him replied. Makes sense. That bastard becoming representative is a scam. Can't believe it. Ignoring the words around, Chelsea put her hands in a megaphone shape to her mouth, loudly cheering. Brother Leo, do your best. On the track accelerating, Duran got faster and faster, the lightning around him thicker. Kato stood outside watching, worry appearing in his eyes, terrified inside. Duran is already halfway there. Leo paid attention to somewhere, so he didn't focus, letting Duran get far ahead. Leo turned his body, trying to stop at high speed, the shoes on his feet creating friction with the ground, smoke appearing. He headed straight for the wall, leaving the competition field area. Celia screamed angrily. Where is that idiot going? The fire under Leo's feet got darker. He stomped 1 foot down to gain momentum. Leo jumped powerfully over the barrier. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Standing observing from high above, the fire under Leo's feet got darker. He pinpointed Duran's position in the distance. Under his feet, he used force for leverage, cracking the ground. Leo jumped out strongly again. Hearing the loud breaking sound behind, he looked down. Duran panicked. A figure rushed forward like an arrow at high speed. Leo smiled, responding to Duran's initial scornful words. I will be first. You cow. Not understanding his words, sweating looking at the speed a normal person couldn't reach, Duran was terrified. What? Leo landed on the ground imposingly. He walked slowly back, looking warily at the teenager in front who had snatched his victory. Leo turned back, smirking at Duran. The ground after their race cracked, leaving only smoke and crumbled rocks. The two who mocked initially gaped, muttering, asking their friend. Did you see that? The friend hadn't recovered his soul yet, replying. No joke. Whispers about them rang out regarding his strength. Duran should have been the fastest freshman. Unexpectedly, he defeated him. But I definitely heard he hadn't learned Flash Step. Celia was stunned, refuting in her heart. That's not Flash Step. It's Phoenix Step. That guy really. Kato cheered happily. Leo won. Chelsea clenched her hands, happily shouting congratulations. Leo, you were amazing. Ein exclaimed. Leo, you're too cool. Behind everyone in the field, Ein crossed his arms, silently observing. He recalled. Duran used his ultimate skill. Lightning aura. And enhanced speed. I predicted it. But that speed was truly astonishing. He remembered Leo's image when using footwork. Meanwhile, although slower, Leo applied it better. He gathered and concentrated fire aura into his legs and created a formidable Flash Step. It was an excellent application. He reached out his hand to shake hands in praise. A very good match. Duran. If it was a long-distance race, the result would have been different. Duran, angry with a grumpy face because of his loss, walked fast, bumping hard into Leo, saying to him, Get lost. Ein was happy with the result seen and was sure that, among the disciples of this generation, a hero might finally be born. Chelsea excitedly opened her eyes wide, making a request. That was so cool. I want to practice with you too. Kato was a bit jealous of his classmate. He pointed at himself, asking Celia, But why does she keep focusing on him and not me? She needs to pay attention to me too, right? She asked back disdainfully. Isn't it obvious yet? Hearing her meaningful answer, he acted generous, ignoring the story, telling everyone. Anyway, class is over too. Let's go for coffee. Everyone. My treat today. Leo spoke up, refusing. Sorry, but you guys go ahead. The whole group surprisingly exclaimed in unison. He quickly turned to leave. Kato asked, following behind. Where are you going? He replied lightly with a scholarly aura. Auditing the summoning classes. He scratched his neck, confusedly muttering, wondering. Why would a night student audit a summoning class? Celia sighed, confusedly replying. Don't understand what he's thinking either. In another area of the school, he walked under the shade of trees thinking. There is one thing I still don't understand. He remembered that unexpected meeting, thinking. Why did the Spirit King give me an oath as a reward? The reward of the hero world is linked to the power of the world's owner. The reward I received is related to summoning. But Teacher Ein is a pure mage unrelated to summoning. Usually, I would receive an ability related to magic. Under the tree shade, he looked towards the distant forest thinking. Moreover, contract with a spirit. I have to go to the spirit land. For now, it will be useless. A voice behind rang out, probing. So you also came to audit the summoning class? He turned around, slightly surprised. Captain of the West. A black-haired, black-eyed girl greeted him. Nice to meet you. Leo politely replied. Nice to meet you. Chun Xia. She spoke comfortably. Just naturally call me Xia. Chun Xia mused. I believe Master Leo is a student of the Night Division. I didn't expect you to be interested in summoning too. Leo thought a bit, replying. I'm interested in spiritualism. She smiled, cheerfully interested, saying. Then we will meet often. Leo curiously asked. Can you tell me which spirit you contracted with? She used water power. Streams of water appeared. A spirit appeared looking at the spirit. She asked back. And Master Leo, can you show me your spirit? He replied frankly. I haven't made a contract yet. She looked at Leo, surprised. Really? Then if you need help later, feel free to call me. I will give you advice on summoning spirits. He agreed. Then I'm counting on you. But how old are you? Chun Xia placed her hand on her chest, saying. I'm 17. Master Leo. You are 15, right? I saw you talking to Miss Celia. Hearing her speak, Leo remembered Chelsea comparing the two. 17. She looks really young. Looks even younger than Chelsea. She saw him looking at herself continuously, looking back confused. Xinxia suspiciously looked at him, teasingly asking, "You just thought of something rude, right?" He turned his face away, denying. Sunlight shone on her, leaving half her body in shadow. Xinxia smiled, saying, "But, Master Liu, I was deeply impressed by your match with Duran." He asked back, surprised, "You watched it?" She remembered seeing him surpass Duran. She was also very surprised, Xinxia replied. She stepped 1 foot back. Xinxia seriously looked at him, issuing a challenge. "One day, please. Also accept my challenge." Leo interestedly accepted the provocation. Of course. Hearing the answer she wanted, she smiled happily at him. At the Summoning Division Exploration class, leaves blended into the wind. In the classroom area, people were already waiting there. As soon as he arrived, Eliza and Tayden looked towards him. Leo calmly looked back at them, responding. Xinxia smiled, greeting. Seeing the class had few people, he suspiciously asked, "Is this it?" She spoke with difficulty. Summoning isn't a popular choice. And this is also an exploration class. He walked towards everyone, looking around, replying, "Makes sense. But I didn't expect the class to be held here." In the sky, an animal appeared. Its wings were huge, creating strong winds. Below, some people covered their heads in fear, others looked up. The black dragon landed in front of everyone. Whispers arose around. A black wyvern. Where did it come from? The black dragon moved towards a teenager, tapping on his head. He screamed in fear. "Get away." The person sitting on it spoke up reassuringly. "It did that because it likes you, little kid." Yuga Marine, holding a chain, jumped down from the black dragon. Yuga introduced herself to the students. "Nice to meet you. First-year students. My name is Yuga." She looked at her upcoming students, adding, "I am the summoning teacher who will teach you for the whole coming year." Looking at the beautiful young teacher naturally introducing herself, the teenagers' faces turned red, thinking, "I also want to become the teacher's summon." This new teacher reminded Leo of Winter. An old acquaintance would raise his hand, praising with an infatuated face, saying to him, "She is a woman with a beauty different from Luna and Lysinus. I can't do anything else but be compelled." He silently exclaimed, "If Winter were here, he would definitely lose his mind." Under the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun, Yuga's dragon lay leaning its back against a tree trunk. Marine was gathering the students. "All right, you greenhorns. Being here means all of you have a bit of talent to be summoners, right?" Everyone answered in unison. "Yes." She continued, answering clearly, like, "That is good. We will immediately move to the practice area." "Carlo," Marine called loudly. A three-toed foot stomped on the green grass. He stroked the smooth fur of the griffin, calling back, "Over here." Carlo is the assistant professor of the first-year summoning class. He started guiding the students of the class. "You will fly together in groups of 2. Get on the griffins." A student expressed worry. "This is our first time controlling a griffin, Professor." As soon as the words ended, Marine became angry. "Sounds like you don't want to listen to my lecture." She was unhappy with his discouraged attitude. "If you think you can't do it, then go back." The dragon also got excited, following her, spreading its wings. It roared loudly, creating a shock wave to the air. Everyone trembled before its action. Only Leo remained as calm as before. Carlo tried to soothe the students' spirits. Come on. You guys hurry up and follow the professor." Another student also followed suit, stroking the griffin's fur, chatting with the light, blue-haired girl. "It's gentler than I thought." Unexpectedly, the griffin bit his shirt and lifted him high. He tried to struggle. "Put me down." On the other side, Xinxia approached Leo, suggesting, "Can I hold the reins, Master Leo?" He simply replied, "If you like, feel free." The sea surface was calm. The beautiful sky was blue under the morning light. The students rode griffins together, cruising over the sea. Everyone was really excited, chatting noisily. "Didn't expect we would be allowed to ride griffins. Truly Lumen style. Switch places. I want to ride too. Hey, wait a bit more." Xinxia was very excited to hold the reins. "I was a bit worried, but he's much gentler than I thought." Leo reminded her, "Being careful is still better. Griffins are summons difficult to control for first-time riders." Even though he's this friendly? Xinxia wondered. She used her hand to touch the rein part at the griffin's neck. That is because Leo stopped speaking when hearing a whistle from Yuga Marine. The griffins flying all stopped. Their eyes opened wide, toes extended and became sharp. The griffins roared uncontrollably. This made the students confused and panicked. They aren't listening anymore. Why is it suddenly like this? Professor, save us. This was also the answer to Chunxia's question. They were still listening to the professor until just now. The professor immediately ordered, "Do you really think you can call yourselves students of Lumen Academy when you can't even manage a griffin? Try controlling them yourselves." Marine reprimanded everyone. She needed capable people. Chunxia screamed while still having trouble with the out-of-control griffin. Leo from behind gently pulled her, leaning into his chest, one hand supporting Chunxia, the other hand holding the reins, guiding. Griffins have high self-esteem, so using force to overwhelm them will only make them struggle more fiercely. Chunxia was embarrassed to the point of blushing. "Master Leo, what are you doing?" Their hands touched each other, slipping under the reins and gripping tight. Leo leaned close to Chunxia's ear. His breath blowing on her neck tickled a bit. "Let's go." Chunxia closed her eyes tight, not daring to look ahead. He calmly controlled the griffin as he wished. They flew past Marine and assistant Professor Carlo. Marine observed this performance, feeling interested. "Look at that. Not bad." She turned to investigate information from her colleague. "Carlo, the first-year representative is a candidate for the night division, right?" Carlo replied while checking the records. "Right, that's what I know." This answer made Marine suspicious. Does he have his own griffin at home? Why does he ride so well? Carlo provided another piece of information. No, he doesn't belong to a noble family capable of owning a griffin. So it's natural talent? She smiled. Seems we have a hidden gem. At Summoning Island. This is the practice ground for the summoning class. Everyone was crawling on the beach. Help! Leo put his hands in his pockets. Walking on the sand, observing the scenery around. He noticed a strange yellow fruit on a tree. About that size. Leo picked it. A feather stuck on the fruit. Chunxia curiously asked, "What's wrong, Master Leo?" He avoided this issue. "Nothing. Stop lazing around and gather up." Someone reminded. Leo fed the fruit to the griffin, making it happy. Yuga Marine announced new news. "From now on, you will participate in a practical test." Everyone felt surprised. "Huh? A practical test on the very first day?" A guy sluggishly complained. "We're still in the exploration class phase." "What?" Marine became serious. "Compared to the other two fields, the path we have to walk is much longer. Is there anyone here who doesn't know that? For summoning, just controlling mana isn't enough. To make a contract with a spirit, you need spirit affinity. And to command a summon, taming ability is essential. That is the reason why summoning heroes are fewer in number than the other two branches. However, compared to other heroes, summoners who become heroes achieve far more accomplishments. Didn't you all come here because of the dream that you would become that kind of hero?" After a lecture, the class chanted in unison. That's right. There was the sound of someone's shoes rubbing against the grass. Eliza appeared. She spoke up asking, "So what exactly is the test?" Eliza is a famous summoner of the heroic Husan family of the north. Marine began to present. The name of this island is Summoning Island. As its name suggests, it is full of summons. And summons are a form of weapon for a summoner. We will test your taming ability. She raised her hand explaining. The test content is simple. Tame a summon in this forest and bring it back. After taming it and making a contract, it will be your summon. Hearing this, the students all cheered happily and excitedly. Truly Lumen Academy. While everyone was eager to do the task, Eliza approached to greet Leo. "Oh my, Mr. Rookie Representative." He turned his head to look. She continued speaking. "Rumors of you defeating Duran have spread. So I can also look forward to meeting you in the summoning class too, huh?" Warren and Chunxia saw this scene. Surprise was there, but wariness was also there. Just at the climax, Leo turned and walked away. "I'm just doing my best." Eliza frowned at his rude attitude. Marine observed everything and smiled. Seems they will be key figures of the first year. Leo walked in the middle of the forest. Someone was taming a deer. Another person was hugging a squirrel. Many people had tamed successfully. They were surprised seeing Leo and gossiped. "Oh, it's that rookie representative. He's going too deep into the forest. Ignore him. If he fails the taming task and gets a 0, I believe he will return to the night division. Does he think summoning is that easy? Leo didn't care about those words. Reaching a place with no one else, he stopped. Leo took the feather from earlier out and placed it on his hand. A circle of fire appeared and surrounded him. The powerful energy gave him goosebumps. The feather turned black. A bit of joy arose from within his heart. Just as I thought. Leo was stunned before the scene in front of him. Also on another island. The weather was indeed very beautiful for a camping trip. Eggs were being fried. Meat was being grilled in the pan. Leo had set up tables and chairs fully, accompanied by the worried voice of the mother. Leo is surely still fine. The father laid food on the table. Teasingly, it's only the first day of school. Rena. Jace brought a glass of water to Rena's side. Worried already? Well, she replied. While Leo was still confronting the boiling fire. The fire erupted more and more, forcing him to use his hands to shield himself. The blazing fire of the past. And legend. Rena said. What could possibly happen? And Leo also said. This mighty heat energy. It is one of the 3 great summons, Phoenix. From within the firelight, a voice rang out. Child of the Stinger House. I smell Rena's flame. Hearing this, Leo asked in surprise. You know my mother? A laugh rang out along with the sentence. Your mother? Not wrong. A fire phoenix appeared and told him that. True, if she had a child. He would be your age. Do I know your mother? Of course I know. I owe Rena a huge debt. This phoenix is Phoenix FYR, one of the 3 mythical summons. It respectfully introduced its name. My name is Farina. O son of Rena. Leo politely greeted it. Greetings, Phoenix FYR. Then he introduced his name while curiously asking. My name is Leo Broad. What is your relationship with my mother? You said you owe her a huge debt. Farina immediately replied. Rena saved the life of my summoner, Ellen Luna. This answer surprised him greatly. Hero Ellen Luna? Farina recounted the event of that year. Ellen was conquering a dungeon in Saren. She lost all her teammates and was about to lose her life. Right at that moment, hanging by a thread, your mother appeared and saved her. However, something unfortunate happened. In that process, Rena lost her brilliant aura. This made FYR feel a bit regretful. If that event hadn't happened, Rena would certainly have had a place among the heroes. Hearing this, Leo felt a bit sad and silently called out, Mother. But then he said, My mother said she doesn't regret what she did at all. Farina heard that and laughed loudly, confirming, Yeah, she is truly that kind of knight. Next, he asked it, But why are you at Lumen? Farina. It couldn't answer this question of his, but asked him back. I cannot say. But you aren't a knight, are you? What are you doing on this island? He also replied frankly, I am studying summoning. This answer of his made it exclaim in surprise. What? Its eyes now stared intently at him. And when seeing Kyle's soul lying within him, it immediately laughed loudly in delight. Interesting. This is truly destiny, Leo Broad. Farina suddenly shouted joyfully. Finally, I can repay your mother's debt. Immediately after, it requested Leo. Reach out your hand and take this. Leo. A flame was suddenly placed in his hand. It placed an egg on his hand, introducing to him that. This is my child. With a sincere voice. It proposed to him. One day, when you become a great summoner, I hope you will sign a contract with it. How lucky for the summoner arranged to receive it. Just at this moment, Leo abruptly spoke up asking, Can I do it right now? These words of his made Farina panicked. What? Before it could react, a light suddenly appeared. A flame surrounded Leo, making it startle and stop him. It's too early, Leo. You could lose your life. Stop. However, it seemed everything was too late as he gradually fell into a state of limbo. Oh no, too late. Knowing it couldn't stop him, it could only say, Your readiness to challenge the impossible without flinching reminds me of Rena. Good luck. Moments later, when Leo opened his eyes, he found himself floating somewhere with the phoenix egg in front of him. His hand reached out, gently touching the egg. Suddenly, a large fire appeared and covered him. Its heat made him cry out in pain and also made him realize. The burning heat makes me unable to breathe. This is Phoenix fire. The fire burned his body but couldn't burn the thoughts within him. the result of burning the body to emit powerful flames. Enduring this pain every day. From that fire evokes within you a legendary creature, a living creature, regenerating burnt flesh throughout eternity. Using his empathy to influence that creature. I understand that pain. And your pain too. At this moment, the fire around Leo became milder. The phoenix egg in his hand cracked. His eyes were full of determination and seemed to contain an undying fire. The phoenix egg was now showing signs of hatching. This made Farina cry out happily. Success. Leo himself expectantly replied. I did it. A satisfied smile bloomed on FYR's lips along with praise. You are truly a genius. Leo, it affirmed firmly while the egg was about to hatch. You will become the world's greatest summoner. And then its congratulation rang out. Leo, congratulations on successfully signing the contract. A baby phoenix hatched and was introduced. This child is Fiora, Phoenix Fiora, one of the 3 mythical summons. Farina turned into human form and happily handed Fiora to Leo. I trustingly entrust my child to you. Looking at that tiny phoenix. In his heart, he was a bit confused. Is this really a phoenix? Looks just like a chick. As soon as Fiora chirped, he affirmed even more. It is a chick. It was now noon. At the gathering point, Yuga was praising his student, Banana Gombak. So cute. Then, she turned to ask her assistant. Carlo, what time is it? He immediately replied. 5 minutes left, just as he was counting. 4 people left. Yuga suddenly saw something. Turns out it was a huge bear running from somewhere. Chun-Xia, with a dirty face, poked her head out from behind the bear's back and asked, Professor, time isn't up yet, right? The baby bear with a cute face raised its paw saying, Bear arrived early. Yuga recognized the species of this bear and exclaimed, You tamed a small water bear to be a future knight, huh? Impressive. Just at this moment, something flew past, making Chun-Xia look up. Just as Warren landed, Yuga evaluated his summoned beast. Dark Crow. Even famous summoning families have difficulty taming it. However, he also let known, I haven't made a contract yet. But Yuga said, That is enough. Enough and more than enough. Immediately after, Eliza returned with her snake, making everyone gasp in unison. She arrogantly said, I signed a contract with it because my family doesn't have an animal like this. Yuga also didn't spare words evaluating her. Go snake. Excellent. At this moment Carlo announced, Professor, time's up. Ooh, just in time. The last student is back. The last person was none other than Leo, stepping closer step by step. Sitting majestically on his head was the baby phoenix Fiora. Friends in class saw baby Fiora on his head and laughed loudly, mocking. What is that? He tamed a chicken? Idiot. He must have given up after feeling his incompetence in summoning. Unlike them, Yuga seemed startled and surprised when seeing Fiora. Watching Fiora calmly bouncing on Leo's head, she screamed in terror inside. Holy crap. You gotta be kidding. That is a phoenix. Scene shifts to Lumen Academy in the evening. Leo seriously adjusted his clothes. He politely knocked on the door. From inside the room came Yuga's voice. Come in. With an extremely sly face, she slowly said, Heard you were looking for me. Sit down. Then she let known. You know what, Leo? This is the first time I've seen a baby phoenix. Besides, she also told Leo something. Actually, I also didn't know there was a phoenix on Summoning Island. Suddenly she approached Leo with a very strange face and a confusing tone. A new student signing a contract with a phoenix? That is unprecedented in the Academy's history. This attitude of hers made him a bit scared, and he exclaimed, Professor. But she was serious, declaring to him, I know who you really are. Yuga's words made Leo a bit guilty. But then suddenly she hugged him and screamed happily. You are a summoning genius. An unprecedented genius. While hugging tight, she said, I want to praise what you have achieved. But I think the fact that you made a contract with a phoenix should be kept secret for now. She worriedly thought that, if it gets out, everything will be very annoying. Then, she intimately put her hand on his shoulder and emphasized, the day the exploration class ends. With expectant eyes, she affirmed, Definitely. You must choose summoning as your major. You have the talent to become a summoning hero remembered for eternity. The morning of the next day at Lumen Academy. A girl was walking in the hallway yawning repeatedly. Suddenly, a teasing voice, drooling, made her startle and turn her head. Drooling there. Two young men stepped closer to her step by step. One of the two asked her, "You look so tired." She honestly replied, "I stayed up late reading magic books." Suddenly Leo asked her, "You are Chloe Muller, right?" Then he presented the student ID card she lost. As soon as she saw this thing, she suddenly remembered she had dropped it when bumping into him in the schoolyard. So she cried out and thanked him. "So it was you. Thanks." Rookie representative. Moments later, Chloe opened the door walking into class asking, "But seeing this, seems you also plan to listen to the magic lecture, huh?" He didn't hide his intention at all, saying, "Since it's still in the exploration phase, I want to audit as much as possible." Hearing that, she expressed admiration. "That's great. Since I'm only interested in magic, I only audit magic classes." Right at that moment, Kato whispered something to Leo. That Ice Queen is aiming for the top position of the magic division. Moreover, he gossiped revealing Chloe's name to him without knowing she heard it all. Her name is Chloe Muller. But it seems the aura irradiating from her made him understand the situation and plan to run away. Oops. Seems it's a bit cold here, huh? While he was changing the subject, "I think I should go to the back." Suddenly an iceberg appeared in front of him, making him terrified. Chloe stood up and seriously requested, "Follow me to the front row." She dragged him away while unhappily saying, "Seems you are interested in this class. Then let me help you." At this point, he could only look towards Leo calling for help. Suddenly a girl called his name. The call was quite familiar, making him startle a bit. Turning his head, he saw the Arbaz duo and Chelsea waving hello. Just then he saw something. The classroom door suddenly opened with someone's voice speaking up. "Nice to meet you. Attendees of the magic class." This person walked into the classroom step by step. He walked towards the podium declaring, "I will teach magic to you for the coming year." Female students, seeing his beauty, blushed in delight. "So handsome." This person loudly introduced himself. "My name is Len Horst." His resume is as follows. Len Horst, Lumen Academy, professor of first-year magic division. After finishing the introduction, he slowly spoke up. Before starting the exploration class today, suddenly he snapped his fingers. Before the surprised eyes of the students, test papers flew wildly into class. Then they settled on the desks in front of the students. As soon as it reached Leo, Len announced, "You will take a magic theory test." This beginning of year announcement made students groan. Huh? A test on the very first day of exploration class. Without mercy, he declared straight, "Students who do not meet certain standards cannot attend my class." This sentence of his made students bewildered, exclaiming, "What?" Ignoring the kids, still confused, he calmly said, "If you are students of Lumen, then this is the basic standard. After finishing, submit it to my assistant, Anna." In a corner of the class, a girl raised her hand and spoke loudly. "Please submit the completed test to me. Everyone." She is Anna, first-year magic division, assistant professor. Back to Leo. Looking at the distributed test, he was confused and blanked out because he didn't understand anything. Is this really the current magic trend? Why are the formulas so complex? At this moment, the students had started solving the test. Every word was written on the paper. The hourglass kept flowing. Time passed until the end of the test time. Students buzzed with each other. "It was easier than I thought." But what was the answer to the last question? "I solved everything except that one." Leo looked at his test, then heard those words, and felt messy. "I only solved exactly one question." While submitting the test to Anna, he disappointedly told himself, "I should have learned more about modern magic before coming here." Anna kept a happy face receiving the test, and even praised him encouragingly. "Good job." After submitting, he also left the class and told himself, "I should self-study magic." Time passed again until Len Horst finished grading the tests. He handed out the papers saying, 600 years have passed. It seems magic has evolved strongly. Magic requiring complete understanding of a human can now be used just by memorizing activation conditions." He raised his voice emphasizing, "However, this progress has worsened the overall level of mages." Suddenly, he raised his hand high. A source of power appeared in his hand. It emitted sparkling light along with incomprehensible magic formulas. In the surprised eyes of the students, Len explained, "This is the origin of the magic I created. I created it from start to finish." And then he requested, "I want you to become people who can research and create your own magic." Moreover, he clarified, "This is the reason I made you take this test." Speaking of this, his voice became more serious. 49 questions, 1 point each, based on basic memorization. And the last question, worth 51 points. Analyze the true origin of magic. I hope everyone can become a mage capable of solving it. Hearing him speak to this point, Chelsea shockingly realized, no wonder that was the only question I couldn't solve. Next, she looked down at Leo's place and thought regretfully, did Leo give up? I wanted to attend the magic class with him. Result. Just at this moment Anna approached whispering something to Len. Her words made him startled in terror. "Professor, there is a student who solved question 50. Then he happily laughed loudly like a madman. While the students were still surprised, he asked loudly, "Where are you? Among you, there is one person." For the first time in history, it seems he was extremely excited calling someone. Achieved a perfect score. "Please stand up." "Who is it?" However, Anna hurriedly told him, "It's not a perfect score, Professor." After hearing her say that, he didn't get less excited but still called. "Really? Seems some questions were missed due to using too much time to solve the last question. What a pity. But it's okay. Anyway, stand up." Seeing him still misunderstanding, she hurriedly denied, "No, sir." Anna clarified everything to Len, making him freeze. He only solved the last question. But when he calmed down, he hurriedly asked, "What is his name?" She immediately let known, "It's a lost student." Instantly, he called loudly, "Student Leo Broad, please stand up." Kato, hearing his friend's name called confusedly, said, "Seems he isn't here." Chloe sternly asked, "Where is he?" Right at that moment, Chelsea raised her hand and let known, "Student Leo left after finishing the test." This made Len somewhat surprised, exclaiming, "What?" At the same time in the academy cafeteria, Celia laughed gleefully, asking, "So you left after solving one question?" She excitedly teased Leo, a baby chicken in the summoning class, and solved one question correctly in the magic class. "Leo, you realized you did something wrong, right?" After laughing enough, she advised him, "If your major is knight, then you should focus on your swordsmanship." Still keeping a calm attitude, he asked her back a fatal question, "Do you want to do physical training with me?" Of course, she didn't dare agree, but only stammered a reply. "That is a bit." Suddenly a figure stood behind Leo and spoke in a deep voice. "So, turns out you follow the Night Division. You are Leo Broad, the person who turned my class into a joke." Len, with a face like a devil, questioned Leo, "Why did you leave after solving only one question? Was it because they were too easy so you thought they weren't worth solving?" "Honestly," he answered straight, "Professor, seems there is a misunderstanding. I thought I wouldn't pass the test." His explanation made him unable to stop exclaiming. Ignoring his surprise, he still emphasized that all questions except the last one were too difficult, so I couldn't solve them. While he was still hesitantly speaking up, "You mean," he clearly let known, "I self-studied magic by reading ancient magic books, so I don't grasp any modern magic." Meanwhile, he was still busy thinking, could it be he? Suddenly Len picked Leo up like picking up a cat in the surprise of him and Celia. Then he put him down, making him bewildered, not understanding what happened. At this moment, his eyes shone brightly like car headlights and requested him, "Follow me for a bit." Len excitedly dragged Leo somewhere, leaving Celia with a face full of confusion. Is that the magic theory professor of Lumen Academy? Truly a strange person. At this time Anna caught up to this place. She panicked, asking, "Miss Celia, did you see Professor Len? Or did anything strange happen?" Celia honestly replied, "He was just here a few minutes ago." Then she recounted the situation just now. But suddenly he grabbed Leo and dragged him away. Anna, hearing this, immediately went to find Len in panic. "Oh God, that lunatic. What is he plotting this time?" In another place, the board eraser was controlled to erase the old lesson. Chalk was also controlled to write a new problem. Len excitedly slapped the board, requesting, "Solve these problems." Student Leo, watching him intently solving each magic problem one by one. In his heart, he couldn't help but be messy. If he solved the last question thanks to pure luck, Then surely in his head there is already a complete magic system, just as he was expecting. Now show me. I have seen through the true nature. Leo seriously said. I finished solving them all. Looking at each answer written by him on the board, Len surprisingly asked, You solved all these questions in your head? He naturally honestly confirmed. Roughly so. With an extremely craving face, Len hesitantly said, Finally, at the same time in the academy hallway, Ein leisurely walked step by step in the sun-filled hallway. Suddenly Len ran frantically from somewhere to his place. More surprisingly, Len's face was full of unconcealed joy. This look of his made Ein not know what was wrong with this guy. So he quickly turned to leave, but still wasn't in time. Len desperately grabbed his leg saying, Professor Ein, thank you so much. Helpless before this action of his, Ein used magic to separate him from himself and said, This isn't the first time I've seen you act like this. But today you've gone too far. Not a bit annoyed when he was planted headfirst into the ground, he excitedly let known. He is a magic genius. Leo brought the student you recommended to be the representative for the first-year class. Is a genius. This statement of his made Ein wonder. Magic. Isn't he a swordsman? Hearing him say this sentence, Len suddenly angrily shouted. At all costs, Leo must become a mage. I cannot let his talent rot just because of holding those iron sticks. Right at that moment, Anna finally caught up here. She was terrified catching Len falling freely to the ground while his mouth was still screaming. Putting him in the swordsman ranks is an insult to the magic field. Seeing someone come to take this burden away, Ein calmly said, Take him away. Len, after being caught by Anna, happily exclaimed, Thank you, Anna, while she tried to suppress her anger, desperately saying, We really have to go back to class. Outwardly trying to keep herself calm like that, but actually inside, she was going crazy. One day, I will definitely kill this guy. As soon as both left, Ein saw Leo walking towards him. He looked at him and smiled a mysterious smile, while he was bewildered and confused, not understanding anything. Then, he leisurely walked away with thoughts in his head. Mages haven't changed over time. They are all crazy people. A week later, ending the temporary classes, Leo was currently lying reading a book on the roof of Lumen Academy. After reading the book, Kai, the hero of beginnings, really just a fraud? He closed it. Then he sat up pondering something. In another place, in the hallway were sounds of running thundering like being chased by ghosts. Aliens sitting in the office heard this sound and had to startle looking up. So he saw the three Len, Yuga and Ein rush into his office and shout in unison. This is unbelievable. Headmaster. He showed the course registration board to him. Look at this. On it listed name, Leo Broad. Year, first year. Class, undecided. Semester 1. Major, swordsman, magic, summoning. Behind his back, Len and Yuga tried hard to fight. Leo must definitely come to our department. While he confusedly explained, he must join the swordsman team. Wait, that's not what I wanted to say. This is something unprecedented at the Hero Military Academy. He must focus on a single major. After understanding everything clearly, Alien laughed loudly saying, Cha, really? This reminds me of that fictional hero Kai. His words made the three exclaim in surprise. What? So he slowly stood up recounting. The fifth great hero, also known as the hero of beginnings. Moreover, he affirmed, Kai, the only person who was a master of all classes in history. At the same time in the stadium, the two Celia and Chelsea were competing, running desperately. Kato saw that and asked, Why are they training on the weekend? Leo leisurely and relaxed replied, Chelsea asked me to train her. Hearing that, he wondered, Then why are they only running? Where are their weapons? Leo still calmly replied, There is something more important than weapons. That is, at this time Celia stopped running. She panted while speaking for him. Our stamina. Even Chelsea gasped for breath and clarified. Stamina is the most important factor for a battle mage. That is why we are jogging. Move aside. After running like crazy for a while, the two girls also got to rest and receive water from Leo. Chelsea with a face smiling bright as a flower suggested. Jogging on the weekend is great. I miss this feeling. I also want to run with you. Her words made Celia startle, spitting water out while Leo asked back. Really? Seeing Celia spitting water like that, she pretended to ask, Gross. What's wrong with you? Only Leo understood why Celia reacted like that, so he immediately teased. Anyway, I plan to run with you. Must do it properly. She was naturally provoked by him ruffling her feathers, decisively replying. And I said already, I'm not running with you. Right at this moment, Kato spoke up saying, What's going on between you two? Why so close? At first I thought you two were dating. Celia heard that and helplessly explained. God, he is my cousin. Is the son of my biological aunt. Her explanation made Chelsea and Kato startle. Chelsea quickly asked back, You are a stinger? She didn't clarify this family relationship, but only spoke vaguely. Not exactly. There are some family matters. But ignore it. Suddenly Leo stood up and suggested. Then, let's do it for real. Chelsea, seeing him join, cheered happily. All right, let's go. Kato, seeing the situation wasn't good plan to sneak away first. Then I will go explore Lumia City. Celia naturally also wanted to sneak away, but unfortunately she was grabbed by Leo, so she could only helplessly call out. Take me with you. Looking at her being dragged away like a chicken like that, Kato helplessly sighed. Why in my life is there no proper noble? On the day of class division, students buzzed walking together to class. Leo walked to class 1 to 5. As soon as he entered, Kato called him. Over here. He approached his place and asked, Did you know you were in class 5? With a smug look, he confidently replied, There's nothing I don't know. Right at this moment, he saw Chelsea lying slumped on the table looking tired. Chelsea is also here. Hearing his voice, she tried using her remaining strength to speak up. Seeing her like that, Kato confusedly asked, What did you put her through over the weekend? Leo calmly replied, Just the basics. While she tiredly complained, Never doing it again. Just then a group of boys loudly teased. So this is class 5. The class of pain. How many of you will be left after the first semester? Poor new students. My condolences. Right at this moment someone walked over, interrupting these two guys. Poor. In my eyes, I see you two are even more pitiful. These two, immediately hearing that voice, startled, turning their heads. Harris, with a scary appearance, asked in a deep voice. You don't agree? Harris, with a scary face, said exactly one word. Chair. He is known by the name Harris Edmond. Homeroom teacher of class 1 to 5. At Lumen Academy. Nickname, the Wailing Wall. The two young men were scared into line by him immediately. Both answered in unison and quickly got into position. Nonchalantly, he sat on the backs of these two kids and spoke up, greeting arrogantly. Nice to meet you. Useless trash. This is the class for failures. Having the lowest scores among the newly admitted students. His voice deep, assuming. Surely you have heard rumors about me, right? Then he introduced himself while asking. The Wailing Wall. Does anyone here know why I chose to be the homeroom teacher for this class? Kato timidly raised his hand, answering. Is it to help us improve our grades? Without politeness, Harris bluntly criticized him. Kato, a typical answer of a last-place ranker. Then he continued, probing. Does no one in this incompetent class understand the duty of a student at Lumen Academy? Right at this moment, Chelsea raised her hand, answering. Is it conquering the hero world through practical missions? Harris immediately confirmed her answer and even said, Correct, it is. But I only see the faces of those who die instantly when stepping into the hero world. Better to be expelled. Pitiful people only burden teammates and will die first. Speaking of this, he also affirmed again. This is why I decided to be in charge of class 5. Besides, he also emphasized where his nickname came from. And the reason I am called the Wailing Wall. Right at that moment, Harris noticed Leo sitting properly below, staring at him intently. He was certain of one thing in his heart. That kid. Maybe will survive. Suddenly he requested. Students, change into gym clothes and go to the training ground. At the training ground, he declared. Time for combat research class. Moments later, class 5 students had changed and were present at the training ground. An umbrella was suddenly opened, followed by a folding chair set up. Harris sat leisurely on the chair, drinking water and explaining. Starting this class. Designed to correct damaged thoughts formed since entering Lumen Academy. Then he asked, What do you think will save your lives in real life? Where life easily comes and goes. A female student spoke up, answering, Isn't it my teammates? Who will protect me by my side? Her name is Nella Caven, Night Division. Special note. Healing aura. Hearing her answer like that, Harris sternly clarified and asked, "It is due to your own ability. Only when honing your own skills, making it shine through all dangers, can you help your teammates. But are you confident in your ability to protect your teammates?" As soon as he finished asking that question, a hand raised loudly declaring, "I am confident." Professor Harris. Seeing that, he immediately gave a problem for this student to try. "Then we will examine your ability as a magic knight. Create a fireball." He knew clearly what this person's name was and called Elizana. The confident girl creating this fireball is Elizana. Elizana Lardin. Versus class. Magic Knight. Looking at the fireball in her hand, Harris asked disdainfully, "Is that all?" Then he asked himself scornfully, "Just with a fireball? Don't know if it can kill an ant." Still keeping a confident attitude, Elizana suggested, "If adding more mana." At this time the fireball in her hand flared up, and she smugly asked Harris, "How is it?" He naturally also gave her praise. Not only increased the quantity to 2 fireballs, but also doubled the size. Impressive. Suddenly, he created something and requested, "Why not try hitting this little guy with your wonderful fireball?" So a tiny mischievous spirit was created by him. It quickly flew towards Elizana. Its tiny hand touched her nose and laughed teasingly. Being mocked by it, she immediately flew into a rage, then threw the fireball at it, but it still leisurely dodged easily. Seeing that, Harris immediately pointed out the mistake and criticized, "What's the point of increasing the number to 2, but unable to hit? See clearly, what you lack is the ability to use your skills effectively." Moreover, he added in the tired look of the students, "Need to hone your abilities and exceed your limits. Have you forgotten? Right now." He smiled a sly smile and declared, "Class will not end until catching the sylph. Unleash everything you have." Descendants of Lumen. Leo, after hearing Harris's words, also agreed with him. His words are harsh, but he is right. So he quickly tried catching the spirit. "I'll try once too." Looking at him enthusiastically catching the spirit like that, he calmly muttered, "Let's see." Leo Broad. He wondered, "Are you fake like that fictional hero Kai?" Moments later, the students all tried to catch Harris's spirit, but failed. Suddenly, a figure full of energy appeared. This figure zoomed at godlike speed. Leo used full speed to chase the spirit in Harris's wonder, or the first person truly born with all-round ability. Seeing him run like crazy like that, Chelsea exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, why is he so fast?" While Kato panted like a buffalo asking, "How can we catch it?" Ignoring who was doing what, Leo still chased the spirit. He used all his speed to run. Suddenly, he jumped high above the spirit, then dived down to its place, making it startle, turning around. With quick reaction, it hurriedly dodged to the side. Seeing it dodge to his side, Leo smiled smugly, one hand raised preparing to catch it. Just as his hand was about to catch the spirit, Duran appeared from nowhere and snatched it from him. He quickly stopped after catching the spirit. While the spirit was still screaming, wanting him to let go, he was busy glancing at Leo. Suddenly applause rang out. Seth stepped forward and said, "Seems like my class 1 has to teach you a thing or two." He is Seth Yen, homeroom teacher of class 1-1 of Lumen Academy. Special note, ranked 2nd in the graduating class vote. As soon as seeing him arrive, Harris wasn't nervous but still calmly drank water and asked, "Is that so? So you will teach the class instead of me?" Looking at the resumes of both people shows a world of difference. Harris Edmond, homeroom teacher of class 1-5 of Lumen Academy. Nickname, the Wailing Wall. Moreover, Harris has a special note. Ranked 1st in the graduating class vote. His indifferent attitude made Seth speechless. Suddenly Kato spoke up saying, "A confrontation between 2 pillars of Lumen Academy." Hearing him say that, Leo wondered. "Pillars?" He quickly explained. "Both of them have worked at Lumen Academy for over 20 years. From what I heard, Professor Zine, Yuga and Len were students of those 2. Nella, hearing that, asked interestedly, "Really? How do you know so well?" The gossip king Kato immediately showed off his bragging habit, replying, "I am quite sensitive to information." This made Chelsea want to vomit her rice out. Back to Seth. He was busy teasing his old friend. "Harris, I don't know what you are plotting deciding to take on this failure class." He took out a ball from somewhere and said, "But I will find out soon." With a smug face, He proposed. I request a competition between Class 1 and Class 5. The game he suggested playing surprised Harris a bit. Why not try Lumen's historical ball sport? Batera. Hearing him speak to this point, Harris suddenly stood up and said, "You are indeed a genius, Seth." He happily thought that learning from actual combat experience is best. Seth confusedly asked, "Class 1 will probably win, right?" Suddenly Harris sat down again and suggested, "No problem. You just continue teaching the class." This attitude of his drove Seth crazy. Why do I keep losing the graduating class vote to this guy all the time? Even the students felt sorry for Seth. Don't know why Professor Seth looks so pitiful. Just as Seth planned to leave, he heard Harris call loudly, "Class 5. He announced to his students, "I am giving you a chance to practice using your skills. There will be a Batera match with Class 1. Hearing him say that, everyone immediately buzzed. Batera, not stopping there. Also, he clearly declared with a serious face, "If you lose, you will be expelled." Hearing that threat, the students became chaotic. Are you serious? It's just the first class today. And Class 1 has 3 captains, Professor. Harris didn't care, leaning back in his chair replying calmly. Then must try harder. Exceed your limits. He looked at the worried students, slowly saying, "Besides, what is there to worry about?" He looked at Leo radiating a bright halo and confidently affirmed, "When the rookie representative is already in your class." Saying that, he lowered his eyes slightly, making a request to him. "Choose 6 representatives to go with you to Batera." He seemed to sense something in those eyes, silently exclaiming, "This clearly is a test." At the same time, he felt the surrounding gazes and told himself, "But Professor Harris looking at me isn't because he dislikes me. There are kids who lost their spirit after just 1 week in Lumen Academy, and it's not hard to understand the reason." From the reasons, he just realized. He was even more certain with his current thought. Maybe Professor Harris wants me to lead the Class 5 kids, those acting as if they already lost. Following that, he looked at Seth using a holy tool to start the match, slowly calling out. So then, Leo, full of determination, headed towards the constructed field. Must have some breakthrough in this Batera match. A way to raise Class 5's morale, and the representative players of both sides. First is Lumen Academy Class 1, including Duran and Celia. As for Lumen Academy Class 5 is Leo, Chelsea, and Kato. Suddenly, he saw their unusual emotions, asking, "Why trembling after all that?" Chelsea replied, a bit confused, "Probably you haven't heard of Batera, huh?" Leo, "Since you come from the suburbs. Batera is a combat sport and a long-standing tradition at Lumen." Hearing her hesitant words, he was even more confused. "Isn't it just a game with a ball?" Immediately, Kato interrupted, explaining, "Not just a game with a ball. The problem here is it is an extremely dangerous ball game." Suddenly, a voice called their girl's name with teasing words. "Hey, Chelsea, why do you look so scared?" It was Celia from Class 1 laughing, looking down on them. "Seems you accepted you will have to receive inevitable defeat, huh?" Hearing that, Chelsea angrily shouted, refuting, "Who's scared? Do you really think I will yield to a stinger?" Suddenly, a strong arm wrapped around her angry shoulder. Leo hugged her, and Kato adding encouragement, "Don't worry, our class won't lose." At the same time, a figure appeared behind Celia, visibly annoyed, clicking tongue. "Leo, and you too. I will show you the result of my special training." The person behind her was Chloe with a cold look and determination. "This time I won't lose." Leo. Moments later, Seth, on behalf of Harris, sleeping soundly over there, acted as the match referee. "Participants of each class, please enter the field. At Class 5 right now." Leo promoted the spirit of volunteering, asking people around, "Who will go with me?" As soon as his words ended, a pair of brave legs stepped onto the grass, moving forward. Chelsea cracked her knuckles, appearing full of determination. "I definitely must teach those people a lesson." Elizana stepped up with her burning with will. "If losing means expulsion, I will use malice to win if necessary. I will show the professor what I am capable of." Following those two were Nella and Tai, also volunteering to step out. Immediately after, he loudly pointed out the person trying to hide. "Kato, you also know the last spot is yours, right?" Being pointed out, he panicked. "But why?" Finally, He, like a soulless person, resignedly followed him. Class 5 is ready. Professor. Seth nodded slightly. Now then. He reached out, catching the ball falling into his hand. Following that, he used all his strength to throw the ball into the sky. At this moment, the whole space seemed to sink into silence. Chelsea frowned tight, lips pursed seriously, ready for the match. Kato was a bit dazed, gaping at the thing thrown into the sky. Leo was calm, with no worry appearing on his face. Unlike him, Tai was a bit worried and guilty, so secretly sweated bullets. But this pressure seemed nothing to Elizana, who was ready. Even Nella was no exception, and other watching students were equally nervous. However, different from their Class 5. Class 1's Duran looked calm like Leo. Celia followed the ball, timing ready. One looked at them, smiling, interestedly expectant, and Chloe with icy coldness, determined to defeat him. As soon as Seth's words rang out again, breaking the tense atmosphere, both leaders rushed towards the ball. Match start. Maybe due to lack of height, Leo's aerial dispute wasn't equal to Duran, as his hand touched the ball first. Immediately after, he held the ball tight, using his speed to quickly land on the ground, following the referee's sound. All right. Class 1 has taken the ball first, and as soon as Leo landed, he immediately signaled the person next to him, requesting, Tai, briefly explain the rules to me. Tai Maka, summoning division with his wisdom, immediately explained. Rules of Batera are simpler than you think. Pass the ball and shoot it into the goal without using hands or feet. The team scoring 2 points first wins. Just as they were busy chatting, a shout interrupted. Here it comes. Get ready. Hands emitting familiar golden lightning clenched tight, ready for an attack. Witnessing that, Kato startled, slightly guilty. Without hesitation, Duran used all his strength to punch the ball straight at light speed towards Leo. But his speed was no less. He quickly jumped up, dodging the ball, slamming straight into his position. Immediately after the ball slammed straight into his position, it didn't stop, but rushed straight towards the goal. In Kato's bewilderment, Leo landed again, turning to look towards his team's goal. After that beautiful scoring, the crowd around immediately cheered. Duran, Moira, good job. Only Class 5 people were silent with extreme despair. And Tai had no hope left, sadly speaking out. Seems Professor Harris plans to expel us all. But Leo didn't seem to mind asking, how do we gain control of the ball? Hearing him ask, he suddenly calmed down, replying, there are 3 ways. He immediately presented all ways for him to hear. When the ball goes out of the opponent's gravity line. When we catch the ball. Just as he prepared to say the last way, Nella's panicked voice rang out, warning, dodge. But that warning didn't seem intended for the two of them. They quickly turned their heads, following the warning sound direction. The ball mercilessly hit hard and knocked that person away. They urgently called the name. Elizana. The person who just threw the ball ruthlessly was none other than Celia. She laughed amusedly, looking down on them. What are you whispering standing there? She looked at the desolate scene around those caring for Elizana, reminding, not worrying about focusing on the match. Tai supported the heavily injured girl, continuing to explain. You cannot directly block attacks on opponent players. Just now, that was the 3rd way. When a team member is disabled after being hit by the ball. He looked at the ball slowly rolling over, saying, the only way you can attack them is with the ball itself. As soon as his words ended, a hand reached out, gently touching the ball. Thanks for explaining. Leo picked up the ball, shining under the sun. Now then, it's our turn. Match stats. Elizana. Disabled. At this moment. At the observation position outside of the 2 teachers of 2 classes. Seth pondered slightly. For players with high destructive fire attribute. Possess overwhelming advantage in Batera. Following his thoughts, Celia's image appeared powerfully as proof. And among human families, the flame of Stinger is the most powerful among them. Thinking so, he spoke to Harris, yawning a long breath next to him. You still accepted, even knowing our class has Celia's Stinger. I don't know what you plan to do, but it will be extremely difficult for your class to win. Seeing him look down on him, Seth was visibly annoyed. Hey you, talk like a human. Suddenly Harris. Call his name. Seton. He slightly lowered his glasses, glancing at the person beside him as a reminder. Do you remember your first student? The little one from Ginger's house? Seton recalled a figure and answered reverently. Of course. How could I forget? The Queen of Batera. Upon receiving that answer, Harris smirked with satisfaction. That very queen's child is in the 5th class. Hearing his words, Seton, slightly surprised, frowned at him. The atmosphere around the stadium once again grew tense. Back with the 5th class students. They were completely dejected, complaining. We're done for. After all the effort we put in to get into Lumen. As they were despairing, a flicker of fire suddenly appeared in their eyes. Is it ending just like that? Seeing that flame, it wasn't just the 5th class students. Even Celia became worried and said, It seems you finally made up your mind. Before them, it was Leo, radiating immense power, ready for action. As he channeled a massive amount of power into the flame-engulfed ball, preparing to throw, the others quickly shouted, It's coming. Be careful. The moment they finished speaking, he threw the ball without hesitation, sending it hurtling toward the opposing goal. But Chloe quickly erected a wall of ice to block his attack right in front of the goal. The flame, the ball, and the oppressive atmosphere vanished. It left a hole and several cracks in the ice wall. Having blocked the shot, she declared confidently, Leo, as long as I'm here, scoring will be impossible. From out of nowhere, he appeared beside her, cutting her off with a chilling voice. Possible. That's what you meant, right? With that, Leo leaped high into the air, level with the ball embedded in the ice. A powerful punch landed squarely on the ball without a hint of mercy. Under the immense impact, the ball shattered through the ice and shot straight toward the goal, to Chloe's astonishment. Witnessing this display, Seton was taken aback and thought to himself, his combat sense is incredible. As for Harris, he simply smirked with satisfaction. After Leo scored that point, the 5th class's morale was instantly revived as they cheered. Leo bravo. Go. 5th class. Hearing their cheers, Seton seemed to understand something and let out a soft breath. I see. So this is when the real game begins. Following that, it was Celia's relentless attack that brought the score to 2-1. To prevent the other side from scoring again, CA hurriedly created an earth wall to block the rear. A few minutes later, the score rose to 4-5 in their favor thanks to Chelsea's attack. But very quickly, with Ty's elimination, the score became 7-6, giving the 1st class the lead. Not long after, it was Hull from the 1st class who was eliminated by Leo's attack. And although Chloe tried her best to block it, the score still rose to 9-10 in favor of the 5th class. The next attack came from none other than Duran. He gripped the ball tightly, pouring his power into it. When he had gathered enough energy, he launched it straight at CA, who was guarding the goal. In the wide open space of the field, the electric ball flew in a zigzag pattern, hurtling forward, and a fearless hand reached out, intending to catch the ball. Seeing that courageous figure fearlessly trying to catch the ball, everyone around gasped and shouted. Immediately after, his legs weakly touched the ground. He was battered but still managed a conscious smile and said, My mana is almost gone. I'll leave the rest to you. With that, he tossed the ball forward. Leo then praised the one being helped off the field. Good job. The other students looked up at the scoreboard, discussing worriedly. The score is 10-10. It's the deciding point. But our opponents are the top 3 students. A hand gently reached out and touched the ball resting on the ground, amidst the despairing murmurs of the other students. Only he remained calm and confident in the fight. And we only have Leo. We're at a huge disadvantage. Meanwhile, in the 1st class, Chloe got into position, ready to unleash her power. I may have lost the magic theory exam, but this time, I won't lose. The moment she finished speaking, other ice clones of her appeared on the field. Facing this numerical disadvantage, Leo got into a ready stance and ran forward. Just as Celia and Duran also released their power and shouted, Here he comes. The power of wind seemed to surge into the heels of his shoes. With one light step, he leaped into the air, vanishing from the ground. Witnessing this speed, Celia's jaw dropped. Chloe couldn't believe her eyes. Duran gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. But all 3 of them exclaimed with the same thought. He's so fast. Similar to Chloe's power, Leo also created numerous afterimages that charged forward together. A few afterimages gracefully slipped past Celia, to her astonishment, and headed for the goal. He's not thinking about attacking. He's focused on scoring. Chloe. In contrast to her, Chloe was completely focused, her eyes filled with disdain. An illusion spell. How shallow. Where's the real one? The real one. The real one. But when she saw something different from what she expected, she was stunned. This magic. Chloe saw an entire ethereal dimension filled with countless afterimages. Behind each afterimage were twinkling stars. And just like that, Leo easily surpassed her, moving forward. Of course, after witnessing that, she completely collapsed, with no strength left to fight, because Chloe was now utterly bewildered, unable to believe what she had seen. The magic of the stars. How can a human use the magic of the elves? After that spectacular move, with the score at 11-10, the referee's voice rang out. The winner is the 5th class. The moment the referee finished, the 5th class students erupted in joyful cheers across the stadium. Other students emotionally hugged each other, crying, "I'm so glad we're not getting expelled. I was so scared I'd have to go home right away." Hearing their words, Seton immediately turned to the person beside him and questioned, "Expelled? What are they talking about?" Harris casually replied to him, "Let's just say it was for motivation." Ignoring him, Seton looked over at the top students who were in despair. He scratched his head wearily and let out a sigh. Then, he stepped onto the grass and walked toward them. Seton extended a hand to Chloe and asked gently, "Are you angry that you lost?" Seeing him, she whispered softly, "Professor." With every word he spoke, it was like free birds soaring in the sky. Once a match is over, regardless of the outcome, it's as if the gates of heaven open and an angel descends. Seton helped Chloe to her feet, gently advising her, "You must also greet your opponents." He was like a gentle father, tenderly comforting his children. To win for the 1st class, all of you worked very well together. The 1st class students' hearts filled with joy and pride upon hearing his words of encouragement. "You've learned to cooperate in battle." Seton spoke eloquently, as if he had prepared this speech for the children. "That is why you must be steadfast and proud." After hearing his speech, the 1st class felt a surge of strength and comfort, exclaiming, "Professor Seton." But their joy was short-lived. The reality was that Professor Harris had pushed him into an abyss. "You loser. Come over here and finish this." Seton was furious. "You bastard." A moment later, the stadium echoed with sounds of praise. Both classes did very well. Watching them get into position, Seton praised them. The 1st class demonstrated their talent and abilities. And the 5th class didn't give up until the very end, giving their all despite the challenges. He used every word of praise for the participants of the match. They understood their limits and successfully overcame the situation. "I hope you will work and compete with each other in harmony." Immediately after, he shouted the command, "Students, shake hands." Celia cheerfully congratulated the person in front of her. "You held on longer than I thought. I thought you'd lose much sooner." The person in front of her, Chelsea, quickly replied, "That's what I wanted to say to you. You're really resilient. I thought you were as flimsy as a squid." It wasn't just the two of them. CA smiled brightly at Duran opposite him. "Prince, we won this time." But his carefree words seemed to annoy the other person. He gave him a friendly look. Only Chloe, at this moment, kept her head bowed, her eyes welling with tears, on the verge of crying. Suddenly, a hand reached out with a word of praise. "That was amazing, Chloe." It was Leo. He sincerely expressed his thoughts to her. "With just a little more experience, you'll definitely become someone amazing." Hearing these words, she immediately looked up and questioned him. "Are you making fun of me?" But his well-intentioned face showed no such meaning. Seeing this, she lowered her head again, lost in thought. Finally, Chloe took Leo's hand, a new determination flaring up inside her. "One day, I will definitely defeat you." Time passed. A month later, at the school cafeteria, CA kept stuffing food into his mouth while asking the two in front of him, "By the way, what club are you guys going to join?" Leo calmly set down his cup and answered him, "I'm thinking of starting a club." Hearing his words, he was so startled he shouted, sending food flying. "Starting a club?" Seeing this, Chelsea looked at him with disgust and scolded, "Can't you eat more gracefully?" Though she showed such disgust for him, when it came to Leo, her attitude was completely different. "If Leo is starting a club, I want to join." Curious, CA asked about his intentions. "What kind of club is it?" He casually revealed it to them. "The Hero Research Society." Hearing the name, the two of them repeated it in unison. "The Hero Research Society?" Leo then explained it in more detail. I want to learn more about the forgotten hero and the founding hero, Kai. CA confidently asserted. Kai. He's not a forgotten person. He's a fictional character. It seems no one will join your club. Hearing that, Chelsea suddenly had an idea. Does this mean I'll be alone with Leo? Thinking this, she immediately raised her hand to volunteer. I want to join. Suddenly, the students around the cafeteria became agitated. They're back. Following the noise, CA looked out the door and exclaimed, That's right. It's today? Seeing him like that, she was confused. So, the three of them immediately stood up and followed the crowd of students rushing outside. Looking at the figures approaching, CA revealed with excitement. It's the day the fifth-year students return after clearing a hero dungeon. Fragments of the heroic records are scattered throughout the world. Over time, they run rampant and form dungeons. These are called hero dungeons. Leo watched them from behind the glass, thinking to himself, the proclamations of Lumen. To handle these hero dungeons and collect the fragments of the heroic records, they will be gone for at least 2 weeks, sometimes a month. Thinking about this, he suddenly remembered Gina and said to himself, Mom probably went through this too. When he saw Chelsea exclaim in admiration, CA cleared his throat. So they are the pinnacle of Lumen. After that cough, he began to introduce them. The muscular Easterner in the lead is Senior Lee Ramua. The southern girl next to him is Senior Toroyan. And I think the pale person in the hooded robe is Senior Unta. While explaining, he suddenly stopped, looking dumbfounded. But I don't see that person. While Leo was still confusedly repeating the name, a hand reached out from behind him. That person. As he was explaining, Leo was forcefully pulled away by that hand. The person at the pinnacle of Lumen. The student council president. And just as CA turned to ask him something, he was gone. That's right. He's not there. Huh. Where did he go? He was dragged outside the school by that person and immediately questioned. Celia, what's going on? This is a bit. She immediately let go of his hand and cut him off. There's a place you absolutely must go with me. Leo brushed the dust off his clothes and asked, Where? She turned her head and answered him casually. The city of Lumia. The student council president said he wants to meet you. Hearing this made him even more curious. The student council president? Why is he looking for me? Hearing this foolish question, she sighed, a little tired. You really have no interest in school-related matters, do you? You'll find out when you get there. A while later, the scene changed to the two of them inside a restaurant, waiting for someone. I wonder why he asked to meet in a place like this. It's so. The smell is strong, and it's noisy. Celia's face lit up with joy when she saw something. Immediately, she ran over and hugged the person, exclaiming, Brother, the person who just arrived is Ringer, Night Division, Lumen's student council president. 5th year. He patted Celia's head while greeting Leo. It's a pleasure to meet you, Leo Broff. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming for the all system, right? A moment later, a skilled movement of a knife and fork cut into a delicious piece of steamed bun. He watched them eat and asked for their opinion. Is it to your liking? Leo quickly answered. He only heard Leo's voice, not hers. He asked with curiosity, What's wrong, Celia? When he asked her, she quickly held up a piece of the bun and replied, This is the first time I've eaten something like this. She cautiously brought a piece of the pastry to her mouth to taste it. Instantly, her face turned red, and her eyes sparkled as she praised the food. It's delicious. Seeing her like that, Ringer laughed with delight. This is the restaurant I wanted to bring you to when you enrolled at Lumen. With that, he turned to ask Leo, But I didn't expect you to be her son. He asked back in surprise. You've met my mother before? He quickly continued. I met her a few times when I was young. Moreover, she was very famous back in her school days. He was surprised and found it hard to believe. My mother? Ringer smiled happily, recalling the look in Gina's eyes back then as he recounted. She did many things that became legendary. For example, she said the dessert in the dormitory restaurant was terrible. A few hours later, they finished their meal. The siblings, Celia and Ringer, started chatting, as it seemed they hadn't seen each other in a while. Only Leo remained silent, watching them thoughtfully. As expected, he truly deserves to be called the strongest in Lumen. He looked at the handsome and charismatic person before him, assessing him. It seems it's only a matter of time before he becomes a hero. After they were done, he stood up and suggested, All right, Shall we go get some dessert? Celia happily accepted the invitation. Immediately after, he put his hands in his pockets and told them, I'll pay. You two go on ahead. As he reached into his pocket for money, he suddenly touched something. Ringer pulled the brightly shining box from his pocket in surprise. He looked at the glowing record fragment in disbelief and exclaimed, Why is it? The scene changes. It seems they are back in the classroom, with scribbles on the board. Suddenly, a voice in the classroom made the legs dangling on the desk stop. Professor Harris, I have a question. He immediately called on the person with the question to stand. Elizana Layden, let's hear what ridiculous question you have this time. She raised her hand high and stood up to state her opinion. Why haven't we chosen a class representative yet? I heard the other classes have already chosen theirs. Hearing her, Tai suddenly remembered. That's right. Hearing this, Harris looked bored, cleaned his ear, and replied casually. Class representative. Right. I completely forgot. Immediately after, he looked at the most prominent student in the class and appointed him. Leo, you do it. Hearing him appoint someone without hesitation, Elizana complained, unwilling to accept it. What's this about? Tai also disagreed and quickly expressed his view. Professor, shouldn't we choose democratically through a vote? Suddenly, a mountain-high stack of paper was placed heavily on the desk, and when she heard the task Harris requested, she froze for a few seconds. Class representative, take this back and sort it out. Immediately after, she obediently sat down without another word. Just then, the speaker on the wall made a few announcement sounds. In a short while, we will be holding a combined hero studies class. The noisy sound echoed steadily in the classroom. All first-year students, please prepare to go to the auditorium. I repeat, in a short while. Hearing the announcement, Leo spoke up with a stoic expression. Professor, we should get ready to go. Harris immediately snapped his fingers and praised him, as expected of the class representative. A while later, in the hallway, it was bustling with students everywhere. CA, walking with Leo, suddenly spotted a familiar figure passing by. He immediately greeted the zombie-like person. Hey, Chloe. You look exhausted. She looked utterly tired, like a ghost, and pleaded with him. Do you have any fatigue recovery potions left? Could you sell me some? He immediately took out 2 vials and gave them to her. He tried to rummage through his bag, but couldn't find any more. I only have these 2 left right now. After observing Chloe for a moment, Leo finally spoke up to ask, the school year has just begun. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? She didn't answer, but immediately drank the entire vial she had just received. After finishing the potion, she wiped her lips lightly. Then, Chloe coldly turned away and said decisively, I'm fine. Seeing this action, CA was somewhat impressed. Wow, that's amazing. She's the top student in magic theory. At this moment, Chelsea chimed in. I think Chloe has no choice but to be worried. She recalled the past and said, the moment Leo learns the latest magic trends, he might even catch up in the magic theory test. But he foolishly asked back, what's wrong with being ranked second? Seeing how dense he was, she got a little annoyed. Do you really have no brain? You idiot. She's a mage of the tower. Chelsea explained it more clearly to him. I'm a battle mage, so it's okay if my theory falls behind a bit. But investigating and researching magic is the core of a tower mage. Her pride is at stake. With that, she was filled with doubt. Are you really a mage? CA shrugged and replied casually. Of course. I use magic to make a living. She looked at the babbling fool and judged him openly. I guess self-sufficient magic is his pride. Immediately after, a loud shout caught Chloe's attention. Die. At the same time, in another room, a hand was gently tending to each leaf of a plant. Suddenly, the person sensed something unusual and stopped. Kalina's eyes flickered with astonishment. The damaged page of the hero is reacting. An old voice looked at the page in the box and inquired, did this page of the Heroic Chronicles really react? Ringer, opposite Kalina, replied politely, yes, it's a page that was so damaged. It shouldn't have been able to react. But it definitely reacted. There were no accomplishments nearby either. He frowned slightly and continued to ask, did it react again after that? He suddenly broke into a cold sweat and answered, it didn't react. Receiving this answer, he took the box, looking pensive. Kalina covered his mouth thoughtfully and muttered to himself, I'll have to investigate this. Following that, Ringer bowed respectfully and left with his permission. You've just returned. You must be tired. Well done. After he left, he closed the box and called someone else in. Elena. She stepped beside him, radiant, awaiting orders. Headmaster. Kalina handed her the box and instructed. Take this to the auditorium. The founding hall. The first-year joint class will begin soon. Elena quickly nodded in response. I understand. After she left, he walked to the office window and thought with a sigh. There are times when small fragments like this react, like a signal from the universe. The image of Leo and the page appeared like an omen. If someone recorded in the heroic chronicles comes into contact with it, it will react. Scene change. A while later, at the Lumen Academy auditorium, the first-year joint hero studies class. The person on the podium now was Athenia, the professor in charge of classes 1 through 8. The first-year hero studies professor. She looked flustered, gently pleading with the students below. Everyone, please keep it down. But the students didn't seem to listen. They continued to chat animatedly without stopping. This seemed to anger her. Everyone, sensing the oppressive, murderous aura radiating from her. The students immediately fell silent. If you don't want to get beaten, Athenia summoned her inner demon, furiously threatening the students. Shut up, you bastards. Do you want to die? Because of this anger, the student in front quickly shook his head when she aimed her question at him. Should I kill you first? She became like a frantic rock star, shouting, These kids won't listen. The very next second, she immediately fell silent and returned to normal. Seeing the atmosphere around her soften, she changed her tone. Finally, it's quiet. The students who witnessed this scene were speechless as they saw the radiant Athenia once again. Thank you. Among them, one student was trembling and sobbing. So scary. No matter how many times I see her. Our professor is just too terrifying. Only Leo calmly assessed her. So she's a spirit mage? Even in my previous life, they were hard to find. Once things settled down, Athenia took out a weapon and said with a bright smile, We will now begin the first-year joint hero studies class. She raised the dagger in her hand and began her lecture. After the appearance of the heroic chronicles, the reason why hero clans emerged is this. She gently stroked the sharp blade, explaining wisely. To open a hero's world, you need an item deeply connected or associated with that hero. Therefore, the descendants of a hero can more easily open that hero's world. That is why Lumen Academy, the preserver of the heroic chronicles, and these families have a deep relationship. Although this is a political matter, should I say it's like the relationship between a key and a treasure chest? Hearing her teachings, unlike CA, who was fast asleep beside him, he found it fascinating. Interesting. While the professor and students were in class, Elena's figure appeared at the door. Does everyone now understand why hero studies is important? Yes. But Athenia hadn't noticed her yet and continued her lecture. Hero studies is important because it helps us find clues to explore a hero's world or learn more about them. As you approach your final year, you will choose a hero to inherit their power and try to complete that hero's pages. When she finished speaking, she finally noticed Elena's presence right beside her, with the box in her hand. She stepped forward to take the box and prepared to introduce it. Everyone, this is a fragment of the heroic chronicles that Lumen's fifth-year students have collected. The moment she finished speaking, the students in the auditorium gasped in awe. Immediately after, she gently opened the box. The students seemed to hold their breath, watching her slow movements. But suddenly, Athenia changed her mind and closed the box. All right, in that case, before we experience the fragment of the heroic chronicles, her action left the students a bit disappointed. Immediately after, she posed a surprise question to the students. Can each of you tell me what you want to do when you become a hero? Immediately, Celia volunteered and stood up to answer. I want to become a knight who surpasses the previous generations of my family. Hearing that determination, Athenia praised her. That's an excellent goal. Following Celia was Chloe. I want to write a magic book containing only spells of my own creation. Following her, another boy hesitantly stood up. Next, it was CA's turn, who had woken up at some point, to boldly state his goal. I want to be someone useful to heroes. Just as he sat down, feeling the professor's praise, the person next to him stood up. It seems student CA wants to be someone who can support heroes. That's wonderful. Leo stood up with an oppressive aura. His voice, filled with determination, enunciated each word. My goal is to completely annihilate Erebos. Hearing this, Athenia froze in surprise. It wasn't just her. CA was also stunned by his answer. And even the two homeroom teachers of the 1st and 5th classes were astonished, sensing the tense atmosphere. As soon as he sat down, Athenia quickly spoke to break the tension. That's a wonderful goal. All right, next. But at this moment, behind him, two people were sneering contemptuously. Is he dreaming too big? It seems the first-year representative's dream is on a different scale, isn't it? Seton then turned to ask the person next to him for his opinion. What do you think? Harris calmly and gently replied. It's chilling because he's not the type to make empty boasts. He said that on the surface, but inside his mind was racing. It's been thousands of years since Erebos was scattered into many pieces and sealed, but he has been revived many times over the years. Disaster struck just from one of his fragments being revived. His eyes were fixed on the person below, filled with doubt as he wondered. But his dream is to completely annihilate Erebos? After a round of asking about their goals, Athenia continued the lesson with the main topic. So today, we will read the hero page collected from the dungeon. After each class guesses which hero's page it is, we will learn how to resolve a hero's world. By the way, in case anything unexpected happens. As she spoke, the spotlight shone on the senior figures in the back. The class professors will also be observing, so please don't cause any trouble. The long-awaited moment had arrived. The students were extremely excited and exclaimed. Finally, Nayla was radiant with endless hope. This is the first time I've touched the heroic chronicles. Unlike her relaxed demeanor, Tai was a bit tense. I'm so nervous. And Athenia began to give instructions as per tradition. All right, first, the representative of each class. Please come forward. The representatives of each class included elite names like Celia from the 1st class. The representative of the 5th class was Leo. It wasn't just the two of them. There was also another familiar face, a boss. Enchen Sia, the top student from the Eastern exam. Athenia held the box, waiting for the first person to approach, Leo, and explained. This time, 2 hero pages have been recovered. Of course, for this lesson, we will only be using one of them. She presented 2 boxes with 2 different fragments. The other one is a very small piece, but we brought it out to show you that such fragments also exist. She held them forward and called his name, Student Leo. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and took the largest fragment. A stream of light immediately radiated from the fragment. He watched in some surprise as the light and ancient characters flew out before him. The light emanating from the fragment between them grew stronger and stronger. A mysterious command was executed. The hero's record opened. Following the unclear magical announcements, countless magic circles appeared on the ground, radiating immense power. Setsun felt a surge of anxiety and shouted in alarm. Is it going haywire? The moment he finished speaking, the characters and the mysterious light guided them through time and space, through a mysterious black curtain. Finally, the 3 professors, along with Leo and the other class representatives, were teleported to a mysterious location, an unknown world, an unknown time. Before the students' eyes were corpses strewn across the ground, a horrifying scene. A student who witnessed it screamed in panic. Dead bodies. Harris immediately appeared to calm them down. Everyone, stay calm. This is a hero's dungeon. Professor Setsun also realized something and pointed. Harris, look at that wall over there. Before them stood a city wall, which, though sturdy, was partially damaged. The Age of Calamity. The last line of defense was the last city. Leo remembered something and said to himself, back then, my wish was truly foolish. Suddenly, the figure of a woman approaching from the distance drew everyone's attention. That's Lysinus, one of the 4 great ancient heroes, she stated firmly. But, we will save this world. Leo also watched with a vacant expression, saying nothing. The two stood facing each other amidst the chaotic battlefield. Unexpectedly, he unconsciously called her name. Liz. A brilliant golden light enveloped her body. Lysinus gave a gentle smile. Then she transformed into energy that flew throughout the room, causing the students to panic in confusion. What the hell was that? Chania asked worriedly. Professor, what's happening? Harris raised his hand as a signal, then announced, "Class is cancelled. Everyone, remain calm and leave the lecture hall." The students obeyed and immediately left the room. Only Leo remained, standing still, holding a small piece of paper and staring at it intently. He held it up and thought, "This is Kai's fragment." The professor, confused as to why Leo hadn't left, walked over and watched him with his arms crossed. The scene changes to a lecture hall, where a loud shout echoes through the room. Her friends were discussing something. Elena asked excitedly, again and again, "You said you saw the King of Wisdom? Awesome. So that was the hero's record of Lady Licinus." She clenched her fists and wailed in regret. "I should have been the class president. What a waste." Seeing this, Kai sighed and started to tease her. But he immediately suffered the consequences as Elena landed a painful blow on him. Professor Harris had appeared at the door and spoke. "I was just checking to see which class was the most well-behaved. Turns out it's this one." He glared at them with a menacing look. "Study on your own, or get expelled. Your choice." Then he angrily slammed the door shut, leaving them to stare after him in bewilderment. Leo, with his arms crossed, was lost in thought. Why was my hero's record so chaotic? It was a world that even I didn't recognize. He recalled the event. Something wasn't right. But we must save the world. It's as if someone intentionally corrupted my hero's record. Leo's eyes narrowed in concentration. The hero's record is an item that allows one to inherit a hero's power. If there's someone who doesn't want a new hero to be born, Urbis. I need to investigate why the hero's record was in chaos. Time passed at the academy. 1 month later, magic class. Lon was still diligently teaching his students. Original. In other words, it's signature magic. This will be the practical exercise for your midterm exam. Below, the students listened attentively, but the topic was so complex that they were all sweating. He continued to speak about its properties. Original magic is a type of magic that clearly expresses the personality of the mage. In this day and age, as incantations have become common, mages no longer pursue original magic. Original magic. It can become a trump card to protect yourself in a critical situation. The professor continued, speaking about the origin of what they were using. Star magic is a magic that all spirits know. In truth, it is merely a copied version of original magic. The only person in history to use true star magic was Luna, the creator of star magic and the ancestor of the nebula. Suddenly, Chloe turned to look at Leo as he listened to the lecture. The memory of her previous battle with Leo flashed in her mind, and she looked at him with a defiant gaze. He was also drawn to the book beside her and turned to look. Leo seemed to realize something, sensing a dark aura emanating from the book. That is, at that moment, Chloe realized it and grew anxious. She hastily put the book away in a panic. Leo seemed to know what it was and thought, a forbidden book. The teacher's voice rang out with an announcement. "I know you'll be looking forward to your original magic. Class is dismissed." After class, she stood up to leave, blending into the crowd. But Leo quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Wait, Chloe." Knowing she was caught, her face paled, and she was speechless. Leo gave a friendly, cheerful smile and said, "Let's have lunch together." But his main purpose was the book Chloe had hidden in her bag. "She's hiding a forbidden book." She abruptly pulled her hand away, her voice cold. "I don't have time for that. I will definitely beat you in this practical exam. What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, CA appeared from nowhere, cheerfully slinging an arm around him. "Leo, you dare to threaten the Ice Queen's top spot in magic?" Remembering their match, Chloe said, "Although I lost to Leo in battle, when it comes to magic studies, I must be the best." Her hand clenched with determination as she looked at her rival. "So this time, I will definitely." A cold declaration of war was spoken. "Beat you." Leo accepted with excitement. It would be a shame to avoid it. Chloe, her challenge accepted, nodded. He had no hostile intentions toward her and even cheerfully extended his hand. "Well then, I wish you the best in your preparations." Chloe didn't hesitate to accept this gesture of courtesy. Witnessing this, CA looked at them with sparkling eyes full of admiration. They're shaking hands. Outside the academy, the sun peeked over the mountains in a brilliant, beautiful sunset. At this time, Leo appeared inside, the hero's tower. He walked up the stairs, searching for something, thinking. Somewhere in here is the forbidden library of Lumen. If it's there, there might be clues about my lost heroic records. Two upperclassmen passed by, whispering in praise. Isn't that a first-year student? What's he doing here? So cute. Suddenly, a voice called out, Leo Brav. When he looked up, he saw a blue-haired girl, Toru. She blew a bubble with her gum and looked at Leo, saying, Professor N talks about you a lot. Hello. He politely bowed his head. Hello, senior. But she didn't let him leave so easily, blocking his path with her leg to question him. What's a first-year student doing in the Hero's Tower? Leo didn't hide anything and answered, I'm here to see the student council president. Toru looked at him with an amused expression. Then she continued, If you belong to the magic department, I'll let you pass. I heard you registered for the magic studies class. Then she just gave a satisfied smile. After hearing that, Leo politely said, Thank you, senior. As they passed each other, Toru called out a reminder. Leo, I hope you'll choose the magic department as your major. When he turned back, he saw her give him an expectant smile and then assert, I'm reminding you. Leo didn't answer immediately, just gave a smile as if he would consider it. Then he continued up the stairs. After walking for a while, he was finally close. The last step was just to take the elevator to the 9th floor of the tower. After fumbling for a moment, Leo couldn't operate it and stood there, confused. He exclaimed in confusion, Why want to go up? Suddenly, a hand surrounded by energy pressed the elevator button and explained, You need to channel mana into it, for it to move. When Leo turned, he saw a friendly man greeting him. Nice to meet you, Leo Brav. Manhwa approached with a friendly smile to get acquainted. You're the rumored first-year representative. Leo bowed to the person standing before him. Hello. Manhwa looked at him and asked, Why have you come to the Hero's Tower? He looked up and answered with a smile. I have some business with the student council president. Manhwa rubbed his chin and said with amusement, Oh, look at this. A freshman who's not scared of me at all. Bold enough to barge straight into the student council president's office alone. Leo explained to him. I wouldn't call it barging in. But he still maintained a cheerful expression and said to him, You should seriously consider joining the night division. What do you say? Leo didn't know how to respond and could only manage a forced laugh for him. After arriving in front of the student council president's office, he sighed to himself. Am I already tired before the main topic even begins? Leo raised his hand and knocked on the door in front of him. President Rez. I'm Leo Brav. May I come in? A voice from inside the room answered him. Come in. He pushed the door open and stepped into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw someone was already waiting. Ringer sat behind the desk, smiled at him, and asked, What's the matter? He remained silent for a long moment, not answering him immediately. Then his gaze began to change, looking straight into the other person's eyes as he spoke. I want to enter the forbidden library. Ringer's face also became serious, the smile on his face completely vanishing as he looked at him. Leo, I know you're not the type to joke around. He began to explain, but there are only two ways for a regular student to enter the forbidden library. The first way is to conquer a hero dungeon. By tradition, the conqueror of the dungeon will personally return the recovered pages to the heroic chronicles. Leo's gaze was fixed on him, resolute. Ringer lowered his head and said haltingly, As for the second way, he rested his chin on his hand, smiled at him, and stated a condition. I'll tell you once you join the student council. The sky above was clear and blue, the bright sun peeking out from behind the clouds. On the day of the night division's practical exam, the excited voices of the students echoed in the examination arena. It's finally here. The first practical exam day for the night division. A lot of people came to watch. CA pointed and discussed with the other students. You can't watch a match like this without popcorn. Chelsea looked at his antics and remarked. It seems CA is very passionate about his business ventures. Elena, walking beside her, patted her shoulder and just chuckled. That's just K's style. He'd still make a lot of money even if he weren't at Lumen. At this moment, Leo was standing in the crowd, looking around. He thought to himself, It seems Chloe didn't come. A shout rang out in his ear. It's starting. Anbai stood with his arms crossed in front of a group of students lined up neatly. His face was now stern as he announced to them. The first sparring match. The first name is called Hanais of the first class, followed by the second name, Leo Brav of the 5th class. Step forward. CA, standing outside the arena, noticed someone who had just appeared. Then he turned and ran cheerfully toward them, calling out, "Professor Seton." He paid no attention to him, still looking forward as he asked, "What is it?" CA was holding things in both hands, his face full of anticipation as he asked, "Would you like to buy some popcorn and soda?" Seton chuckled and asked him back, "You think I'd buy that?" Asked Hanice. He didn't leave, but turned to look at someone and nodded. Celia, on this side, seemed to have received the signal and nodded back at him. She ran to Seton, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "Professor, will you buy popcorn for us? It looks so good, it looks really delicious." CA also called on the other students, and they began to chant a name together. "Seton, Seton." A group of students looked at the two of them and repeatedly called out, "Seton, Seton." But he just stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed, silent for a long moment. Finally, Seton parted his lips and said to him, "Give one to everyone." CA immediately replied with glee. Down on the field, Leo was now facing Hanice. He smiled at him. "Good luck. First up, Night Division, the hero family of the Knit lineage." He licked his lips, staring at him. "It seems you're not paying attention to me. You'll regret that." Basic Lumen information. The Night Division's midterm practical exam passed by winning 5 sparring matches. A female student in the stands asked with curiosity, "I wonder what the class representative's skills are like." The male student sitting next to her explained, "Because Leo is majoring in 3 subjects, there's bound to be a gap compared to those who focus on just one. Don't forget, Hole is the 3rd-ranked student in the first class, right after Celia and Duran." Hole, on the field, was continuously spinning his weapon, thinking to himself, "Leo Brav, that arrogant guy who's always hanging around Celia." Ambai loudly announced the rules to them. The one who renders their opponent unable to fight will be the winner. Treat this sparring match as a real battle. A black energy source suddenly appeared before Leo's eyes. His eyes widened at what he had just sensed. He tilted his head and glanced toward a building in the distance. A room in that building was the source of that energy. Inside the dark room, Chloe sat at her desk, continuously writing something. Suddenly, she forcefully tore up the paper she had been writing. Chloe's whole body began to tremble as she gritted her teeth and said, "It's not right. There's no way I can create this unique magic with my abilities alone." She reached out and swept the neatly stacked books off her desk. Chloe's face was covered in sweat, an image of someone appearing in her mind. She bit her lip and declared, "I absolutely cannot lose to him in this practical exam." She tilted her head, noticing something on the floor in front of her. Chloe stared at a brown book. "With this, I can win." Her eyes slowly changed, a glint appearing in them. "This time, I will definitely win." Back to the battle in the arena, Leo was still looking up at the mysterious power that had suddenly appeared. Opposite him, Hole smiled as he thrust the tip of his spear toward him. "Too careless," he thought smugly to himself. "Got you." Leo reacted in time, tilting his head to the side and nimbly dodging his attack. Hole didn't stop and attacked again. Serpent Spear. The sharp spearhead aimed straight for his chest and lunged forward. But in an instant, Leo reached out and effortlessly caught the spearhead right in front of him. Hole couldn't believe it, his eyes widening as he wondered to himself, "What is this strength?" Leo forcefully pulled the spear in his hand toward himself. Hole's entire body was pulled forward by his strength, causing him to rush forward. A fist appeared unexpectedly, landing a precise blow on the side of his cheek. This time, Hole's entire body was sent flying backward. Leo waved his hand, a smirk on his lips as he asked, "Who said I was being careless?" A green mist was released from Hole's body. He stood up, frowning at him. "Don't get cocky. The match has just begun." Poison mist. He thought to himself, "A guy who can't even use aura. Having great strength doesn't mean your fundamental weaknesses are solved." Leo raised his hand and released a burst of red fire. He looked at the mist above him and assessed. Poison aura. Unique. The fire from his hand spread into the air, pushing back the aura surrounding his body. Hole looked at him and sneered. "Unless it's on the level of Celia's fire aura. Otherwise, it's hard to push me back." Leo's body was engulfed in red flames, and before Hole knew it, he was standing right in front of him. "You're the one who's always careless." His red flames blazed fiercely, almost completely incinerating Hole's aura. The students in the stands were all eating popcorn while intently watching their match. Duran was also sitting among the crowd. He frowned deeply, his arms crossed as he stared at the situation of the match. Celia was stunned, her eyes wide as she looked down at the arena. She wondered to herself, "Since when did you strengthen your fire aura to this extent?" Hole looked at the power radiating from Leo, unable to believe it, and thought to himself, "So, fire on the same level as Celia's. This madman. The stubborn guy who wants to master all schools. If he's this strong." He smirked and said, "I originally prepared this to defeat Celia." His hand reached out, releasing something. "I never thought I'd have to use it on you." Lore. A snake with its mouth wide open lunged forward. "That's the technique. Serpent prison." Leo looked at the snake coiling around him and calmly praised. "Not bad." Hole's face was full of confidence as he glanced toward the stands. "What do you think, Celia?" His eyes were fixed on Celia in the crowd, as if he were saying to her, "This is the technique I prepared to counter your fire." She let out a sigh and suddenly raised a finger, pointing forward. The snake coiling around Leo was now slowly being burned by his flames. Finally, it was completely incinerated by the flames, vanishing without a trace. Hole's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Impossible." He gritted his teeth, gripped his spear tightly, and continued to charge forward to attack. Leo, on the other side, also drew his sword. He swung his sword in a single slash, easily deflecting his spearhead. Leo smiled at the person in front of him. "You shouldn't let your guard down until the fire is out." The tip of his sword was now pointed directly at Hole's neck. An announcement rang out. "The winner is Leo Broff." Chelsea, in the stands, looked at him below with shining eyes. "Amazing. As expected of Leo." CA also smiled and said, "All right. I knew I could count on you." As the match ended, Hole turned to leave, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect him to have this level of combat skill. No wonder he's always at Celia's house." Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. "Not bad." Celia smiled, standing in front of him, and praised him. "You were great." His face turned slightly pink, and he looked away, laughing awkwardly as he asked, "Really? You said I was great?" The announcement continued in the arena. Next, Elena Layden of the 5th class versus. Hearing her name called, she eagerly got into position. "Who's my opponent?" The announcement rang out again. Chinsia of the 5th class. "Will the two contestants please step forward?" Elena's whole body stiffened after hearing her opponent's name. She looked at the person slowly entering the arena and lamented. Of all people, it had to be one of the top 3 in the division. The two girls stood on the field, silently looking at each other for a moment. Chinsia clasped her hands and bowed. "Please guide me." On the other side, Elena also bowed back to her. "You too." The command was shouted. "Begin." A hand reached out, controlling its power. Chinsia moved her hands, and numerous streams of water slowly appeared in the air. On Elena's side, she activated her power, and a magic circle appeared at her feet. Flames erupted around her. She pointed her sword forward and charged, beginning her attack. Leo stood with his arms crossed behind the crowd, watching the match unfold and silently assessing. It seems she's quite badly injured. Elena's attack seemed to hit a barrier, and her whole body felt like it was struck by an electric current. Immediately after, she was sent flying backward. Elena fell to the ground, her body still smoking. The announcement of the result rang out. "The winner is Chinsia." She clasped her hands and bowed again. Elena pushed herself up to a sitting position, smiled, and waved her hand. "At least I didn't back down against Sia." Leo observed the girl and commented, "Although the compatibility was bad from the start, but it's a pity. If she had kept her cool, she could have done better." The voice calling out names rang out again. Next is Celia Zinger of the 1st class. As soon as the announcement ended, everyone started to buzz with discussion. Celia confidently stepped into the arena. Versus Duran Mora of the 1st class. She immediately turned her head and saw him standing behind her. Celia smiled, let out a breath, and looked at him, saying, "This might be interesting since my opponent is you." Duran remained silent. His brow was furrowed, his face serious as he stared at her. CA, sitting in the stands, held a box of popcorn, wearing 3D glasses as if watching a movie. Leo, sitting beside him, asked, "Looks like this will be a good match." He stared straight ahead, pushed the popcorn box into Leo's lap, and said, "It's starting." The other students were also watching the match with wide eyes, constantly shouting, "Go for it." The sun shone brightly overhead. Down on the field, Celia looked at her opponent. Let's see who the top student of the first class's night division is. Duran still remained silent, just staring at her. A slash was unleashed, drawing a streak of golden light in the air. Celia and Duran both swung their swords, and the two began a direct confrontation. A student squinted at the immense power unleashed by the two of them. Is this the combat ability of the top students? CA watched the match, stunned, and asked, "Amazing. Who do you think will win?" He put some popcorn in his mouth and answered him. "On the surface, Celia will lose." He gaped and turned to look at him. "No way." But Leo added in his mind without saying it out loud. "But Celia's eyes." He smiled and thought to himself, "It seems she has a trump card to turn the tables." Duran was charging forward at the speed of lightning. He swung his sword, slashing past Elena's face. A bleeding cut appeared on her cheek. She reacted quickly, raising her sword to deflect his blade. Elena raised the sword in her hand, pointing it straight at the sky. Flames blazed, coiling around the blade. A barrier had now appeared above them, enclosing them both. The students outside the match, seeing the scene before them, all exclaimed in assessment. "They're serious now." Leo, still looking straight ahead, praised. "You use your head well." Celia, CA, sitting beside him, looked bewildered and asked, "What's happening?" Leo began to analyze the current situation for him. "Look, the first-year arena is quite small." Celia realized she couldn't keep up with Duran's speed, so she has turned the arena into her own stage. He looked at the flames surrounding him and said, "From now on, Duran's movements will be restricted within that shell of fire. The heat also obstructs his vision." Leo looked at Celia's state in the match and praised. She was always amazing. But Celia has grown even stronger. Duran, trapped in a sea of fire, wiped the sweat from his face. So hot. But he didn't know that Celia had appeared behind him. As she leaped high to attack, he looked up and suddenly noticed. Duran poured all his strength into his arm, swinging his sword to counterattack. But Celia didn't give him the chance. She effortlessly caught the blade aimed at her. She smiled and raised her head with force. "It's over." Celia slammed her head forcefully into Duran's. His eyes rolled back into his head. A large welt appeared on his forehead. Duran lay motionless on the ground. The announcement rang out. The winner is Celia Zinger. The crowd around them began to cheer loudly. Celia rolled her hand and asked him, "Why don't you try developing your physical strength more?" She extended her hand to him. Duran rubbed his red forehead, looking at her without answering. Finally, he stood up and also reached out to shake her hand, ending the match. The students watching in the stands, their eyes shining, entered a fan-like state. "Oh my! That victory pose is so beautiful. I have to record this." Leo looked at her below and remarked, "It seems the training has paid off." CA, next to him, was also shouting, "Celia, you were amazing, Celia." Harris had appeared behind the two of them at some point. He chewed on popcorn and said, "So Celia really won." Then he turned and left as if nothing had happened. "Thanks for the explanation, class rep." CA looked at his back and asked, "When did you sit down, sir?" End of the day. Night division. The practical exam is over. The final results of the exam are: first place, Celia Zinger. 4 wins, 1 loss. Second place is Duran Mora. 4 wins, 1 loss. Next is Chinsia. 4 wins, 1 loss. The final student is Leo Brav. 5 wins, 0 losses. 1 week later, the language written exam. Harris held a stack of papers in his hand and said, "You all worked hard." He carried the stack of exams to the door, then turned and waved at them. "Don't any of you fail and get expelled. Work hard." The students in the class looked at him and wondered, "Should I drop out before I get expelled?" The white classroom door closed with a loud bang. Elena, sitting in the class, growled in anger and shouted loudly, "Expel this, expel that." 2 students spoke in unison. "Chelsea, let me see the answers." She closed her eyes, hesitating, and said, "Who should I show first?" The classroom was filled with chatter and discussion. "Chelsea, me first." "Chelsea, let me go first." At this moment, someone walked over and looked at Leo who was sprawled on his desk, and asked, "How was the test, class rep?" He lifted his head, rolled his neck, and answered, "I think it wasn't too bad." Nayla laughed and looked at him. Even the class rep, who always seems to have everything under control, can have a red face. Huh? Leo's face went blank as he asked, "Do I look like that?" She smiled and said to him, "If you feel pain anywhere, let me know. I'll heal you with my magic." CA, sitting on the other side, began to complain. "Nayla, my shoulders and back are all stiff. Help me too." Before he could finish his sentence, Chelsea rushed over and punched him hard in the back. "Does it still hurt now?" She smiled warmly at the person in front of her and asked, "Leo, how is your summoning practice going?" Tai said you rarely come to the summoning practice room. He propped himself up and turned to answer her. "I practice hard where no one can see." Chelsea's face was now filled with adoration. "That's just like you, Leo. So, what rank do you think you'll get in the summoning exam?" Leo parted his lips, but didn't answer immediately, instead asking back, "Me?" His eyes were full of confidence as he declared to her, "First place, of course, on the day of the summoning division's practical exam." Early in the morning, as the sun rose in the sky, inside the arena where the students were gathered, an announcement rang out. "Hello. It's that time of year again. The biggest event of the first semester for the freshmen. Welcome to the Summoner's Race." A student sitting in the stands commented, introducing himself. "It's a pleasure to work with you all. I'm Dan Batist, a third-year student of the Summoning Division at Lumen Academy." Celia crossed her arms and asked the person sitting next to her, "Is this a real test?" Ringer explained to her, "The Summoner's Race is a long-standing tradition in the Summoning Academy. It makes it very popular. Furthermore, because it's one of the events selected for the Interfederation Exchange, it's always a hot topic." CA, with his usual cheerful demeanor, held popcorn in one hand and a drink in the other, just like the last competition. The other students were just like him, eating popcorn while watching the competition. Tai looked up at the surrounding situation and remarked, "Why are so many people gathered here making so much noise? It's distracting me. So annoying." The other students also began to frown and complain. "It's really annoying." Leo just remained silent, standing still on the field without saying anything. Iri's gaze was now fixed on him. Warren and Chelsea, like him, maintained a calm demeanor, waiting for the race to begin. Eliza suddenly spoke. "You showed extraordinary skills after the Night Division's practical exam." She directed her gaze at Leo and asked, "Have you prepared well for the Summoning Division's practical exam?" He warmed up his body while looking at her and answered, "Of course." But Eliza remained skeptical. "For someone who claims to be well prepared, I've never seen you once in the training sessions." Another student, hearing this, also began to doubt. "That's right." Suddenly, the others became agitated and said to him, "If you're taking this lightly, then just give up. We've never even seen you form a real bond with a summon." Tai felt the situation was getting out of hand and stepped in front of the two, trying to reason with them. "Come on, everyone," the blonde student said in an angry tone. "Don't take his side just because you're in the same class, Tai. That guy completely looks down on us." Shinsia glanced at the situation around her. "The atmosphere is so tense. If it's like this before the exam." Lu from the Eastern Continent's Summoning Division looked at her. "Shinsia, since you also got a high score in the Night Division, you don't need to bother with summoning, right?" She looked at him. "That." Warren, who had been silent until now, suddenly interrupted her. "It's too noisy." He put one hand in his pocket and slowly walked forward, looking at the people in front of him. Warren of the Summoning Division, the top scorer from the Southern Continent. He frowned and said, "If you want to argue about who's ridden a summon longer, don't do it in front of me. Go somewhere else." Lu's face was filled with anger as he looked at him. "What did you just say, Warren?" He crossed his arms and looked at him with contempt. "I said it's annoying when people who've ridden a summon a little longer act like it's a huge achievement." He pointed a finger at him and asked, "Feeling guilty? You rarely show up for taming practice either." Warren's brow furrowed even tighter. "That's because it's not worth my time to practice. I'm not the kind of idiot who can't even handle a single griffin." Lu was so angry he raised his fist and aimed it at the person in front of him. "You bastard." As his arm swung out, it was blocked by another hand that appeared out of nowhere. Leo looked straight into his eyes as if to remind him, "If you fight before the exam, it won't just be a warning. you'll lose your right to compete as well. In the end, he could only click his tongue and lower his fist. Tai scratched the side of his cheek and explained to him. The first years in the summoning division have been in a bad mood lately. Leo asked, confused. Why is that? He began to explain anxiously. Summoning is a field where there's a large skill gap between the minority and the majority. But because you and Chania, who aren't summoning specialists, are at the top, the second-year summoning division once called all of us in. Plus, you guys rarely come to practice. Leo glanced at the students standing around and thought, indeed, it might look like I'm slacking off. It's not that I'm being lazy. In a high corner of the stands, unnoticed by anyone, a mysterious figure in a black cloak was staring down at them. He said only one sentence. It has finally begun. Then he stepped into a spatial gate and left. Meanwhile, down below, Lu's body seemed to be radiating a strange power. Just wait until the exam. You arrogant bastards. His eyes had turned red, and he kept repeating in his mind, I will destroy all of you. Test began to announce to everyone. Before we begin, let me explain the rules of the event. First-year summoning division students can only use summoning skills in the exam. Even dual system students are forbidden from using aura or magic. When the event starts, tame the griffin in front of you. Then, everyone will start moving. Cross the summoning island. And then use the Lake of Silence as a landmark to return. Who will be the star of the summoning division's midterm practical exam? We're about to find out. Lu and Eliza, on the field, were listening intently to the rules of the event. Leo remained calm, not at all afraid, standing tall and ready for the test. The participating students had begun to gather, lining up at the starting line. Suga reminded them one last time. Freshmen, don't be nervous. Do as you've practiced. Anyone who loses heart under pressure will be left behind in this exam. Immediately, Lu and two other students felt anxious and told themselves in their minds, don't tremble. Professor Suga smiled and cleared his throat. Get ready. The red-haired, freckled student glanced at Lu. He nodded back at him. The command was shouted. Begin. Immediately, the competing students ran forward at high speed. The two who had been standing with Lu didn't run forward, but instead activated their own power. They aimed at Leo and Warren's positions and began to attack. The spectators outside didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? The students of the summoning division. It seems they planned this beforehand. They're all targeting the freshman representative, Leo Brav, and the top student from the south, Warren. Leo remained calm, raising his hand to block their fire attack. Tai had already managed to get on the back of his griffin mount. He turned back and called out to him with concern. Class rep. He shouted back at him. Don't worry about me. Just go. This is an exam. He looked back at him one last time and said worriedly, sorry. Then he pulled the reins and rode the griffin away. The students watching from the stands also felt it was unfair and spoke up. That's dirty. That summoning division bunch. If you can't compete fairly, just drop out. Leo looked at the flames surrounding him and thought, I knew we were disliked, but I didn't expect them to team up to interfere like this. At that moment, the commentary echoed in the arena. The fifth-class students are being too loud. But this is a form of strategy. As I was speaking, Warren has immediately dispelled the elemental magic. He has escaped the magic encirclement. He casually walked to the cage of a griffin mount. Warren, sitting on its back, looked at Leo and asked, You seem to be in a tough spot. Need help? He raised his hand to shield his face and answered him, I'll handle it myself. Warren didn't say anything more and rode the griffin straight up into the sky. The entire arena was now left with only Leo, surrounded by a magic circle, and a single griffin in its cage. Chelsea's face was filled with worry as she stood in the stands, frowning at him below. Oh my God. Suga looked at the situation on the field, her brow furrowed in thought. The rift between the first-year students is deeper than I thought. They're openly cooperating against him. She looked at Leo, surrounded by blazing red flames, and couldn't help but worry. Leo's main specialty isn't spirits, but summoning. This test will be difficult for. Before she could finish her thought, Suga stared down at the field in astonishment. Leo was concentrating, chanting a summoning spell. O spirits, please remove my shackles and open the path before me. Grant me the great mercy of nature. O spirits, please remove my shackles and open the path before me. Immediately after, a little fire spirit and a wind spirit appeared. She marveled as she watched him gently recite the summoning chant. Spirit language. And so fluently, too. Each incantation that escaped his lips left Suga amazed at her student. How is this possible? Leo looked up at her and gave a confident smile. Suga's eyes widened as she suddenly realized something. Immediately after, she let out a sigh, calmed down, and said, "He must have learned summoning." Scene changed to a windy hill. A flock of beasts was circling in the sky. The race was underway. A student laughed loudly, saying smugly, "Serves him right. And he's supposed to be the system representative and the best student from the South? He couldn't even get started. He'll definitely be in last place." Lou laughed mockingly, called out to Eliza, and said, "How do you feel, Eliza? Pretty satisfying, right?" Contrary to his expectations, Eliza replied unhappily, "I don't like this. I could have beaten Leo or anyone else without resorting to this." He frowned angrily and asked her, "What?" She looked down, annoyed. Her sharp gaze questioned him. "What do you think others will think of the summoning class after this?" Lou maintained his arrogant attitude and laughed loudly. "Who cares? Those guys will have to face humiliation." Eliza just left him with a warning. "Next time, think carefully before you act." With that, she quickly urged her beast to speed up, leaving him behind. Lou gritted his teeth in anger, but only dared to curse her in his mind. Arrogant brat, acting all high and mighty just because you have your family's backing. He also sped up to chase her, thinking confidently, "But anyway, I'll definitely get second place." A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Besides, Eliza, I'm the best at controlling flying beasts." This time, at that moment, a shout cut through Lou's thoughts. "Look behind you." Shinsia was controlling her beast, closely following him. Lou looked at her in astonishment, standing on the back of the beast, and couldn't help but be terrified. What kind of stance is that? His mind raced. She doesn't even need to use spirit power to enhance the beast. This speed is impossible. He quickly ordered his accomplices. "Everyone, let's take her down together." The orange-haired girl immediately summoned a spirit. "All right, take this." The small spirit flew to attack Shinsia. But at that moment, she gracefully maneuvered her beast to fly higher, evading the spirit's attack. Then, Shinsia unexpectedly appeared above her, a terrifying smile on her face. The orange-haired girl was shocked, unable to believe it. "What?" A terrified scream rang out. Shinsia leaped off the back of her beast, and with a precise kick, she struck the girl. The orange-haired girl fell freely to the ground, screaming in fear. "This is cheating." When Shinsia was safely back on her beast, she looked down at her and said casually, "I didn't even use my aura." Then she quickly sped up, riding the wind to catch up to Lou. Shinsia put on a friendly and enthusiastic expression to greet him. "Hey, Lou." He angrily threatened her. "You made a mistake making an enemy of us." Shinsia thought for a moment and then reminded him, "I have to admit, I'm not good at aerial combat. But I'm not your only opponent." Lou asked, confused. "What?" She smiled brightly at him, but her words carried an unspoken dread. "Someone is very angry about your little tricks." Just then, an explosion occurred right behind him. Lou was startled and immediately on guard. Shinsia watched the continuous explosions targeting the group of summoning class members following him and said, "It seems Warren is the type to hold a grudge." Warren sat on the back of his beast, looking at Lou. A fireball formed in his hand as he cursed him. "You piece of trash." Then, a giant fireball from the spirit he summoned flew straight at him. "Take this in return." Lou panicked and summoned his spirit. Score. It quickly appeared in front of him to protect him. However, the explosion still happened, and a series of fireballs shot out and detonated, terrifying Lou's beast and his accomplices. Scene changed back to the starting point, the arena. The announcer was speaking. First-year Representative Leo Brav, famous throughout Lumen for his ambition to join the ranks of the Academy's best students. But today, he seems to be struggling to shine in this competition. But could it be that summoning is Leo's fatal weakness? A gloomy atmosphere hung between Leo and the beast. Their eyes were locked in a standoff, neither willing to back down. He suddenly noticed the wound on its wing. Leo's face darkened as he looked at it and said, "As a hero candidate, participating in such pranks is shameful." He grabbed the reins on its neck. The beast let out a painful cry. The announcer said, "Leo is trying to tame the griffin. My advice is not to try to ride one when it's on guard like this." In the stands, Celia gasped, "Oh no, why is Leo trying so hard?" Ringer, beside her, was calmer and replied, "He must have his reasons." Leo tensed, pulling the reins to stop the panicking beast. He gripped the reins tightly and spoke to it seriously. "I know how you feel, but right now, you have to listen to me." He frowned, a menacing aura radiating from him as he commanded it. "Kneel." The beast immediately fell silent, frozen in fear. With that, he released the reins. The beast obeyed his command and knelt, lowering its body. Leo decisively pulled out the stone shard embedded in its wing. Once done, he smoothly climbed onto the beast's back. It let out a roar and spread its wings to fly. On the screen, the image of Leo starting the race was displayed. The announcer commented, "Leo's griffin has joined the flight path. A difficult start and a string of bad luck. It seems last place is unavoidable. Sitting on its back," he said. "This might hurt a lot. You've endured it well. Very brave." A flame lit up in his eyes. Leo began to chant, "In the name of the one who made the pact, I command you, appear before me." Fiora was summoned and appeared. Following that, a flame erupted and began to spread. The flame engulfed the beast's body, causing it to let out a sky-shattering cry. Celia, in the stands, looked at the screen and wondered, "What's with that fire?" Ringer was lost in thought. Ringer's fire? No, this isn't the fire of an aura. So what is it? Elsewhere, as the race continued, 2 summoning class students who were attacked by Warren earlier were dejected. The girl said, "Their injuries are very serious. At this rate, we won't be able to reach top speed." The boy in front replied, "But at least we can avoid last place. Let's relax a bit." At that moment, sensing something, the boy turned around. Leo and his beast, engulfed in flames, were hurtling toward them, causing the two to scream in terror. He smiled smugly and thought, "Now let's see. Let's speed up a bit." What followed was a thrilling chase. Leo sensed something unusual and was immediately on guard. A black dragon appeared, roaring in front of him. Leo was shocked, his eyes wide as he looked at it. He couldn't believe his eyes. That's Fafnir. A large and ferocious black dragon brazenly blocked the racer's path. A few minutes before this happened, Eliza was chasing right behind Warren, shouting, "This is where it ends for you, Warren. I can't give up first place." He remained calm. He just gently snapped his fingers. A small flame appeared in front of her. Eliza was shocked and immediately pulled the reins to avoid the flame in front of her. Just a second after she changed direction, an explosion occurred. She thought in surprise. A critical hit using a fire spirit and a wind spirit. Unexpected thoughts jumped into her mind. Eliza was suspicious. This move isn't just a display of spirit control ability. I've never heard of him taking a magic class. Warren's sharp gaze flew toward her. Her vigilance made her instinctively think about him. Warren. A smug smile appeared on Eliza's face. But, no matter how strong the attack is, if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. With her skill in controlling flying beasts, she easily dodged the explosions he created. Warren looked at her, his voice imposing. "Then let's see if you can dodge this." He created ice magic. Instantly, a series of sharp ice crystals formed. With just a wave of his hand, they were quickly surrounded by enhancement magic and flew toward Eliza, to her horror. Eliza looked at the attack and could only utter one word. She pulled the reins to a stop, then turned to face the attack. A surge of magical power gathered on the beast's body. It let out a roar. Next, the beast spewed a stream of fire at the approaching ice crystals. Eliza looked at Warren coldly, her presence no less imposing. The stream of fire completely neutralized his attack. Warren frowned in thought. Summon beast enhancement. The announcer at the starting point watched the battle in awe and quickly commented, "What an incredible battle." Warren used 3 spirits for his attack, while Eliza countered with summoned beast enhancement. Seizing the opportunity, a figure zipped past the two of them, taking the lead. The announcer, also caught off guard, quickly caught up. And in that moment, Shinsia took advantage of the opening to surge into the lead. She looked back at the two behind her with a triumphant expression. "Well then, thank you." Before she could finish her sentence, A purple rope wrapped around Chunxia's neck, causing her to jerk her head back in alarm. Eliza used her weapon to hold Chunxia back. She shouted, "I won't allow that, Chunxia." Chelsea's attention was diverted by a small flame that suddenly appeared in front of her. Sensing danger, she immediately leaped off the back of her beast. In the nick of time, she escaped Warren's massive explosion. Chunxia forcefully tore off the rope wrapped around her neck. Immediately after, she gracefully landed back on her beast and continued the race. Her face showed a mix of surprise and excitement as she said, "The top students of the summoning department. They're no ordinary bunch." Suddenly, a deafening roar cut through the situation. All three of them turned to look ahead. It was Lu, sitting on the back of a black dragon, heading toward them and cursing. "Damn it!" The three of them couldn't help but exclaim in unison. A black dragon. Lu's face was contorted with anger, veins popping. He growled, "I'll kill all of you. You bastards." Chunxia panicked and quickly reminded him. Riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules. However, he seemed to be blinded by rage and screamed, "Shut up. I don't care about that." Then he commanded the black dragon to attack, saying, "You who rely only on talent. I'll kill all of you." The group immediately dodged the attack. Scene change. Back to the present. The giant black dragon was blocking the path of the three of them. Warren asked in disbelief, "Did that idiot make a pact with a black dragon?" Chelsea answered him, "That's not a black dragon. It looks more like a mutation." A cry rang out. Everyone turned to look behind them. It was Leo who had caught up. Seeing him rushing toward them, the three of them, without planning it, exclaimed his name in surprise. Lu was stunned to see him appear. He said, "How did you follow me here?" "Whatever. I'll take you down." Without letting him continue, Leo cut him off in a low voice. The four people present were all surprised by his sudden change in attitude. Leo's face darkened with a murderous aura. His sharp eyes looked at Lu and asked, "Where did you get that lizard?" He, still foolishly unafraid, laughed smugly and answered him, "So what? This is my power. I made a pact with my summoning magic. You seem jealous of my summoned beast, don't you?" Leo looked at him grimly and assessed. Mistaking that thing for a summoned beast? How ridiculous. That's a mutated beast. A beast controlled by the mages of Tartarus. He couldn't help but remember images from the past when he fought them. It's one of the fiercest beasts of the Tartarus army that we annihilated during the Great Calamity era. Where did he get that beast? Lu commanded. "Attack, Black Dragon." Instantly, a massive burst of dark energy shot toward him. Leo and the other two quickly dodged its attack. Passing the three of them, only Chunxia remained, watching the attack hurtle toward her. He shouted a warning to her. "Dodge it." Chunxia immediately formed a shield in front of her. She thought in fear. It's too late. The dark energy slammed directly into her weak shield. The shield began to crack. Chelsea closed her eyes and screamed in fear. The next second, both she and her beast were in freefall. Leo timed it perfectly and rushed forward. He precisely caught the unconscious girl in his arms. He thought, she lost consciousness from the fall. "First, we need to ensure Chelsea's safety." He shouted to the other two. "Everyone, get down to the ground now." Eliza nodded in agreement. The three of them landed one by one on a nearby hill. Lu commanded the black dragon to fly back and forth over the spot where Leo's group had landed. He looked down at them. A dark energy radiated from him. Lu, consumed by his desires, laughed with satisfaction and said, "So this is what it feels like to look down from above. Not bad at all." After saying that, he and the black dragon dove down. The race announcer was still commentating enthusiastically. "The contestants have deviated from the course and are out of broadcast range. So many things are happening at once." He continued, "Lu has summoned a black dragon and is attacking the other leaders." But before he could finish, Suga kicked him away and scolded him. "You idiot. Is this really the time for commentary?" Suga quickly grabbed the microphone on the table and gave an order. "Summoning department assistants. Deploy the flying summoned beasts immediately. The match is temporarily suspended." Seton and Lon, upon learning the situation, quickly arrived at her location. He asked urgently, "What's going on, Suga?" She turned off the mic and answered him. "It seems Lu has made a pact with a high-level demonic beast instead of a regular summoned beast. Both of them were startled. Seton exclaimed in shock. What? He looked at Lu's overly excited state and bloodshot eyes and said, he won't be able to withstand its influence for much longer. Is Lu really controlling that high-level demonic beast on his own? Harris suddenly appeared behind the two and asked, are you saying someone else is controlling it? Seton turned his head to answer him. I'm not sure, but it's possible. Immediately after, Harris gave instructions to everyone in the room. All right, Suga, take the summoning assistants and stop Lu. If necessary, restrain and destroy the demonic beast. The rest of the instructors, spread out and protect the students. Everyone replied in unison. Harris continued, and Seton, you're coming with me. Seton nodded with a determined expression. The two of them, with a commanding presence and serious attitude, left the room. Scene change. Back at the hill where Leo had landed. He gently laid the injured and unconscious Chinsia on the grass. The other two also landed right after. Warren looked up at the sky, which was covered by a dark shadow, and said, it's coming. Lu also commanded the black dragon down to the hill. He looked at Leo standing before him and said contemptuously, if you were going to run, you should have hidden better, shouldn't you? Why did you all gather in this open space? Contrary to his expectations, Leo calmly replied, I wasn't hiding. He looked at him in surprise and asked back, what? He calmly walked closer to him and continued, and the creature you're riding is neither a summoned beast nor a black dragon. Lu laughed mockingly at him. As a member of the summoning department, I say it's a black dragon. Why are you acting like you know better than me? Leo cut him off coldly. That's a demonic beast. Hearing that, Lu fell silent, not knowing what to say. The two behind him also frowned tensely. Scenes from this life and his past life appeared intermittently. The time in his past life when he fought and died flashed before him. The will of both lifetimes merged. Leo said with determination, I was waiting here to destroy that disgusting demonic beast. That statement seemed to voice his past self's feelings when facing this black dragon. Lu, on the back of the black dragon, looked at the three people before him and suddenly lost control, laughing loudly. Eliza remarked, oh God, he's gone crazy. His eyes bulged, the veins in them prominent as he looked at Leo and asked, what did you say? Then he roared, do I look like I have to listen to you? His black dragon was gathering energy within its body. Lu growled and shouted, die. A massive burst of red energy shot forward. A giant stone hand rose from the ground right in front of this attack. Eliza came to a conclusion. He's clearly lost his mind. A stone golem appeared, blocking Lu's attack, protecting Leo's group behind it. Warren had summoned it. He said to him, eliminating such a disgusting existence. I agree. Leo brave. Lu gritted his teeth, pulled the reins, and thought in shock, sweating. Golem magic technique. Eliza, who had been watching, also stepped up beside him. She said, are you guys planning to be cool all by yourselves? I'm joining in too. The three leaders stood with a commanding presence. Eliza spoke first. First, we have to get that idiot out of the enemy's grasp. Warren, maintaining the magic, replied, the summoned golem is about to break. Get ready. She questioned him, annoyed. You can't do anything right, Warren. Leo looked at the two of them bickering and couldn't help but smile. The stone golem, under the attack of immense power, gradually cracked under the pressure. Lu laughed smugly and said, even a golem is nothing special to me. As expected, my summoned beast is too amazing. After withstanding the assault for a while, the golem shattered. He roared again. Where are you, you rats? The black dragon, under his control, let out a terrifying roar. Eliza angrily swung her vine whip at Lu. He hastily dodged, scowling in fury. How dare you attack me, you bitch? It was Warren's familiar snap of the fingers. A small flame appeared on the black dragon's head as it prepared to fire another energy beam. Immediately after, the flame exploded right on the black dragon's head. Warren, with a flame in his hand, stood there observing. Then he said softly, now. Leo seized the opening, receiving the signal. Lu looked at them in horror, speechless. Before he could finish, Leo had rushed in front of him like a gust of wind. Next was his cold face as he kicked Lu squarely in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. He gently landed on the back of this black dragon. Lu's body suddenly trembled, as if something was controlling it. A strange voice rang out. A good effort to pull this kid away from the enemy. But this is as far as you go, you little flies. His face was contorted from the recent kick. He glared at him. Leo said in surprise. You. Eliza and Warren below said worriedly. Why did you go alone, Leo Broth? On the back of the black dragon. Lou had gotten up after the attack. He stood before him and taunted. Scared now? Young hero candidate. Leo looked at him with sharp eyes. He said, You're a beast mage. A Tatterus. Where's your main body? It can't be far. He laughed with amusement. A shadow appeared behind Lou. He answered him excitedly. You figured out my true identity? Interesting. Very interesting. Still so calm in this situation. You truly have the makings of a perfect hero. He moved closer to him and continued. In that case, you will have to die here. With a wave of his hand, a blade of wind shot out, pushing Leo back. The attack pushed him to the very edge of the saddle on the black dragon's back. Leo lost his balance and fell off its back. Lou just stood there, looking at him smugly. Without any panic, he calmly summoned a fireball. The tiny Fiora appeared, continuously flapping its tiny wings as it flew up. He smiled at it and said, Fiora, it's your time to shine. Remembering his past life, Leo explained his abilities. I'm an all-system user, but I've never reached the pinnacle in any single system. He spoke of his team members back then. For Aura, Aaron and Durin were more skilled. As for magic, he introduced. For magic, there was Luna, the last one, and for ancient summoning, there was Lazina. Back in the present, with the same thought, Leo said, So I chose. Fusion of abilities. At this moment, his eyes were covered by blazing red flames, reflecting his current state of excitement. A series of powerful energies were channeled into Fiora's body. It began the process of evolution. Leo said it was a combination of aura and magic. Continuing to evolve, it was a combination of magic and spirit power. Fiora's vast wings appeared. He continued to speak of the final combination. Spirit power and aura. After Fiora finished evolving, it used its talons to grab Leo, flying suspended in the air. He looked at its new form with amusement and teased. Now you look more like a phoenix, huh? As soon as Fiora finished transforming, Lou's black dragon let out a roar. Leo thought to himself, it's reacting to the phoenix's energy, the opposite of a demonic beast. He, on the back of the black dragon, asked him doubtfully, a phoenix summoner? What is your true identity? Leo calmly stated his condition. If you tell me where to find the one who captured that Fafnir, I'll tell you. He was eager to destroy him and said, You even know about the Calamity-era beast. I can't let you live. With that, he commanded the black dragon to gather energy, preparing to attack him. Leo drew the sword at his side and pointed it straight at Lou. A fireball gradually formed, directly confronting the dark energy from the black dragon. He said cautiously, Fiora, it's coming. He quickly used his skill, the secret sword style of Zinger. Leo chanted the incantation. Phoenix's breath. Secret art. Flashpoint. The two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion. Leo looked tensely at the black dragon before him. He used all his strength to block this immense energy. Lou, seeing him struggle, said smugly, It's over. Before he could rejoice, he sensed danger and shouted, Who's there? Leo, while he was distracted, wondered, Is his main body being attacked? His spirit power is decreasing. Seizing this opportunity, he focused all his strength into this final move. With a roar, a giant flame shot out, striking the black dragon and Lou directly. He only had time to utter one sentence. This guy? Before he could unleash a torrent of curses, his black dragon, having directly absorbed Leo's attack, began to overload. Immediately after, due to the immense pressure, it exploded before his eyes. Leo looked up and praised his companion. Well done, Fiora. Now let's go home. The moment he finished speaking, Fiora reverted to its original form. The two of them were once again suspended aimlessly in the air. Leo realized something and froze on the spot. The entire forest shook with his piercing scream. Scene change. In some dark forest, a mage was sitting, casting a spell. He said, This is as far as you go? Hero candidate. Let's finish this. He suddenly sensed a threat and glanced around. An immense gravitational pressure suddenly appeared, crushing his body. He coughed dryly and then shouted angrily, "Who's there?" Seton was floating in the air beside him, creating the pressure that was crushing him. Harris, standing below, spoke up. "This is for that person. Beast Mage. Tartarus." A dark energy escaped from his body. The mage laughed eerily and said, "So it's the two pillars of Lumen." Seeing him make a strange move, Harris also acted, locking him down along with Seton. The mage's body continued to transform. The black smoke completely escaped his body. It said, "A pity. We'll have to reschedule." After saying that, it slammed down on the ground, causing everything around to shake. Afterward, all that was left was dissipating black smoke and the fragments of a discarded body. Seton said, "It seems he escaped." Harris, beside him, replied, "It seems they've started to become active again." He began to collect the fragments of the mage's physical body and replied softly, "Yes." In the forest, the wind rustled and leaves fell. Seton said thoughtfully, "Lumen is no longer safe." Back to Leo. He and Fiora were still in freefall down the hill. He held onto it, trying to give a command. "Fiora, return to the world of summoned beasts." At that moment, a voice called out, "Leo." Vast dragon wings appeared, blocking out the sun. The dragon quickly grabbed his collar, holding him up. Suga let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Are you okay?" Leo was surprised, while Fiora in his arms was deeply grateful. He said, "Professor Suga." She gave a relieved smile and remarked, "Thank goodness we weren't too late." The dragon landed gently, still holding him in its mouth. Leo was now safe. In a dark cave, a fully cloaked person was heavily injured after a fierce battle. A mysterious girl walked up to him and said mockingly, "How pathetic. Defeated by a low-level hero candidate." The other person clutched his still bleeding arm and retorted, "He's no ordinary hero candidate." He explained everything. He has a pact with a phoenix. This information briefly surprised the girl. The man continued to add, "And he knows Fafnir's true identity." This made the girl's eyes widen in astonishment. She licked her lips, feeling extremely interested. This seems to be getting interesting. Elsewhere, Leo was walking slowly down an empty hallway. He was deep in thought about the new information he had received. The midterm summoning practical exam has been cancelled. Not long after, on the day of the magic class practical exam, Lon stood sternly on the podium. Suddenly, all the students stared in amazement toward the classroom door. Chloe walked in with unusually golden hair. They exclaimed in shock, asking, "Your hair color." Chloe didn't react to their questions and walked silently into the classroom. She slowly walked to her desk under the surprised gazes of her classmates. Leo also noticed and looked at her thoughtfully. Lon scanned the classroom to check the attendance. Leo looked at the dark circles under Chloe's eyes and asked with concern, "Did you stay up all night studying? You don't look well." Lon, on the podium, suddenly spoke up, "It seems everyone is here. Now let's focus. I hope you have all prepared an original magic that embodies your personality." The students listened to him attentively. "It would be a waste for me to be the only one to witness your wonderful magic, so..." Lon paused for a moment, then continued, "I will invite 3 people to join us. These 3 are your seniors." Someone was already waiting outside the classroom door for Lan's invitation. Lon looked toward the door and introduced them. They graduated from the magic major 3 years ago. The first to enter was a proud girl named Ruta Fernie. The second was a chubby-looking boy. His name is Aiden Lux. The last to enter the class was a petite girl with a confident smile. Her name is Sino. Lon officially announced in a serious tone once they had all appeared. "They will be the judges for your exam today." The newcomers continued his words, warmly greeting the students. "Hello, juniors." "Hello," CA whispered to Leo. "It seems they're going to give us high scores this time." Leo was skeptical, not believing his words were true. Will it really be that easy? Lon quickly began the exam. He looked at a student. "Elizana Layden, please come forward." Elizana cheerfully replied, "Yes, sir." The small girl quickly stepped onto the podium before the judges. Elizana's eyes sparkled with excitement as she greeted the 3 seated below. "Hello, seniors." The flamboyant girl continued to introduce herself. "I am Elizana Layden from the 5th class. It's an honor to meet you." Her somewhat exaggerated voice made CA, sitting below, turn pale and get goosebumps. Immediately after, Elizana quickly performed her magic. A bright stream of light shot up like a brilliant firework in the classroom. She cheerfully presented her attribute. My main attribute is light. Ruta, hearing this, seemed excited and praised. What a rare attribute. Elizana continued to show off her abilities. She snapped her fingers, summoning a scorching flame. If you add the fire attribute to a light attribute magic like this, the flame in her hand quickly blazed, forming a large, powerful vortex around her. You can unleash a powerful heat ray magic. Witnessing Elizana's ability, Sino exclaimed with a hint of surprise. But her next words were somewhat critical. It's no different from basic light system magic. This remark stunned Elizana. She exclaimed in disbelief. After the first student finished demonstrating her skills, the judges quickly recorded their scores. Aiden was busy writing down the score without a single word of comment on the performance. After a while, all three passed their results to Lon. Lon looked at the result sheet he had just received. Sino gave a C-. Aiden gave a C. Ruta gave a C-. Lon quickly tallied and announced the score. Elizana, C-. He said coldly and sternly. All right, next. The students buzzed about the unexpected score. A C. Why is it so low? I want to drop out. Immediately after, the other students took turns demonstrating their abilities. The strict judges gave unfavorable scores. Smith Becker, C. One result sheet after another with very low scores was passed around. Nick Abe, C-. It was K's turn, and he stepped up to begin his test. He demonstrated his ability to control water, which was rated higher by the judges than the other students. K. Thomas, B+. Chelsea also stepped up to practice her ice magic. A cold, bright orb was summoned. Chelsea Lee Welling, A. Both of them achieved high results, causing them to jump for joy and celebration. By now, the judges were a bit bored with what they had seen. Sino squinted, feeling dissatisfied, and thought to herself, not bad, but something's missing. Ruta had the same thought. She thought coldly to herself. Professor Lon said this year's students were really skilled, but so far, Aiden was different. He still had some hope for the remaining students. Let's see the remaining students. He looked at the names on the score sheet and smiled to himself. These three are the real deal. Lon continued to call the next student up. Next, Abbas coldly stepped forward. His expression was unusually calm. Abbas Welling. The female students below all cheered at his outstanding appearance. So cool. He's as handsome as Kalina. The judges and Abbas, ignoring their chatter, focused on the exam. Abbas turned and wrote something on the large board. After a long while, he stopped and began his presentation. I will demonstrate the tempest. The judges were astonished to hear of this skill. Lon smiled proudly at his student. Abbas proudly continued, asserting, once perfected, it is estimated to be ranked. He tapped the chalk lightly on the board and said sternly, first in class, not long ago, at the magnificent castle of the Lee Welling family. In a spacious courtyard, a large magic box was summoned to protect Abbas as he performed his magic. The mages at the four corners tensed, maintaining the protective barrier. They were sweating profusely as they witnessed the magic. Abbas's incredible power. Abbas quickly summoned his magic. A powerful surge of energy radiated from him. A gust of wind appeared, lifting Abbas's entire body into the air. He clenched his fists and shouted, unleashing his magic. A powerful tornado erupted immediately after. The violent wind seemed to want to sweep away all obstacles. The tornado shot out from the magic box, launching high into the sky. A small deer, unaware of what was happening, wandered close to the large tornado. It was unfortunately caught by Abbas's magical wind. The small deer was quickly swept up into the air by the powerful tornado. Abbas also saw this and was extremely tense. He quickly used his magic to create smaller gusts of wind to catch the poor little deer. Abbas steadily caught it in his arms. He gently held the deer and asked, "Are you okay?" The memory ends. Abbas retracted his magic and continued his presentation. This magic that enhances the power of wind, though it may seem simple, is a system of high-level, difficult-to-use magic. After a while, the judges gave Lon a scorecard full of A's, praising Abbas's ability. Lon excitedly announced, Abbas Welling, A+. Chelsea was extremely proud of her brother and exclaimed, "That's my brother." Lon was also very pleased with his student. The indifferent expression from before had vanished, replaced by radiant satisfaction. It was the next student's turn. Leo, at his word, stepped up to the podium. Leo. He stood opposite the judges and began his introduction. The high-level magic I will demonstrate. He thought of CA, who had previously summoned powerful, colorful streams of magic, and continued. Is a system of attributeless magic. The students murmured in confusion. What is that? I've never heard of such a thing. Leo began to present his skill. All existing magic has techniques to express attributes, right? I admit it. Of course. That's the basic requirement to activate any magic, isn't it? Hearing this, Leo gave a faint, meaningful smile. He then asserted in a serious tone, my special magic formula system can be compatible with all of those techniques. His words made Ruda pause, utterly astonished. What? Aiden frowned in confusion and questioned him. What nonsense are you talking about? Sino also couldn't help but ask doubtfully. So you're saying you want to create a new magic system? Leo frankly confirmed. That's right. Lon, standing beside him, glanced at him with shining, proud eyes and thought. This kid has to become a mage. Aiden tapped his pen on the table, displeased. This is disappointing, Leo. We didn't come here to listen to such nonsense. Unlike him, Lon was extremely excited. He couldn't wait any longer and eagerly urged Leo. Hurry up and write down that technique. Aiden let out a sigh, still not quite believing in Leo. Ruda propped her chin on her hand and said casually, all right, let's see it then. Leo quickly picked up the chalk and wrote on the board the techniques he had presented. He slowly wrote each line in the silence of the room. Ruda, a bit impatient, spoke up to advise him. Junior, in history, there has only been one mage whose magic formula was their own special magic. Leo replied indifferently, his hand never stopping its writing on the board. Yes, that was the founder of Nebula, Luna. He seemed to pay no mind to Ruda's advice, which made her so angry her face darkened. Sino also frowned, displeased, and questioned Leo. So what you're trying to say is that you want to be on par with her? Do you think you're a mage comparable to the founder of Nebula? Leo paused for a moment. He glanced at Sino and replied, no way. Lady Luna cannot be compared to me in many ways, although Sino grew even more annoyed and cut him off. Lady Luna also had her limits. Seriously, what's with kids these days? Leo continued to write the technique on the board, continuing his point. Yes, although Lady Luna was a very skilled mage. He thought of that mage and asserted, to create a magic formula. One doesn't necessarily need to be as talented as her. There are other ways. He continued to present what he had written. As you can all see here, Sino was amazed as she looked at his work on the board. The empty board had been filled by Leo with incredible techniques. Ruda, at this point, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So you weren't just talking nonsense. Aiden also agreed, marveling at what he had just witnessed. Look at those structures. It seems that all magic can be used without penalty. CA joked with his classmates about the complex things on the board. Oh my, even I can't touch that formula. It looks too complicated. I give up. Chloe was silent, not joining her classmates, but deep in thought about what Leo had presented. Aiden was sweating, questioning. Leo Brav, why did you create this magic system? Leo casually replied to him, to be able to freely use all the magic in the world. His words left Aiden astonished, and he thought to himself, this kid is one crazy junior. Now I understand why the higher-ups rate him so highly. Aiden asked excitedly, so what is the name of this special magic? Leo gave a faint, mysterious smile. He waved his hand to demonstrate. A brilliant light appeared in his hand. The light radiated around him. Leo smiled and said, it's called scripture. Sino stared, captivated by the special light before her. She suddenly remembered what was recorded in the ancient texts. Only one person has ever used it. She thought of the special magic and asserted, the magic system devised by the hero Kai. Thinking of this, Sino suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps Leo can prove that Kai truly existed. The three judges quickly gave their scores after Leo's astonishing performance. Lon took the score sheet and announced with a proud smile. Leo Brav, A+. Leo received his result and stepped down from the podium. Lon looked over and couldn't help but marvel. A technique that was not perfected in Kai's time. It seems he has done it now. Right after Leo was Chloe. Chloe stood up abruptly, preparing to go up. Leo was somewhat looking forward to her performance. Now it's her turn. Chloe coldly walked to the podium. Leo noticed she seemed a bit unsteady and asked with concern, "Chloe, are you okay?" But she remained silent, not answering him. Chloe quickly walked to the podium as Lon introduced her. Now for the last presentation. Chloe Miller. The judges, hearing her name, were full of anticipation. Ruta exclaimed excitedly, "I heard you're the top student in the magic practical class. What have you prepared, Junior?" Chloe frowned and answered in a serious tone, "The special magic I have prepared is..." She extended her hand, and a blazing flame appeared on it. "Fire magic." Her words made the classmates exclaim in shock. "Fire? Isn't Chloe's magic ice attribute?" Chelsea also thought in disbelief. Is there a reason behind making a completely opposite attribute her special magic? She looked again at the blazing flame on Chloe's hand, feeling a bit confused. The judges were also somewhat disappointed with Chloe's performance and thought to themselves, "It's too ordinary. I thought she would be on the same level as the previous two." Ruta, dissatisfied with what she had just seen, was ready to give her score. "If that's all you can do, then there's nothing more to see. Your score is..." Chloe calmly continued her demonstration. She extended her hand, and a cold stream of ice swirled into a small orb. "Now, let me show you the true value of this magic." From that orb, a powerful stream of water poured down onto the flame in her hand. But the flame continued to burn brightly in the water, unaffected. This made all the classmates gasp in astonishment. "It's not being extinguished?" The judges also couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Did you really incorporate the concept of eternity into your magic?" The flame on Chloe's hand burned even more intensely. "That's right. Unless I cancel it, this flame will never be extinguished." She quickly withdrew her hand, and the large flame gradually vanished completely. Chloe turned to write the technique she had just performed on the board, to the astonishment of everyone in the room. Magic is a set of rules created by formulas. All magic will eventually disappear if not supplied with energy. The classmates were sweating, intently following what Chloe was presenting. As she wrote on the board, she proudly introduced her prize technique. But Chloe has created immutability in the formula. Aiden, at this point, couldn't remain calm and thought in horror. How is this possible? After writing for a while, Chloe finally stopped and spoke. "The name of this special magic is..." She turned to face the room and confidently declared, "Eternal Flame." What Chloe had just demonstrated left even Leo astonished. Impossible. Sometime later, Lon took the score sheets from the judges and announced clearly, "Chloe Miller, A+." Chloe smiled, extremely satisfied with this result. Leo was deep in thought, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Eternal Flame. Even Luna failed at that. He thought of his sworn enemy. Only one entity could create a flame that never goes out. Erebos. Time passed quickly, and the evening glow had painted the sky red. Leo walked into the classroom, deep in thought. He walked slowly, his mind constantly replaying the events that had occurred. When Leo went to find Chloe, Celia had told him, "You want me to call Chloe? She might be sleeping." She said she was going to bed early because she couldn't get any sleep at all while studying for the exams. Hearing that, Leo had no choice but to turn and leave. "All right, then I guess there's nothing I can do. I'll be leaving then." Bilar's curious question made him pause. Has something happened with Chloe recently? Her question left Leo confused. Celia hesitated, recalling what she had sensed recently. She's become more sensitive these past few days. She remembered what she had heard about Chloe. She's had a few arguments with her classmates, too. There are rumors that she's been hanging out with some bad people from the Magic Tower. She's not that kind of person, though. Right then, what Celia said made Leo ponder deeply. A brilliant flame suddenly appeared beside him. Fiora appeared, chirping and breaking the silence. The little bird flew over and nuzzled against Leo, snapping him out of his thoughts as he happily stroked it. Suddenly, another voice rang out, catching his attention. "Did you call for me?" Frenna appeared amidst the blazing fire. "Leo Brock." Frenna appeared and asked doubtfully, "All right, Leo. Why did you summon me through Fiora?" Leo set Fiora down on the table and answered her. "I'm curious why Fiora is staying at Lumen." Fiora waddled around the table adorably. Leo glanced at her, thinking, summoning a spirit beast like a phoenix and a demonic beast which are natural enemies. He frowned, staring intently at Frenna, scrutinizing her. There must be a reason for her to stay here. Frenna fell silent, contemplating his question. After a moment, she spoke in detail. 5 years ago, there was an attack at Lumen. She remembered the brutality of the attack back then. 2 students and 3 academy professors were killed at that time. The culprit was never found. Frenna recalled the principal's request and continued. In the end, Principal Californ asked me to investigate Lumen. And since then, I have been searching for their trail. Upon hearing this, Leo suddenly asked with suspicion, "Did you know that someone who summoned a demonic beast appeared during the summoning exam?" Frenna nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I heard that a student was killed." Leo raised a possibility. "Do you think Tartarus is behind this?" Frenna picked up Fiora and replied, "Right now, it's just a suspicion. I can't confirm anything yet." Leo suddenly instructed her. "Then tell Principal Clia. Zenlo probably isn't the only student Tartarus has approached." His words made Frenna freeze. She clenched her fist, accidentally hurting Fiora and making it cry out. The next day, the golden sun shone brilliantly. The students gathered in a cool, open courtyard. "5th class, assemble," Harris announced casually. "Now that everyone is here, the class president will explain the exam." Following his instructions, Leo detailed the important information. The joint exam between the Heroics Department and the Combat Department requires forming teams to conquer a hero's world. The world you will conquer is the Checkmajar incident. Hearing the name of this world, the students' faces turned pale. They repeated his words in a daze. The Checkmajar incident? Elizana was the only one who didn't know about this world. She exclaimed in confusion. "Huh, what's the Checkmajar incident?" Nayla looked at her in astonishment. "Elizana, you really don't know?" Harris shouted loudly, startling them all. "Silence." He reminded them in a stern voice. "Listen carefully. Class president, continue." Leo continued to read from the paper. 30 years ago, a giant monster viciously attacked the students. First-year students from Lumen were on a mission in the Checkmajar forest in the central region of the continent. They were attacked by Tartarus. At that time, Professor Anbai, known as the Shadow Evil, was only a second-year student and was sent with the rescue team. A young man who fought persistently to protect the other students. They were almost completely wiped out. Harris spoke up, detailing the information written on the paper. The objective of this mission is to rescue the injured and eliminate the demonic beast. You will also be assisting Professor Anbai, who was only a second-year student at the time. He reminded them sternly. This exam is not just an ordinary midterm test. This exam is meant to raise your sense of awareness. So stay focused. Anyone who is judged to have no potential in this exam will be expelled immediately. His words made all the students bow their heads in anxiety. Harris gave a faint smile to comfort them. He trusted his students and continued with words of encouragement. "Believe in yourselves. All of you are already strong enough." His words of encouragement moved all the students. They looked at their teacher with affectionate eyes. Elizana's eyes lit up. "Ah, Professor." Harris found her voice extremely annoying and waved his hand. "Shut up." Not long after, and stood on the podium and announced to the students. "We will now begin forming teams. Step up one by one, starting with Class 1. Chelsea felt unhappy and complained. "We don't get to choose our own teams." Kai was also worried. "Oh no, we might have to work with people we've never met before." The students lined up and stepped forward to draw balls to form their teams. Each person received a number for their team. It was Leo's turn, and he stepped up to receive his number. He drew ball number 11. Team 11. He thought to himself. The last team. After everyone had been assigned to a team, a magic circle appeared near them. The teams are formed. Team 1, please stand before the summoning gate. Chelsea looked at Celia happily, very satisfied. "I'm on the same team as Princess Ginger? Great. Then I have nothing to worry about." Celia was also eagerly looking forward to the upcoming challenge and replied to her. "We'll show them the power of the Lauren Empire." Anbai used his magic. "Activate the summoning circle. Open the records here." He frowned and continued. The world of Anbai Zhang, prologue, the Checkmazer incident. A powerful yellow stream of magic swirled around the students, pulling them into the designated world. Not long after, a large screen appeared in midair. The professors were intently watching the students' performance. Chelsea and Celia powerfully used their skills to overcome obstacles, earning praise from the professors. Even though they just entered, they're moving very quickly. The descendants of hero clans are indeed different. Seton was extremely proud of his students and remarked, "The descendants of hero clans are indeed different." Harris sighed and admitted, "Team 1's mission completion speed is outstanding." Hearing that, Seton frowned and glared at him angrily. Suddenly, someone approached the two of them, surprising them. As expected of the rising stars of the first year. "What brings you all the way here?" Kalina walked over, to the astonishment of the two professors. "Headmaster." Kalina pulled a chair next to them and replied casually, "I just wanted to see how much the first-year students have grown." He suddenly looked at Anbai with sincere remorse. "Professor Anbai, I apologize for using your unpleasant memories for the exam every year." Anbai didn't seem to mind and replied to him, "I swore I would never forget that incident. So I should be the one thanking you for reminding me every year." Not long after, Team 1 successfully dealt with the monster in the World's Challenge. Team 1 completes the attack. Kalina, witnessing the abilities of Chelsea and Celia, couldn't help but praise them silently. The two girls from the Ginger and Lee Welling families are indeed very impressive. Although they often clash, this time they coordinated very well. Perhaps it's because they both come from the same country? Time passed, and the teams entered the world one by one. Team 3 completes the attack. Team 3's performance also left Kalina very satisfied. They had their two strongest members take the lead while the rest took on support roles. He stroked his chin, pleased with the students' excellent performance. That's what led to their victory. Next, Team 4 completes the attack. Kalina continued to ponder the students of Team 4. Nayla Caven's healing aura is truly special. He suddenly paused as he remembered Chelsea's performance. As for Chun Sia's combat movements, Kalina praised silently. Unconventional but powerful, just as I thought. Team 7 completes the attack. The student teams continued to enter the challenge. They all showed incredible performances. The professors and the headmaster watched intently, assessing each student's abilities with great pride. Kalina thought to himself, "There are many excellent students, but the most promising one is." The last team stepped forward as summoned. Team 11, please step forward. Chloe, on the same team as Leo, calmly stepped into the magic circle. Kalina was eagerly anticipating Leo's performance and thought to himself, "Leo Brav. Somehow, when I look at him, I feel a sense of nostalgia." When the last two students stepped forward, the professor asked, "Are you two ready?" Leo nodded in confirmation. Chloe also nodded, indicating she was ready. Anbai quickly activated the teleportation gate. "Open the records here." The world of Anbai Zhang, prologue, the Checkmazer incident. The magic circle spun, and streams of light enveloped them. But there was something unusual about the light that made Leo pause. Wait, something's not right. A strange reddish-orange light flared up, surrounding Chloe and Leo. They both vanished, to everyone's astonishment. The students were confused and looked around anxiously. Well, what? Huh? Did nothing happen? Seton shot up from his seat, alarmed. Where are Leo and Chloe? Kalina also didn't understand what had happened. Professor Anbai, what's going on? Anbai suggested in a serious tone. Headmaster, we must stop the exam immediately. He held out the page, on which a strange shape had appeared. Kalina recognized this shape and was horrified. The Checkmazer incident. This is... He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "That's the presence of a hero dungeon." At this moment, Leo and Chloe had been transported to some mysterious place, an eerie voice echoing. Target. Chloe asked, "Wait, is this a hero dungeon? How is that possible? This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of a page in the Heroic Chronicles losing control." Leo didn't answer, but tried to contact the outside. Professor? I can't see the other team members anymore. What should we do? But he waited for a long time with no response. He sighed and muttered, "No one's answering." Chloe's expression instantly soured. She pursed her lips and said, "It can't be. I'm sure they'll finish the test and get us out of here soon." Leo, on the other hand, was a bit calmer. He explained slowly, "If they could, they would have paused the test already. A hero-level dungeon has formed. We'll have to raid this dungeon ourselves." Hearing this, Chloe cried out in horror. "Are you kidding me? It's hard enough to clear this stage with a full team of 10. Don't you remember how many people died here 30 years ago? Leo looked up at the dungeon's sky. He spoke with a commanding tone. If we want to get out of this dungeon, we have no other choice. Chloe, Tartarus, caused the Checkmazer incident in the first place to eliminate promising hero cadets like them before they could bloom. Hearing this, Chloe was immediately terrified. She knelt on the ground, muttering with a trembling voice. This whole forest is a trap. At this moment, the face of the usually arrogant Chloe was pale, drained of all color. Seeing this, Leo knelt down opposite her. He slowly opened his mouth. Chloe, you're the strongest first-year student, right? We can easily clear this challenge if we work together. With that, Leo extended his hand to Chloe. It was clearly an offer to cooperate. Chloe bit her lip fiercely. She didn't understand. How could Leo be so calm? She thought she could finally catch up to him here. After a moment's hesitation, Chloe stood up and said, "Do you have a plan?" Leo calmly replied, "To clear the Checkmazer incident, we need to meet two conditions. One is to rescue the first-year students. Two is to ensure the safety of the first-year students." He said that to meet those two conditions, they first needed to find reinforcements. As he spoke, Leo drew the strategy on the ground to make it easier for Chloe to understand. After hearing him, Chloe asked doubtfully, "How are we supposed to do that? We can't get into this dungeon." Leo pointed to a spot he had just drawn on the ground. Then he smiled and replied, "Don't forget, we're not the only Lumen students in this forest." Hearing this, Chloe suddenly realized. The ones who were killed before. That's right. They must still be alive. At this moment, Leo suddenly turned his back to Chloe, which made her ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" He replied calmly, "Get on my back." Hearing this, Chloe was even more confused. She asked, bewildered, "Why?" Leo said casually, "We can't let those students get to Tartarus before we do. You're a mage, so you're slow. Get on." Hearing this, Chloe huffed in dissatisfaction. But it was clearly the truth. She could only obey him. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, the scenes of the Lumen students were clearly visible to a demon. He was Chu Ban, a demon of Tartarus. Seeing the scene before him, he smirked and said, "It's starting." But not long after, Chu Ban saw another image. It was Leo and Chloe running at high speed. He couldn't help but frown and mutter, "A rescue team?" However, the previous group of Lumen students had already been cornered by Chu Ban. He didn't pay much attention, pouting with disdain. "Let them be. Our targets are only the hero cadets who will become dangerous in the future. The others don't." Before he could finish his sentence, his hand suddenly clenched, because another screen behind Chu Ban flickered. He quickly turned his head to look behind him, and saw Leo and Chloe attacking together. Their skills amazed him so much that he gripped the sword in his hand tightly. An all-system user at that. Chu Ban's eyes instantly turned vicious. It seemed Leo and Chloe had caught his attention. Outside, Leo carried Chloe on his back, heading deeper into the forest. The closer they got to the center, the darker it became. He was thinking about whether to borrow Aaron's skill. Leo would refine and control his aura to push his senses to the maximum. In just an instant, he had activated his super senses. Leo's field of vision had widened. He could clearly see the scene several dozen meters away. Immediately after, Leo started running again. Before speeding up, he warned her, "Get ready. There's a group of Trents ahead." Hearing this, Chloe was startled, but she quickly nodded and replied, "All right." Leo's speed was incredible. Before long, they reached the group of Trents. Without any hesitation, both of them activated their skills. Leo shouted loudly, "Chloe!" Chloe understood perfectly. She swung her staff, and a barrage of ice spikes shot out frantically. Their speed was immense, making it impossible for the Trents to dodge. And so, they were pierced by the ice spikes. One by one, they quickly fell. Leo, carrying Chloe on his back, closed in on the Trents step by step. As if sensing the danger, the Trents began to retreat. But not long after, Chloe's eyes suddenly narrowed, because one of the Trents was about to use a signal whistle to call for reinforcements. She panicked instantly. "Oh no, if it blows that whistle, all the other Trents will come here." In the nick of time, a flash of a sword struck. The whistle in the Trent's hand immediately fell to the ground and shattered. The one who acted was none other than Leo. He had realized it too, so he acted first. Chloe was shocked by this display. How could the power gap between them be so large? Would she never be able to defeat Leo? Leo was unaware of her thoughts. After taking down the remaining Trents, he looked off into the distance again. He quickly spotted the group of students they were looking for. Moreover, they were surrounded by a group of demons. Leo quickly carried Chloe and ran forward. Seeing those demons, Chloe cried out in alarm. Are those demons? Leo didn't answer, but set her down. He shot forward like a flash of lightning. He shouted loudly, "Cover me, Chloe." Chloe was very obedient. She immediately activated a magic circle. In just a moment, a magic circle appeared. On this side, the first-year students were still trying to hold their ground. The female student in the lead quickly said, "Everyone, get ready. They're coming." At the same time, a demon charged frantically toward them. But at that very moment, Leo appeared. The sword in his hand immediately swung up, startling the demon. The students also stared with wide, astonished eyes. Under their bewildered gazes, the demon fell to its knees. Then it disintegrated into dust before Leo. The girl leading the students quickly regained her composure and asked, bewildered, "Are you here to help us?" "Yes." Leo casually nodded in reply. Meanwhile, another demon summoned its magic. Countless leeches appeared and lunged toward him. But Leo remained very calm. He summoned flames to engulf his sword blade. Without any delay, he slashed down. The sword's light and the flames struck simultaneously. The entire swarm of death leeches was consumed by a sea of fire. This spectacular scene left the students gaping. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible!" The leading girl was a bit calmer. She quickly said, "Now, act." The moment she finished speaking, she raised the staff in her hand. Her mouth began to chant an incantation. In just an instant, the staff in the girl's hand was enveloped in holy light. Without any hesitation, she struck at the demons of Tartarus. The demons were thus consumed by the holy light, dying on the spot. Chloe's eyes widened in astonishment when she saw this technique. It's star magic. Could this girl be the person she was thinking of? A moment later, after the demons were defeated, a corner of the forest returned to peace. The girl spoke gratefully. "Thank you so much for helping us. We were panicking after a group of demons appeared, but I'm also very relieved that the rescue team has arrived to help." Before Leo could reply, Chloe spoke up apologetically. "Sorry, but I'd like to talk to my teammate alone for a moment." The other girl didn't think much of it. She nodded and replied, "All right." After that, Chloe pulled Leo to another corner. The other girl just stood there waiting, not interrupting their conversation. On this side, Chloe leaned close to Leo's ear and whispered, "That girl is Elia Jerome." Leo frowned slightly and muttered, "You mean?" Chloe nodded in reply, "That's right. She's Professor Anbai's younger sister. Chu Ban killed her in this very forest 30 years ago." She said he must have realized this too. But they couldn't save Elia Jerome's team. In the Checkmazer incident, as soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. Of all people, they never expected to run into Elia's team. Chu Ban is a knight-level demon knight from Tartarus. Their team is famous for being the first to be attacked by him. Chloe then sighed and muttered, "Tartarus instigated the Checkmazer event in the first place to eliminate the genius mage, Elia Jerome, a promising hero candidate. Therefore, after being killed 30 years ago, their names were recorded in the heroic chronicles." Chloe thought that with their current strength, they should quickly find another team. Hearing this, Leo frowned and asked, "Are you saying we should just leave them?" Chloe became even more agitated and shouted, "It's not that I want to, but this is a hero's world. In reality, they're already." At this point, a hint of sorrow appeared in Chloe's eyes. She whispered softly, "They died 30 years ago." Leo knew that too. He nodded in reply, "Yes, they're dead." But he said they couldn't just abandon Elia's group. This made Chloe grit her teeth in anger. She shouted in frustration, "Get a grip." Her voice was very loud, startling Elia's group. They all glanced over. But Chloe continued to shout, "You're great. You're outstanding. I admit that. However, this is not the time to act recklessly. Stop acting like a hero." The last sentence made Leo pause for a moment. But Chloe was already crying. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Leo sighed in resignation. He walked over and patted her head. He comforted her in a low voice. "Acting like a hero? Chloe, You shouldn't say things like that so casually. Chloe retorted defiantly. Why not? Leo replied calmly. Because you are a hero candidate. We're not just pretending to be heroes. This is also part of the process of becoming a hero. Hearing these words, Chloe was startled and looked up at him. A hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Leo continued to speak. History has already been changed. Chloe asked, confused. What do you mean? Leo explained calmly. Look around, Chloe. When we met Elias' team, the forest was already shrouded in darkness. At this point, Chloe seemed to realize with a start. Normally, Elias' group should have been killed by Chu Ban long ago. She still thought this was absurd, but in the end, she still nodded and said, I'll let you decide. Hearing these words, Leo smiled with satisfaction. Then he suggested, all right, let's retreat with Elias' team. Chloe looked at Leo's back. Her eyes filled with thoughts. It seemed she had guessed that he would go up there alone again, without her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but clench her fists. At the same time, Elias' group was also whispering among themselves. The first-year magic department student spoke up hesitantly. Isn't this a bit strange? Only 2 people from the rescue team came, Dina and Bellars. The first-year night department student also nodded in agreement. That's right. They seem to be around our age too. Could this be a trap by Tartarus? Elia shook her head in rebuttal. What are you talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't have fought the demons with us. That guy looks pretty cool, doesn't he? As she said these words, her smile was bright and cheerful, completely unaware. But Dina's group saw it clearly. They stared with wide, astonished eyes. Dina couldn't believe it and muttered, Are you kidding me, Elia? Of all people, you're really saying that? Hearing this, Elia asked, bewildered, Is there something wrong with me? Dina giggled and replied, I thought Senior Ambi was your standard. While they were talking, Leo and the other person returned, startling Elias' group. Leo didn't say much. He got straight to the point. Everyone, listen carefully. We're leaving this forest as quickly as possible. Elias' group was stunned to hear this. After a long moment, Tess hesitantly asked, Is that necessary? Since we have reinforcements, let's slowly eliminate the monsters on our way. Leo shook his head in rebuttal. We can't do that. A night-level demon is targeting you. Dina broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Blog also couldn't believe it and muttered, A night-level demon would be as strong as an entire army. Even Tess, who had just suggested staying, stared with wide, horrified eyes. Leo knew they understood. He slowly opened his mouth again. That's why we'll avoid a direct confrontation. Our goal is to return safely. Elia listened to Leo's words in silence. She couldn't help but feel that he was strangely similar to her brother. At this moment, Leo asked seriously, Are you ready? Elias' group, though a bit bewildered, still nodded. Immediately after, their group set off at a run. But while running, Elia noticed that Chloe seemed a bit off. Throughout the run, Chloe kept her lips pursed. Her face clearly showed that something was on her mind. Elia couldn't help but frown and think to herself, What's with that expression? At the same time, outside, the entire faculty of Lumen Academy was in chaos. Harris and Seton were trying to find all cases of dungeons turning into hero dungeons. Time is of the essence. Kalina, inside the room, said urgently, The fact that we can't enter yet should be seen as a positive sign, right? Ambi nodded in reply. That's right. You can't enter a hero dungeon while the previous occupants are still inside. That means the 2 of them are still alive. 3 hours have passed since Leo and the other entered. Night must have fallen in that hero dungeon. Kalina frowned slightly, silent. After a long moment, he asked in a low voice, Ambi, when did you defeat Chu Ban 30 years ago? Ambi recalled the past of 30 years ago. He pursed his lips and replied, It was around midnight. Does that mean all we can do is rely on my past self? Just then, someone ran up from outside. Their footsteps seemed very rushed. It was Anna. She hurriedly pushed the door open and reported, Headmaster, we've found the person who sold the demonic beast summoning catalyst to Student Liu. As for the connection to Tartarus. But as she spoke, her expression suddenly became panicked. Even Kalina glanced over in alarm. It was Ambi. He was now unleashing his aura. His face was filled with rage. Seeing this, Kalina walked over and patted his shoulder to calm him down. Calm down, Ambi. Ambi bit his lip fiercely. His aura immediately retracted. He sighed and said, "All right, I'm going out to clear my head for a bit." With that, he turned and walked out. Anna finally let out a sigh of relief. As expected, of someone who rose to become a hero, driven by his hatred for the demon race. Kalina sighed and said, "It's understandable. In the incident 30 years ago, they couldn't even find his sister's body." "That's right. So who was it that sold the demonic beast summoning catalyst to Liu?" Anna handed him a notebook and explained. "A black market dealer who has been settled in the alleys of Lumia City for several years. He's actually quite famous among the first-year students." Kalina took the notebook, looked it over for a moment, then spoke. "Are you implying that a spy from Tartarus has infiltrated Lumia City?" Anna hesitated for a moment before speaking. "They don't work for Tartarus, but it's clear that Tartarus has supplied them with some items." Hearing this, Kalina frowned and fell silent. What is their goal? As he thought, he flipped through the pages of the document. Very quickly, his hand suddenly froze. His eyes widened, because on it was written Chloe's name. She had bought a dark magic grimoire. Kalina quickly closed the document and said, "Anna, call Professor Lawn." Anna nodded slightly in reply. "Yes, I understand." With that, she turned and left. Kalina was left alone. He looked down at his hands. His instincts, honed through countless near-death experiences, seemed to be screaming in his head, and it was telling him that danger was right before his eyes. Within this very academy, inside the hero dungeon, Leo's group was still running frantically forward. Leo led the way, running ahead. Night had now enveloped the entire forest. Moreover, there were many monsters, but he cut them all down. With his super senses, Leo could see anything that appeared in front of him, but he had been using his super senses for too long. Furthermore, everyone was reaching their limits. After a long silence, Leo finally suggested, "Let's rest for a bit and replenish your energy." Balarz's group, hearing this, panted heavily. "How are you not tired at all?" They were completely exhausted, and so, they found a spot in the forest to rest. Chloe was reading a book on the side. She still had to strengthen her magic skills. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Chloe." It made her turn her head in surprise. The person who came was Elia. Chloe asked doubtfully, "What is it?" Elia slowly opened her mouth. "I have a question. What is your relationship with Leo, Chloe? Are you two lovers?" She asked several questions in a row, which made Chloe shout in frustration. "Of course not." Seeing this, Elia burst out laughing. "Look at your reaction. I believe you." Hearing this, Chloe sighed in resignation. She felt like this was a strange memory, even for seniors who had been at the school for 30 years. First years were still first years. They were just like children. Thinking this, Chloe hesitated and asked, "But why do you ask? Are you interested in Leo?" Leo was now leaning against a tree trunk, resting with his eyes closed. He had no idea two girls were talking about him. Elia, after hearing Chloe's words, was a bit stunned. After a long moment, she stammered, "My heart is beating so fast." Chloe frowned slightly and asked back, "Is it love at first sight?" Elia, the genius mage, who is still talked about even after 30 years. "Does Leo look that amazing in your eyes?" Chloe couldn't understand this. Elia was unaware of the thoughts in Chloe's mind. She smiled and said, "I don't know if I like him yet. My heart is just pounding, just like when her brother was being mischievous, or when she achieved something." Hearing this, Chloe exclaimed in surprise, "Does the shadow fiend look that bad in your eyes?" Elia was bewildered and asked back, "What?" Realizing she had misspoken, Chloe quickly corrected herself. I mean Ambi Jerome." Elia smiled and said, "He's someone who always challenges the impossible." This made Chloe frown and fall silent. After a long moment, she slowly opened her mouth. "Challenging the impossible? Leo likes that too. Leo and I are friends." But now she felt jealous of him. Elia didn't see any problem with this. She chuckled and said, "Well then, we're the same, Chloe." For a moment, Chloe was stunned. Her eyes were filled with confusion. In the dark night of the forest, a heartfelt conversation took place. Elia sat down next to Chloe. She smiled casually and said, "Actually, I'm also extremely jealous of my brother. It sounds a bit silly, but I still think that no matter how hard he tries, he just doesn't seem to have any talent." At this point, she chuckled and whispered, "This is a secret, but the basic nature of my magic was actually created by my brother. I'm good at using existing magic, but I'm terrible at creating new magic. Elia said she had failed the Lumen exam twice. There was a time she extremely disliked her brother. She felt a certain sense of power, but the jealousy turned into admiration. After hearing these words, Chloe suddenly saw herself in Elia. Immediately after, she put the book in her bag. On this side, Leo was resting with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His face was filled with vigilance. He quickly shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Change of plans. We can't escape anymore." The moment Leo finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the distant forest. It made Dina's group jump to their feet in alarm. Even Elia and Chloe on this side stopped their conversation. They stared intently in that direction. Leo then shouted to reassure them, "Don't be afraid. Remember, everyone has the potential to become a hero." These words seemed to give strength to the first-year students. They all gripped their weapons tightly. Their eyes were filled with determination. Not long after, a pair of sturdy legs emerged from the forest. It was Chu Ban. He roared furiously, "Found you, you detestable descendant of the great hero." The moment he finished speaking, Chu Ban swung his weapon forcefully. Leo quickly dodged. He frowned in silence. The order Chu Ban received was to eliminate the seeds of heroes at that time. But now, he was showing hostility toward him. Moreover, he said descendant of the great hero. This made Leo feel that something was not right. But he didn't have time to think much. He quickly shouted, "Chloe, it's coming." Chloe immediately summoned a magic circle. Chu Ban, on this side, did not back down. He attacked again. Die. At this very moment, a wall of ice appeared, blocking the path in front of Leo's group. At the same time, Leo also channeled magic into his sword. He charged forward without any hesitation. Leo swung his sword down. A powerful blade of light shot out. Chu Ban's neck was immediately slashed. Fresh blood instantly rained down. Leo frowned slightly. He quickly retreated. Chloe's group behind him, seeing this, couldn't help but cheer. He cut it, but their joy was short-lived. Chloe's eyes suddenly narrowed, because Chu Ban's neck was now starting to heal. Not long after, it had returned to its normal state. Seeing everyone distracted, Leo shouted, "Focus. Keep your distance from Chu Ban. That's Nullify, a spell that makes it seem like an attack never happened. This is one of Chu Ban's abilities." Hearing these words, Tess cried out in panic. "Then what do we do?" Elia also muttered worriedly. "Is there no way to defeat that monster?" Leo slowly explained. "The Nullify spell isn't all-powerful. Moreover, it's not something he can use indefinitely, so that magic has its limits." Although Leo had figured him out, Chu Ban wasn't panicked at all. He snorted coldly. "You think you have a chance? You descendants of the great hero." Leo did not back down. He replied coldly, "You're the one who's afraid of the birth of new great heroes, aren't you?" The moment he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on his sword. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed toward Chu Ban. The others also charged forward. Elia, from behind, used magic to support everyone. A powerful beam of holy light shot frantically toward Chu Ban. This was the light magic he hated most in the world. Just as Lord Silent Tuna had said, Chu Ban should kill them right here. And so, he began to attack Leo's group ferociously. Chu Ban's massive axe swung down forcefully, making Leo frown in alarm. Then, he quickly dodged. Crash! The kite slammed heavily into the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing into the sky. But Jubin didn't yield. He continued his assault. This time, Burlak and Dina couldn't dodge in time, and they were hit. Leo rushed over to support Bella, who was heavily injured. Dina also hurriedly retreated. Eliana, seeing the situation was bad, ran over to check on them. She asked worriedly, "Is everyone okay?" Dina quickly replied, "I can recover, but Bella." Leo spoke slowly, "Don't worry. Her vital organs haven't been affected yet. So, stop the bleeding and heal her quickly." Saying that, he looked toward Chloe and suggested, "Chloe, we need a massive explosion to make a strong impact." Chloe nodded slightly. "All right, give me a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately went to set up the formation, while Leo charged out. While Leo bought her some time, she had to cast the spell quickly. She needed a massive explosion to break Jubin's defensive spell. Thinking this, She immediately took the black grimoire out of her bag. Instantly, a pitch-black eye appeared from within it, accompanied by a low voice that sounded like it echoed from hell. If that is the magic you need to cast, I will help you. While Chloe was thinking, Leo had already rushed forward aggressively. He slashed out with his sword. The ground cracked open in a line. Thad and Dina watched this scene, their eyes widening in shock. Even Eliana, who was supporting Burlak, couldn't believe what she was seeing. Leo fought with incredible proficiency. His figure moved with agility, his speed so fast that Jubin couldn't keep up. Naturally, getting slashed by Leo was inevitable for him. Thad couldn't help but mutter, "Do you think we'll be able to fight like that someday?" Dina shook her head slightly, pursing her lips. "I don't know. Maybe someday." At the same time, Eliana's expression became grave. "That is definitely astral magic. But who is the caster?" Just as she thought that, she seemed to sense something. Her pupils constricted involuntarily. Eliana glanced behind her and saw Chloe casting magic. However, her eyes were filled with bloodlust. She spoke in a cold voice. "I will kill you. You filthy bastard. Leo, you're getting pulled in. Dodge it." These words startled Leo, who was in the middle of fighting. He hurriedly looked toward Chloe. She was clearly not in a good state. Chloe looked like she had lost all reason. She shouted ferociously, "If you get caught and die, that's not my fault. Die." As soon as she finished, she swung her staff down. A powerful wave of magic struck. Leo's eyes constricted. That wasn't ice magic. It was a fire attribute attack. In an instant, Jubin was fiercely incinerated by the fire magic. His miserable screams echoed through the air. Hearing this sound, Chloe became even more triumphant. She shouted excitedly, "That is the inextinguishable fire. Die in the pain of the eternal flame." At the same time, the fire seemed to turn into blades, beginning to slice into Jubin's flesh. Even so, Leo was very worried. He hurriedly shouted a warning. "Chloe, cancel the spell, hurry." But Chloe didn't seem to hear him. She gripped the magic staff tightly in her hand. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "You need to suffer more pain than this." Seeing the situation was bad, Leo quickly turned and ran toward Chloe. But she had summoned mana into her staff. Before Leo could reach her, a blast of fire magic was unleashed. At the same moment, Leo appeared. With one strike, he knocked the book out of Chloe's hand. The moment the book fell, Chloe returned to normal. Leo caught her as they landed on the ground. Chloe rubbed her head, looking at Leo in confusion. Leo narrowed his eyes at her. He spoke in a low voice. "Chloe, be honest with me. The inextinguishable fire, is that really your special magic?" Chloe hesitated for a moment before replying. It was actually a spell from a grimoire. Hearing that, Leo realized. The thing burning Jubin was the fire of Erebos, and Jubin was currently in immense pain. Leo spoke seriously again. "Listen carefully, Chloe. What you used was black magic." Chloe froze for a moment. She cried out in disbelief. "What? Huh?" Leo nodded and explained, "That's right. That grimoire is a demon artifact." Chloe finally realized what she had just done. She trembled and muttered, "What have I done? Leo, I don't deserve to be a hero." As she said those words, her eyes were filled with despair. Seeing this, Leo patted Chloe's shoulder to comfort her. "Calm down. Nowhere does it say that warriors cannot make mistakes. It means they can always redeem themselves by standing up and fighting against the enemy. Do you understand now? You said 30 years ago, Eliana's group was also terrified of the demons. But not a single one of them gave up. They fought to the end in that impossible battle. So, Leo told Chloe to surpass her limits, just like Eliana's group did 30 years ago. Saying that, Leo looked at Chloe, giving her a look that said, "Believe in me, and believe in yourself." Chloe hesitated for a moment, then nodded to show she understood. She had always been impressed by Leo's back. He was too cool for her to even be jealous of. While Chloe was thinking, a staff suddenly appeared beside her shoulder, startling her. It was Eliana. She handed her magic staff to Chloe. She spoke firmly, "Here, Chloe. Please, take this." Leo walked toward Jubin once again. After all, thanks to Chloe's magic, the toxic curse had disappeared. Now it was time for him to settle this. But before he could do anything, he heard the sound of Chloe chanting an incantation. She had regained her spirit. Holding Eliana's staff, she began to cast magic. She would also surpass her limits. She wouldn't disappoint those who believed in her. Leo realized Chloe had regained her confidence, and he smiled with satisfaction. Although it felt a bit strange, he continued moving forward. Chloe provided support from the rear, just like in his past life. The pure magical residue Chloe was using reminded Leo of his comrades from the past. Seeing them gave him more courage. And right now, it was the same. Leo charged forward without hesitation. At the same time, Jubin had also escaped the fire. He rushed forward madly. The skull sword in his hand slashed down viciously. Leo didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly raised his sword to block. But Jubin pressed down step by step. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Die." As soon as he finished, Jubin slashed down with force again. The powerful mana caused Leo's arms to go numb as he blocked it. Before he could recover, Jubin's fist struck. Leo couldn't dodge in time, and took the full force of the punch. His body was sent flying, smashing hard into an ancient tree. A trail of blood trickled from the corner of Leo's mouth. But he didn't give up. He used his sword to prop himself up. At that moment, Jubin walked over. He snorted coldly. "This is the end for you. Seed of a great hero." But Leo sensed something. Behind him, not far away, snowflakes were floating in the air. He curled his lips into a smile and said, "Then and now, demons will never be a match for us." These words confused Jubin. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What?" Leo raised an eyebrow and quipped, "This is your end, Jubin." At that moment, Chloe, from behind, had switched to ice magic. This was Chloe's special magic, and it had been perfected thanks to Leo. This made her very happy. Immediately after, the staff in Chloe's hand swung up again. Ice bones instantly appeared in the clearing. In just a moment, the ground was frozen by her ice magic, and Jubin couldn't escape this calamity. Leo saw this and walked over slowly, then reached out and touched the block of ice. At that instant, the ice surface began to crack, and then it gradually shattered under Leo's amazed gaze. Just then, he noticed something else. It was the black grimoire he had knocked to the ground earlier. Leo frowned in thought for a moment, then immediately raised his sword. He stabbed straight through the black grimoire. Right then, a notification sound appeared. Achievement unlocked. Rescued first-year students in crisis. Reward, peak points. Additionally, there was also the achievement for defeating Jubin. Everything had finally come to an end. Chloe quickly landed on the ground. Seeing her, Leo couldn't help but praise her. "Your unique magic is truly impressive. I could never cast field magic like that, even if I died and came back to life." But Chloe looked a bit troubled. She muttered timidly, "Leo, I plan to confess everything I did to the academy. I might get expelled." Leo shook his head to reassure her. "There's no way a hero candidate like you would get expelled. I'm sure you will become a hero." At the same time, Eliana's group also ran over to them, shouting excitedly, "You two were really amazing. Just now, you look just like true heroes." Leo sheathed his sword, nodding slightly. Everyone worked hard. Chloe also handed the staff back to Eliana. "We put it to good use. Thanks to it, we were able to defeat them." But Eliana didn't take it back. She pushed Chloe's hand back. She smiled happily and said, "Chloe, you should keep it." Dina nodded in agreement. "That's right. You saved us, after all. Leo, you should take this too." Saying that, Dina handed the sword in her hand to Leo. Leo didn't stand on ceremony. He reached out and took it. "Thanks." Not long after, a surprise shout suddenly echoed in the forest. "Over here. There are survivors here." Very quickly, a young man immediately ran over. If one looked closely, he looked quite similar to Andy. Indeed, when she saw him, Eliana cried out happily, "Brother Andy." Chloe couldn't help but be stunned. "Professor Andy?" Back then, he was the same age as us. Leo clicked his tongue emotionally. "Wow, it's been 30 years, huh?" Right then, a scene that never happened 30 years ago was unfolding. Andy met his sister. She was still there, happily talking to him. Because of this, Hero Andy's world was completed. Chloe felt genuinely happy. "Thank you, everyone, for staying alive." Eliana, talking to Andy, turned back to look. She wanted to introduce Leo and Chloe to him. but in front of her was only an endless black void. Leo and Chloe also sensed something. Chloe frowned and muttered, "It seems the hero's world is collapsing." Leo, on the contrary, was very calm. He seemed to have guessed it. The reward in the hero's dungeon this time was a keepsake. A few hours later, at the Lumen Academy infirmary, Leo woke up groggily after a long sleep. He glanced around, muttering in confusion, "Where is this?" Just then, a deep voice suddenly spoke up. "You're awake." Startled, he looked over and saw Andy standing not far away. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Leo, thank you for saving them." Andy also asked Leo to pass a message to Chloe, who was still resting. Then he coldly turned and left. Just as he walked out the door, Andy ran into Eileen, who was walking in. Leo saw him and hurriedly greeted him. "Headmaster Eileen." Seeing him try to sit up, he reminded him, "Don't get up. Just rest. How is your body feeling?" Leo shook his head. "Me? I'm fine. There are no problems." Eileen sat down on a chair and spoke slowly. "What happened inside? Does this incident have anything to do with Chloe's black book?" Leo asked in surprise. "How did you know?" Eileen explained slowly. "Before you arrived, we discovered that the place where Celia bought the summoning catalyst was the same place Chloe bought her black book. You know, that thing is a demon artifact." "A demon artifact?" "It's a fragment of Erebos. In other words, a tangible fragment of Erebos." Leo knew it well. It becomes a powerful weapon when used by a demon, but anyone else who uses it will gradually lose their mind. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke up. "To start with, it was like this, then." He began to recount everything that happened inside the dungeon with Eliana's group to the headmaster, including the fact that Chloe used the magic from the Black Grimoire to fight Jubin. Eileen nodded in understanding after listening. "So that's what happened. If what you say is true, did that demon artifact affect the hero's world?" Leo thought for a moment before replying. "After we eliminated the demon artifact, the hero's dungeon immediately returned to normal. So it's highly likely." Just then, Chloe suddenly sat up in bed and shouted, "Headmaster Eileen." Seeing her reaction, Eileen waved his hand with a gentle smile. "Calm down." At that moment, the door opened again. Anna pushed the door open and entered, asking, "Since both of you just woke up, I want to ask you something. Please explain this." Saying that, she revealed the item in her hand. It was a staff. Chloe saw it and cried out in surprise. "That's the staff." The headmaster frowned slightly, his tone becoming grave. "A reward that shouldn't exist. How did it fall into your hands?" Leo sat silently, saying nothing. Based on that reaction, it seemed Chloe didn't receive any reward. Similar to the entrance exam and this checkup, there are no clear rewards in the hero's world of a living person, and the rule about rewards being tied to the owner of the hero's world. Both were broken. Why was that? Leo couldn't understand it at all. The reward was the oath of the Heavenly King. Why was it him again? After a long silence, Leo slowly spoke. It was a strategic reward. Hearing this, Eileen cried out in surprise. "So a reward was granted in Andy's hero world?" Leo nodded slightly. "Yes, perhaps. I think something unusual happened during the restoration of the hero's world." Eileen frowned after hearing this, muttering suspiciously, "Miss Miller seems to know absolutely nothing. But why only you?" Before Leo could answer, Chloe hurriedly replied, "Maybe it's because Leo contributed the most to the strategy? I heard that receiving a reward depends heavily on one's contribution." Eileen was still skeptical. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded. "I understand." Then, he stood up from the chair. He spoke authoritatively. "All right. We will investigate this phenomenon discreetly. The keepsake will be returned to the family after inspection." And Eileen instructed everyone not to breathe a word about the demon artifact. Chloe heard this and cried out in surprise. "Huh? Why not?" But before she could finish, Eileen interrupted coldly. "The enemy isn't just on the outside." Then, he smiled and said, "You two really worked hard. Please rest well." After speaking, he quickly left, leaving Leo and Chloe alone. At this moment, Chloe spoke timidly. "Leo, I have something to say." Saying that, she clasped her hands tightly together. Clearly, she was very troubled. Leo didn't mind. He nodded lightly. "Yeah." Chloe sat there for a long time, unable to say a single word. Just as she wanted to speak, the door was pushed open. Chelsea and the others rushed in frantically. Even Eileen suddenly returned. He smiled and said, "Oh right, hero candidates. There will be a party tomorrow night. So if you don't have formal wear yet, go to Lemuria City first." Hearing this, both Leo and Chloe were very surprised. The party Eileen mentioned was for the first-year students who survived the Lumen midterm exam. It was held at a rather luxurious place. Right then, a person stepped onto the stage. Today, this young man is the MC of the party. He shouted clearly, "First, the heroes who fought in our war are starting to enter. Which lady or gentleman will shine the brightest tonight?" Car and Thad immediately entered excitedly, putting on their most arrogant airs as they spoke. "Is this our reward after enduring the brutality of the midterm exam? Lumen Academy might be going a bit easy on us." A moment later, the party had begun. The students started eating. Car spoke excitedly while eating. "Why does it feel like our class is missing people?" Just then, the MC's voice rang out again. And in this moment, another group of heroes is entering. Hearing this, Car turned to look and saw Nayla and Eliana entering. Their image today was different from usual. They looked very beautiful. It made Car and Thad spit out their food. But it didn't last long. Eliana walked over and teased, "Did you two steal your dad's suits?" Car sighed helplessly. "Why was I excited just now?" While they were talking, the MC continued to shout, "Next, the pride of the Rodran Empire. It is the Llewellyn siblings." As soon as the words ended, the siblings, Abad and Chelsea, immediately entered. Car saw this and exclaimed excitedly, "She looks like a real princess." But as soon as he finished his sentence, Chelsea made a funny face at everyone, very deserving of a spanking. Eliana couldn't help but sigh emotionally, surrounded by Rodran's elite already. This guy is no joke. And that wasn't all. The MC spoke up again. Finally, a true couple has entered the room. Celia, from the Zonger family, and Leo Plav are entering. As soon as these words were spoken, Leo and Celia walked in. Today, Celia was dressed beautifully, highlighting her nobility, and Leo was also very sharp. As soon as she saw the two of them, Nayla stood up excitedly. "That's the class representative." Hearing that, Leo waved at her. Car and Eliana also shouted excitedly in support. "The pride of Class 5. Leo, our representative, is the best." Just then, a cough suddenly echoed through the hall. Another person appeared on the high platform. It was Instructor Art. She spoke happily. "Is everyone enjoying the party?" As soon as she said this, everyone below instantly froze stiff. They realized Art was in her other personality. They could only pretend to raise their hands and cheer. Seeing this, Art nodded in satisfaction. "I'm glad everyone is enjoying it." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and firework magic filled the sky. She shouted excitedly, "Then please enjoy yourselves while listening to the results of this midterm exam." As soon as these words came out, the students became depressed. Car pouted and lamented. "How are we supposed to enjoy ourselves now?" Only Leo remained very calm. Art saw everyone's reaction and smiled. "I anticipated everyone's reaction. So, here, we will only announce the top 3 students of each department." She said the remaining scores would be announced by the homeroom teachers the next day, so not to worry too much. Hearing this, the students below breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, they started cheering again. The first person to announce is. Eliana saw him walk out and immediately screamed in support. "So cool." The Ice Knight, and Ilania, under everyone's anticipation, and began to speak. "All of you completed your midterm exams very well. Now I will name the students in the top ranks of the night department in order." Immediately, the top 3 appeared. First place was Celia, second place was Duran, and third place was Sia. Looking at the rankings, Celia immediately frowned in silence. Leo didn't make the top. Conversely, Leo remained very calm. He didn't seem to mind much. After N finished announcing, Len appeared. He stepped onto the podium, speaking happily. "Now I will announce the rankings for the magic department. Abad Llewellyn, Chelsea Llewellyn, Emio Luchin." As soon as the rankings came out, Chelsea spoke in confusion. "Why isn't Leo there?" Before she could finish, Leo interrupted calmly. "That can happen." Car also spoke awkwardly. I can understand about Leo. But why even Chloe? Celia thought so too. She glanced at Chloe sitting beside her. But Chloe was very calm. She seemed to know exactly why she wasn't on there. Naturally, Len also knew. Because of the appearance of the black magic book, Chloe's test score had to be reset to 0. But even so, what she showed them, her passion for learning to become a mage, was wonderful. Even Sergen declared boldly, "In my heart, the top student in magic will always be Chloe." So, Len didn't mind too much whether Chloe was on the leaderboard or not. Don't they often say, being the champion in the hearts of fans is the best? Chloe wasn't too heartbroken at this moment either. After the magic department finished announcing, it was the summoning department's turn. Yoga spoke excitedly. "All right. Now, you brats, do well in the next semester too." As soon as she finished speaking, the rankings appeared. First place was 1. Second place was Eliza, and third place was Dud. After seeing the rankings, Celia frowned. Leo wasn't anywhere. Even Abad was very suspicious about Leo not being on the list. Just then, Art spoke up again. "Is everyone having fun? Finally, we will announce the highest scorer and the representative of the year." As soon as this was said, Celia immediately looked forward. Abad also looked up, wanting to see who was first. And one was the same. He was waiting to see who the representative was, not keeping everyone waiting long. Art announced, not unexpectedly, the person with the highest score and the new representative for next year is Leo. Immediately, the hall completely exploded. The name they were expecting finally appeared. However, there was still a dissenting voice. A hand raised boldly high, along with a very clear voice. "I object." The person speaking was Emio Luchin, ranked 3rd in the magic department. He spoke aggressively. "How can Leo, someone who isn't even in the top 3 of any department, be the highest scorer and the new representative for next year?" Leo was also a bit surprised. He didn't understand why it was him either. Questioned, Art stammered, Well, actually, there is a reason for this." But very quickly, her expression changed. Art's other personality appeared. Her eyes were filled with anger. Art shouted in dissatisfaction, "You little brat. I will explain it once so it drills deep into your head. Understand." Harris saw this and sighed helplessly. She's possessed by the foul-mouthed grandmother again. Watching her is really entertaining. Because she was possessed by the foul-mouthed grandmother, Art's words were extremely sharp. First, dual-class students are not judged by department scores, because dual-class students cannot compete fairly with normal metrics. For example, a magic swordsman has weaker aura skills than a pure knight, and their magic ability is also weaker than pure mages. Second, Leo achieved the highest score among all first-year students in psychology and combat. Emio listened, but was still unconvinced. He muttered softly, "But regarding the combat test scores, didn't other students also get high scores?" Art scolded irritably, "You ignorant brat." Leo surpassed the objective of his hero's world mission. He defeated Jubin. As soon as these words came out, all the students widened their eyes in shock. Eliana and Carr looked at Leo in disbelief. The two cried out in surprise, "You defeated Jubin? Just you and Chloe alone?" Leo sat there calmly, nodding to indicate it was true. At the same time, Art also woke up. She was dazed and didn't remember anything, then started explaining awkwardly. "Everyone, the reason Leo Plav topped the midterm exam is because..." But before she could finish, Setsuan interrupted. "Enough, Instructor Art. It seems all the students accept the result. Let's leave it at that." The score announcement ended. Everyone was given time to celebrate freely. On another side, at Yoga's dining table, she cut a piece of beef and spoke. "If we count dual major students in the rankings of each department, what would the result be?" Len heard this and replied calmly, "There would be a huge shakeup in the magic department." He said everyone would drop in rank. Yoga asked in surprise, "Don't tell me the top of the magic department would be..." Before she could finish, Len nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Leo tops the magic department." Yoga looked at him in disbelief. After a long while, she exclaimed in shock, "It's the same for the summoning department." N, sitting next to them, added, "It's the same for the night department too. Leo Plav is number 1. Hearing this, Yoga couldn't help but sigh. Good heavens, is he really aiming to top all the departments? En pouted and replied, "Isn't that just another crazy dream?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Len slammed the table aggressively and spoke. "Even so, Leo will still be trained to become a mage." Yoga didn't back down and shouted, "Do you think talents related to summoning are easy to find?" En interrupted, "Hey, both of you. Leo is best suited for the sword. Understand." The three of them argued noisily to claim him, while the two vice instructors, Carlo and Anna, shook their heads on the side. The next day, in the first-year Class 5 classroom, Carl lay on the table lamenting, "I think I drank a bit too much yesterday." Chelsea heard this and snorted in disdain. "You're the first person I've seen drink 2 liters of orange juice." Just then, the professor walked in. He was holding a large roll of fabric. Harris hung it on the board, then spoke up, "Quiet down. This is the announcement regarding the school field trip. You all know we're going to the elf territory this time, right?" Eliana nodded. "That's right. Yes, we know. I heard each class gets to choose a location." Thad also chimed in. "Our suggestion is the Duin Forest, also known as the Warm Forest." However, Harris pointed to a spot on the map. He spoke coldly. "We are going to Elzevane." As soon as these words came out, the students fell into utter despair. Carr cried out in panic. Elzevane is a small country in the far north, a place cold all year round in the elf territory. Eternal frost. Eliana retorted indignantly. "What can we do in that freezing place?" Thad also cried and lamented. "This doesn't feel right at all." Harris heard their noise and pouted. "Blame the class representative. He chose it." As soon as this was said, all eyes turned to Leo. Eliana and Carr cried out in disbelief. "What? The class rep? Leo, why did you?" Leo smiled calmly and replied, "It would be better if we bought what we need in Lumen beforehand, right?" Although they didn't want to, they couldn't change it. Eliana muttered unhappily, "I'll bring gloves." Chelsea giggled excitedly. "Time to wear all the coats I have." Leo, on the contrary, was very calm. Elzevane might be just a small, unimportant country to humans, but it was the sanctuary of the elf race. It was where the elf land was hidden. I wonder if Singlot is doing okay there. After school, Leo and Nayla met on campus. Leo suggested slowly, "I'll handle the food and items." "So, you handle the medicine." Nayla nodded slightly. "All right." After finishing the arrangements, Leo went downtown to shop. With his bargaining skills, he quickly bought many things he wanted at a good price. After a busy afternoon, Leo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But on the way back, his gaze was drawn to a place. He stopped to observe what was ahead. In front of Leo was the 13th alley of the Carousel district. Hesitating for a moment, he stepped inside. A moment later, he saw a sign named Ludic. Leo stood silently in front of the door for a long time. This was probably where Celia and Chloe bought the demon artifact. After thinking for a while, he decided to leave his school bag outside. Leo's gaze became sharp. He quickly pushed the door open and entered. The Lumen investigation team had swept through this place, so there probably wasn't much left. All that remained was a teddy bear. But very quickly, Leo realized there was a problem with this teddy bear. Everything should have been taken by Lumen for investigation. The door was definitely locked when he entered. Don't tell me it's a perception-reducing curse. Thinking this, Leo drew his sword without hesitation and slashed down. Sure enough, the teddy bear suddenly changed. Its eyes turned blood red, and it continuously shot dark energy at Leo. He hurriedly dodged, but he still felt malicious gazes watching him from all around. Leo was certain this was no ordinary demon. It didn't just reduce his perception. It cursed the opponent with every imaginable curse. While he was thinking, the demon suddenly laughed loudly. Leo's eyes wavered in an instant. He seemed to recognize that voice. Just then, the demon snorted coldly. "You're quite a sharp brat. You recognized my curse." Leo realized. This was the queen of monsters, Silatina, one of the demon commanders they failed to destroy 500 years ago. But this wasn't her main body. It was just a clone created by curse magic. Seeing him silent, Silatina laughed coldly again. "Aura and magic, huh? A magic swordsman? Truly a rare talent. I'll acknowledge that." Speaking up to here, she suddenly paused, causing Leo to raise his guard. Immediately after, Silatina charged aggressively and shouted, "But blame those useless sharp senses of yours. Leo didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but he was still hit by her dark energy. He bit his lip fiercely, thinking, I can't win right now. I have to get out of here first. But how could Silituna give Leo that chance? She charged again, laughing triumphantly. Thanks for the meal. Seed of a hero. Immediately after, Silituna opened her large mouth, preparing to swallow Leo whole. But at this moment, Leo suddenly curled his lips into a smile, because someone had appeared in this place. Andy began attacking as soon as he arrived. A powerful spear of light struck down in an instant. Silituna's body was immediately pinned to the ground, unable to move. Looking at the person in front of her, she couldn't help but tremble and mutter, That mage with the evil eyes. Andy stood there proudly, controlling the light spear to attack Silituna. But at this moment, Silituna suddenly laughed coldly. Thinking about it, this is even better. It's more fun with an audience. As soon as she finished, a part of her body underground began to fluctuate. While Leo wasn't alert, Silituna attacked, but Andy realized her trick. He snorted with disdain, causing Silituna to be a bit confused. Just then, strange formations suddenly appeared around them. Andy spoke coldly. You filthy demon. Realizing something, Silituna screamed in disgust. Those disgusting eyes. Someone will gouge them out and swallow them whole. As soon as she finished, she controlled her tentacles to rush at Andy. Andy stood there calmly, speaking with disdain. I have no interest in a trash clone. Die. Immediately after, another powerful spear of light struck. Silituna was instantly smashed into fragments. Andy Zero is the Magic Eye Mage. He also bears another title, the Destroyer of Tartarus. Rumor has it, Andy became a Lumen professor just to have the freedom to cross borders during his hunts. And Leo was currently indebted to this hero of the era. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Andy asked in a low voice, Leo Plov. What is this about? Leo bent down to pick up the fragments of the teddy bear on the ground. He replied, It appeared while I was investigating this place. He said that from this teddy bear, something carrying a curse of cognitive disorder appeared. Andy nodded in understanding upon hearing this. He reached out and took the teddy bear's head, then said calmly, Lumen's investigation team will have to take responsibility. I will overlook the fact that you investigated Ludic on your own. Saying that, Andy turned to leave. But after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and spoke. From now on, when you need help, come find me. Thank you for what happened. These words made Leo widen his eyes in shock. He quickly walked out, picking up his school bag. Andy was one of the 3 great families managing Lumen Academy. Perhaps Leo could access the Forbidden Library with his help. Very quickly after that, Leo met Nayla. Seeing him, she cried out excitedly. So you were here, class rep. I finished buying everything. But when she got closer, Nayla saw a wound on Leo's hand. She asked worriedly, Class rep, why are you injured? Leo shook his head slightly. It's nothing big. Then he sank into his thoughts again. So it's confirmed. Silituna is behind the Beast Controller and the Black Magic Book. But I still don't know what their true purpose is. Time passed just like that. A week quickly arrived. In front of the teleportation gate, the first-year students of the academy had gathered. Leo looked at Nayla and asked, Did you get all the supplies? Nayla nodded. Everything is here. A moment later, Celia walked over. She asked hesitantly, Why is your class heading to Elzevane? Leo replied calmly, It's getting hot lately, so this trip will be like a summer vacation. Hearing this, Celia smiled and waved her hand. I hate the cold. Have a safe trip, Leo. Leo spoke slowly. Yeah, you stay safe too. Then, the other first-year students began to step into the teleportation gate to go to their class destinations. Leo turned to look at his class and suggested, Class 5. We should get ready too. Chelsea walked over excitedly. I'm looking forward to this trip so much. But Carr lamented painfully. I hate the cold, but no one cared. They still had to enter the teleportation gate. Leo led the class to Elzevane, the territory of the elf race. On another side, at Saren, the elf military academy, 3 students were gathering in front of the gate. A male and a female were blocking another person's way. They spoke arrogantly. What's with that disrespectful outfit? How can a half-blood like you be a student of the great Saren Academy? Hearing these insults, the other person just bowed their head without saying a word back. Just then, a figure approached from behind, along with a voice of dissatisfaction. Don't bully your classmate. Behave properly as descendants of Serendi. The person who just spoke was Lunia Londa. She was the young lady of the Londa family, one of the prestigious families of the elf race, and the first-year representative of Saren. Yet the two bullies stubbornly resisted. Aren't you uncomfortable at all that a half-blood got into Saren? His existence is a disgrace. As soon as they finished speaking, Lunia aggressively marched up to the two of them, startling them. And Lunia, without any warning, got angry directly. Wonderful. This trash again. If you people don't like his clothes, then take yours off and give them to him. If you're not going to help him, then shut your mouths. The two immediately shrank back in fear, crying out in panic, Lady Lunia, you should be ashamed of that vulgarity as the daughter of a prestigious family. Lunia snorted and scolded. If you people aren't ashamed of ganging up to bully someone, why should I be ashamed? If you don't like it, go home. She had lost her temper, causing the two bullies to run away in fear. At this moment, Lunia walked over to the person. She took off her coat and draped it over him, then spoke worriedly. Why are you wearing such thin clothes? The person who was bullied was Lucas, ranked third in the first year of Saren, a half-blood. He sighed helplessly. Someone stole my other clothes. Lunia became even angrier hearing this. She couldn't help but curse. Those bastards. But just as she finished cursing, she sneezed. This made Lucas cry out in alarm. Please take your coat back. It's very cold. But Lunia raised an eyebrow and smiled. It's fine. Don't worry about me. Lucas realized something. He asked hesitantly. You seem particularly happy today, don't you? Lunia nodded slightly. Yeah. It seems my contractor has finally hatched. Hearing this, Lucas also felt excited for her. He said happily, Congratulations. Lunia smiled. Yeah, I'm off. Immediately after, she ran to her father's office, shouting excitedly, Father, my contractor has hatched, right? Her father was Ellen Londa, the head of the Londa family, and also a professor at Saren Academy. He was processing documents. Hearing his daughter's voice, he looked up and reminded her, I told you to call me professor at school. Lunia didn't mind much. She ran over and sat at the desk opposite Ellen. He helplessly answered her previous question. Farina's child seems to have hatched. Hearing this, Lunia muttered excitedly, I knew it. So when can I meet it? But Ellen suddenly spoke awkwardly. There is a problem, Lunia. Your contractor seems to have already formed a pact. As for the details, I will continue to investigate according to Farina's words. These words made Lunia feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. She slammed the table and stood up in anger, then shouted aggressively, Who is the thief? Who stole my contractor? On another side, at Vecchia, the capital of Elzevane, Leo's group had been teleported to this place. But the air here was too cold, making them shiver uncontrollably. Car couldn't help but lament. Oh God in heaven, just kill us already. Harris was wrapped in a cute pink blanket, but his words were no different from an ice pit. Stop making a fuss. Line up. The students immediately obeyed. Then, he spoke slowly again. This is Vecchia, the capital of Elzevane. Do any of you know its history? Chelsea immediately raised her hand to speak. Vecchia was founded and named after the knight Vyasa, one of Luna's disciples, the star poet. More precisely, he was a disciple of both Luna and Arquin. Leo remembered that person and couldn't help but smile. Vyasa, that arrogant guy, now known by such a grand title as the Knight. At this moment, Harris spoke up again. That's right. And to add, the ESA family, descendants of the Knight, are holding the leading position here. While they were talking, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Harris immediately turned to look. Carr also looked in confusion. From within the snowy mist, a group of people was walking toward them. Carr couldn't help but cry out in fear. Even the ancestral lands have bandits? Harris pouted and retorted. Bad people are everywhere. But not long after, a voice rang out. How have you been lately, Professor Harris? This stunned Harris. The footsteps of the group got closer and closer. The blurry figures began to become clear. The leader was a white-haired man, extremely handsome in appearance. It made the female students scream in fascination. So they are elves? This man was Rune ESA, the spokesperson of Elzevane and the head of the ESA clan. Harris recognized Rune. He smiled wryly and joked, "You haven't changed a bit." At this moment, Eliana spoke extremely excitedly. "I think I've found my future partner." Leo heard this and asked suspiciously, "Does age not matter to you?" This question confused Eliana, but she quickly winked and laughed. "Class rep, don't tell me you're jealous?" Leo pouted in disdain. "Who cares? You know elves live long and don't age much. How old do you think he is now?" Eliana was stunned hearing this, not knowing how to answer. At the same time, Rune heard their noise from afar. He couldn't help but sigh emotionally. The students are full of life. Students led by Professor Harris are always very disciplined, right? Harris felt guilty hearing this. He stammered, "They're just first-year students. Still very immature." Just then, Eliana walked up to the two of them. She asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, may I ask your name and age, sir?" Rune couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly realized he hadn't introduced himself. He hurriedly spoke, "I apologize for the late introduction. My name is Rune ESA, and I am 97 years old this year." This made Eliana freeze stiff. Car saw this and happily ran over to ask, "Will you be our guide?" Rune smiled and replied, "I am the head of the ESA family and a member of the Elzevane Council." This made Car's face drop. He stiffly shook hands with him, smiling like a stone statue as he spoke. "It's an honor to meet you." Harris saw this and reminded them, "We'll talk later, okay?" To the dorms. A moment later, at the accommodation for the field trip. This place was a rather small building, seemingly abandoned for a long time. There were even rats nesting in it. Looking at the scene around them, Car couldn't help but mutter in confusion, "Are we really staying here?" Chelsea also shook her head and lamented, "I can't do this." Leo heard this and pouted, "Really? Then I guess you'll have to sleep somewhere else." Eliana cried out excitedly, "I knew it. Class rep, you had a plan all along, right?" Shrugging indifferently, Leo pointed outside at the snowy weather and suggested, "I guess so, so I prepared a place outside. Do you want to sleep there?" Only a crazy person would agree to sleep outside when it's snowing. Immediately, he urged everyone, "What are you doing? Hurry up, get into our accommodation, and unpack your luggage." Very quickly, the house began to get noisy and bustling. Everyone quickly cleaned up and chose bedrooms, putting away their luggage neatly. At the same time, a figure was sneaking up the stairs. It turned out to be Car and Thad. They were plotting something. Car whispered excitedly, "Do you know what the real charm of the trip is? It's sneaking into the girls' room." But just as they crawled up the stairs, they saw a pair of legs. Chelsea had changed into her pajamas. She glared at the two of them. And so, immediately after, a hurricane appeared, blowing the two of them back down below, shaking the entire first floor, making everyone extremely confused. Seeing this scene, Leo couldn't help but joke, "Seems like everyone is really enjoying the trip. Maybe I should go for a walk." Saying that, he opened the door to go out, but he had only taken 2 steps when someone called from behind, "Mr. Leo Plov." It made him stop. The person approaching was a blonde elf girl. She spoke respectfully, "The family head wishes to see you, Mr. Leo Plov." A moment later, at the castle of the ESA family, Leo followed the girl's instructions and entered the place. Seeing him, Rune hurriedly spoke, "Come in, Leo." Hearing this, Leo slowly walked inside. He spoke apologetically, "Sorry for calling you here and making you wait. I was a bit busy. Can you wait a moment?" Leo shook his head slightly. "No problem. There seem to be many interesting things here. May I take a look?" Rune agreed calmly. "Make yourself at home." Given permission, Leo immediately walked around to observe. There were quite a few very old items here, but among them, one thing caught his attention. It was a dagger placed in a corner. He recognized it. He cried out in surprise, "It's Arquin!" Rune couldn't help but be stunned. "How do you know about Arquin?" "Its history is only passed down to the heads of the ESA family." Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but feel guilty. "Forgot. I promised." He hurriedly made up an excuse. "I read about Arquin in an ancient text at the Lumen Great Library." Rune didn't suspect anything. He nodded and said, "So that's it." Leo didn't speak anymore. He reached out and touched the dagger. It was infused with astral mana, but it wasn't the original. In the past, when he was Kyo, While he was resting after the war, a voice rang in his ear. Luna, a self-defense dagger just for you. What do you think? Leo was woken up by the noise. As soon as he looked up, he saw an elf running over with a dagger. Leo sat up and sighed. You look like a goblin coming to loot. And the thing the elf was holding was Arquin. Originally, it belonged to Luna, but she gave it to her student, Vyasa. Later, right before the final expedition, in the battle with Tartarus, Vyasa dropped it. Back to reality. Rune had finished his work. He walked to Leo's side and spoke. Arquin is a reward our ancestors obtained long ago after conquering Lady Vyasa's hero world. But he said it was unfortunate that weapons obtained from a hero's world could only be used by the conqueror. Leo understood well. This thing was just an empty shell. Then, the two sat down in chairs. Rune spoke slowly. I heard from Harris that you are dual class, and also the first-year representative of Lumen, right? Leo nodded slightly. He replied calmly, That's right. Rune hesitated for a moment, speaking awkwardly. I know it's rude to make such a request when we've just met, but could you meet my granddaughter? Through Rune's words, Leo knew his granddaughter was a first-year student at Saren Academy, and a talented girl, who entered the school with excellent scores. But the world out there was vast. Right after enrolling, Rune's granddaughter hit a wall and lost all motivation. Rune hoped someone of the same age, and a different race like Leo, could inspire her. And Leo accepted. He was currently standing in front of a large hallway. However, he hesitated slightly looking at the key in his hand, muttering awkwardly, but giving the key to his granddaughter's room to a stranger like this, is it okay? After hesitating for a while, he decided to go knock on the door of the room at the end of the hall. But no one answered. He used the key to open the door and entered. The first thing that struck Leo's eyes was a mess, and the air was full of dust, making him cough uncontrollably. Leo glanced around and saw many paintings of great heroes on the walls. Leo couldn't help but sigh. He knew there were kids who collected these things, but this was a bit too much. As he walked inside, Leo saw a uniform hanging in a corner. He frowned and muttered, This is the Saren school uniform. At the same time, the person on the bed finally woke up. She muttered unhappily, Grandpa, barging into your granddaughter's room like this is too much, you know? This was Yerenesa, Rune's granddaughter. Hearing her voice, Leo turned to look, and the air instantly froze. Then, not long after, when she saw the person in front of her was Leo, the expression on Yeren's face flashed with panic. Leo saw her reaction and was confused, not understanding anything. But what surprised him more was that Yeren immediately crawled straight under the blanket to hide. Leo took a deep breath. He spoke slowly. Hello. I am Leo Ploff. I came to see you at your grandfather's request. However, the person on the bed showed no sign of answering, leaving Leo at a loss for words. While searching for a topic to talk about, Leo saw a book. He exclaimed in surprise. You collect books about Kyo almost as much as I do. Let's see. How is he described from the perspective of the elves? But Yeren remained hidden under the blanket, saying nothing. Leo didn't mind. He continued muttering. The great monster subjugation in the northern mountains could also be Kyo's achievement. You organized this quite well. Just then, Yeren suddenly poked her head out from the blanket. She asked hesitantly, Could it be that you also like Kyo? In the corner of the room, her voice continued to rise. The Battle of Dano. Are you talking about the battle where Taberka, the commander-in-chief of the Tartarus army, was defeated, right? The battle where the great heroes fought together as comrades for the first time. Yeren continued talking to Leo. Do you also know where Commander Zerga's army was defeated? Leo replied, Svelik. That was where Luna first tested her astral arts. Yeren's eyes lit up. Her mouth filled with joy. That's right. It's a record of the great heroes that most people don't know about. In Yeren's eyes, Leo shone brightly with a gentle, warm smile. Yeren lowered her face and stammered. Sorry for the late introduction. I am Yerenesa. Even though we just met, I talked a bit too much, didn't I? Leo reassured her. Not at all. The great heroes would be very happy to know someone cherishes their story. Yeren looked straight into his eyes and said, This is just my personal opinion, but although history only records 4 great heroes, there might have been a 5th person. Leo continued, seeming interested. Kyo. I believe that person really existed. So when I get back, I plan to join a club specializing in researching traces of Kyo. Yeren opened her eyes wide with delight. School. That sounds great. Her voice dropped, sounding timid. School, huh? Her action made Leo think. Shy and reserved. But at this level, it's not too bad. He continued. Yeren, why don't you go to school? Yeren tried to avoid the question, making her words falter. Because I don't think Saren is the right place for me. Everyone there is very hardworking. Everyone is serious about pursuing the path of becoming a hero. She hugged herself with her arms, looking to the side with a sense of inferiority. Someone like me, only dreaming of being a hero with such a half-hearted heart. Leo smiled smugly, remembering the wrinkle-free uniform that looked like a treasure. But the way she keeps that uniform so carefully, doesn't that mean she hasn't let go yet? Thinking that, he stood up and said, Yeren, currently, I'm not the only one in Vecchia. My whole class is here on a field trip. His words made Yeren look up. I think if my classmates heard your story, they would definitely want to meet you. She asked back with eyes full of hope and anticipation. Leo closed his eyes and continued. You know, in the human world, there are also schools training heroes. Like Sitten Academy, right? Leo turned slightly to leave, but his eyes were inviting Yeren. If you are curious about Lumen students, come and take a look. He walked out of Yeren's room after persuading her with all his might. Suddenly, Rune appeared from nowhere, clasping his hands as if praying, with a look of admiration and sympathy that startled Leo. You scared me. He leaned close to Leo's ear and said, Don't tell me. You've been talking to Yeren this whole time? Leo replied, I did. Rune was moved to tears, wiping them away with a handkerchief as he spoke. It's been months since she had such a long conversation with someone. Rune smiled kindly, placing a hand on Leo's shoulder. It seems she has opened up to you. As her grandfather, I want to repay you. What do you think? I want to give you a magical item that might be useful to you. He replied, It would be rude to refuse a gift. In a room filled with gold, silver, and jewels shining brightly enough to blind the eyes, Rune said calmly, Feel free to choose. Leo, unsurprised, just looked at the pile of gold and silver. He glanced slightly, thinking, This is... He spoke up. I would like to choose this. Rune looked at what he was holding and said, That is a jewel containing the power of the elf race, obtained by the previous family head 1,000 years ago. The fairy carving is truly exquisite and beautiful. But other than that, its use. Leo smiled at him and said, It's fine. Rune replied to him, As long as you like it. Leo stared intently at the jewel in his hand, thinking, I'm certain that's not a carving. Leo held the jewel with both hands. Inside the golden jewel, a small figure was residing. He thought, That is a real fairy. The students gathered. Harris spoke loudly. Order. Now I will explain the upcoming schedule. He looked at the paper in his hand and began to speak. Starting tomorrow, wake-up time is 6 a.m. In the morning, you will self-train in the elf forest near the city. And the afternoon will be for practical missions. Eliana raised her hand to interrupt him. Wait a minute. Didn't we do enough individual training at school? Even on the field trip? Harris answered her, leaving her a bit disappointed. In this field trip, we intend to focus on the areas where you are weak. Surely no one thinks we came here just to play, right? Harris waved the schedule paper and said, Let me be clear. This schedule was drafted by your class representative. Chelsea turned around in surprise. Leo did. Carr made a face, crying as he spoke. Why did you do that? You idiot. Facing those two pairs of reproachful eyes, Leo just smiled and said, The elf forest has monsters, so it's very suitable for practical combat training. Let's train. Train until we drop. And the first one to get tired is a dog. Eliana looked sad and unwilling as she said, I'm sure the class rep means well. Harris said the final words before letting everyone go to their rooms as it got dark. That's it. Enjoy it. This will be your last bit of free time. Leo sat on the bed, his eyes following the jewel in his hand. He thought, sealed by the magic of the Elf King. Leo cast a spell on the jewel while thinking. No wonder Rune ESA thought it was just a statue. After the era of calamity, the Elf King's contractor disappeared, and there isn't a single elf left who has experienced that magic. But for me, all of this is too familiar. It is Singlet's magic. The bright golden light of Leo's spell was surrounding the jewel. He took a leather ring, and golden light was released. He thought, finally, it's time to use the oath of the Elf King I received earlier. Leo smiled as he continued casting the spell on the jewel. The jewel emitted light, and cracks appeared. Light shone through the window, making his room unusually bright. Then abruptly faded, returning to normal as if nothing had happened. A small figure sat neatly in Leo's hand. He stretched and said, "Did Father finally release the seal?" He turned around, frowning in annoyance at Leo. "Why is there a strange human standing in front of me like this? How rude." Leo leaned closer and asked, "Who are you?" The little fairy snapped, "You dare call me you?" Then he proudly introduced himself. "I am the eldest son of the great golden elf king Silras, the successor to the elf king's throne." Iran kept talking, unaware of what Leo was about to do. "The one you see before you is the silver fairy, Iran." Leo flicked Iran's forehead, making him tumble over. Iran teared up in pain, but still grumbled. "How dare you? What is this?" Leo's voice was cold as ice. His red eyes stood out even more. "Listen, even your father was polite to me. Who do you think you are? Brat." Hearing this, Iran didn't back down. He jumped up and argued back. "You scoundrel! How dare you insult the great elf king Singlet?" Another painful flick on the forehead rang out, making Iran scream. He said resentfully, "You brat," not letting him speak. Leo gave him another flick on the forehead, making Iran scream loudly. "You!" Leo attacked Iran continuously. A moment later, Iran sat upright with a bump on his head, saying, "Impossible. Are you really the contractor my father mentioned?" Leo replied, "Seems so. Your seal is broken too. So, is there a problem?" Iran continued, thinking about it. "Forming a pact with a lowly human isn't that bad." Leo's finger pressed lightly on Iran's head as he continued. "With Singlet's gentle personality. To strip you of all 6 wings and seal you. You must be quite a troublemaker, huh? Prince Iran." He pretended to cough and said, "You even know that?" "Indeed, you are the contractor." Leo interrupted, "If you're grateful, just get to the elf realm and call Singlet for me." Iran spoke firmly. "I can't do that. You can only return to the elf realm after collecting all 6 wings." Iran sat with his head held high, crossing his arms smugly. "So, if you want to meet my father, help me recover those 6 wings. I believe the first wing is in the elf forest, where our home used to be." Leo smirked, thinking, Singlet. Surely this is destiny that your son came to me. Another painful flick on the forehead rang out. The next day, in the icy place, snow was falling heavily. Leo's class had arrived. Leading them was Harris. The cold scenery along with the sound of snowy wind rustling through dry, snow-covered branches. Everyone in the class was equipped with warm clothes. They all gaped at the scenery before them. Harris, wearing only a cloak for warmth, stood watching with arms crossed. Chelsea slumped onto the snow-covered ground and said, "Impossible. They won using only wind magic?" Suddenly a hand appeared in front of her. It was Leo. He smiled and spoke gently, looking very handsome in the icy landscape. "Looks like you have to train, huh?" A few minutes earlier, Eliana shouted loudly at Leo, "Class rep, do you mean my technique and magic don't harmonize?" "Me." She closed her eyes tight and continued, "Is that why you wanted individual training today?" Leo turned his head slightly, glancing somewhere. Both Thad and Carr looked angry at Leo. Thad spoke with frustration. "Lacking skills in summoning creatures?" "Me." Carr put his hands on his hips and continued, "Hey, alchemy is the only thing I'm confident in." Both continued talking when footsteps from someone rang out. "I made it very clear during the test." "Right." Leo focused his attention on Chelsea as she spoke. "I don't understand wind magic well." She confidently brandished her staff, challenging him. "Then show me what you've got." Leo put his hands in his pockets and replied, "Sure." Chelsea didn't take her eyes off Leo. She thought, everything Leo has done so far has exceeded imagination. Who knows what he's hiding? Her gaze became serious. "No more time to prepare. I'll attack now." Chelsea struck first. Windbreak. Sharp gusts of wind rushed toward Leo. His face remained unruffled. He calmly launched a move. Windbreak. Leo's move easily blew away Chelsea's move, surprising her. More surprised was probably Eliana. She commented on the match. Isn't fast chanting Chelsea's specialty? He countered at the same speed as Chelsea. Not stopping there, Chelsea summoned blue chains to attack him. Wind chain. Chelsea's commanding chains rushed at Leo, but he wasn't afraid. He said, Chelsea. He launched a move to bounce back her wind chain. I told you from the first time we met. That's not how you use wind magic. The chains were now broken. Leo opened his eyes wide. As his fingertips cast a spell, a large beam of red light rushed at Chelsea extremely fast, leaving her unable to react in time. The snowstorm grew stronger due to the impact of the battle. A lump of snow fell from a tree onto Chelsea's head. As soon as she opened her eyes, the tip of a sword was at her neck. From above, Leo lowered his sword and smirked. The wind blew his coat, creating the demeanor of a victor. Chelsea looked blankly, thinking, is this what wind magic is supposed to be like? Carr and the others in the class were also surprised by the scene of Leo holding out his hand to help Chelsea up. Right. I never thought Chelsea would lose in a wind magic duel. Eliana sighed helplessly. It's practically cheating. What kind of monster is our class rep? Harris spoke up to give a serious evaluation of the match just now. As a pure mage, Chelsea is not inferior to Leo at all. But there is a huge gap in understanding and usage of wind magic. And that decided the winner. As he spoke, Leo patted the head of Chelsea, who was pouting and not accepting the result. When you advance a grade, you will learn new techniques. So mastering what you have learned is very important. Harris continued, all right, let's practice the basics together under the class rep's guidance. And good luck with the training mission this afternoon. The whole class replied in unison. I'm hungry and cold. The snowy landscape stood tall before them. Only Leo stood there, picking herbs one by one and putting them in his bag. Leo Plov. Training mission, herb collection. Recalling back. In that room, most people were exhausted. Only Leo stood straight listening to Carr beg. I'll train later. Leo smiled helplessly and said. They finally took action. Iran was holding a lot of herbs, showing them off to him. Leo, look at this. I collected this much. See, Leo didn't spare his praise. Impressive. As expected of an elf, huh? Iran spoke arrogantly again. I am not an ordinary elf. Leo put his bags of herbs into his storage space and said, that should be enough herbs. Leo looked at the forest with Iran flying beside him. Leo said, now we should start a comprehensive investigation of the elf forest, right? Iran continued, finally. The journey to find my wings has begun. Leo walked step by step into the forest, while Iran sat neatly on his shoulder. Suddenly he stopped. Iran asked, why did you stop? Leo asked with a serious face, Iran, since when did you disappear from the elfland? Iran thought for a moment then replied, about 100 years ago. Leo spoke while reaching out to touch the magic wall in front of him. Looking closely, this is illusion magic. Iran said in surprise, it's the Elf King's magic, right? But it doesn't look like my father's magic. Leo began to deduce seriously. It's the magic of Charlotte Royne, the Elf King of the era of calamity. But at most, the magic was only activated about 100 years ago. Iran beside him also began to ponder something. Leo continued thinking. Based on the timing, magic supplemented by Iran's wings, a barrier made from ancient spells and his son's wings. That means something important is sealed here. Suddenly, someone's foot appeared, emitting a terrifying aura, making both Leo and Iran frown in defense. The stranger slowly walked closer and said, why are humans in the land of Elzevang? Leo immediately replied, still better than an undead like you being here. A walking skeleton named Kagere. His eye sockets glowed red as he spoke. This place has long been ruled by us. Tartarus. Iran shouted back. This is the sanctuary of our elf race. What nonsense are you spouting? Kagere put his hands on his hips, speaking with utter disdain. Elf? Something weak like you is called an elf? Iran flew into a rage and shouted at him. What did you just say? A ray of green light shot from his shoulder. Iran used all his speed to rush forward, attacking him and cursing. You smelly corpse. Kagere's eye sockets turned blood red and widened. Bang! Iran punched through Kagere's body. causing Kagera's bones to fall to the ground. Iran braked and said, "Empty vessel makes loud noise." Leo teased from behind, "You call yourself a fairy, yet you rush in so brutally?" Iran stretched, but his face was still grumpy as he said, "As long as it works. Who cares?" The power of the fairy and the undead opposed each other. Suddenly the green light of the undead appeared again, surprising Iran. He said, "I see. Even if you are low level, a fairy is still a fairy." Iran covered his nose in disgust. Stinky and persistent too. Kagera held a holy sword surrounded by his power. Once again, Iran flew in as Kagera lifted the sword with both hands. He shouted, "I will grind you into dust." Leo seemed to realize something was wrong and warned Iran. "Iran, dodge it." Kagera's sword, partly rusted, slammed straight into the ground. His power surged. A strange seal appeared beneath his feet. Iran was only centimeters away from Kagera's terrible power. He hurriedly swerved and flew away, then crashed right into Leo. He looked sternly at Kagera and caught Iran with his hand. He exclaimed, "What the hell was that?" Leo spoke while placing Iran on his shoulder. "It's a monster of Tartarus that has existed for a long time." When the cloak was gone, Kagera's skull revealed mighty horns. He shouted powerfully, "My name is Kagera, a knight under the lich." He swung his sword and charged. Leo hurriedly drew his sword and slashed, but missed Kagera. Suddenly Kagera appeared behind Leo, shouting, "And I am the one who will end you." Leo thought about Kagera's move. Body-soul chain. He frowned in surprise as Iran struggled to cling to his shoulder. Kagera slashed down from above, creating a powerful slash rushing toward Leo. In time, he created a shield with magic to block Kagera's spell. His glowing red feet stepped forward. He glared and said, "To be able to deploy aura shield in such a short time." Once again, Kagera spoke while rushing forward with his sword. "Inconvenient, isn't it?" In a flash, Kagera approached Leo. He quickly used his sword to block his sword. Kagera gained the upper hand and said, "All resistance is futile, human." Iran jumped up from Leo's shoulder and said, "Leo, I will help you." But quickly he bounced back and crashed headfirst into the ground due to Kagera's hard armor, leaving both him and Leo staring. He sat up, rubbing his forehead, complaining, "Am I out of strength already? If only I had my wings." Flames erupted from somewhere. Leo's voice spoke, "In the name of the contractor, answer my summons." Wind rose from Leo like a storm, surprising Kagera. A pair of fiery wings appeared behind Leo along with a strange seal appearing beneath his feet. Kagera couldn't believe his eyes and said, "This is..." Iran said excitedly, "What? Besides me, there's another contractor?" He slashed his sword, creating a slash embodying a stream of fire. Leo shouted, "Phoenix!" The slash attacked Kagera directly. The wings disappeared. Fiora returned to her original form, obediently perching on Leo's shoulder. Iran jumped onto his shoulder, standing next to Fiora, and said, "A phoenix." Iran laughed loudly, patting Fiora's head, annoying her. Kagera's voice rang out again. He held his sword, pointing the tip to the ground once more. "A phoenix and a fairy, huh? I absolutely cannot let them survive." This time, the sword went even deeper than before. Red liquid appeared from nowhere, spreading from the sword forward. He said, "Army of death, devour the living." Many living skeletons holding swords appeared from nowhere. Leo looked at the horde of undead and thought, "A curse that constantly summons undead." Iran saw him preparing to sheath his sword and exclaimed, "Have you given up already?" Leo heard this and just smiled slightly. Leo braced one hand on the ground to gain momentum and said, as if that would happen, a wave of power surrounded Leo. He thought, "This is Kyo's mana. It's been a long time since I used it." The power was strong enough to crack the ground. Earthquake. The undead just rushed forward. Kagera stood at the back, surprised by Leo's power. His eyes glowed red. He rushed forward quickly. Windstorm. Leo quickly disposed of the undead and flew forward. Leo breezed past Kagera. His voice echoed back, "Stop right there. If you call yourself a knight, face me with honor." He replied without turning his face, "You are the one who summoned a bunch of minions. What more do you have to say?" He shifted his weight to the balls of his feet, then flew up into the sky. Kagero shouted. He's escaping. When he reached a place with no sign of Kagero, Leo crossed his arms, exhaled, and thought, this place should be safe enough. A death knight appearing in the elf forest. Is there something here that Tartarus is looking for? An undead walking step by step closer attracted Leo's attention. Leo defended himself while pondering. An undead separated from the pack. Suddenly, slashes appeared from nowhere, finishing off the undead. The blade of a sword was held close to Leo's neck. It was a strange boy, he said. Are you the one who summoned it? Leo replied immediately. Not at all. I am a Lumen student. I have nothing to do with that undead. Leo noticed the stranger's outfit. That uniform. A student of Saren? The guy angrily raised his sword high and shouted. What a ridiculous excuse. Die, you necromancer. Leo dodged the slash in time. He used the pommel of his sword to strike the guy's ribs, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his body. A girl's voice rang out. That is enough. From afar, the figure of a girl appeared and said, I apologize for the rudeness. She stepped out and began to introduce herself. My name is Lunia Yolanda, a first-year student of Saren. Please do not think all Saren students are like him. Leo turned to answer her. Apology accepted. So what brings you from Saren to here? Lunia approached him, extending her hand to shake. I am staying in Vecchia for a while for field training. And you? He replied. I am on a field trip. Leo turned to leave but still looked back and said, So, I have to go report to my professor. Lunia placed her hand on her chest and said, May Vecchia protect you. Leo whispered her name. Lunia Yolanda. Where have I heard that name before? Meanwhile, at that very moment, Lunia seemed to turn into a different person, hitting the guy continuously and shouting loudly. The worst student in advanced class 1 messed up while trying to show off. You idiot. So embarrassing. Somewhere else. Rune said, A death knight in the sanctuary? He frowned and said, Tragically, monsters started appearing at some point, but the pollution level wasn't very serious. Harris chimed in on Rune's words. He isn't the type of student who would lie. A strange voice rang out, making Leo pay attention. Misunderstandings arising from ignorance are also lies. Herdium appeared and continued. A first-year hero candidate who has just stepped onto this path. Claims to have encountered a death knight. He said, I am Professor Herdium Winter, homeroom teacher of Advanced Class 1. First year of Saren. Please continue. Under his gaze, Leo looked up. Herdium continued. Surely he saw a skeleton knight and got confused. I don't believe he could escape a death knight on his own. He narrowed his eyes unpleasantly at him. He is only a first-year student. He looked at Harris and asked, Professor Harris, do you believe this student's story? He replied, Of course. Harris said calmly. He may only be a first-year student, but he is the representative of the entire department. Herdium narrowed his eyes unpleasantly at Leo and thought, if what he says is true, this could broaden the horizons of Saren students. He looked at Leo's calm face and said, if he is the department representative, surely he is confident about magic too? Herdium proposed seriously. I propose a joint class between Saren's Advanced Class 1 and Lumen. At the lavish party, everyone was whispering and chatting with each other. Carr marveled at the party, saying, they organized such a grand exchange event. Saren is truly a wealthy school. Chelsea walking beside him added, this must be on par with a party hosted by His Majesty the Emperor. Eliana couldn't hide her excitement, saying, I heard tomorrow we will get to experience Saren's teaching style. Nayla smiled in response. I'm so excited. Herdium and Harris were talking and sipping drinks. Not far away, Leo sat at another table, glancing at the teacher's table and thinking, proposing a joint class so abruptly. He must be the type who has to see it to believe it. Someone's voice attracted Leo's attention. We've met before, haven't we? It was Lunia. She reached out her hand to invite him. Care for a dance? Above, the lights of the ceiling lamp shone shimmering and noble. Below was the image of Leo and Lunia dancing together. Lunia seemed interested, asking Leo if he knew the elf dance. Leo replied briefly, learned it a long time ago. Lunia's face flushed red. She asked, thinking about it, I don't even know your name yet. What should I call you? When Leo answered, Lunia suddenly startled and froze. Leo Plov. Just call me Leo. Then suddenly she grabbed his collar, lifted him up, and shouted, "So it was you, the thief who stole someone else's contract." Her face was ferocious, completely different from her lovely appearance just now. "I will kill you." Leo suddenly remembered the woman's words. "Rina is my contractor, and the savior of Ellen Londa's life. I apologize to the child who was supposed to be Fiora's contractor." Leo realized and thought, "This girl is Fiora's original contractor?" Leo smiled slightly. He let out a short breath, frustrating Lunia. "Shameless thief." Leo smiled brightly at her. "Fiora is fine." She gritted her teeth in anger. Lunia lunged at him, making Leo step back. Everyone around was also surprised. She shouted, "Die!" Scene transition. Herdium stood next to Lunia and said, "I apologize, Leo Ploth." Although she was unwilling, she still said, "Please forgive my rudeness." Leo smiled and said, "It's fine." He thought to himself, pretending must be hard. Harris walked up the stairs with Leo and said, "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, we're leaving." Herdium turned to speak to Lunia. "Student Lunia," he sternly reminded her, "don't repeat that mistake ever again." As the first-year representative of Saren, she darkened her face and replied, "Yes, I understand." Herdium continued, "In the joint class tomorrow, we must prove it." He suddenly grabbed both her shoulders and said loudly, "Saren is better than Lumen." Herdium spoke with burning enthusiasm. "We are the best academy among the hero academies." He regained his composure and thought, "I was too pushy," Herdium said. "So from now on," Lunia interrupted. She was even more spirited than him. She shouted. The fire within her was burning hot. "I will never forget that bastard. I will completely crush him. Don't worry. For the honor of Saren." Herdium was slightly panicked by her intensity. "Student Lunia?" In the joint class of Lumen and Saren. In the lecture hall, Harris spoke loudly. "Nice to meet you. First years of Saren Academy. I am Professor Harris, currently teaching at Lumen Academy." The students at Saren were very excited as he continued. "Today, I will experience a class at Lumen Academy." He called 3 Lumen students one by one, surprising all 3. "Thad, Eliana, step up. I will lead the class." Harris continued. "You are the top surviving students at Lumen. Show what you have learned." "Professor," and Eliana. Thad and Carr both exclaimed in shock. "Professor," Chelsea said with interest. "So that's the reason for calling one student from each department." Leo sat next to them thinking. Feels like he doesn't want to bother. First was Eliana speaking about her power. Next was Carr with a confident demeanor. Although quite shy, Thad still tried his best when speaking. The students at Saren were interested and took careful notes. Herdium smiled slightly and thought, whenever observing the perspective of another race, you can awaken new methods. He returned to a serious face thinking, but it's a bit strange. Since the class representative hasn't appeared yet. Leo ignored his gaze, just intently listening to his friend speak. On the other side of the seats was Lunia, trembling with anger. Only Chelsea was still cheerfully cheering. "Everyone is amazing." Eliana, Thad and Carr bowed to thank everyone in turn. Footsteps and praise for all 3. "That was truly wonderful just now." Lumen students. It was Herdium. He spoke dignifiedly. "I can feel that each of you has developed your abilities deeply in your own department." He approached the board and picked up a piece of white chalk. Herdium pointed to the board and said, "Saren pursues a different method compared to Lumen." He continued speaking while writing on the board. "Saren students learn magic as a foundation. That is why we aim for a balanced teaching method. So we don't focus too much on magic." Leo seemed interested, so he paid attention immediately. He thought, their pursuit of balance is ironic. They teach very broadly, but all theories are steeped in magic. He thought sternly, it's too obvious. And they're bragging. Still the same. While Herdium was still speaking on the podium, Leo yawned repeatedly. And that is how we got this final answer. He frowned, thinking to himself. They spread rumors about facing a death knight. And even their class attitude is rude. He continued speaking. Good. Enough theory. Suddenly, Herdium cast a spell, making a block of stone with many sharp angles appear, shining bright yellow, making Leo attentively follow his words and actions. Let me show you the essence of Saren. The stone grew larger. He continued. We are born a magical race. The stone suddenly flew high, leaving a trail of shimmering yellow light. Then the large stone exploded, shooting out smaller stones, interesting the students. They involuntarily wanted to grab them. Especially Chelsea. Her eyes sparkled, and she said loudly, "It's crystal magic. That is the spell of the original elves." Other students also admired the beauty brought by crystal magic. This is our essence. Crystal magic. Herdium continued speaking while using magic to write on the board. The formula I am writing is the great legacy of our ancestors, Lady Luna, and it became the foundation of all crystal magic. The crystal magic I just showed you is one of the infinite branches separated from this formula. He looked up and said, "Very beautiful, right?" A student's hand raised. It was Leo. Herdium said, "Ask away." Class Republic. Herdium seemed quite smug, thinking, "I can't really get interested in crystal magic, but..." Leo's words rang out like thunder. "That explanation is wrong," surprising both Lunia and Harris. Herdium was no exception. He stared, frowning as he asked back, "What did you say?" Leo didn't hesitate to say it again. "I said that spell won't activate." The students of Saren were also surprised. Herdium frowned and said, "Of course. It is an incomplete spell, so it won't activate." He drew a leaf on the board as Herdium continued. "My ancestors interpreted the founder's legacy and restored it to its current form somehow." Leo thought, "Is this the lost spell?" "Well, I guess you don't know. This spell was created by Luna when she established the crystal magic system, for the sole purpose of passing it on to me." Hyo. Herdium looked straight at Leo rather scarily and said, "It seems you are very knowledgeable about crystal magic. If we interpreted it wrong, then can you explain it to me?" Harris sensed the tense situation and intended to salvage it. He suddenly looked surprised and a bit scared. Before he could react, Leo had walked to the podium and thought, "The magic used in the present is just a copy." He resolutely walked closer to the podium. "I am the one who received all the essence from Luna, and I died before I could pass it on to another elf." He faced the leaf symbol Herdium drew. He thought, perhaps, we were destined to meet like this. Harris held his forehead, biting his lip in worry for him. Leo thought to himself, crystal magic is the pride of Elzevane, and it is the legacy of the ancestors. If this goes on, it could lead to conflict between the two academies. He began using magic to draw on the board. His fingers deftly drew on the blackboard. A student at Saren had to exclaim, "What kind of interpretation is that? It looks like crystal magic. But I've never seen such a formula." Not long after, Leo finished. Done. His symbol was somewhat different from Herdium's. Light shone in from outside, making it more brilliant. Suddenly, he shed tears. Seemingly moved. He didn't blink. He said, "This magic. What kind of magic is this? Have you used it before?" Flashback. On the cliff. Leo spoke up. "Kyo. This magic is..." The stranger said, "Look. I perfected it." A spot of golden light then turned into a strange, beautiful flower. "It is a spell that makes flowers bloom." All the students stared wide-eyed. Eliana said while still dazed, "Our class rep just did something amazing, right?" Naylan nodded in agreement. Lunia seemed unable to believe it, thinking, "What is this? What's with the professor's reaction? Did that bastard really solve the ancestors' legacy?" Herdium was still shedding tears at the strange, beautiful flower in Leo's hand. "Amazing," he said. "There are many elemental magics derived from it. Don't tell me this magic is just a spell to make flowers bloom?" He smiled as he continued talking about this flower. "It's not that simple. During the era of calamity, flowers were almost extinct." Flashback. A strange voice rang out. "To the founder of Nebula. Isn't a flower a special thing?" Leo admired the flower and wondered, "What kind of magic is this? It's useless in combat." The strange voice spoke again. "Do you know how beautiful flowers are? One day I will see a world full of flowers." Herdium clasped his hands as if praying and exclaimed, "Indeed." The founder truly transmitted the truth into it. He withdrew the spell when he asked, "But who is this student? How does he know these things?" Leo leaned close to his ear and said, "My name is Leo Ploff. I taught myself crystal magic through ancient texts. I study multiple disciplines and am also a naturally talented mage." His words surprised him so much he stammered. Or is your lineage related to Elzevane? He calmly replied, not at all. Harris stepped forward and said, my student was rude. I apologize. Let's end the joint class here. He continued, for now. It's best not to take an official stance on this matter yet. Herdium said, Professor Harris. Perhaps I am being a bit bold. Herdium held Harris's hands. He spoke with sincerity. But can we exchange student Leo Plav for our school? Harris asked back with question marks all over his face. What? All the students in the lecture hall were extremely surprised. Scene transition. Chelsea brought out a bowl of soup that didn't look very tasty. Tata, the Llewellyn special soup is done. Next was Eliana. Her dish didn't look much better than Chelsea's. She said, and this is death risotto. So delicious that only one person survives. Carr looked at the two dishes and shuddered, saying to Thad, the biggest crisis since joining Lumen. Thad replied, no other choice, huh? Nayla beside them forced a smile and said, I still have bread. Obtained from the mission. Eliana attacked directly, feeding a spoonful to Carr. Try it. Try it. He swallowed it with difficulty, sweating profusely. Eliana screamed angrily hearing Carr retch. What are you doing? You idiot. Rune smiled brightly and said, it's good to see the students happy. Harris held his head and said, class rep. As he prepared to leave, Rune called him back. Wait. He continued. You should know this. The High Council of Elzevane has announced their decision regarding the Death Knight. Nayla caught sight of Rune and Leo talking. That is, he said, simply put, we have confirmed many undead and Death Knights appearing in the Elf Forest. The scene of undead like Kagera flashed back. So we requested both Lumen and Saren to investigate the unusual situation in the Elf Forest. Eliana, Nayla, and Chelsea looked interested in what Rune said, but with just immature first-year students. It is very dangerous. Rune and Leo were still unaware. He said, so we requested Saren. Once the mission starts, they will investigate the anomaly with Saren's upperclassmen. Leo asked, did the council leader come all the way here for that request? Rune shook his head in denial. Actually, I came personally for you. The image of a shy Saren student peeking from the door. Rune said, my granddaughter wants to meet you. Yaren. She timidly approached and took the initiative to speak to him. Mr. Leo, how have you been lately? Well, I said I would come, so I received a special privilege. Leo replied warmly to her. Thank you for coming. I will introduce you to my class. Chelsea saw this and couldn't help but praise. So cute. Chelsea rushed over to ask the short Yaren. What is your name? Why didn't you come to the exchange event? Eliana also asked, making Yaren freeze. Class rep. How do you know her? Nayla said from afar. So cute. Yaren seemed too shy, so she overloaded. Her head was spinning. Speechless. Then she ran upstairs, shouting back, excuse me. Chelsea and Eliana stared blankly. Chelsea whispered, did we do something wrong? Eliana added, is she really just a shy kid? Rune saw that scene, his legs slightly weak, and said, Leo, I'm counting on you. Leo went upstairs where Yaren had entered. Outside on the balcony, Yaren sat hugging her knees with a sad face. Suddenly a coat was draped over her, startling her. Yaren was shy when she realized it was Leo's. She asked, but won't you be cold, Leo? He smiled gently to reassure her. Don't worry about me. He asked further, why did you run away from Saren? She heard this and was silent for a long while. Yaren turned her face away to avoid him. Because I'm not fit to be a hero. Leo put his hands in his pockets and said, that again. Yaren began to talk more. When life at Saren became overwhelming, I met someone like the sun. Leo asked curiously, who was it? Her face brightened up again. She spoke with admiration. Lunia. Lunia is a truly amazing person. She can do everything. Always confident. And kind to everyone. She is a true hero. The image at school. Everyone surrounded Lunia, and Yaren watched from afar. She continued. So I started admiring Lunia. Yaren continued. Because she is an extraordinary person. Unlike me. I wanted to follow in her footsteps. She began to recount. I climbed up to advanced class 1 by myself. The image of a ferocious Lunia projected. Yaren continued. But in the evaluation match, I must have made a big mistake. Telling up to here. Yaren looked like she wanted to cry. And I think she started hating me after that. Leo just looked and thought, she's not the type of person to be hated. Lunia isn't the type to hate someone over something trivial. I should ask her sometime. When he looked at Yeren, he was reminded of someone else. He thought, for some reason, I keep seeing glimpses of Vyasa inside her. Leo spoke up and asked, do you like the story of Vyasa? Yeren answered immediately, without hesitation. Yes. It's a story about an ancestor, after all. He moved closer to the balcony and said, then you must know. Vyasa admired the great heroes who led him and followed in their footsteps. That's how he became a hero. Right. Leo's next words seemed to awaken Yeren. Don't care about others' gazes. Just follow the path you want. He held out his hand in front of her. Let's go down. My class is great and fun too. On the snowy mountain. Everyone gathered fully. Lunia whispered to Leo. How on earth did you persuade Yeren? Leo replied calmly. I told her she has no reason to be afraid of you. Contrary to his calmness, Lunia turned around sharply and asked, Yeren is afraid of me? What? Leo recounted. She said you were very scary during the evaluation match. So she thinks you hate her. Lunia explained in surprise. Well, it was just because Yeren was so strong that I had to focus on the match. Leo continued. Take care of her. Maybe she needs you. A strange voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. I'm here. It was an elf with short light purple hair. It was Rhoda Andra, the third-year representative of Saren. He smiled and shook hands with Herdium, saying, Professor Herdium. Herdium said, Rhoda, your recent thesis was quite interesting. Leo noticed the ring on Rhoda's hand. He turned to ask Lunia. Lunia, who is that person? She replied, Senior Rhoda? He is the third-year representative. Lunia continued. He wasn't anything special until his second year. He suddenly improved and became the talk of the whole semester. Leo thought. He suddenly improved? Harris stood next to Herdium and said, If everyone has arrived, let's start the group mission. Each group will have 2 to 3 first years and 1 third year. Herdium held a paper and spoke loudly, announcing Group 1, Leo Plav, Lunia Iolanda, and Rhoda Andra. His posture was very confident. Standing straight. A thought flashed by. Impossible. Frustration erupted, making Lunia growl. So annoying. Her face couldn't hide the frown of annoyance. She threw it straight in Leo's face. Why do I have to pair up with a thief? Still talking about the stealing issue? Talking to herself, answering herself. Lunia raised her fist aggressively and snapped. Of course. I still haven't acknowledged you as Fiora's contractor. Leo saw this and just ignored it, shrugging indifferently. Suit yourself. Currently, the Elf Forest Survey team was divided into 3 groups. At different locations, Leo, Lunia, and Rhoda went deep into the forest to find information. The remaining members were scattered in the habitat of the boxwood trees, herb clusters, recording areas, conifers, and the forest entrance. Walking a few more steps, Lunia got nosy and wondered, by the way, where did Senior Rhoda go alone? We were supposed to move as a group. The reason she asked was because of Rhoda's statement. I will go separately. Let's meet in the center of the forest. Leo lowered his eyes, speculating. He must have business alone. His hand touched the ground. Light purple smoke gently wafted around. Lunia looked around with wide eyes, questions constantly popping out of her mouth. But, we've gone this deep and still haven't encountered any undead. Seeing Leo's face become tense, he thought to himself, it still looks the same as last time. But, he recalled the previous trip where he personally discovered strange details. Look closely. This is part of the illusion spell. This is magic of the Spirit King, right? But it doesn't look like my father's magic. There is a curse on the island that wasn't there before. A curse of death that only someone who lived through the era of calamity could recognize. At this moment, Leo was more certain than ever. It's him, Erebos' most loyal subordinate. He recited the name he knew by heart. Commander Tartarus. The one who survived the era of calamity. Leo also called him by the title, Hell King Kaiser. Reviewing the knowledge he knew about the opponent in his head, Leo was certain. The Hell King won't act personally. Kagir, that Death Knight, could be his representative. While thinking, he continued to probe. After a while, he lifted his knees slightly to sense. Up here, His eyes looked up at the white sky. Two fingers swayed. There is something in the elf land that Sing-Lot wanted to protect. Watching Leo's strange gestures, Lunia anxiously wanted to ask immediately, "What is it? Did you sense something?" Footsteps from afar reached Leo's ears. Suddenly, a bad premonition flashed through his head. He directed his gaze to the path covered by bushes in front of him and muttered, "Something is coming." Lunia was stunned, not daring to look away. Her whole body tensed up, and Leo had already drawn his sword, readying himself. The opponent stepped forward with a greeting. "How is the investigation going?" First-year representatives. An acquaintance right in front of them in a situation like this surprised Lunia. "Senior Rhoda?" He asked about the situation in a friendly manner. "So, did you two encounter any undead?" Lunia shook her head dejectedly. "No, I didn't see any." Continuing, Rhoda smiled with squinted eyes at Leo, actively reaching out his hand. "You were the first to find the Death Knight, right?" He politely reached out to shake his hand as expected. His mouth replied clearly, "That's right." But in his heart, another thought rose. "This black ring." "Just as I thought." Rhoda raised his voice as if mocking. "Unfortunately, maybe you were mistaken. It's confirmed. There isn't a single undead, let alone a Death Knight. But it's okay. It's normal for first years to be overly enthusiastic." Rhoda led the conversation. "Do you know that high-level undead like Death Knights will be unsummoned if their necromancer doesn't continue to supply enough mana? That's why demon summoners are always present next to Death Knights." Lunia automatically deduced. "So that means there is a demon in this forest?" She tried to deny it. "But this is Vecchia, the capital of Elzevane." Rhoda walked in front, using words to manipulate Lunia's mind. "If you are a student of Saren, you would know, right? About the grand magic applied around Vecchia." She knew, so she automatically continued for him. "It is a spell created by the veteran founder, Lady Luna. No demon can enter." "That is true." While she stammered, Leo interrupted. "There is no rule saying a necromancer must be a demon. Entities other than demons can also use dark power. For example, even elves." These words of his seemed to catch the opponent's pulse. Rhoda grinned with delight. Truly an interesting opinion. The look clearly showed evil intent. "It seems you don't know how proud the elf race is." He just left it at that and turned his back. "Finish the investigation and meet back at the forest entrance." Leo couldn't be more certain. He is looking for something. Lunia stared at him, also knowing one thing for sure. This guy knows something. That night, in the wooden house where the whole team gathered, the discussion began. "Car, your team didn't find the Death Knight either?" Car sat with his legs crossed on the table, hands clasped behind his head, advising Chelsea, "Forget the Death Knight. We didn't even see any undead." Unexpectedly, saying that only made her more excited. "That makes it even more suspicious. The headmaster definitely said undead were found here. So how could they disappear right when we came to investigate?" Looking at that extremely excited face and burning determination, Carr laughed awkwardly, speechless. He decided to put this conversation aside, finding an excuse to ignore it. "I'm going to sleep." Chelsea insisted on pulling his sleeve. "Not so fast." Meanwhile, Leo had just landed on his knees after jumping straight from the upper floor of the house. Leo stood in front of the Saren Academy dormitory lodge. He walked into a room. His steps were light, his door-opening action also stealthy. After getting inside, he quickly scanned the room with his eyes, then looked at the book labeled Rhoda lying still on the table and muttered. Just as predicted, he sneaked out of the dormitory. Leo continued to look at the map marked with a big red X lying nearby. He felt suspicious, so he stood close to look and saw. "This is the entrance to the spirit land." Thought he was acting secretly. Unexpectedly, Lunia had been following closely since when. Suddenly appearing at the windowsill, screaming, "What are you doing here?" Leo frantically covered her mouth with his hand. Lunia took the hint and lowered her voice to a whisper. "You were acting strange earlier. What are you doing here now?" Leo didn't hide it and confessed. "I'm looking for Rhoda." But he already sneaked away. He definitely went to the spirit forest. Leo's keen ears suddenly alerted him to something. His eyelids raised. Someone outside the door was putting their ear to listen. "Didn't you say Rhoda was sleeping?" "I heard talking." Lunia was so scared she stammered. Why would Senior Rhoda? In the tense moment, Leo pulled her shoulder hard. Quick and precise movements. He picked Lunia up like a prince carrying a princess. Both escaped through the window they came in. Leo used his long legs to jump, rushing outside in a flash. In another room, someone seemed to sense his hurried movement. It was Yeren. She hadn't slept yet, sitting on the bed with an open book. The commotion just now urged her to quickly leave the bed and go to the window. Yeren actively listened, using her eyes to track what was happening. When she saw Leo carrying Lunia standing below the dormitory, Yeren was so surprised she exclaimed, "Leo, you and Lady Lunia?" The book in her hand fell in shock. Yeren's lips trembled. This is clearly. She held her flushed cheeks, her head painting a romantic atmosphere of Leo and Lunia. Clinging to that imagination, she wondered. A secret romantic date? The sky was still dark. Only the snow-covered branches brought a little white light. Leo, annoyed, had to ask, "How long do you guys intend to follow me? Just go back to the dormitory." Lunia got angry, laying out arguments. "Do you think Senior Rhoda is involved in all this? He just arrived this morning, and you encountered the death night days ago." While speaking, she suddenly reflected on Leo's question just now and paused. "But you guys?" Turns out Yeren had been running desperately behind them for some time. She panted and called out, "Stop right there. You two. This is enough." Lunia turned back in surprise. "Yeren, since when were you here?" Leo knew all along, so he was calm. "She's been following us for a while." Yeren suddenly cried out, "Oh my goodness. Students shouldn't have unhealthy romantic relationships." Lunia heard this and her face stiffened. "What?" Leo was also clueless, not understanding. "What are you talking about?" Yeren exploded with emotion. "I saw everything. Even when you two sneaked out of the dormitory together." She insisted her deductions were correct, so the words poured out. "Of course. Lady Lunia is very pretty. And Leo, you are very handsome too." Leo ran his hand through his hair, looking bored. "Yeren, you misunderstood." He called for help. "Lunia, you say something too." Lunia's whole body trembled. Her lips pursed, making a sound. "Huh." She turned her face, showing clear confusion. "It's not like that. I mean, at the same time." Leo's red pupils also widened. He was as shocked as Lunia. From beneath the ground, an arm pieced together by red bloody tendons just rose up. Uninvited guests appeared in front of the three of them. Of course, everyone recognized. It's the undead. A cold and gloomy atmosphere surrounded where the students stood. A spine-chilling greeting rang out. "Welcome to the Spirit Forest." Leo's keen eyes identified the heavyweights. They are all high-level undead. Bone soldiers. Lunia hadn't stopped being confused. Where did these things suddenly come from? He turned to look at her, asking bluntly, "Lunia, ready?" She wasn't the weak, dependent type. Scared just now, but now exploding with spirit. She replied firmly, "Of course." Beneath her feet, Lunia was opening a firestorm formation. The corners of her mouth curled up into a confident smile. A tornado made of fire swept through the undead, engulfing them in intense heat. Lunia laughed in delight, then turned to ask her teammate, "How's this?" Just then, an urgent cry called her. "Lunia." It wasn't Leo, because he was startled, looking in the direction of the call. The other person, Yeren, had saved Lunia a move. She raised a shield against the undead secretly attacking Lunia. The transparent ice armor Yeren was wearing, Leo knew its origin very well. That is from Elzevane, armor that increases power when assisted by the shield of Animus. The ground dented slightly as someone pushed off their heels to launch up. Yeren rolled her eyes back, her mouth shouting loudly to stimulate her spirit. One slash of her sword successfully took the head of a bone soldier. As soon as the weak point was hit, its body immediately melted into black smoke and disappeared. Lunia looked at Yeren with admiration. "You're pretty good." Yeren scratched her head, smiling awkwardly. Leo continued, praising. "Didn't think you had that move." She maintained her modesty. "It's nothing special." Returning to the unfinished business earlier, Yeren was determined to find out. "So why were you two out here late at night like this?" Leo had to raise his voice to emphasize. "Lunia and I are not in that kind of relationship you think. Okay, Yeren?" Lunia, now that the obstacle was gone, cleared her throat to explain. "That's right. We just stopped at the third-year seniors' dormitory to investigate. Yeren still didn't believe it. She asked back with wide eyes, "Really?" Lunia put her hands on her hips, suddenly raising her voice. "That's right. Wouldn't it be good for you? If issues related to love kept me from focusing on my studies, that means fewer rivals for you." Yeren calmly denied it. "Not like that." She placed her hand on her chest, seriously and sincerely expressing, "Lunia is the best student, and I want you to always be the best, because you will become a hero." Lunia opposite her was momentarily stunned. She thought like that. She suddenly remembered the advanced combat class evaluation event at Saren Academy. Yeren and Lunia had an explosive confrontation. Yeren was driven to the edge of a cliff by her back then, breathing heavily. Lunia at that time was extremely excited. Just as expected from Yeren. Among all the first years, only Yeren can face me. Because the opponent was also highly rated, it stimulated Lunia even more. After a few minutes of regaining her spirit, she pursed her lips and smiled. "All right, I will also use my full strength." The attacks summoned like a gun barrel by Lunia at that time made Yeren's whole body freeze watching. It seemed even she didn't expect the firepower she shot to be that great. In a blink, only fire and fire were seen before her eyes. Lunia understood now, feeling she went too far. "Now I finally understand what the expression on her face meant back then, and why she didn't come to school after that." She frankly stated her wish. "Yeren." Lunia approached and held Yeren's hand with a tender look. "I want you to continue coming to school. Because you are my friend." Yeren was confused. "Wait, Lady Lunia and I are friends. Didn't you hate me?" Lunia smiled brightly, her voice full of joy. "We are friends, didn't you know?" Yeren listened intently. "As a friend and also a rival. I hope you can continue to face me." That carefree confession made her happy too. Friend and rival, suddenly. Yeren pouted again, her tone full of concern. She stopped speaking loudly and leaned close to Lunia to ask quietly, her eyes still drifting to Leo. "Are you two really not?" Lunia jumped, her voice echoing to the blue sky. "We said no already." Yeren sighed, thinking to herself, kids really grow up by fighting. Inside a corner of the forest, the sky here was much darker than other places. Kagero said hoarsely, "You must be surrounded." "Mage." From his pitch-black eyes, killing intent emitted. "We have uninvited guests." A familiar black-cloaked figure walked over, responding to him. "So, isn't that something your warriors have to handle?" The hood was pulled back. Rhoda's lifeless face appeared. He hissed, "Warrior, Kagero?" Kagero shouted 2 words straight into his face. "You bastard." His footsteps deliberately stomped hard. The Hell King's warrior control command. Kagero couldn't stand Rhoda's arrogant tone. "Are you treating me like a subordinate?" He didn't bother raising his voice, gently raising the ring worn on his index finger and reminding, "It seems you are forgetting the fact that the Hell King chose me." After saying that sentence, Rhoda arrogantly turned his back, still deliberately provoking Kagero with a few more words. "Once the summoning circle is complete, I won't need Tartarus's help anymore." His shadow was far, but the arrogance could still be heard. "So until then, I will rely on you." Kagero must have had his own calculations, so he changed his tone immediately. "Hee, of course." Back to Leo's group. Lunia heard his deduction and still showed a critical attitude. "You say Senior Rhoda is involved in the problems of the spirit forest?" "Just a guess from this guy. Don't take it too seriously." "Yeren." Yeren spoke softly, "But isn't it colder than before?" "That's right. Vecchia is a cold region." "But how should I put it?" Lunia frowned. "Now that I think about it, it's still a bit faint, but..." Leo hid his thoughts in his head. "I think I'm feeling a curse." He instructed aloud, "Prepare a bit before proceeding from here." His finger pressed into the center of the formation. Iran and Fiora rushed out with giggles. "Look here. My entrance." Lunia's eyes lit up, and she ran over as if wanting to eat the creature alive. She cheered, "Fiora, how can something so beautiful be born?" "It's me. It's big sister Lunia. You still remember, right?" Yeren was curious to know. "Leo, what's with this summoned creature?" He spent a few minutes introducing. "This is a little phoenix, Fiora." Lunia was like a crazy fan, praising while tearing up. "Fiora, she's so beautiful." Leo continued. "And this is the elf prince, Iran. A contractor of both a phoenix and an elf. Truly impressive." "Done." He pulled them back to the important matter. Stop chatting and get ready. We are heading to the center of the forest. Before reaching the destination, Leo had to warn his friends. From here, things will get brutal. Indeed, as he said, walking a short distance, they confronted the rising bone soldiers again. Lunia stood side by side, coordinating to solve them, resiliently bringing out all her most vicious moves. The red arms like before appeared again. The bone soldiers rose simultaneously, as if just awakened by someone. Yeren was stunned, covering her mouth. Corpses. Lunia tried to stay calm and speculate. There must be a necromancer nearby. Leo didn't bother calculating anything. He coldly brushed past each one and gave a few slashes as a greeting. They couldn't withstand the pain, continuously passing away in creepy screams. Handling a bunch. Leo panted and confirmed. There isn't anyone. But Lunia insisted, Leo, you just saw it too. A snail suddenly turned into a bone soldier. Leo explained to her. That is not an undead created by a necromancer. Lunia asked further. Then what is it? He lowered his voice. A curse of death. Lunia was dazed, partly from fear, partly from surprise. A curse of death. I've never heard of it before. But Iran seemed to know about this. He continued for Leo. It will continuously summon undead in the surrounding areas, and will turn this area into a death realm. Leo actively interrupted, and the person who cast it is. A cold gloom emitted from his eyes. The commander of Tartarus, Hell King Kaiser. Lunia immediately realized the current critical situation. Oh no. Does that mean Tartarus is planning a major attack on Elzevane? This is not the time. We must report to the professors immediately. The intention just escaped her mouth. A biting cold wind visited. The strong wind carried snow dust, making the two girls raise their hands to shield themselves. What suddenly? A hoarse voice rang out. Hero candidates. Hello. Kagera lunged out from the dust cloud. The opening words weren't even finished when the sword was ready. Welcome to the land of death. His sword decisively came down, clashing right against Leo's blade. He attacked preemptively by threatening. You won't be able to escape today. Kagera emitted a formidable power. He constantly uttered words to make the opponent falter, despair, and tremble in fear. I will make you regret daring to step foot into this forest. Leo looked straight at him face to face. He told the two girls, I'll handle this dark night. He assigned tasks to both. Yeren, take care of clearing the undead. And Lunia, prepare the strongest magic you can cast. The two girls obeyed. In unison, yeah, got it. Kagera approached Leo, mocking and ridiculing. Oh, you chose to fight this time. He was decisive. I will face you. He still spoke with disdain. Stupid brat. Do you think I'll let things go your way? Suffocate in the darkness. Two swords clashed, making a creepy clanging sound. Sparks from friction continuously shot out. To deal with this stubborn and arrogant guy, Leo immediately pulled out Ginger's secret sword technique. Sword against sword. The weapon in Kagera's hand was knocked aside by the ordinary metal of a human. Panic struck him. Is that a fire phoenix? Leo's toe tapped lightly, turning in the opposite direction. A body only half the size of Leo climbed up powerfully. His voice overwhelmed Kagera. That's not just a fire phoenix. Ginger's flame aura has also fused into it. Kagera was dazed for a moment. He lowered his eyes to look at the thing in his hand. The sword was melting. Leo had nothing to hinder him, so he just stabbed straight up. An arrogant guy like Kagera now had to pause. He is overwhelming me with combat experience. His eyes were incredulous. His head wanted to deny it. How can a first-year brat do this? What is that gaze? A source of light rushed in, obscuring Kagera's vision. When he could see again, he saw a hellfire tornado right in front of his eyes. Waterfall of fire. The person acting now was Lunia. A mischievous smile appeared whenever summoning Fire Leaf. A waterfall of fire crashed down straight onto Kagera and his minions. Echoing in it was Lunia's hateful voice rising. Die! You damn bony bastard. The quiet and clean atmosphere was returned. Lunia was extremely proud of herself, cracking her neck, clicking her tongue in praise. This is the result when you dare to mess with me. So refreshing. Behind her, Iran couldn't be happy, screaming loudly. The forest. Yeren hid her face behind Leo's thick hair, now daring to reveal it. Is she really an elf? Why is she so violent? He blurted out. So persistent. Leo didn't rush to rejoice. He warned. It's not over yet. Let's chase them. As soon as he finished speaking, the air was once again surrounded by black smoke. A piercing scream echoed. What the hell is that? The two girls were fearful and troubled. Is this the curse of the dead? It's really strong. A strange voice moved to their ears. First years. Rhoda glared at them. Who allowed you to investigate the forest at night on your own? Even the first-year representative of Lumen is like this. Truly a disgrace to discipline. Linnea was surprised. Senior Rhoda? Why are you here? He replied very calmly. Currently, undead are appearing in this forest. I am investigating the cause. Linnea automatically gave him a clue. The cause is a curse. An extremely powerful ancient curse. Rhoda turned his head to look. A curse? Are you saying that right now? There is a curse here? Linnea suddenly flashed a question. She thought back in her head. It's this serious. And you didn't sense anything? Rhoda's facial muscles tensed when hearing the accusation. A few first-year students of Lumen accidentally touched objects leaking from Tartarus. Leo calmly said. Those students accidentally used the power of darkness. When the curtain behind Rhoda was lifted, Linnea and Yeren were immediately stunned. Bones lying scattered in pools of red blood. The detail struck their eyes, making Linnea, who originally trusted him, now have to question. But you look like you voluntarily cooperated with Tartarus. Only black magic or necromancy uses monster flesh and blood as a catalyst. Rhoda's hand was stained with black blood. He began to reveal his true face. Cooperate. You are truly annoying. And surprisingly stupid. He ran his hand through his hair. His tone mixed with mockery, but still revealed malice. You first years over there. Right at this spot. His next sentence made the listeners indescribably shocked. The heroic achievements of Lady Luna are sleeping. Rhoda spoke of the obvious. But the talented Elzevane Council doesn't even know it exists. What's wrong with using Tartarus to reclaim our legacy? Iran couldn't suppress his agitated emotions. Immediately arguing with him. That is an insult to a great hero. And you just want that legacy for yourself. Linnea now had no respect left either. She bluntly said, Leo, finish him off. Smash that hateful face and drag him to the instructors. Leo placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His voice cold. Linnea, Yeren, from now on, fight as if you are ready to kill your senior. The two girls hadn't even composed themselves. Busy asking back, what? When Rhoda had just cast a thunder formation pushing towards them. Leo stood in front of them, so he took the first hit. His body staggered. Then, a blinding light covered the entire space, hiding the actual situation. Luckily, Leo was fine. He was one step faster, opening a barrier to keep the members safe. Calm down. Facing Tartarus is like that. Rhoda watched them execute moves neatly like that and felt a bit amused. A human? Using primordial astral magic? What kind of thing are you? Outwardly smiling and talking, but deep inside he had a certain apprehension. Did you really cast and then cancel the spell immediately in that short moment? The ability to recognize me clearly as an enemy and your combat intuition are both top-notch. He calculated in his head how to benefit himself the most. If those two also join the fight, then this will be really troublesome. Rhoda waved his hand. Faint purple smoke escaped from the ring. He clicked his tongue. Then, an electric current flashed across, separating Leo and the two girls. He giggled. Get down. Another spell was chanted by him in the shocking space. Yeren pulled out her shield and armor to defend, conveniently saving Linnea, who had nothing to protect her. Linnea coughed violently. Sitting up immediately once safe. He sat up immediately once he was safe. He just said that was Iritiagasso. Iran was bewildered. It's just a basic spell, but it's unbelievably powerful. Suddenly, Linnea's eyes widened in shock. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. When she saw Rhoda just a few steps away from Leo, she screamed in terror. Damn it. We have to help them, Iran. With Delta's help, the ghouls could now openly charge forward to block their path. He looked at the two girls and sneered. This is the end of the line for you. Oh, chosen heroes. Linnea's jaw tightened as she spat at him. You fool. She seemed to have a plan. She quickly told her teammate. Iran, buy me some time. Iran coordinated smoothly. Leave it to me. Over with Leo. Rhoda was now looking at him with soulless eyes. He asked, any last words before you die? Leo showed no fear at all. He arrogantly asked back, you're pretty confident, aren't you? The small but mighty savior was summoned. Iran. Unable to see his movements, Rhoda was caught in a sneak attack. He fell flat on the ground. His legs were paralyzed, stiffening up and silencing his arrogant mouth. Instead, he groaned. Damn it, my legs. It was Leo's turn to face Delta with cold, sharp eyes. The man still found it hard to believe every time he looked at him. This bastard. Don't tell me he's really. Rhoda spoke softly, yielding. Wait. But nothing could stop Leo now. He struck decisively. His opponent's head flew from his neck. Iran cheered excitedly. Nice one. That crazy spirit is down. Now it's time to smash that skeleton bastard. A familiar incantation was suddenly uttered again, and his joy quickly turned to shock. His small body was swallowed by a black hole in an instant. Leo shouted in fear. Iran. Rhoda no longer seemed human. He was reattaching his own head to its place. He spoke fluently. A half-blood. And yet you can even summon a demonic beast. Impressive talent. You're Leo Brock, correct? The man's face was now half human, half demon. One side of his face was covered in a web of scars. Only his mouth retained its arrogant smirk. I'm glad that I'm the one who gets to send you off. Rhoda was completely transformed by the demonic power he had absorbed. The power of the Lich King isn't bad. And if I add the power of the founder, Kelowna, I can trample on arrogant brats like you who only rely on talent. Leo Brock. Iran, wounded in the shoulder, observed his opponent. That eye. It seems the mechanical demon has begun to consume you. The man shrieked as he raised his hand to gather dark energy. Die. Leo calmly raised his sword, ready to receive the blow. Leo's blazing red eyes never left Rhoda, the one who had failed to fully absorb the mechanical demon's power. As swift as lightning, he dashed past and sliced off the man's arm. His goal was clearly to sever the connection with that ring. Leo didn't even stop there, plunging his sword into Rhoda's shoulder. Like a predator in the night, he had claimed victory. Those who gain power through shortcuts always lack combat sense. He scowled with contempt, urging the man on. Come on. Keep regenerating. I'll keep cutting you down until you run out of mana. Rhoda could only groan, looking up through the excruciating pain. But a whispering voice echoed. Are you having trouble, mage? The Lich King's voice continued to tempt him, circling in his ear. Is the human before you your target? Hurry and complete the summoning circle and seek the power sealed in this land. Thus, the Lich King moved the man's severed arm on its own. That's right, if I can absorb that power. Leo quickly glanced over at his two teammates in the distance. Although they looked exhausted and battered, they were still standing firm. Those two are holding up pretty well. Looks like I have to deal with this guy first. Rhoda clutched his bleeding wound and wondered. Why hasn't my arm regenerated yet? Iran quickly noticed something was wrong. Leo, Rhoda's arm has completed several bloodlines of a magic circle. Look over there. Then, the man himself began to show unusual signs. He opened his mouth wide in delight, releasing a surge of power. It's too late. This power vibrated, spreading throughout the surrounding area. The blazing red magic circle, upon completion, shone with an eerie light. Kagero also stopped fighting, drawn by the commotion, and turned to look. The explosion of demonic energy forced Leo to retreat. The entire ground seemed to tremble from what was about to appear. The ground suddenly cracked into small fragments. A massive, giant hand reached up from beneath the earth. Iran's face turned pale as the thing emerged. Oh my God, what is that? But Leo knew about the giant skeleton before him. The Skeleton King. He frowned slightly when this thing was summoned. One of the strongest undead still in existence. All the bubbles gathered to form a complete shape. Rhoda could fully regenerate his original appearance. I am overflowing with power. So this is the Founder's power? Leo knew he couldn't stop his actions anymore. By completing the summoning circle, he had completely accepted black magic. He had no choice but to rush up to fight the Skeleton King. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, denying Rhoda's logic. That filthy power cannot be Luna's. At this moment, relying on the power, he just smiled faintly. Is that so? The Skeleton King's huge hand swung out under his control. Leo nimbly stepped on the hand to dodge. He landed, the aftershock sending dust spreading around. Rhoda laughed loudly in triumph. I don't care if it's the Skeleton King's power. This power is mine now. Iran looked at the power rushing towards them. He immediately reminded, Leo, retreating is better. That skeleton is too strong. He replied calmly, look closely. That Skeleton King wasn't summoned in the usual way. Leo continued speaking while dodging. It seems he hurriedly summoned the Skeleton King by making a pact with Hell Kaiser. He barely met the summoning conditions. He can't maintain it for long. A thought appeared in his head. The most basic condition of summoning is having enough mental power to maintain the existence of the summoned creature. Leo moved quickly to dodge attacks, stating his intention. We just need to hold out until his mana to maintain the Skeleton King runs out. All right, let's do it. He turned to request. Iran, please support me. He immediately used his power on Leo. Leave it to me. A formation appeared on Leo's hand. He unleashed the ultimate move, Ray of Light, creating a huge explosion. The attack caused the Skeleton King's head to smoke. Its eyes glowed red, flashing with deadly intent. The Skeleton King raised the sword in its hand high, aiming at Leo. He hurriedly jumped up to dodge the slash just now, thinking in his heart, just as predicted. The power gap is huge, but we just need to buy time. If we can do that then, just then, Rhoda laughed coldly with calculation. He used his reserve energy. As soon as Leo landed, he immediately attacked. Just then, Lunia appeared blocking in front of him, using the Phoenix shield to stop Rhoda's power. She turned back to say to him, Leo, focus on the Skeleton King. I'll handle that crazy senior. Waiting for just that, Leo replied. Then Yaren will be left alone with the Death Knight. Lunia smiled and said, Don't tell me you don't trust Yaren? She added, Yaren is one of those who volunteered to fight one-on-one with the Death Knight. On that side, Kagero unleashed a powerful slash, but it was blocked by Yaren's shield. Although she was pushed back sliding a distance, she was still unharmed. His voice rang out. Truly arrogant. You think you can face me, the great Kagero, all alone. Saying that, he unleashed a horizontal slash, aiming at Yaren. She crouched down, holding the shield in her hand firmly, wondering to herself, can I really do it? Yaren shouted to prepare to resist, thinking to herself, but if I can't hold him back, the others might be in danger. She stabbed hard into Kagero's body, but in return was only his sarcastic smile. Kagero viciously unleashed a punch straight into Yaren's chest, causing her immense pain. Yaren was knocked sliding across the ground. As she fell from his hand, she thought, I never wanted to be a hero, but at least I can't be the one holding them back. Kagero stepped forward, using his sword to shatter her shield, uttering words of contempt. Compared to those two, you are just an immature brat. Yaren bluntly retorted, That's right. That's right. Those two will walk on the same path as the great heroes someday. I am sure of that. Kagero interrupted. I should take your head and go help the necromancer. You have no chance of winning. While he was gripping his sword tightly, Yaren spoke up. But, do you know? Great heroes always have disciples who follow them. Her eyes showed confident affirmation. My ancestor, Lord Bucher, once followed in the footsteps of the great heroes and swore to never doubt them, no matter what. Iran slowly raised her sword. Once again, she declared, they would never doubt, no matter what. Then I, too, will believe. Kago looked at the radiating light and asked, Is this the power of a fairy? A deadly red glint flashed in his eye sockets. He rushed forward, scolding, You arrogant brat. Iran exuded an aura of confidence and said, This is a technique passed down through generations of fairy knights. Kago prepared to strike down. He let out a great shout. Meanwhile, Iran stood there, preparing to use the infinite power of life to dispel death. Iran used a finishing blow to quickly deal with her opponent. Evergreen. Her single strike split Kago in two, leaving him in disbelief. I, an undead knight, lost to a little brat like this? Exhausted, she plunged her sword into the ground. It seemed her strength was completely drained after the fight with Kago. I have to go help the others quickly. Her vision blurred as she looked up at her two comrades. I have to help them. Rhoda was arrogantly displaying the power of his dark magic. He's still breathing? The first-year representative. He reached out, summoning a powerful claw. Time to end this. Lunia quickly activated a protective version to block his attack. Fire Turtle. Rhoda's face went blank at what happened. It bounced off. His attack actually rebounded and hit his own body. Lunia smirked at Rhoda for underestimating her. Did you think I would just block it? She took a step forward, calling forth magic from beneath her feet. Take this. A flame erupted right in front of his face. Immediately after, the flame exploded, causing massive damage. Lunia stood next to the red turtle, watching Rhoda writhe in agony from the burns. She turned to leave when he stopped moving. Nothing special. However, it wasn't over yet. Rhoda smirked and raised his hand to attack. The dark magic flashed with a purple light, shooting out spikes. Leo, standing on the side, was on edge at this scene. Lunia. Before he could rush to her aid, a giant hand enveloped him. He was immediately thrown far away. In a flash, Leo, heavily injured, sat among the roots of a broken tree. The tiny Luca flew in front of him in a panic. Leo, are you okay? He was stunned when he saw the wounds on Leo. However, Leo's expression didn't change. I'm fine. I'm not going to die. Don't make a big deal out of it. The Skeleton King continued to approach, exuding a deadly aura. His roar made both of them clutch their heads. In this situation, that was the worst curse that could appear. Leo's mind was still clear enough to give an order. Farah, it's time to use the Firebird's special move. Cry. A song rang out, transferring energy to those around. My body is recovering. Leo gently requested again. One more time, Farah. As his body recovered, the Skeleton King raised its sword high. He nimbly leaped up, dodging the downward strike. At this moment, Leo's body was enveloped in blazing flames. Lunia couldn't take her eyes off his figure. Leo? He has no fear of death, just like the heroes. She slowly stood up, brushing the dust off her dress. Fire Turtle. She decided to recall the Fire Turtle. Good job. Get some rest. Lunia created a glowing flame in her palm. She controlled the flame, launching it to attack Rhoda. He didn't even glance at the fire burning on his hand. Even your proud flame has weakened, Lunia. What do you plan to do with such a weak flame? You call it weak? The flame of our London family. Lunia took slow steps toward Rhoda. Many people know that my family has always made pacts with the Phoenix. Our first ancestor was willing to burn himself to death, if necessary, to completely incinerate Tartarus. He laughed scornfully at her origins, suddenly spouting nonsense. Have you given up? However, inside, he was becoming confused. Why hasn't this flame gone out? Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his burning hand. Her gentle, yet warning tone rang out. As long as the will of our ancestors burns, we will always be the contractors of the Phoenix. This flame will not be extinguished until all demons are burned to ash. Lunia's eyes shone brightly as she moved closer. And by the way, your left eye is completely demonic, isn't it? A flame erupted, engulfing them both. This spell is called sanctification, a forbidden art of the Londar family. Even the caster can be burned by it. His face showed disbelief at her reckless action. You're insane. Her eyes were filled with determination, without a hint of regret. I won't let you escape. Suddenly, the scorching flame that was burning them both went out. Rhoda immediately reverted to his arrogant demeanor. Out of mana, he intended to use the ring with dark magic again. Then it's my turn. But the power didn't manifest as he wished. What the? The dark magic suddenly swirled from Rhoda's arm. Stop. His entire body was suddenly sucked into the small ring. No, don't. Lunia stumbled back in fear and fell to the ground. Was he absorbed by the ring? What the hell is going on? She was confused to see the Skeleton King still attacking Leo. The Necromancer is dead. The energy source should have been cut off. Why does the Skeleton King still exist? The glowing red ring emitted a strange, dark aura. Suddenly, its movements paused for a moment. His calm expression wavered as he sensed it. This energy. In another place, dark and deep underground, a mysterious figure sat on his throne, head resting on his hand. His single, blood-red eye trembled as he gave the order. Advance. And so, a change occurred on the Skeleton King's blade. Its body was like a puppet, following orders. And complete the mission you were given. Leo observed, gripping his flaming sword tightly. As expected, this is the power of Hell's base. He's channeling power through the demon machine, as cunning as ever. He had to anticipate its actions. In that direction, it's heading for the main gate of Fairyland. The scene shifts to Fairyland. Everything here was desolate and barren. In the midst of the silent landscape, a voice called out, "Leo." He lay motionless on the ground. Farah, an array of light flew over, signaling for Leo to wake up. "Wake up." He woke with a start. Looking at his dirty hands, Leo mumbled, "Damn it." He clenched his fist. He thought to himself, "I've run out of magic and stamina." Leo stood up. He observed his surroundings and said, "Fairyland." As he staggered forward, he lamented, "I can't believe this place has become so desolate." Suddenly, Leo turned his head in one direction and cried out as if he saw something. He stood there stunned, then mumbled, "This is—" A flood of memories returned, along with a voice. "Are you going to throw it away?" Back then, Kyo had replied softly, "Bakia, you take it." Bakia held it in her hand, asking with curiosity, "Why? Is it not to your taste?" She pouted and said, "No. It just doesn't seem very useful in the garden." Hearing this, he quickly waved his hands and explained, "What? Hey, do you have any idea how many life or death battles this thing has been through with me?" Just then, Kyo's comrades arrived and called for him. Seeing Bakia sadly looking at the sword, Leo said, "It's time to go." Then he gently placed his hand on her head. Bakia watched Kyo's back as he walked away, along with his farewell. "I'm leaving. See ya, kid." And so, she stood there silently, watching his team disappear into the sunset. Back in the present, Leo picked up the dagger, mumbling, "That arrogant kid." He looked at it, let out a soft sigh, and continued. She said with her own mouth that she didn't need it. Suddenly, the dagger emitted a surge of magical power. The swirling streams of energy startled Leo. Then, the streams of magic were absorbed into his body one by one. It flared up so powerfully it seemed to shake the very space around him. Leo thought, the magic sealed in this dagger for thousands of years. Beneath his feet, streams of spiritual energy gushed forth. Leo's entire body seemed to embrace all the magical power. He silently affirmed, "It has responded to its true master, me." Leo opened his sharp eyes. He asked himself, with this much magic. Then he turned his gaze toward the skeleton monster and thought, which spell should I use? Suddenly, a burst of power slammed into the monster's head, nearly cracking it open. Leo closed his eyes. He thought calmly, those kids. If that's the case, then, over here. Lunia summoned a magic circle and said, "Stop right there. You bag of bones." Iran struggled to support her, crying out, "Miss Lunia, over there." Suddenly, Iran's eyes widened. She exclaimed, "That amount of magic is incredible." From the distant castle, a blinding light of magical power shot out. Seeing this, Lunia said with satisfaction, "If he's the one who made a pact with the Phoenix, this is the bare minimum he should be able to do." At that moment, Leo walked forward, his spiritual power surging. He murmured, "Even if it's not as good as the real thing." A multitude of stars and glittering planets appeared in the sky, leaving the two girls gaping in astonishment. Leo stated, "But for those kids, this will be a priceless gift." As Lunia and Iran stood watching in silence, Leo's voice echoed, "I once read in an ancient text, a constellation that bathes the world in the light of the morning stars." Now, in the depths of Iran's eyes were glittering stars. She exclaimed, "That's the most powerful spell." The stars flew in droves toward the skeleton. He shouted, "The finale." A wave of power struck the skeleton directly, causing it to vanish. The entire space trembled violently as a result. The scene shifts back to the wonderland where Leo was standing. He held out his hand and summoned a magic circle. From within it, a stream of light leaped out, accompanied by a voice. "Iran." Iran dashed away, shouting, "The one who will finish you is me, Lich King." Seeing him flailing his arms and legs, Leo said in a deep voice, "It's over." Iran asked in surprise, "When? How?" He didn't answer, only saying calmly, "Go find your wings first." Hearing this, Iran hurriedly flew off. Right. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Leo." He turned and asked, "Is everyone all right?" At that moment, Lunia was being supported by Iran. She replied, "You're worried about us? You're the one who looks the most pathetic." Iran added softly, "I believe you two will get through this." Lunia asked curiously, "But seriously, what kind of magic was that just now?" It was like something out of a legend. Leo held the dagger in his hand and replied, "It felt like it came from the magic sealed in this dagger. It must be related to a great hero." Hearing that, Iran exclaimed, "An artifact of a great hero?" Lunia was curious. Could it be that Tartarus was targeting this place because of that item? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Leo, look at this." He brought over a cocoon and said, "I found the wings you hid for me." Then, as Iran struggled to open it, he said, "Help me get this thing off." Leo agreed. "All right." But Lunia stopped him. "Wait," she continued. "Isn't that a piece of a hero's record?" At that moment, a surge of spiritual power suddenly emanated from the cocoon. A powerful light radiated out, enveloping the entire space. It transported everyone to a forest vibrant with colorful flowers. Lunia asked in a daze, "What is this place?" While everyone was confused, a voice rang out. "The rule is to defeat Erebot." Hearing that, Leo thought, that voice. Footsteps slowly approached. The person spoke. "Are you crazy?" "Well, whatever. I like it. Stalking Erebot. He's the perfect target for me. I like it." Seeing this, both Lunia and Iran stared in astonishment. The person continued, "I told you so, didn't I?" Leo confirmed to himself. "Now I understand what Tartarus. Her name is Luna. I will become someone who shines like the stars in the night sky. So be honored to have me in your group." What Tartarus was truly searching for. The girl with white hair introduced herself in a deep voice. "My name is Luna." Then she smiled brightly and continued, "I will become someone who shines like the stars in the night sky. So be honored to have me in your group." Leo stood frozen. He pictured the image of KO merging with himself. He thought, "That's right, it's me. This is a piece of KO's hero's record." At that moment, Harris and Herdim ran over in a panic. He called out, "Leo, Student Lunia, Student Iran." June also rushed over. Seeing this, Lunia spoke up, "Professor Herdim." Then she held out a fragment and said, "Please, take a look at this. This is the heroic chronicle of the founder." Herdim looked at it and stammered, This is." He turned to Leo. He placed a hand on his shoulder and praised him. "Well done." Then he asked, "Is everyone who left the dormitory here?" Leo replied in a deep voice, "There's still one more person." Iran spoke to June hesitantly, "Sir, Senior Rhoda is." Before she could finish, he spoke, "Let's go have a talk." Then he walked away with everyone. Only Leo remained, looking back. He murmured, "Luna." The scene shifts to another space. That is, on the last day of the field trip. Herdim shook Harris's hand and said softly, "As of today, the students have learned a great deal. I am truly grateful." Lunia said confidently, "The next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you." "We'll see about that, Leo." Leo replied, "I'll be waiting." Suddenly, Iran ran over and called out loudly, "Leo." She panted as she spoke, "I'm going back to Clun Academy." He looked at Iran and gave a gentle smile. Leo gently patted her head. He replied, "All right, see you later." Tai and Kai also waved cheerfully before leaving. The scene shifts to a large castle. An excited sound echoed. "I finally got my wings back." Inside, Iran was flying around excitedly. He shouted, "Take my fist, red monster." Fiora calmly dodged Iran's punch. He said resentfully, "You dodged it?" But she didn't care and flapped her wings to fly away. Suddenly, Iran blocked Fiora and said, "So what if you can't fly?" This startled her, and she let out a cry. He became even more excited, laughing as he spoke. "I'll show you the magic of the fairies." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Iran's wings. Leo scolded him in a deep voice. "Do you pull this stunt every time I leave? Do I need to confiscate your wings?" He struggled and cried out, "This is the only pair I have left. Don't you feel sorry for me?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Leo Brock." Fiora had transformed into a little girl. She introduced herself respectfully. "Now we can meet properly. I am Phoenix Fiora." Leo asked curiously, "Limo? Iran, is that you?" Iran replied with a satisfied tone, "Humph, how about that? You see my power?" Then he flew out with his injured wings and said to Fiora, "No need for introductions, Fiora." She replied calmly, My mother told me to treat those with contracts politely. The moment the little girl finished speaking, Iran flew over and grabbed her hair. How about it? How are you going to dodge this time, huh? Fiora didn't waste words. The little girl immediately caught him in the palm of her hand, startling him into a cry. Fiora said calmly, Leo, please open a path to my mother. I want to show her this form. Hearing this, Leo opened a portal and replied, take that guy with you too. And so, the little girl took him and stepped through the spatial gate. He struggled and cried out, hey, wait. Leo stood there, watching the spatial gate slowly fade. He sat down. He thought with a sense of relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. Leo dried his hair while muttering, the heroic chronicle and the dagger I found in Bijia have now been handed over to sea. Thinking of the images of the monsters, he continued to think. In Lumen, there's the monster queen Silatona. And in Sealand, it's the Lich King Hyakir behind it all. With a somber expression, Leo concluded, it's clear that Tartarus has erased all records of the great heroes. The images of the villains reappeared in Leo's mind, troubling him. Planting enemies within our ranks, that's a dirty trick. It was the same back then. There are still uneliminated Tartarus agents in Lumen. Then the eerie image of Rhoda appeared. Leo speculated, and in Sealand, there are direct traitors. Just like Rhoda. There must be someone like that in Lumen as well. He told himself, I have to find him as soon as possible. The traitor who has infiltrated this place. The scene shifts to Lumen Academy, the main auditorium. The students were gathered in a large crowd and stood on the stage, his voice echoing down. As previously announced, first-year students, line up by department. The principal will be here shortly. Eliza and Warren stood silently with cold expressions. They thought, why are we gathering by department instead of by class? Duran also stood there, listening thoughtfully. Alien's voice rang out. Did everyone enjoy the field trip? He continued cheerfully. The reason I've gathered all the first-year students today is to prepare for an upcoming event for the departments. Alien slammed his hand on the table and declared, it is the interdepartmental tournament. Hearing this, Chloe spoke up. The interdepartmental tournament? Rain also added. So that's why we were called by department. He continued to announce, to prepare for the tournament. The professors will guide you. But we've also invited special instructors for more intensive training. After hearing this, Chelsea's eyes lit up. She exclaimed, special instructors? But CA said wearily, am I the only one who's already tired? Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. I've read your report on alchemy using qualitative magic, K. Thomas. She asked in a low voice. That report was absolute garbage. You know that, right? CA jumped, exclaiming, Senior Toro-san. John continued in a cold voice. Hello. First-year students. I'll be blunt. I find you all pathetic as mages. Faced with the students' stunned and confused silence, she continued, I've read all the magic essays you submitted for the midterm. Most of them were formulaic. Nothing creative. At that moment, you stepped forward and spoke up. You said you've read every paper we submitted, he asked. So, do you remember the research paper on the efficient conversion of fire attribute mana to light attribute mana? That one was mine. John replied arrogantly. Yes. 17 pages long, wasn't it? The content was mediocre. It was about using thermal energy to increase output. That remark left you frozen in place. The other students were also dumbfounded, muttering, magic. In essence, a young man stepped forward from out of nowhere and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, my juniors. I'm R.A. Mua. R.A. Mua continued, confidently flexing his muscles. A knight is someone who overcomes all hardships and crises with physical strength alone. Training the body is the foundation of knighthood. Then he held up his nameplate and shouted, I will train with you all until the interdepartment tournament. I'm looking forward to it. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, senior. At this moment, Anta stepped forward. He asked in a low voice, my juniors, in your opinion, what is the most important ability for a summoner? Eliza answered with an uncertain voice. The power to control summoned beasts? Anta said, wrong. Warren also answered. Overwhelming power. Anta replied, also no. Anta gently touched his fingertips together. He said hesitantly, the most important ability for a summoner. He continued, spreading his arms, is love. This answer left Eliza and Warren petrified. Their eyes were fixed on him. Manhwa and John. The principal's voice rang out. All right. The top students from all 5 years of Lumen Academy will be the instructors for you first years. As he was speaking, Alan suddenly paused as if he saw something. He looked at Leo and asked, Leo Block, why are you standing over there? That doesn't belong to any department's area. To the astonishment of the students, he spoke up. This is... Leo gave a confident smile and continued. The all-department area. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire lecture hall fell silent. John let out a sharp breath and said, What? The all-department area? Alan spoke up. Leo, have you gone mad? But his eyes remained resolute. He looked at the other students, then continued speaking. Don't you see how many people are here? This is an inter-department competition. Unta, Eliza, and Warren grew pensive upon hearing that. Anna said, Hurry up and go back to the night department. Chelsea also spoke up. Leo is in the magic department, remember? At that moment, Alan chuckled and said, The all-department area, huh? You're not wrong, Leo. But being guided by a fifth-year student from Lumen is a rare opportunity. You're not planning on wasting this precious chance, are you? Leo answered clearly and firmly. I don't mean to say I don't need the seniors' guidance. I just intend to participate in all the classes as usual. Alan laughed heartily. The space seemed to dissolve into an illusion of power. He spoke, Very well. Then let me ask you one more thing. If you don't change your mind, you understand that you'll have to face them all alone, correct? Leo replied, Of course. Both Leo and Alan looked at each other with determined eyes. He said, Give me some time to think. Meanwhile, Alan was pondering Leo's words when John spoke up resentfully. We should still focus on magic research. Didn't he analyze a magic spell left by the founder of the constellation during the field trip? He nodded in response. I agree. He's clearly meant for the magic department. On the other side, Manhwa was observing Leo from a distance. Looking at the aura radiating from him, he thought to himself, He dares to stand so tall and straight. Manhwa held up a scorecard with a 100 on it and admired him silently. You truly have the makings of a true knight. At that moment, Yuga had Unta in a headlock, causing her to tremble as if she were about to foam at the mouth, and said angrily, As a fifth-year student, I must be more proactive in training my juniors. Alien spoke up again. I have made my decision. Hearing this, Yuga finally released Unta. He announced clearly, This year's interdepartmental event for first years will be a survival battle. Afterward, everyone left the lecture hall. A voice echoed from the room. Principal, I don't understand this. I thought the competition was to strengthen unity among the departments and to grow by competing against each other. In Alien's office, everyone was still puzzled. But a survival battle. Does that mean it's an individual competition? This is unprecedented. He looked at the documents and replied in a deep voice. As you all know, this year we have a rather special student. Correct? Someone asked, Are you referring to Leo Brock? Remembering Leo's charismatic image, Alien replied, Leo Brock. At first, everyone was just surprised that he was in the all-department section. We thought he would soon hit his limit, didn't we? He added. And yet, he has maintained a top-ranking position in every field. To everyone's astonishment, Alien affirmed. Therefore, the student council has been paying more and more attention to him. She asked, The student council is paying more attention to him? He replied, Precisely. Yuga broke into a sweat and thought to herself. The founding families of Lumen Academy. The emblems of the powers appeared one by one. Vero, Rahet, Tusha. Those are the ones backing Leo. After hearing this, Len's face turned red. He said, If that happens, it wouldn't be impossible for the next generation to inherit Leo's abilities and create another all-department student. Alien chuckled and replied, Of course. Eventually, he will have to choose a department. Everyone was at a loss for words upon hearing that. The scene shifts to the next day. The students were standing in line before a cold wall of ice. A buzz of conversation filled the air. Why is it suddenly so cold? It's like stepping into a refrigerator. What is that thing? And snapped his fingers and said, All right, attention. He explained, I created this ice wall to teach you the skill of ki, which will be useful for both the interdepartmental tournament and conquering the hero's world. And looked at Celia and said, Celia, draw your sword. Hearing this, She let out a startled cry. He asked, "Do you think your fire can break that wall?" At that moment, Celia had already drawn her sword. The flames surged violently. She began to slash with the flames and said confidently, "Piece of cake." Celia swung her sword forcefully. The flames cut through the air. The ice wall was immediately impacted, causing a large explosion. Shards of ice flew out. Leo stood at a distance, watching her. But surprisingly, the ice wall did not collapse at all. "It's as hard as rock," and spoke up. "The technique I will teach you today is the hero's breath." He raised his sword. His image was reflected in it. He continued to explain. "It is a technique derived from the unique breathing style of the beast men, adapted to suit the life force of humans." Celia was a bit surprised to see him step forward. He did not hesitate. He unleashed a flame with immense pressure. The terrifying power of the flame crashed into the ice wall, causing it to explode and leaving a long scar on the ground. Duran witnessed this and frowned in admiration. The destructive power is incredible. Seeing and standing there with his ki swirling around him, he thought to himself, "The destructive power is incredible." A student spoke up. "How can he create fire like that?" "But Professor N is an ice type," Duran explained. Professor N was once a dungeon conqueror. It's not surprising if one of the heroic abilities he inherited is fire type. And heard this and said in a deep voice, "Duran is right." His eyes shone brightly. Each breath seemed to merge with the ice. He continued to speak. "Because it's different from my innate ki, it should have been weaker than Celia's." He crossed his arms and continued. "But thanks to the hero's breath, he can be amplified." He turned around and spoke. "Let's begin training." After witnessing all of this, Leo remembered Iran's image and wondered in amazement. Isn't that Iran's technique? A while later, everyone dispersed to practice. Elizana was channeling her ki. Her whole body was trembling. Meanwhile, Ho was practicing his ki while looking tiredly at Elena. Over here, Duran and Celia were practicing with a more relaxed attitude. Celia closed her eyes, focusing all her internal energy on her training, and watched the scene with a satisfied thought. Well done. A while later, Elizana sat down, exhausted. She sighed. So tired. But it's done. Suddenly, a hand offered her a handkerchief. Elizana replied brightly, "Here. Thank you." She thought happily to herself. Even the head of the Eastern Division acknowledges my skills. Eliza said, "You're pretty good." Then, Celia suddenly looked in one direction. Over here, Leo was drenched in sweat. Seeing him covered in sweat and breathing heavily, Celia called out, "Leo." Elizana asked, "Leo? Is the class president still there?" And observed from a distance. He marveled to himself. "I can't believe it." Seeing Leo take each breath, he concluded to himself, Leo is the only one whose ki has not yet manifested. Perhaps this is an opportunity for him to focus more on his swordsmanship. Suddenly, En's eyes widened. He cried out inwardly, the way he breathes, and called out, "Hey, who taught you that technique?" At that moment, facing Leo, he added, "The hero's breath originated from the beastmen of Arnia Academy." Celia also listened intently as En continued to explain. "I modified it so that humans could use it. But the way you breathe." His expression was a bit tense now. He said in a deep voice, "It's like that of a beast man." Leo thought of Iran's image and spoke up. "Indeed, not human." At that moment, and placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Then can you change the starting point of your ki? Draw your mana right from the source of your breath." While he was still talking, "Use the technique I taught you. But imagine that you are a real beast man." Then, a flame erupted so fiercely it seemed to want to burn everything. This scene left Duran utterly astonished. Watching the flame gradually die down, he wondered, what was that just now? At that moment, the remnants of the flame still lingered around Leo's body. Duran was still puzzled. How did he do that? At that moment, En, covered in sweat, spoke up. "Leo Brock, you truly are a special person." Leo held the flame in his hand. He exhaled slowly and replied, "Thank you, Senior. I did it." Inside the hallway, Chloe was walking with a stack of documents. Suddenly, a voice startled her. "Isn't that heavy?" It was Leo. He walked over to help Chloe and asked, "Are you heading to the practical class for the magic department? Let's go together." She replied, "Oh, thank you, Leo." Chloe turned her face away, flustered. She blushed and thought, Why? Why can't I look Leo straight in the eye? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. What a pleasant atmosphere, you two. That voice belonged to John. She crossed her arms. She continued in a deep voice. Hello, Chloe Miller. Chloe was surprised and asked, You know me? John replied, Of course. I really like your explanation of Northern magic. Hearing this, she said shyly, I'm very honored. John turned to ask Leo, Leo, when are you planning to transfer to the magic department? He replied in a firm tone, Senior, forcing a department transfer is a violation of school regulations. Leo muttered, She really has no charm at all. By the time they reached the courtyard, seeing Ambi's back, John let out a huff. She paused for a moment. Then, John stepped forward and called out, Professor Ambi, why have you come to the first-year students' lecture hall? Ambi turned and replied, At Professor Jin's request. Starting today, I will be giving a special lecture for the first-year magic students. Then, a torrent of words poured out from John. What? Professor Ambi? This is so unfair. When we repeatedly asked to attend your special lectures, you never agreed. Not even until we became fifth-year students. But Ambi replied calmly, I was busy. Hearing this, Chelsea and Kai were also stunned. Leo thought to himself, I get to attend Professor Ambi's class. Andy is a rare mage. One who can control fey magic with a human body. Time itself seemed to shiver with rage. He smiled smugly, thinking to himself, every magic student wants to attend his lectures. Just then, Len walked up to Andy and spoke. Senior, there you are. He announced loudly. Attention, everyone. This is Professor Andy. The one I personally invited for you first-year students. You should consider this an honor. Hearing this, the students' eyes lit up with joy. Jin stood there, clapping, then smirked and said, Looks like some trash got mixed in. Seeing this, Len quickly pulled her away. Let's go. We need to prepare materials for the inter-department tournament. She struggled in annoyance. Meanwhile, the excited voices of the students rang out. Wow, I'm a first-year student. I really wanted to attend Professor Andy's special lecture. Andy crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, All right, let's begin the special lecture. With a cold expression exuding charisma, he continued speaking. As you know, my nickname is the Villain Mage. The students listened intently to Andy's introduction. But many also call me the Slayer of Tartaros. That shows just how much combat experience I have. Then he asked, In your opinion, what is the most important thing in a magic battle? Emilio answered, Mana capacity. Andy said, Wrong. Next, Chelsea spoke up, chanting speed. He said again, Next. Kai asked, The type of spells you can use? Perhaps. Andy didn't reply, simply saying coldly, Next. At this moment, Leo raised his hand. Andy asked, Answer me, Leo Block. What is most important in a magic battle? He answered firmly, Mobility, sir. Andy said, Correct. Come over here. Jian heard this and said jealously, I probably knew that too. Len nodded. Yeah. Hurry up and start chanting. Emilio spoke up, Professor, I don't understand. Of course mobility is important, but I don't think it's the most important factor in modern magic combat. Furthermore, hasn't mobility already been surpassed in magic? Andy asked back, When you say mobility has been surpassed, you mean wing magic, correct? He replied, Yes, sir. Kai asked Chelsea, Since we have wing magic, isn't that enough? She hesitated. That's true. An illustration explaining Kai's magic appeared. The truth about the magic Kai mentioned. Wing magic is a levitation spell invented 10 years ago. It is much easier to learn than ancient flight spells and allows for much faster movement. A superior version. Its biggest feature is allowing objects to fly. Andy spoke up. Emilio Halukin. Leo Block, come forward. Both stepped forward. Emilio thought, fired up with excitement. Someone who doesn't even belong to the magic department. How annoying. While Leo thought in confusion, have I been living my school life wrong? Andy asked in a deep voice. Leo Block, do you accept his challenge? Leo calmly replied, No, sir. Emilio exclaimed in surprise, What? Hearing that, Andy drew a line and said, Then you too shall test your mobility. We'll see who is right. Andy asked, Do you both have your own wing magic devices? Emilio, Yes, I do. Leo was the opposite. He answered, No, sir. Andy said softly. Then do it however you can. Leo calmly replied. Agreed. Andy set the rules. The turnaround point will be Monster Island. Whoever gets there first wins this debate. Emilio excitedly brought out a hoverboard and shouted, Really? Then Emilio stood on it and commanded, Become my limbs. With that, Emilio zoomed off at high speed. Let's go. Looking back, he said smugly. A guy with no magic tools dares to. Lightning strike. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out, destroying Emilio's device. Lightning strike. Seeing this, Kai exclaimed, Hey Leo, what are you doing? Leo didn't answer but turned to ask Andy. Since this match is to understand why mobility is important for a mage, reducing the opponent's mobility is also valid, right? Andy replied, Of course. Beneath his feet, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. Kai saw this and said in astonishment, That's impossible. Leo leaped high into the air using the Phoenix Step skill. As he moved, the ground cracked beneath him. Kai shouted in shock, That's aura. Is that allowed in a magic class? Seeing this, Andy asked, Kai Thomas, who do you think you will be facing in the department tournament? Thinking of the other students, Kai felt a bit scared. Meanwhile, Emilio was sliding along with his broken device, cursing angrily. Leo, you crazy lunatic. A surprise attack? I won't forgive you. Emilio froze when he saw Leo. He cried out, You're already here? Leo charged forward coldly, carrying an overwhelming amount of magical power. Emilio cried out in alarm. Ice crystal. The moment he finished speaking, he was hit by Leo's attack without any chance to resist. Emilio fell pathetically. He screamed in terror. Leo also dove down at lightning speed. He grabbed his arm. In the end, Emilio was caught by Leo. He was so scared his face turned pale. Ambai's voice rang out. As you can see, Emilio Luchin, who relied on wing magic, has lost. The moment his device broke, he immediately lost his mobility. Emilio felt like he had just been through a nightmare. He panted continuously. He continued to explain. Meanwhile, Leo Brock flew across the lake using the most basic flight spell. Remembering the sight of Emilio falling, Ambai added, Wing magic was developed based on the flight spell, but because it only focuses on convenience, it lacks fine control. He reminded them in a deep voice. Therefore, what you must practice from now on is the flight spell. Understood? The students heard this and replied in unison. Yes. A while later, everyone focused on practicing the flight spell. Kai's body slumped, and he cried out, I've become a hanging man. Ambai's voice rang out. For a first-year student to be so proficient with flight magic, I'm not sure what else to teach you. Any questions? Leo spoke up. I have a question. He asked. What is it? He replied. May I enter the Lumen Forbidden Library? Ambai explained. Entering the Forbidden Library is beyond the authority of a teacher. Hearing this, Leo said calmly, I'm not asking the professor. I'm asking a member of the Zero family. While Chelsea was celebrating her successful practice, the conversation continued. Ambai asked, Why do you want to enter the Forbidden Library? He answered, I'm looking for a document. A history of heroes unknown to the public. Hearing this, he summoned a piece of paper and said, I will write you a letter of recommendation. Ambai explained as he wrote, But to enter the Forbidden Library, you will need permission from the head of the Zero family. My older brother. Leo muttered. Antic grew. The image of Antic appeared. Antic Laron. He is called the Endless Spellcaster, because he possesses the ability to cast countless spells. After finishing the letter, Ambai said, However, the family head is currently deployed on the southern front of Tartarus, so you will have to meet his representative. Leo wondered. His representative? He said, You will meet her at the academy. She is your senior. He asked again, Who is it? A faint image of Elena appeared. She is a third-year student. Thinking of this, Ambai sighed and continued, My niece. The scene shifts to a cool blue sea. The waves lap gently. Whispers could be heard. They say the night department and the magic department have already started training. Leo stood silently, listening. I heard Professor Ambai came to teach the magic department. He glanced over in silence. Leo remembered the time at the coffee shop. Chelsea asked, Isn't it strange not to know her? Hearing this, Leo asked curiously, Why? Is she famous? She smiled brightly and replied, Famous isn't enough to describe her. She's the third-year class president. And more. Elena 0, 18 years old. Right now, her skills are top-notch in the magic department. Although she's a third year, she's second only to Tor. At this point, his eyes turned into hearts as he praised her. And she's incredibly beautiful. Just thinking of Elena's request, Kai said. Her nickname is the Queen. Hearing this, Leo exclaimed. The Queen? Kai said with a proud tone. You know, she has a lot of admirers. And more. She's a strong candidate for student council president in her third year. Back in the present, he thought deeply. Admirers. How do I approach her? On the other side, Yuga asked Kallo. Where's that guy anyway? He said. He should have been here sooner. In the middle of the courtyard, a cacophony of chatter filled the air. Professor, who are you waiting for? Unta. So it's finally our turn for special training before the interdepartmental competition. Special training under the guidance of a senior. Unta. A footstep approached. Someone spoke up. But that senior is. The person said. Sorry for being late, Professor Yuga. Seeing this, Yuga stammered in astonishment. It was Unta with butterfly nets slung over his back. He said calmly. Hello, first years. The other students saw this and marveled to themselves in surprise. What a strange guy. He was brandishing a butterfly net, which made Yuga ask angrily. What's with that outfit? He replied. I'm sure you've heard. At this point, Unta's eyes sparkled. Cookie. That a fairy has appeared on the Isle of Phantom Beasts. Hearing this, Yuga exclaimed. What? A fairy? Hearing this, Leo also pictured Iran's figure and thought to himself. It can't be. Yuga asked. So what? You want to take the first years to catch fairies? Unta replied brightly. Exactly. Finally, the last shred of Yuga's composure shattered. She yelled at him furiously. What do you mean, exactly? You crazy, idiotic fool. We're swamped with preparations for the interdepartmental competition, and you're pulling this stupid stunt? It was a mistake to trust you with this training. But he didn't seem to care. She turned to the other students. She said calmly, Juniors, as summoners, you surely dream of great phantom beasts. The more he thought about catching fairies, the more excited Unta became, asking, Aren't you going to see the fairies? The students cheered with joy. We want to go? At that moment, Yuga's voice rose. She shouted, Don't confuse them with rumors you haven't even verified. A while later, Yuga calmed down. She let out a breath and asked softly, Unta, the competition is right around the corner. You're not just going fairy hunting, are you? He smiled brightly and replied, Of course not. Yuga continued to ask all the juniors. The other day, who remembers what I said was the core mindset of a summoner? Eliza answered hesitantly. Forgiveness? Yuga said. No. The image of the god of love appeared. She gave the answer. It's love. Not just loving the monsters you've made a pact with. The god frolicked with the animals. Yuga analyzed. You must love all summoned entities. Become one with your summoned beast. The union of human and spirit. Merge with nature. That is the true love of a summoner. Hearing this, Rain and his classmates paused for a beat. They could only stand there. At that moment, Leo let out a sigh of relief. He thought with satisfaction. She may seem odd, but she understands the essence of summoning. Yuga rubbed her forehead and added. In other words, what she means is that you should develop a bond strong enough to communicate even with monsters you haven't made a pact with. She smiled and continued in a deep voice. It might be a bit early for first years, but you'll have to get used to it. You will be on the Isle of Phantom Beasts for 3 days for special training. Unta also added, I've already submitted the off-campus dormitory application forms for you. So it's fine. Hearing this, everyone started to clamor. What? No way. I have plans to go to Lumia City this weekend. How are we supposed to survive here for 3 days? Eliza spoke up quietly. Spending 3 days with phantom beasts doesn't sound too bad. Suddenly, Unta handed her a net, which confused her. The other students were also given nets. He said, For 3 days, summoning is forbidden. Aura and magic are also forbidden. Survive in the forest with your own pure strength. Everyone exclaimed upon hearing this. What? Unta turned and walked away. He clapped his hands and said, See you in 3 days. Try to catch a fairy with your nets. Everyone broke into a sweat and marveled. That forest is full of wild beasts and spirits. Tai also stammered. Professor, you don't mean. Yuga interrupted. I told you from the first day. We are not like the students in other departments. She added quietly. We summoners are humans who communicate with entities that hold the power of nature. For that reason, we must adapt to and command nature. Faced with everyone's confusion, Yuga asked. That's why he talked about forgiveness. How many of you have truly witnessed the essence of summoning? Tai nodded as she analyzed. Have you seen their true forms and made a pact with them yourselves? Most of you just use the methods passed down in your families, or the summons you acquired during class, right? After saying this, Yuga gave a slight smile and said, Everyone, see you in 3 days. That night, Tai sat pensively by the fire. The rain began to pour. Eliza stood sheltered under the leaves. The next morning, and sat practicing under the roaring waterfall. Meanwhile, Celia was diligently collecting raindrops from the leaves. Leo went to gather sweet fruits. There were edible ones. He put them in his bag while muttering. The summoner department's class is surprisingly difficult. A sound echoed. A fairy. It startled Leo. He put the items into his inventory space and turned to look. Leo slowly approached. Over here, a student was being swallowed by a man-eating plant. His friend struggled to get him out. Someone asked, You approached it without knowing it was a plant-type monster? Eliza said with frustration. It's foolish to rush in blindly like that. At that moment, Leo was thoughtfully observing the situation. On a tree branch above, Iran sat, laughing with amusement. Seeing this, Leo grew angry and thought to himself, he probably needs a punch to snap him out of it. He then dashed off like the wind. Iran smiled brightly and exclaimed, Who should I play with next? Suddenly, a net came down and he was caught. Iran cried out in alarm. What the? No way. Caught by a butterfly net? Leo held out his hand and reminded him coldly. I told you to behave yourself. He grabbed Iran by the collar and asked, Do you think I came here to cause trouble? He spoke up to explain. It's a misunderstanding. I'm investigating the strange phenomena on this island. Leo asked, Strange phenomena? Iran replied with a pout. That's right. Something strange is happening here. Under the flickering flames with a skewer of roasted meat. The sound of conversation could be heard. So you're saying the beasts on the island have become aggressive? He asked, while handing a skewer to Iran. And you're investigating why? His eyes lit up as he replied. Exactly. He continued. Then I saw some students and decided to play a little trick on them. And suddenly, I became famous. You think I'll believe that? Leo stated firmly. This is Verina's territory. There's no way she wouldn't have noticed something like this. Iran tried to explain. That phoenix, Verina. She's not even on the island right now. Really? He exclaimed in surprise. What? Iran said. It was like this when we got here. Iran remembered the time at Fiora's place. The image of the little girl's mother's letter appeared. He said, just like the letter said. She only left that note saying she was going to make a temporary pact for a while. Fiora frowned, observing her surroundings. In the little girl's hand, Iran spoke up. I was looking forward to seeing a grown phoenix. Standing in the gloomy forest, Fiora thought to herself. The forest of beasts is acting strangely. The little girl set him down and said, Something is definitely going on. Let's go check it out. As Iran chased after her, he cried out, Hey, wait. Back in the present. Leo stood looking into the distance, speculating to himself. Fiora, Verina's daughter, second in command on the Isle of Beasts. She must have sensed something was amiss. He closed his eyes tightly, wondering. The anomaly occurred while Verina was away. Is that really a coincidence? The little girl sat by the stream, muttering. If you can hear me, answer. Fiora also sat pensively by the stream. Her heart was heavy with thought. Perhaps she was too distracted to notice me calling? Over here. Leo suddenly squeezed tightly, startling Iran. He said. He slung Iran over his shoulder and said resolutely, Let's go find Fiora. I sense an aura from the west side of the island. He cried out in frustration. Why me? In the forest, at Fiora's place. The stream was clear blue. Crystals sparkled. Fiora sat alone by the stream. The little girl picked up a crystal. She looked at her reflection and exclaimed, So beautiful. Fiora picked up a mana stone from the ground. She opened her mouth wide and put it in. The little girl covered her face with both hands, happily swallowing it. Then suddenly, a loud shout echoed. What are you doing? Fiora was startled by the sound. She glanced towards the source of the sound. The little girl continued to chew and swallow, crying out, "Leo, this is Zihio village." He frowned and looked over, asking, "Have you been eating the mana stones here all this time?" Leo's gaze fell upon the water's surface. He thought to himself, in a place where spirit beasts and elementals live, mana stones in their natural form are gathering energy. He stood still, lost in thought. Young elementals and spirit beasts absorb these mana stones to grow. That's why the entrance is forbidden, to prevent overharvesting. Fiora bowed her head. Her hands were clasped together. She replied in a small voice, "I was taught that children who eat a lot grow up faster." Iran, beside her, immediately raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "4 high-level spirit beasts like us. We don't need mana stones to grow." Leo glanced around and cried out, "They're certainly refined. But Fiora, don't tell me you chased away all the other spirit beasts and elementals to keep them for yourself." The little girl was startled by his words and looked down at the ground. "It's not that bad. I was going to share them properly." When Iran saw Fiora's expression, he covered his mouth and snickered. "Are you a phoenix or a pig? You chased everyone away and stuffed yourself with them." The little girl's face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Who are you calling a pig?" Leo's voice cut in. "Both of you, stop it." Immediately after, he put one hand in his pocket and glanced over, asking, "Fiora, you said something strange happened in the forest, right?" The little girl was startled and replied, "That's right. I felt an uncomfortable energy from this island." Suddenly, a white mist suddenly blew past, making the two of them look back in surprise. Leo's eyes immediately widened as he thought of that person. His eyes widened as he speculated, "Is this energy from that demonic beast tamer from before?" He immediately raised his hand and summoned his sword. His face was full of caution as he looked straight ahead. "Iran, Fiora, get ready." Leo stood still, slightly crouching as he felt the energy sweeping towards him. A warning sound echoed. He quickly jumped back to dodge. "It's coming." Leo crouched down, his hand tightly gripping his sword. He looked up at his opponent, a black-robed figure with giant tentacles for a lower body. He looked over and shouted, "I was wondering why the number of mana stones had dropped so sharply. So it was the work of this little phoenix." He curled his lip into a malicious smile. "It seems we've been bound by a terrible thread of fate, Leo Brock." He heard this and raised an eyebrow, smirking. He raised his hand, gathering energy, and said, "A grudge related to our past lives. A truly terrible one." Immediately after, the black-robed figure controlled his tentacles to stab straight at where Leo was standing. But he easily stepped back to dodge. "It seems it's time to end this once and for all." Leo leaned to one side. The tentacle grazed past him and stabbed into the tree beside him. The black-robed figure used his tentacle to lift the entire tree into the air. "I will crush you here." Suddenly, Leo was startled by a rustling sound at his feet. He looked down and saw his legs bound by tentacles. A demonic beast? He hid that demonic beast underground. Leo frowned at the protective barrier he had created in front of him. I couldn't detect any trace of it. He stood still, watching the tentacle transform into a giant claw and charge at him. "Don't tell me." The excited voice of the black-robed figure rang out. "Die?" Leo bowed his head and closed his eyes tightly. His eyebrows furrowed. Then, he opened his mouth wide and let out a shout. The flames on his body erupted, burning all the attacking tentacles. The nearby black-robed figure saw the flames spreading along the tentacles towards him. He quickly cut it off. Next, in a flash, the tentacle that had just been cut off quickly regenerated. Leo looked up and saw this, marveling to himself. His regeneration is also impressive. He stood up, gripping his sword tightly, and shouted, "Let me ask you something." Leo frowned, his face serious, and asked, "The tentacles wrapped around me feel exactly like the gog snakes that hid their presence. Don't tell me it's a chimera demonic beast." The corner of the black-robed figure's mouth curled up slightly. He asked smugly, "First years always act like they know everything. What are you, Leo Brock?" Hearing these words, he raised a hand and summoned Fiora. "You've already answered your own question. I'm a first-year contestant." It spread its wings. A giant flame flared up above, enveloping everything. Leo let out a shout. He watched it charge towards the man. "Fiora!" A powerful explosion occurred. The flames quickly shot up high. Rocks were sent flying everywhere. Iran crossed his arms and glanced over, saying, "Not bad for a chicken." Fiora shrank down and landed on Leo's shoulder, chirping in response. He saw a purple light flash in the distance and spoke. "It's not over yet." The black-robed figure stood up. He gritted his teeth, feeling the magic within him, and shouted, "All of my demonic beasts are furious now." He raised his hand, gathering energy, and said with a smile, "You will pay the price." Next, yellow liquid appeared from the palm of the black-robed figure. "Come on, deadly slime." Leo raised his hand and created a wind shield around the three of them. Iran covered his mouth and nose and shouted, "This smell? What is that stuff?" He looked up at the tentacles being corroded by the liquid. "Unbelievable. It's a high-level slime monster." The corner of the black-robed figure's mouth curled up. He said smugly, "You won't be able to dodge this one." Suddenly, a dazzling yellow light tore through the night sky and shot down, along with a loud shout. "What do you think you're doing to my beloved Junior?" Leo was startled by the sound and looked up. A figure appeared within the golden light. Unta was riding on the back of a winged horse. He looked down at Eri below, demonic beast tamer. The man crossed his arms. He smiled brightly and shouted, "My demonic beast armor. To be torn like this?" As expected from one of the strongest in Lumen's summoner department. Eri looked at her calm face and shouted, "Unta Redden." Below, Iran looked at the horse and cried out, "What's that golden-winged horse saying?" "Just lie down first." Leo heard this and frowned, explaining, "Pegasus. It's a spirit beast on the same level as you two." He sat still on the horse's back. She said, "Looking at monsters is never pleasant, no matter how many times you see them. Eri, destroy that pathetic combination." The black-robed figure below gritted his teeth. He muttered to himself, "I need to buy more time for the tentacles to regenerate." Next, he raised his hand and summoned that yellow liquid, launching it straight at her. Deadly slime. Immediately after, a bright yellow light shot down from above, dispelling the slime. Iran was startled by this and let out a cry of surprise, asking, "Is that thing supposed to be on the same level as us?" Leo glanced in that direction and replied, "A Pegasus alone isn't that strong. The power bestowed by the summoner is what makes it strong." Up above, Unta remained calm, looking straight down without moving. Leo watched the golden light fade, leaving only a plume of black smoke rising into the air. The corner of the black-robed figure's mouth twitched up as he shouted, "I was going to ask, but this is perfect timing. This is going to be fun." Around him, a blood-red magic circle appeared. "Then how about this?" Suddenly, Yuga's figure appeared in front of Leo. "Will you still find it fun when you're dead?" She frowned and glared in that direction, questioning, "You dare create a chimera using a spirit beast?" The light from the magic circle flickered continuously, spreading rapidly. The black-robed figure looked at the giant summoned from within the circle. "Come forth." He swung his hand. He shouted loudly, "Cyclops." The black-robed figure looked straight ahead. He let out an arrogant laugh. "And what spirit beast did you just summon?" "It doesn't matter which one. My Cyclops won't be easily defeated, Professor Yuga." Iran saw the spirit beast Yuga summoned. He cried out in shock, "It's just a mouse? Are you kidding me?" Leo bowed his head and explained in a low voice, "It's a carnivorous mouse. It may look cute on the outside, but..." He looked down at the mice. He let out a questioning sound. "But..." Yuga stood with her hands on her hips, looking straight at the giant before her. She smiled brightly and swung her hand, giving the command, "Don't leave even the bones. Devour them all." Leo watched the swarm of mice charge towards the giant and thought, "They are the nastiest little things." The black-robed figure watched the battle unfold before him. He gritted his teeth and took out a scroll from his inventory. At this rate, none of the prepared demonic beasts will survive. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed in the night. "Kid." A dazzling yellow light shot down from above, striking him directly. The black-robed figure clutched the scroll tightly in his hand. He let out a cough as the light hit him. He gritted his teeth as the light continued to bore into him. He forcefully tore the scroll. Immediately after, the black-robed figure's entire body turned into black smoke and quickly dissipated into the air. He looked down from above. He withdrew his energy and muttered, "Missed again?" In the quiet space, Leo stood facing her and Yuga. Immediately after, She turned to him with an angry face and shouted, "You boy! Why did you dare to enter the forbidden area on your own?" Leo, with an innocent face, began to explain. Because Fiora, she was swallowing mana stones at the lake. Yuga's expression immediately changed. She smiled brightly and praised. "For our Fiora? Oh my, how adorable." The man beside her was so moved he shed tears. His love for his summoned beast was so great that he was willing to break into a forbidden area. After a moment, Yuga took the reins. She speculated softly. It seems that demonic beast user was intentionally contaminating the mana stones. She rode on the back of the dragon and said calmly, "I will immediately report this matter to principal client." Leo and she looked up, watching Yuga ride away. They heard her voice echoing in their ears, instructing, "Unta, take care and continue the special training." He immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." She immediately bowed her head and asked excitedly, "Leo, are you the one who made a pact with the phoenix?" Unta's gaze fell on the invisible figure of Iran on his shoulder, adding, "Moreover." Leo's gaze immediately fell on the shrunken spirit beast rubbing against her hand, asking, as expected. He stared at it and asked, "Is that your Pegasus, senior?" Unta smiled brightly and cried out, "Era, introduce yourself to Leo." It closed its eyes and took a few steps forward, saying, "I am Era. It is a great pleasure to meet you. The one who bears the Phoenix contract." Leo reached out and stroked Era's head. He smiled and replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you too. I am Leo Brock." He felt it gently nuzzle the palm that was stroking its head. Immediately after, Unta let out a cry of surprise. Pegasus don't usually like strangers touching them. She looked at him and asked, "Leo, have you ever ridden a Pegasus before?" Leo heard this and calmly denied it. "Never." An image from his past life suddenly flashed in his mind. "Back when I was Kai, the mythical beast I made a pact with was a Pegasus." This unintentionally brought back memories of the past. After a moment, Unta's voice rang out, "You don't seem to have any serious injuries. Continue with the special training. The fact that you used your special ability in this battle, I'll overlook it for now." Leo heard this and looked over with a serious expression. "Yes, I understand." He looked at the butterfly caught in the web, lost in thought. Considering the actual abilities of that demonic beast user at this point, Leo looked up at the spider that appeared and bit down hard on the unfortunate butterfly's wing, thinking to himself, the enemy hiding within Lumen Academy is not just an ordinary student. It's highly likely they are a master. A few days later, at the Eric training ground, a voice rang out, asking, "This is the first time all the students have gathered like this since the entrance ceremony, isn't it?" Leo heard this and replied miserably, "There hasn't been a single peaceful day." Kai looked over and asked, "Anyway, how has the special training for the summoner course been lately?" He looked exhausted and frail, replying weakly, "I'm so tired I haven't even had a chance to shower." Elizana glanced around, asking doubtfully, "Where is our class president?" He heard this and turned around. He let out a sigh and asked back, "Don't you know that the representatives from each grade level are being summoned separately?" She angrily slammed her hand on Kai's head. The moment he raised his hand and pushed aside the curtain to enter, a voice rang out, asking, "You've arrived?" Rain clasped his hands on the table and said with a smile, "Now that the representatives from every class are here." Lynn blushed and covered her mouth, thinking to herself, the all-powerful junior from the rumors. He's even more amazing in person. Suddenly, I feel like doing something other than just healing. Over there, Ham was sleeping soundly on the table. Leo looked away. He wondered to himself, where's that person? Suddenly, a finger poked his face as someone exclaimed, "So cute." Leo glanced at Elena in front of him, thinking doubtfully, "Is this her?" She looked at him and asked, "So you're the famous first-year representative?" Leo looked at her and thought to himself, the one who can open the Lumen Forbidden Library. Elena twirled a lock of her hair, smiling as she asked, "Do you want to be my boyfriend?" He closed his eyes and replied bluntly, "I must decline." She leaned in and looked at Leo, puzzled. "Why? I'll spoil you rotten." Immediately after, her eyes widened in shock. When she heard his reply, "Because you're too old." Next, Elena covered her mouth and burst into loud laughter. "You're quite an interesting kid." Lynn sat to one side, blushing as she looked over and thought, "Wow, He's not losing out to Senior Elena at all. As expected of the rumored first-year representative, Leo Brock. He's truly extraordinary. I really want to take advantage of this. Rain smiled brightly and greeted Elena. Long time no see, Elena. How was your mission? She closed her eyes. She bowed her head and sighed. So boring. He smiled brightly and continued. I knew it. After that, Roddy quickly approached the bed in the corner and called out. It's time to wake up. Hearing the sound, he immediately opened his eyes and woke up. Hack looked up excitedly and shouted, Senior, let's have a match right now. Jai bowed his head and gracefully declined. Let's do it another time. Then I'll fight you. Elena heard this from afar. She couldn't help but marvel. He wants to fight the moment he wakes up. That's truly savage. Hack glanced over in this direction. He let out a breath and sneered. Someone like you who brings along a whole troop of powerful forces wouldn't understand a real battle, Elena Zero. Her eyes narrowed. She asked with a dangerous tone, Are you saying I'm not a real master? He didn't back down and asked back, Is there another Elena Zero here? Lynn, beside them, was terrified. She cried out, Professors, if they fight here, it'll be a huge problem. Someone will die. So, what are your impressions after meeting the representatives from the other departments? In another place, Ray spoke with a bright smile. Everyone seems to get along very well. Leo also glanced over and marveled. It's wonderful to have everyone gathered like this. After a moment, Alien stood on the stage, looking down, and said, I'll be brief about the reason for summoning the representatives from each department here. His eyes narrowed slightly. He announced seriously, From today onwards, all students and teachers of Lumen Academy. Harris and Serge stood to one side, listening quietly as Alien spoke. Until the first year interdepartmental competition ends, all means of communication with the outside world will be cut off. The entire academy is officially under lockdown. In another place, Ambai frowned and listened silently to his announcement. The group looked at the illusion of chains appearing behind Alien and cried out. Leo looked up and thought, This is to catch the traitor. He bowed his head, thinking of everyone at the academy, and mused. Forget about the competition. I just hope this lockdown ends quickly. Inside the classroom, Elizana rested her head on her arms. She shifted restlessly in her chair. How am I supposed to go to Lemuria City to buy sweets now? That's right. How can I study during self-study time without snacks? Chelsea heard this and glanced over, shouting, You nobles. Just then, Kai frowned and shouted, Breaking news. Ty's eyebrows shot up as he shouted excitedly. Guys, the venue for the interdepartmental competition has been decided. Chelsea grabbed Kai by the collar. She turned to him and demanded, What? Where? Kai placed the book on the table. He pulled out a chair and replied, Negum. She was startled. She asked in disbelief, Negum? Isn't that a forbidden zone? Kai also touched his neck. He gently looked at the book and cried out, Negum. The image of the ruined city appeared in his mind. It's famous for being a city that was destroyed in a single morning due to the explosion of a hero's dungeon. After that, the dungeon was conquered. Kai looked at the drawing depicting the desolate scene of the place. But due to the lingering effects of the hero's dungeon, it has become a cursed land. Humans can no longer live there. Nayla looked worried. She frowned and asked, Is it really okay to go to a place like that? Chelsea smiled brightly. She comforted her softly. I heard that even though it's a forbidden zone, it's not too dangerous. She raised a hand and asked, It's just that mid-level and low-level monsters often appear, and a curse covers the entire area. Ty frowned and looked over, exclaiming, It sounds very dangerous, yet you say it so casually. Leo looked at the book and thought, It sounds a bit familiar. He was suddenly startled. His past life suddenly flashed in his mind. This is the place where Lysinus and I first defeated the Dark Legion. Inside the library, Leo sat alone at a table. He was constantly searching for documents. He frowned at the information about it. The city of Negum has a total of 5 large lakes. Leo stared intently at the map of the area, wondering, among them, where is Lake Ediana located? The image of his past life kept appearing in his mind. Somewhere in one of these lakes is the one who forgot her oath to Lysinus, the great light spirit. In that dark space, Leo suddenly thought to himself, Luminous is probably resting in peace. Sunlight shone everywhere. A voice announced, Today is the day of the interdepartmental competition. We get to witness the first steps of future heroes. Furthermore, this year seems to have many promising candidates. A woman looked worried. She clasped her hands and looked down. Hasn't the competition started yet? Our daughter. The husband beside her immediately comforted her. She'll know how to do well on her own. You don't need to worry. On the high platform, Yuga stood beside Alien, looking at the square below, and cried out. If we let so many outsiders in at once like this, I'm afraid a stranger might sneak in. She looked calm. She asked, or should we just continue the lockdown for a while longer? He closed his eyes. He spoke softly. A powerful deterrent has returned. Alien looked at Phoenix. Her whole body radiated a fiery red light as she appeared, adding, so what happened last time won't happen again. Yuga was covered in a cold sweat. She sensed her presence. She was afraid and uneasy. Phoenix is right behind me. I feel like this isn't natural. Below in the square, Setsun raised a hand high and shouted, a warm welcome to all of you who have come to attend. An introductory voice echoed through the space. I am Setsun, the one in charge of running today's interdepartmental competition. All the students around looked at him patiently. Students, as announced, this interdepartmental competition is a battle for survival. And crossed his arms and listened to Setsun's voice. Show your strength, your strategy, and your survival skills. If you become the last survivor and claim victory, this interdepartmental competition will end. Eliza and Warren frowned and glanced around. The department with the last person standing will be the winning department. They looked down at the silver bracelets on their wrists. When they heard Setsun's voice, the bracelet you're wearing is an artifact to monitor your physical condition. His voice continued to explain the rules. If the bracelet detects that your life is in danger, you will be immediately teleported back here through the mechanism set on the bracelet. Setsun's lips curled into a slight smile as he announced. In addition, I want to announce one more thing. This interdepartmental competition is also the final practical exam. Chelsea and Kai's faces turned pale. Their eyes widened and their mouths dropped open as they let out a scream. Setsun's voice continued to ring out. In the interdepartmental competition, the goal is to survive. But the final exam is different. If you constantly hide just to survive, your final practical exam might get the lowest score. He looked at the bracelet and added, all your actions will be recorded in detail by the bracelet you've been given. Setsun's voice echoed throughout the place. A student who is eliminated first can still get a higher score than a student who is eliminated later. Therefore, consider your every action carefully. Leo crossed his arms. He let out a sigh and thought to himself, how clever. If you sacrifice yourself for the sake of your department, you'll get a bad grade on the final exam. Next, a yellow light flashed. And now, the interdepartmental competition officially begins. Kai and the others were startled and squinted at the light under their feet. Immediately after, Setsun's figure was enveloped in light. It gradually faded and disappeared. After a moment, Kai opened his eyes. He squinted at his side. He let out a cry of surprise. He felt himself in freefall. He screamed in panic. What is this? In the air, piercing screams echoed continuously. Quick, quick, use magic. He looked down below. The entire city was shrouded in countless curses. I understand now why this place is called the Desolate Land. Leo watched each strand of energy dissipate. And also, the activation and deactivation of the curses are happening repeatedly and irregularly. He slowly descended from above. He looked over and thought to himself, the only place unaffected by the curse is the ancient city ruins. Leo's eyebrows furrowed in thought. Everyone will definitely gather in that direction. In that case, maybe I should go find Lake Ediana first. In another place, Duran used a yellow energy to evade Eliza's pursuit. Leo quietly watched their battle from a distance. Third in the night department, Prince Mora. Over there, Duran raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm. Eliza also tightened her grip on the reins of her spirit beast. Leo looked at their serious faces staring intently at each other and thought. Right now, a flame quickly flashed from him. He aimed straight for them. A flame swept through the middle. It forced the two of them back. Eliza trembled with anger. She gripped the reins and shouted, you again. Duran was swept by the flame. He also gritted his teeth. Jin trembled and roared. The two of them were furious. They shouted in unison, "Leo Brock." In another place, Leo descended from above onto the field and thought to himself, "From this position, it's about a 10-minute walk west." Licinus sealed it herself before it was destroyed. Is it still in effect? He immediately took out the map. He quickly examined it. Suddenly, Leo was startled and turned his head to the side, puzzled. A curse that distorts the senses? I'm used to this, but many people will probably struggle. Just then, Chun descended from above and landed beside him, calling out, "Young Master Leo." He was startled and looked up, replying, "Chun." Leo stuffed the map back into his shirt. He glanced to the side. The ancient city ruins are in the opposite direction. Suddenly, he looked straight ahead and asked, "Are you following me?" She closed her eyes and spoke, "I have something I must do personally." Leo looked at Chelsea's outstretched hand and questioned, "Something to do? What is it?" A blue light flashed around her as she shouted, "Let's have a match." A flame also flashed around him as he asked back, "Why so sudden?" Chun looked straight ahead and cried out, "From the very first moment we met, I wanted to confirm." Her figure flickered and disappeared in front of Leo. "How big the gap is between you and me, young Master Leo." Immediately after, Chelsea's ever-enlarging fist appeared in his pupils. She carried a powerful hydrolite energy and struck hard at where Leo was standing. The dust settled. He gently brushed the light dust off his clothes. Chelsea saw this and formed a hand seal. A magic circle appeared on the ground, as expected of young Master Leo. "In just a moment. You're using a fire armor to neutralize my water magic." Her foot pushed off the ground, launching her high. In that case, Leo's eyes narrowed. He looked over, not moving. His gaze fell on the spirit on Chinia's shoulder. She possesses a high-level water spirit. Next, she raised a hand and unleashed streams of water-based magic energy. Leo held out a hand. A flame also quickly flashed. A wall of fire was erected. It blocked her attack. He felt the energy fluctuate and speculated, "This attack must be a feint. The main attack is..." Immediately after, Leo turned his head and looked over. He saw Chinia's figure and the spirit beside her. "This is..." A giant flame erupted, spreading everywhere. Chun braced herself with one hand on the ground. She stopped and thought, "He can still counterattack in that small opening?" She dug her fingers into the ground and thought, "More surprise attacks probably won't be effective." Over there, Leo drew his sword and thought, "She's fighting just like the usual Chun." A bright red light flashed in his eyes. Water is a power that is always changing. Leo raised his sword and charged forward. "And yet, you're attacking too rigidly right now." Chun gritted her teeth. She watched his figure charge towards her. "If I block that attack head-on, I'll be in great danger." She immediately raised her hand to block Leo's powerful sword strike. He looked at the sword blocked in front of Chun and thought to himself, "With just this, you can't defeat me." Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise when she saw a leaf fall. Leo appeared behind Chun. He raised his hand, gathering fire. "I told you, you're too rigid in your fighting." Immediately after, a powerful explosion erupted. A cloud of dust and smoke shot up high. Leo pointed his sword at Chen's neck and declared, "You lose." She bowed her head and frowned. She let out a sigh and said, "Young Master Leo, are you really only 16? You fight like an old man who's been through countless battles." Leo lowered his sword and urged, "Stop saying strange things and go back to the ancient city ruins." Suddenly, Chen jumped up in surprise. "What? Aren't you going to eliminate me from the competition? What kind of incident is this?" He put his hands behind his head. He turned and walked away. "This is a battle for survival. How I deal with the loser is up to me. Help me deal with the people tailing me over there." Her eyes widened as she asked, unaware of the two streams of energy, one yellow and one purple, charging towards them. "Huh? Who?" Duran and Eliza's faces were dark. They frowned and charged straight over. Duran chased after Leo. He shouted excitedly, "That's my prey. Don't get in my way." Eliza Herkin. She, beside him, also shouted tauntingly, "How funny. Leo Brock is my target." Chen saw the two streams of energy charging towards them and shouted, "Duran, Eliza." She looked at the two of them and asked with a forced smile, "The ancient city ruins are in that direction. Why are you two wandering all the way over here?" Duran landed gently on the ground and asked, "It seems you're also hunting Leo Brock. Did you fail? Which way did he run?" Chelsea looked in the opposite direction and replied, "I failed. Besides, Duran, I'm injured. Can you take me to Miss Vela?" He frowned and let out a sigh, asking back, "Do I have a reason to do that?" She had a bright smile on her face. She spoke calmly. "This is currently an interdepartmental exam, and you, Duran, and I are in the same department. Would you really abandon a teammate from the same department for a personal duel?" Duran's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth, unable to say anything. After that, Chania turned to the side with a bright smile. "And you, Eliza? I can't walk properly. Can you give me a piggyback ride?" She crossed her arms and let out a cold huff. "Humph. If you were in the summoner department, I might consider it. But you know we're rivals right now, don't you?" Chun heard this and covered her mouth, letting out a cry of surprise. "Oh my." She immediately recounted their usual interactions, saying, "I still explain the lessons to you all the time. You yourself said that if you borrowed my notebook every day, you would repay the favor." Eliza was startled by this. She raised her fist and shouted, "I'll definitely repay you. But it doesn't have to be right now." Chun frowned. Her sparkling eyes stared at the two of them. Immediately after, an impatient voice rang out. "We just have to go together, right? Let's go." Eliza let her sit on the back of her spirit beast. She let out a soft huff. "Humph. We're only going together to the central area of the ruins. After that, we're enemies." Chelsea turned and looked behind her, thinking, "I don't know what reason you have for not going to the central ruins yet, but please finish quickly and come here, young Master Leo." In another place, Joe and two figures followed behind. Were running quickly towards the ancient city. He let out a heavy pant and cried out, "As long as we can get into the inner city, the curse will be lifted." Suddenly, a flame flashed and appeared in front of Joe. He saw the giant flame crashing down. He let out a piercing scream. A figure appeared from behind. He asked loudly, "What are you looking at?" Joe looked towards the north gate. He said, startled, "Silicodin." He tried to run forward quickly, cursing to himself, "Damn it. Just a little bit more and I would have made it." Then he gritted his teeth and ran in another direction. "There's no other way. We're all switching to another gate." But on the other side, Chloe raised her staff high. She gathered ice crystals to attack the group. He saw this and cursed angrily. "Damn it." He looked at the west gate, which she was guarding, and shouted, "Chloe Miller." Joe silently calculated in his head. Then only the south and east gates are left. Elizabeth was following Leo Brock. He felt the ground tremble and thought to himself, "I just hope Warren can capture at least one gate. We need to get into the inner city quickly before the curse activates." Suddenly, the group was startled as the ground shook violently. The group looked terrified. They screamed with their mouths agape. "A dragon. No. That's the creature from the Summoner Department's exam." Joe looked up in that direction and cried out, "It's the variant that Sinew rode when he fought." His gaze fell on the sunset in the distance. Why did it suddenly appear here? Inside the square, a giant screen was broadcasting the match. In the stands, Setsun crossed his arms and thought to himself, "Celia is handling things very well. Hasn't Leo entered the ancient city ruins yet?" The moment her figure appeared on the screen, an excited voice rang out, "She's here. Chelsea." Rose saw this and looked overjoyed. She raised a hand. It seems she has truly become a battle mage of the Liu Karen family. Setsun crossed his arms and smiled, looking over. His Majesty of Run would be very pleased. He remembered Chelsea crying as a 1-year-old. Has she grown up so quickly? Suddenly, Setsun was startled and looked over, saying, "That is." He looked at the figure of the monster with its mouth open and cried out, "Isn't that a demonic beast?" On the screen, the monster roared at the surrounding students. Setsun and Harris rushed to the control room and asked, "What's going on? Why did a demonic beast appear on school grounds?" Ambai turned his head and looked over, crying out, "There's a serious problem. We've lost contact with the central control room." Harris glanced to the side and ordered, "Setsun, you must get the students back to safety immediately." He frowned and replied in a deep voice, "Understood." Setsun raised both hands. He quickly used a spatial teleportation spell. A dazzling blue light from within the stone shone all around. Suddenly, the stone fell hard to the ground. A dull thud echoed. Setsun frowned and looked over in shock. The teleportation spell isn't responding. What the hell is going on? Harris saw this and immediately turned to leave. Setsun, keep trying to connect and find a way to bring the kids back. I'll go report to the principal. Inside the trial, the students were constantly attacking each other. We need to deal with these magic department students quickly. Warren stood on the south gate wall with his hands in his pockets. Damn it, these guys are not simple. I have to finish before that monster discovers this place. Tai panted heavily when he heard the loud shout. Move. He looked up and saw the black dragon open its mouth wide, gathering energy. Tai covered his eyes. He braced himself in fear for the opponent's attack. Suddenly, an illusion of a flame appeared from a distance. Warren raised a hand and used the fire spirit's energy to block it. A questioning voice rang out. Hey, Warren, why are you helping us? He turned his head and looked back, giving the order. Open the city gate. Let everyone in. Another excited voice rang out. What nonsense are you talking about? They're students from another department. Besides, what reason do we have to obey you? Warren grabbed the person who had just spoken by the neck and lifted him up. I don't have time to explain to you people. After that, he threw the person to the ground and spoke. Take a nap. From this moment on, I will be in command here. Next, Warren's face darkened. He frowned and looked up, giving the order. Open the gate. In another place, Leo held the map and looked up. There's nothing special about this place either. He looked at his reflection in the water and said, the lake at the ancient city ruins is the final location? Leo put his hands in his pockets. He walked forward leisurely. Everyone must be fighting fiercely right now. Let's just take our time getting there. All right. Suddenly, he froze. He turned back, his eyes wide with surprise. Leo let out a questioning sound as he saw the purple light flashing in the sky. He looked at the blood-red moon above and thought, a wide-range curse. This isn't a remnant of the curse at Negum. It's a completely new curse. It is the curse of isolation. Leo looked up at the monsters constantly closing in. He narrowed his eyes. He cried out angrily. The type of curse Tartarus often uses in all-out wars. Immediately after, Leo, covered in flames, charged straight towards them. Damn it! The curse itself doesn't harm humans. He gritted his teeth. He thought angrily to himself. Its main purpose is to block all communication with the outside world. Leo looked at the purple light of the barrier enveloping the entire ancient city and thought, a type of extremely powerful curse barrier. It completely seals off an area. He crossed the field, rushing towards it, and thought, has the traitor and Lumen started to make their move? I need to regroup with the others as quickly as possible. At the center of the ancient city ruins, Nayla was healing him. Try to hold on a little longer, Cha. Tai trembled all over. He was covered in a cold sweat and muttered, why won't it activate? Why? At the east gate, Chelsea raised her staff high. She attacked the bull-headed monster. She saw the giant energy coming towards her and shouted, break the barrier. Immediately after, a stream of blue energy appeared, blocking her path. Dispel the barrier. Abat landed in front of Chelsea and asked, have you forgotten the multitasking spell exercise to break these kinds of seals, Chelsea? She looked up and shouted, Big brother, what on earth is happening? She reached out and placed her hand in his, asking, the interdepartmental competition. Abat looked up at the sky in surprise. He gripped his staff tightly. He gathered blue energy and replied, the interdepartmental competition has been canceled. There has been an unusual incident in this area. Now is the time for everyone to cooperate. A sphere of blue energy shot straight out. Abat watched the blue light shoot out and said, in this situation, the smart ones will automatically gather in the safe place in the city. Our mission now is to defend the city. In another place, Eliza saw the blue light flashing in the sky. Chun, sitting behind her, pointed in that direction and cried out, over there. It looks like a signal to assemble. She frowned. She shouted seriously, I don't know what happened, but it must be something big. Duran frowned and raised his weapon. I'll clear a path once. Everyone, provide cover from behind. His yellow light flashed across. He slashed at the two giants in front. Inside the central ancient city, the people above saw the three of them, Duran and the others, appear and shouted, the last team is entering the city gate. Open the gate now. The gate then began to slowly slam shut. Chun, sitting behind Eliza, let out a sigh of relief. We're alive. Celia jumped down from above. She asked doubtfully, "Where's Leo?" Chun looked over and replied, "Young Master Leo has left this place." He ran out to the outskirts. Abat also appeared behind her and asked, "Why did he run in that direction?" Eliza looked up and replied, "He probably has his own plans. Although I don't understand what he's thinking. I'm sure he won't be eliminated." Chelsea also chimed in. "That's right. Leo will definitely be fine," Celia said with a serious expression. "For now, let's exchange information with each other, so we can get a clear picture of the situation here." She held up her bracelet, which was glowing. "First, this wrist artifact is not activating. Therefore, those who are seriously injured cannot be teleported elsewhere." Abat frowned and looked towards the city gate, adding, "And demonic beasts are not only appearing outside, but also inside the city." Chun looked at everyone and said, "This is just my guess. But besides the basic curse at Negum, perhaps some new curses have been added. For example, a curse that prevents communication with the outside world." Chelsea put her hands behind her back and shouted, "That makes sense." Eliza's face darkened as she declared, "In short, we are currently completely isolated in the heart of Negum City due to this unexpected incident, right? And that's not all. We are also being besieged by monsters and demonic beasts. Then the best way is to make full use of the city walls to defend ourselves." Suddenly, a sound from behind made everyone look over. "I think now is the time to go on the offensive. This situation could very well be a special event deliberately arranged by the Academy." Emio raised a hand. He retorted loudly, "If we perform well here, we will be highly regarded even by the outside observers. But if we just huddle up and defend, we'll miss a great opportunity to get a high score." Celia heard this and frowned. She disagreed, saying, "This can't be treated as a normal unexpected event. Everyone's injuries are very serious. If it weren't for Vela's healing magic, more than just 1 or 2 people would have died." Kai, who was being treated in a corner, shouted, "He'll only come to his senses after getting a hole in his stomach like me." Nayla saw this and advised, "Don't talk anymore." Emio gritted his teeth. He glanced over and let out a cold huff. He looked at everyone. He shouted excitedly, "This could also be part of the professor's plan. If I fail the final exam because of you people, can you take responsibility? Compared to just defending, wiping them all out will help us score higher." Duran put his hands in his pockets and looked over, saying, "If we give up the defensive advantage of the city walls while we still don't understand the situation outside, we're not guaranteed a high score." Emio pushed him aside. He shouted as he walked towards the city gate, "Then I'll go out and kill the demonic beasts myself. Don't you all regret it later." At that moment, immediately after, a head fell right in front of him. It made him jump. Emio saw the demonic beast's head clearly and screamed in shock. A minotaur. Warren's figure then landed beside him. He frowned, revealing his blood-stained face, and shouted, "Shut up and protect the inner city." Celia pointed a finger straight ahead. "Then we will switch to a full-scale defense. Divide into 5 teams. Hold the city gates and walls." Outside the city gate, the group watched as the gate was smashed by the bull-headed monster. "It's been destroyed." Duran swiftly passed by. He used his yellow energy to strike it. The group of Royden. Mio simultaneously raised his hand and used purple magic to attack forward. On top of the city wall, the students watched the monsters slowly approaching. "Take down the ogre in front. Don't let it get near the city gate." The girl raised her staff high and shouted, "Ice spear." A stream of blue ice spears pierced through the monster's chest. They watched in horror as the giants carried rocks and walked forward, cursing loudly. "Damn it." Immediately after, from the top of the city wall, a bright red flame shot straight into the sky. CIA aimed her sword at a monster with its mouth wide open and struck. Outside, Lynn clasped her hands together. She watched the scene and spoke. "The juniors are doing well. I was worried to death at first. Thank goodness they can defend themselves." Elena, beside her, had a dark expression and asked, "Good?" She frowned. She shouted with a serious face, "Do you think it will stop here? If the person who caused this dared to create such a big incident during an official Lumen event, then things won't just stop at everyone being isolated in the city." The relatives in the stands looked worried as Elena's voice rang out. "In the worst-case scenario, we'll all be wiped out. Next, she saw a giant hand reach out and grab the monster in front, saying, "See, it's already started." The hand gently cut the giant's body in two. Inside, Elizana looked up. Her eyes widened as she looked over. That thing is... She couldn't help but remember the class. Through the heroic records of the heroes, she declared, "We can see that. Among the countless valuable experiences, the most important thing," the professor's voice echoed from the podium, "is practical combat experience with demonic beasts. The heroic record we will be studying in heroics class today." Elizana looked at the figure emerging from the blood-red magic circle in midair. She recalled the lesson content. It's the Spear Knight of Hermelon in the Battle of Beeren Field. The type of demonic beast that appeared in that battle was a giant nearly 15 meters tall. A titan. A student saw this and screamed in terror. "No way. If we have to face that thing." The person next to him was also trembling all over. "You. Don't look this way." Immediately after, the titan stepped out of the summoning magic circle. It stomped hard on the ground. It reached its hand towards the city gate. Piercing screams echoed. A stream of icy light appeared. It shot quickly towards the titan. They quickly pierced through its body. Chloe gripped her staff tightly. She panted heavily. "What is everyone doing? Hurry up and prepare for battle." Her voice rang out, calming everyone down. "Everyone is terrified because it's a titan. But look closely. That titan hasn't fully matured yet." The male student turned his head and shouted, "How can we fight that thing? I'd rather run." The male student next to him immediately chimed in. "That's right. We should all scatter, find a safe place, and wait for rescue." Chloe, trembling all over, still held her staff tightly and shouted, "Do you think you can survive by running away? I'm scared too." The titan's eye opened and glanced in this direction. Its eye was blood-red. Next, it struck hard at the city wall where the three of them were standing. The group saw its wound quickly healing and shouted, "Its wound is regenerating too fast. Our attacks are completely useless." The male student let out a scream. He turned and ran. "Everyone run." Chloe watched the two of them run away and said, "But someone once taught me that a hero is someone who bravely faces danger head-on in the most honorable way." She gripped the staff in her hand. The magic circle under her feet glowed. "So no matter how desperate the situation is, I will still fight." Hard ice spikes grew from the ground, blocking the titan's advance. Chloe was covered in sweat. She panted continuously and cried out, "No matter how desperate." The group saw its raised hand. They screamed in panic. "Lewis." She stood still. She watched the titan's claw strike at her. Celia frowned and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." Chloe frowned and cried out, "I'm not afraid." Immediately after, bright red sword slashes flashed, striking hard at the titan. Celia saw it fall and rushed over to support her. "Chloe, are you okay?" Chloe leaned against Celia's chest and asked, "That slash just now?" She bowed her head and affirmed softly, "Yeah." He landed gently on the city wall with his sword. Her voice rang out, calling, "Iran, appear." He roared with anger. "What kind of foolish act is this?" His voice screamed in panic. "Leo, the healing ability of fairy magic is not omnipotent. When you reach your physical limit, it will have no effect." Leo raised his hand and sent Iran back into his space. "Stop nagging, it's dangerous. Step back." Next, he gently jumped up and appeared on the city wall. Leo bowed his head and smiled slightly, praising, "You look quite impressive, Chloe. Just like a hero." She looked up. She blushed and stammered in reply, "I was just imitating someone a little." The moment the three of them stepped inside, calls echoed continuously. "Leo, young Master Leo." He looked straight ahead and asked, "What's the situation?" Kai clutched his stomach. He frowned and replied, "No one has been seriously injured since we entered the city." His gaze flickered towards the titan outside. "It's just that everyone is terrified because of that monster." Celia frowned and said seriously, "But it took a heavy blow from Leo. It probably won't attack immediately." Leo heard this and put his hands in his pockets. He looked up. "Then what we need to do now is very simple. We will join forces and defeat it." Kai was startled by this and asked in disbelief, "What? How?" He gave a slight smile. He tilted his head and asked back, "Why is everyone so surprised? If you aspire to be a hero, this is a matter of course, isn't it?" Elizana raised a hand and shouted excitedly. Fighting it is impossible. Immediately after, the others all bowed their heads in contemplation. When they heard Leo's declaration, I will take command, because I am confident I can defeat that monster. Eliza closed her eyes. She raised a hand and shouted, You're being self-righteous again, Leo Brock. Who said they would follow your command? Warren crossed his arms and spoke up. I will look forward to your command skills, Leo Brock. She heard this and her mouth dropped open. Huh. Eliza looked utterly astonished. She shouted in disbelief. Why would an arrogant person like you suddenly listen to someone else? He raised an eyebrow and let out a sigh, replying, The fact that we have to defeat that monster is something everyone knows. Warren's voice rang out, adding, In that case, following the orders of someone who is confident they can defeat it is the right thing to do. Chun walked over and put her arm around Eliza, persuading her. It would be interesting to be under young Master Leo's command for once, wouldn't it? She heard this and blushed. She crossed her arms and agreed. Oh, I was planning to do that anyway. Abat looked over with a bright smile and thought to himself, You're just like you were back then. Back when you first entered. Leo. Back then, you also didn't hesitate to charge into an impossible battle. Then he spoke up and asked, I thought I had narrowed the gap a little, but it's still far, isn't it, Celia? She heard this and frowned, shouting loudly. Shut up, you chatterbox. Next. Leo raised a hand towards Duran and asked, Will you lend a hand? He turned and bumped his shoulder against him, saying, The one who will land a blow on that monster will be me. Leo smiled brightly and replied softly. Inside the square. The audience watched the screen in the square. They shouted excitedly. The first years are amazing. With that formation, they might actually be able to defeat it. Lynn looked at Elena's dark expression and asked, Senior, are you okay? Her eyes became sharp. She stared intently at the screen, lost in thought. The moment that boy appeared, the atmosphere changed. Elena continued to ponder. There are many great heroes in this world, but that boy is on a completely different level, turning despair into hope. She was stunned. She thought to herself, an existence that illuminates the path in the darkness. Elena stared at him and thought, That's right, a great hero. Inside the ruins, the Titan clutched its injured shoulder. It saw Eliza and Abad approaching on their spirit beasts. It let out a low growl. The Titan swung its claw hard at them, but she skillfully controlled her spirit beast to dodge. Abad saw this and smiled in praise. Amazing. Eliza heard this and said with a serious face, Not yet. In another place, the monster opened its mouth wide and shot a stream of purple energy forward. Chloe rode on the back of another spirit beast. She attacked the Titan from the side with her staff. A stream of energy called a storm shot straight at it. The Titan opened its mouth wide. Its body quickly recovered. Eliza saw this and frowned. She cried out in worry. No way. How on earth can we kill that monster? From the sky above, a stream of yellow energy gathered. Duran's voice rang out, reminding them, Get out of the way. Abat landed with a bright smile. He reached his hand out to her. This way. Celia closed her eyes and refused. I don't want to. Her entire body was enveloped in flames. She reached out and hugged Eliza. Sorry. I can't let that Lacaran guy hug you. If there are 3 or more people. Her face darkened as she cried out. Wait. The mobility of the wind current will be reduced. Celia's eyes widened as she shouted. Leo told you to regroup here. She closed her eyes and let out a sigh. Before the magic is complete, let's give that big guy a good hit. Abad immediately leaned over and said with a smile, I see. Fire and wind combine very well. Eliza's face darkened as she roared. I don't know what it is, but let me know when you're ready. Below. Chloe stepped forward and stood before the Titan. She gripped her staff tightly in her hand. She closed her eyes and chanted an incantation. The Titan's entire body was bright red. It threw its head back and let out a roar. Ice crystals appeared around Chloe, aiming for the Titan. Duran frowned. He asked seriously, Ready? Shin smiled brightly and shouted, Of course. She raised her hand and slashed out rings of energy, shouting, I'll clear the way. The stream of blue energy shot straight at the Titan in the distance. It quickly wrapped around its ankles. It hindered its advance. Maturin flashed with a golden light. He focused all his energy. Here I go. Next. He swung his hand, unleashing a slash that wrapped around Sia's water energy. The two streams of energy intertwined. They shot straight forward. An illusion of a water dragon appeared, carrying a violent energy as it attacked the Titan. Its claw slammed down hard. It caused the ground to crack. For chains quickly wrapped around the Titan's neck from 4 directions. Warren had a serious expression. He gritted his teeth and held onto the chains tightly. The 3 of them, Celia and the others, on the back of the spirit beast, simultaneously looked at the Titan, preparing to attack. Leo gripped his sword and looked up, asking, "It's our turn, Chelsea. Ready?" She gripped her staff and replied. The Titan threw its head back and opened its mouth wide, gathering a purple energy sphere. Immediately after, it opened its mouth wide and attacked forward. Next, Chelsea raised her staff, gathering a swirling blue energy. She saw the bright red stream of energy charging straight at her and shouted, "Leo!" He jumped from the city wall towards the Titan. He raised his sword high. A bright red light flashed in Leo's eyes. Using the Kilaru whirlwind, Phoenix breath, frost slash. The powerful energy quickly sliced the Titan's entire body in 2. Chloe took a small step forward. She bowed her head and exhaled a light, white mist. A giant ice sculpture appeared under the effect of her ice world magic. The Titan's entire body was covered in ice and snow. Immediately after, small cracks appeared on the ice wall. They spread rapidly. The block of ice shattered into pieces. The Titan's figure also disappeared. Chloe let out a breath. She heard the excited shouts of the crowd. "We won. We really defeated the Titan." Kai held up a mana potion and touched it to her cheek, crying out, "Chloe!" He shouted excitedly. It was really like a hero from a novel. "Amazing." Chloe replied shyly, "Thank you." She gripped the potion bottle tightly. She glanced around, searching. Where did Leo go? In another place, the calm lake was covered with lotus flowers. Leo appeared alone in the middle of the lake. He reached his hand down, searching. Suddenly, the water's surface began to stir. The elementals also quickly clung to his hand. Leo looked up at the blue energy stream in front of him and greeted. "Long time no see, Luminous." She lowered her eyes and looked at him. Luminous's face only showed a hint of doubt when she saw Leo's current appearance. She looked over. She asked doubtfully, "Who are you? How did you wake me up?" He bowed his head and said with a serious face, "It's me, from back then." Luminous saw this and muttered softly, "No wonder. The aura around this area? It really is you. I don't know if she's here. But where is Licinus?" Leo looked up at the sky. He replied hesitantly, "Licinus has passed away." She heard this and looked up at the sky, marveling. A sky so blue it's hard to believe it's the age of calamity. Luminous asked in a low voice, "How long have I been asleep?" His voice rang out in reply, "About 5,000 years." She heard this and looked up at the sky, whispering, 5,000 years. "I'm lucky I didn't wake up during that long time." The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Her face appeared in her mind as she thought to herself, "Because that child's wish, Licinus's, has been fulfilled. Thank you for bringing light back to this world." Luminous's eyes welled with tears as she looked at Leo and asked, "But I still feel a dark energy present in this land. Will you also fight this time?" He looked overjoyed. He smiled and replied, "Of course, because I can't let this hard-won peace be lost." Immediately after, Leo looked at the golden illusion in front of him and asked doubtfully, "This thing is?" Luminous's voice rang out in reply, "This is the jewel that the great light spirits have guarded for generations. It doesn't possess any special power, but..." Leo held out both hands to receive it, hearing her add, "If you show it, the light spirits will treat you as a great spirit." He looked at the jewel in his hand and cried out, "I will cherish and protect it." Suddenly, Luminous looked up at the sky and shouted, but her figure quickly dissipated with the wind. "The weather is beautiful today." Outside, the Academy's tower stood tall against the clouds. Alien looked at the pile of documents on his desk. He asked doubtfully, "Is this the entire list of suspects?" Sin stood with his hands behind his back. "For now, that's all." He examined the documents, probing. It seems many were recommended by the board of directors. Alien rested his chin on his hand. He added softly, "Starting from the second semester, I'll probably have to call the vice principal back to work." The two of them, Setsun and the other were startled and cried out in shock. The vice principal? Inside the academy, a loud scream echoed throughout the place. Yes. Kai was in tears. He clutched the paper in his hand. He trembled and shouted, I survived. Tai was also in tears and shouted, Me too. Harris frowned and let out a sigh. The way you got expelled is also quite unique, K. Thomas. He immediately buried his face in the desk and begged, Please spare me this time. Everyone listened to Harris's voice in a daze. He instructed, Don't cause any trouble during the break. See you all in the second semester. Dismissed. The moment he left, an excited voice rang out. Elizana smiled brightly and shouted, Is this how the first semester ends? Right? Just like Professor Harris's style. Nayla turned her head and looked at Leo, asking, Will the class president be staying in the Rodran Empire for the entire break? Chelsea stood with her hands on her hips and replied, Leo is from the Kingdom of Del. Tai heard this and looked curious. Delan? Where's that? It's the first time I've heard that name. Leo calmly explained, It's a kingdom on the western border. Chelsea smiled brightly and exclaimed, I definitely have to visit Leo during the break. Leo turned his head and looked out the door, thinking to himself, It's been a long time since I've been home. The moment he returned, a party popper exploded, pulling a banner along with it. He gripped the strap of his backpack. He stared ahead in astonishment. It's strange to have a place to come back to. Jenna stood with her hands on her hips. She stood in front of the banner and shouted, Welcome home, my son. Leo saw this and could only let out a sigh, thinking to himself, This feeling is. At the dinner table, Dayton looked at him and marveled. I didn't know you were talented in all disciplines. Leo heard this and replied calmly, I only found out after I enrolled, father. He raised an eyebrow. He smiled and continued, Even though you're my son, I really don't understand how I could have produced such an outstanding child. Jenna looked over and asked, Professor Harris, is he still well? Leo closed his eyes and said, He's still teaching. She smiled brightly. She asked joyfully, I heard that the homeroom teachers at Lumen have a schedule to visit homes during the break. Professor Harris, so I'll get to meet him as a parent. Meanwhile, he was cleaning his ear in another place. Just then, a servant entered from outside. Madam, there are guests here to see you and the young master. Jenna crossed her arms. She frowned and cried out, Is it those nobles again? Such a nuisance. Her voice was cold as she gave the order. Send them away. She looked hesitant. She replied in a low voice, The thing is, they claim to be from Arnia Academy. Leo, who was eating, was startled and turned his head to look. Arnia? A robed figure appeared behind the servant and introduced themselves with a smile. Are you Mrs. Jenna Zerti G? Hello, I am a messenger spirit from Arnia. He looked at the letter in front of him doubtfully. Her voice rang out. This is a big problem. Jenna looked at Leo holding the letter and said, For you. Take it. He immediately opened the letter to examine it. Congratulations. Leo's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the next part. You have been selected as a candidate for admission under Arnia's recommendation. Reading this, Leo asked in disbelief. Selected? Inside the city of Israi, the ancient city of the Beastmen was bustling with activity. A Beastman opened his mouth slightly and let out a call. Arnia. Jenna's voice rang out, introducing the military academy that trains Beastman heroes. Arnia Academy is different from other places. The entrance ceremony here is held in the summer, and it's known as the academy with the most brutal entrance ceremony. She looked ahead with a headache and explained, When I was young, I once helped Arnia Academy. To thank me, they sent a letter of recommendation for your admission to me. Leo heard this and let out a sigh, saying, You shouldn't be signing contracts so carelessly like that. Jenna heard this and frowned, shouting loudly, How was I supposed to know things would turn out like this? She stood with her hands on her hips and said, Anyway, you're studying at Lumen, so you can't enroll there. Just think of it as a visit. How you want to enjoy your break is up to you. Just do as you please. After arriving here, Leo took a step forward and thought to himself, I heard the entrance exam here is a marathon across the desert, an academy for the Beastman race, a place that reveres strength and lives by instinct. He looked around and said to himself, I wonder what the Beastman hero candidates will be like. Iran declared proudly, Thanks to my help, he has transformed into a semi-Beastman form. Leo stared intently at the letter in his hand. The location for the entrance exam is the Colosseum of Asrai. Beastman. After that, he turned his head and glanced to one side in shock. An inscription was carved on the relief. In memory of Aaron, the warrior of indomitable courage. Leo saw this and was startled, wondering, could it be Aaron? He looked up at the statue in front of him and cried out, "Indomitable courage, my ass." Leo smiled brightly and marveled. He was so scared in every battle, he was trembling. But he looks pretty good like this. After a long while, he looked up at the ancient architecture in front of him and shouted, "We're here." Leo's gaze fell on someone's sharp claws. Next, he stared intently at the beastman's fangs. Leo looked around and thought to himself, these must be the contestants. Just then, a figure approached from behind and shouted, "Hey, half-breed." 3 beastmen surrounded Leo. They opened their mouths to mock him. "You're not going to tell us that someone like you is a contestant for Arnia, are you? You should at least wash off that half-breed smell first." He pointed at himself and asked back, "Are you talking to me?" The red-haired man shouted angrily, "Is there any other half-breed here besides you? A half-breed rabbit dares to act so high and mighty?" Leo put his hands in his pockets and walked past the 3 of them, saying, "You're not even students of Arnia yet, so why are you acting so tough? You're already acting all high and mighty just because you got to attend the entrance ceremony." The beastman went crazy. He grabbed his shoulder and asked, "You dare to look down on the status of an Arnia contestant? I hate seeing weaklings who like to act tough." Leo immediately turned his head and glanced back. Next, he gently threw the man to the ground. He took a few small steps forward and left. The 2 beastmen quickly surrounded him. They asked worriedly, "Dukin, what's wrong? Are you going to let him go?" He lay still on the ground and denied it. "No, absolutely not." Leo raised a hand and said with a smile, "See you at the entrance ceremony." Dukin's eyes sparkled. He clenched his fist and shouted, "That guy is so cool, so strong." He turned his head and looked back. He was startled by what he heard and thought. Among the beastman tribes, the strong are only objects of worship. Leo quickly walked inside the gate and thought, how unique. A figure appeared in the distance. I was worried I'd only meet boring people. Aiton sat on the roof of a building and said with a smile, "But here's an interesting one. Below the city wall, 3 beastmen stood around the corpse of a demonic beast. Ben looked down and shouted, 'Completely conquered in 36 minutes. They all achieved a pretty good record, instructor.' Boga looked straight down and said, 'Not satisfied at all. A pretty good level like that is not okay.' He was reviewing the documents and was startled by what he heard, asking, 'This level is a pretty good achievement.' His voice rang out, asking back, 'Haven't you heard the news about the first years from Lumen?' Boga crossed his arms. He said with a displeased expression, 'Our new students must also have many outstanding individuals.' Ben heard this and broke into a cold sweat, saying, 'It's true that this generation, Lumen seems to be leading, but our candidates are also very prominent.' He looked down below and shouted, 'Especially this time.' Boga looked at Aiton below and cried out, 'Instructor Boga's daughter is also participating, isn't she?' The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He smiled proudly and said, 'My daughter. Aiton is more than capable of being the class representative.' Suddenly, Boga's eyes widened. He looked in one direction and let out a questioning sound. He stared at Leo and thought to himself, 'That kid looks familiar.' Boga crossed his arms and asked, 'Vice Instructor, do you know anything about the Rabbit Tribe Beastman at the end of the line?' He immediately flipped through the documents. 'It's the first time I've seen his face. He's not on the list of students to watch either.' His voice rang out, asking, 'Is he a recommended admission?' He had just flipped to his page. 'Ah, yes, that's right. He's a student admitted through recommendation.' Boga crossed his arms. He frowned and thought to himself, 'Those eyes are just like Jenna's.' Her face immediately appeared in his mind. Below in the square, an announcement echoed. 'Group D of the first part of the Beast Festival has entered the arena. There's a noteworthy candidate in this group, right?' Next, the introduction immediately rang out. The heir of the Tun family, Aiton. Leo stared intently at her, lost in thought. If she is the hope of the Beastman tribe that reveres strength, does she have what it takes to inherit Aaron's techniques? He looked around. He asked doubtfully, 'But isn't Arnia's entrance ceremony a desert marathon? What the hell is a beast festival?' Leo looked at Aiden and asked, "Hey, is this also part of the entrance ceremony?" She stretched and asked back, "You don't know about the Beast Festival?" Leo heard this and smiled slightly, replying, "I'm a half-breed, so I don't know much about the Beast Festival." A light flashed in Aiden's eyes as she shouted, "Arnia's entrance ceremony is not just an admission process. It's one of the biggest festivals." She looked at the stands and said, "The Beast Festival is also to entertain the visitors." After that, Aiden bent down. She touched the ground with both hands and added, "And it's also a ritual for us students." Leo was startled and asked, "A ritual?" She smiled brightly. She said, "With the threat of Tartarus still ongoing, this is a declaration to our fellow tribesmen that we have arrived." Next, a foot appeared from the distance. Aiden looked at him and cried out, "Then fight as well as you did just now, Black Rabbit." Leo closed his eyes and muttered, "We have arrived." The Cyclops was immediately released. It threw its head back and let out a roar. Immediately after, it immediately raised its hand and charged forward. The giant opened its mouth wide, drool constantly falling. The other beastmen immediately jumped up. They ran away from behind it. The giant was knocked down. It immediately charged forward. It quickly rushed towards where Leo was standing still. A red light flashed, tearing through the night. Aiden leaped high, aiming for the top of the giant's head. She swung her claws. She drew dozens of intersecting horizontal and vertical cuts on its body. After that, Aiden gently landed on the ground. She turned her head and saw Leo still standing still, shouting, "What are you doing, Black Rabbit?" He immediately raised his fist slightly. Leo punched hard at the giant's outstretched fist in front of him. Fine blood vessels immediately appeared in its eye. The giant energy from his hand immediately spread throughout its body. The giant's entire body quickly exploded. It scattered everywhere. The entire stadium immediately erupted in excited shouts. "Amazing, Black Rabbit. You're number one in my heart." Aiden stared intently at Leo and concluded, "There's no doubt about it. That Black Rabbit just transformed." Her eyes narrowed as she stared intently at his figure. The legend immediately came to her mind. When the moon rises, it is the power that awakens the beastly instinct within us. Our ancestors have studied beast transformation for a long time, but no one has been able to use it freely. Aiden thought of that man, except for one person, the hero, Aaron. After a long while, a voice echoed throughout the place, announcing, "The Beast Festival has now concluded." Aiden approached from the distance and shouted, "Hey, Black Rabbit, I want to ask." Another voice cut in, "Hey, not bad." He stood with his hands on his hips. He introduced himself in front of him. "I'm Dion. And you?" Leo replied calmly, "Ko." Dion smiled brightly and shouted, "Ko, huh? I was worried this place was full of weaklings. Having someone of your caliber here puts me at ease." Aiden angrily raised her fist. "This musclehead is talking nonsense again. What's wrong with you?" She brought her face close and shouted, "Black Rabbit, talk to me for a bit. I have something to ask you." Leo asked back doubtfully, "Me?" Dion frowned and said with annoyance, "Hey, keep it down." Suddenly, a loud bang made the three of them look over at the same time. Boga took step after step, approaching the place, and shouted, "It's too noisy." He crossed his arms. He looked down from above. Everyone has worked hard participating in the Beast Festival. Immediately after, an excited voice rang out, "Hero Boga. He looks even cooler up close." Immediately after, his voice rang out, announcing, "As you know, tomorrow's test will be crossing the Great Asrai Desert. The rules are simple. Start from a strait, cross the Great Desert, and the destination is Arnia." Boga's voice deepened as he added, "However, the Great Asrai Desert is one of the harshest lands on the continent." His sharp gaze swept over them. "So I have a piece of advice for you all." Boga looked at the entire group here and warned, "Don't do stupid things like confusing recklessness with courage." Ben, beside him, held a file and said with a smile, "The recommended students have not participated in the free classes for the past 6 months. Since you are not acquainted with the other students, please step forward and introduce yourselves." Leo rested his hands on his knees and asked, "Why didn't you participate in the free classes?" Aiden raised her head and replied with a smile, "I'm strong even without those things." She crossed her arms and glanced over. "I am Fijua. My specialty is magic. It's a pleasure to meet you all. He frowned and introduced himself calmly. Residential Vega. I am a spirit master. She stood with her hands on her hips and cried out. I'm Aiden. Let's all do our best. Leo looked over and said, Ko. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Boga frowned and stared at him. Immediately after, he smiled brightly and exclaimed, Dynan. What Dion said next made everyone stare at him. Those who are weak don't get in the way. It's best to give up early. Ben saw this and immediately reminded them loudly. Please go outside, check the dormitory assignment notice board, and then return. Suddenly, a hand appeared and rested on Leo's shoulder. Boga looked straight ahead and shouted, Ko, stay behind and meet with me privately. Inside the room, his voice rang out, asking, Ko, I'm asking you this just to be sure. He immediately replied. Boga placed both hands on Leo's shoulders and asked, Are you Jenna's son? He was startled by this and thought, He knows my mother? Leo looked up and asked back, Yes, that's right. Do you know my mother? Boga heard this and threw his head back, laughing loudly. As expected, you're Jenna's precious son. He thought of that past. He recounted loudly, I am an old friend of your mother's. She and I used to be the representatives for our two schools, Lumen and Arnia, competing against each other. I'm sure your mother has told you a lot about me. This Boga, right? Immediately after, Leo's face was serious as he denied it. No, sir. My mother has never mentioned you, not even once. Boga heard this and shouted in disbelief. Impossible. Jenna and I were so close. His voice rang out, affirming. My mother rarely talks about her school days. He closed his eyes. He replied, embarrassed. That could be the case. Boga's lowered hand clenched into a tight fist. That person's image appeared in his mind. Ellen. If it weren't for that fool, Jenna would now. The corner of Leo's mouth curled up slightly as he said, Although my mother doesn't talk about the past, she has never regretted her choices. Hearing these words, Boga's eyes widened in surprise. After that, he bowed his head and let out a soft laugh. Jenna's face appeared in Boga's mind as he praised. Jenna is more radiant than a flower. She is still a woman who is both beautiful and valiant. Leo looked utterly disbelieving. He thought to himself, My mother a flower? This guy's mind seems a bit. He smiled brightly and looked straight into his eyes. All right. I witnessed your performance at the Beast Festival. I'll be looking forward to the entrance ceremony tomorrow. Leo looked up and replied. After taking a shower, he came out wearing a towel. I can't believe the dormitory here is even better than at Lumen. He turned his head and looked at the door outside. He let out a questioning sound. Suddenly, Aiden broke through the window and shouted, Black Rabbit, I've come to expose your secret. Immediately after, her face turned bright red. She covered her eyes with both hands in embarrassment. Why are you taking off your clothes? Leo replied calmly. This is my private room. A moment later, he sat down on the bed. He asked doubtfully, I'm dressed now. You can open your eyes now. What secret did you say you came to uncover? Aiden frowned and shouted loudly. I saw it at the Beast Festival earlier. She remembered the scene from before. You have the ability to freely transform into a beastman form, don't you? Aiden's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before her. The claws on his hand began to lengthen as he asked back. This? She shouted excitedly. Oh my God. It's true. Leo looked down at his fur-covered hand and thought to himself, how strange. While in the state of transforming into a beast man, when I used the hero's breath, the beast transformation process was activated. A green mist flashed. Leo returned to his normal form and thought, of course, maintaining it for too long will lead to very severe side effects. Aiden stared at him excitedly and clamored. How is that possible? Throughout history, the only person who could freely transform into a beast man was Lord Aaron. Leo's voice rang out, asking, Do you want me to teach you? She asked in a daze. Really? Leo thought of that person and mused. I need an heir to follow in Aaron's footsteps, because in the upcoming battle with Tartarus, I need more fighting forces. Perhaps this is the reason I was reincarnated into this era. His voice deepened as he said, In that case, as long as you can prove it. Aiden stared at him and asked back, Prove what? Leo's face became solemn as he replied, Whether you have the qualities to become a hero or not. She met his red eyes and thought to herself, This guy is looking down on me. Aiden was immediately startled. She didn't move an inch. She stared at Leo's back, lost in thought. From a very high position, he smiled brightly and looked over, saying, "I'll be waiting for it, Aiden." The next morning, an excited voice echoed throughout the place. The second day of the Arnia opening ceremony has begun. We can see the new students lining up to take the test to cross the Odyssey Desert. Yuga clutched the paper in her hand and cried out, "Aiden, Den, all the way to VGA." She raised a hand and shouted with a smile, "Our children are already very talented, but Arnia's recommended candidates this year are no slouches either. It's a shame I didn't get to watch the Beast Festival. It's truly a pity." Suddenly, Yuga's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "But hey, Ko, there's a student with a very strange name." She threw her head back and said with a laugh, "Is that the name of the great hero? I wonder if this is a self-proclaimed KO or the heroic champion KO." Suddenly, he looked down below. "That reminds me of that boy Leo." Her gaze fell on her as she entered the arena with an angry face. "Isn't that student Aiden?" Yuga stared at the stack of documents in her hand and shouted, "Is the Beastman's competitive spirit awakening? Look who Aiden is aiming to compete with." Below, Aiden approached him and shouted excitedly, "Black Rabbit, you haven't forgotten yesterday's promise, have you? I will definitely make you acknowledge my abilities." She clenched her fist and shouted loudly, "I was so excited I couldn't sleep a wink last night. So in today's test, don't you dare miss a single second of my performance." Leo sighed and replied, "Fine, fine," and crossed her arms, looking down with interest. "How interesting. To think the opponent is a student named Kyo." Yoga smiled faintly and remarked, "A student who really piques one's curiosity. Truly." Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, staring down suspiciously, and's face also twisted in confusion, filled with questions. The two of them stared at his face and exclaimed, "Leo, why are you standing down there?" Up on the podium, Burga crossed his arms and announced, "Recommended candidates, attention. Now, before we proceed with the opening ceremony, the candidates will take their oath." Yoga and then widened their eyes, jaws dropping as they thought, "Asterisk, what the hell is that guy doing down there?" Asterisk. Burga's voice continued to resonate. "The 5 recommended candidates. Place your hands upon Lord Aaron's hero record." Leo looked down at the document on the slab, deep in thought. Asterisk, Aaron's hero record. I never thought I'd see it like this. Asterisk. He commanded sternly. One by one, recite the oath aloud. Otto placed her hand on the stone tablet. She read aloud. Upon the honor of the great hero, I shall not act with cowardice. Leo, hands in his pockets, silently watched her. Immediately after, he placed his hand on the stone tablet. In his heart, he called out, "Aaron." The sound of the recitation began to echo through the area. Upon the honor of the great hero. Suddenly, the stone tablet began to emit a blinding golden light. That golden energy shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the entire square. Yoga started and shouted, "Senior, could it be?" And, beside him, frowned and cried out, "Is that?" Burga's eyes also widened, staring in shock at the blinding light before him. The massive pillar of golden light in front of the two shot into the heavens. The stone tablet inscribed with hero record floated up before Leo and Otto. A line of text immediately appeared. Aaron's world. Prologue, the beginning. The blinding golden light quickly enveloped the two of them. Ben, clutching a stack of documents, ran over in a panic. "Instructor Burga, what is going on? Don't tell me the hero's world has been." Burga crossed his arms. He looked up and confirmed, "That's right. Lord Aaron's hero world has been opened." He asked, his face full of worry, "Is the hero world overloading?" His expression immediately darkened in thought. Whatever the reason, a page of Lord Aaron's history that has never been turned has now appeared, although it has mutated into a dungeon due to the overload. If they can conquer it, this is a chance to inherit Lord Aaron's power. Burga thought about the dungeon world with concern. The problem is, do these kids have what it takes to conquer Lord Aaron's world? Inside the dungeon, Otto opened her blue eyes. She looked around. Text appeared in the pitch-black space. Once upon a time, when darkness shrouded the world, she looked at the words and gasped, "This is..." Otto looked at the deer within that dark world. She reached out to touch the mural and asked, "What just happened?" "Black Rabbit, did you see that too?" The hero record definitely just opened up. Above the mural, another line of text appeared. A hero has appeared. Leo's voice rang out, warning her. Look up at the sky. Otto followed his lead and looked up, noticing the deer fleeing in haste. A line of white text appeared. A hero who brings the light. Seeing the words, she asked in amazement. What is that? Everything is so gray. Next, another line appeared. A hero who brings the future. Leo's eyes flashed with a crimson light as he spoke. It seems this is from 5,000 years ago, when Eren was still alive. An era of despair. Within that red light, a sentence appeared. Please, save us. Be extremely careful not to get swallowed by the Jasper. Otto looked at the dark world and asked, is this the land where the hero Eren once lived? Leo looked up at his surroundings and replied, that's right. It seems we've fallen into a refugee city. She shouted with a face full of doubt. Why did the hero world suddenly activate on its own like this? For thousands of years, there hasn't been a single document mentioning Eren's record page ever opening. Hearing this, Leo recalled a memory and pondered. Even during the herology classes, even back in Belkia, when I touched my own record page, the hero world appeared. He lowered his head, unable to stop his thoughts. But all those times were related to my own page. As for this time, clearly, anyone can see this is Eren's record page. The two looked up at a glowing screen appearing high above. A notification line appeared. Main mission. Find Eren's whereabouts in Giza. Leo placed 2 fingers on his temple, wondering. Main mission? Isn't this just a normal hero dungeon? He looked straight ahead, contemplating. If this is a formally activated world, why has all contact with the outside world been cut off? Leo turned and saw her trembling incessantly, so he spoke up with concern. Otto, are you all right? She hummed softly. Then, Otto turned her head back. Her face was flushed red. She cheered excitedly. Look at that. The objective requires us to find Lord Eren. That means we're about to see Lord Eren in the flesh. She couldn't hide the excitement in her voice. Surely finding him won't be difficult at all, because his reputation is so illustrious. Leo replied stiffly. Yeah, probably. Otto clenched her fists. She shouted happily. Then let's start asking people around here. Leo walked behind her with hands in his pockets, thinking. In reality, people living in this era would certainly think that. Because historical records deviate from reality. He remembered the figure of that man. But as for the Eren of this period, after a long while, a man shouted with a face full of impatience. How many times have I told you? I've never heard of any name like Eren. Otto watched the man walk away. She asked in disbelief. How can this be happening? Not a single soul knows about Lord Eren. She turned to a person nearby to ask. Hey, Beastman over there. Have you ever heard of anyone named Eren? The man turned to look and replied. Never heard of him. After a long while, a loud laugh rang out on the street. Ha ha ha. Truly a bunch of green and naive beastmen. A drunk goblin holding a wine jar called out. If you can't find a place to stay, feel free to drop by my room. Otto covered her mouth with her hand. She whispered softly. The atmosphere around here is starting to get weird and worse. Leo looked straight ahead and called out. We have to find a place to rest before night completely falls. His eyes stared ahead, calculating. The current time is likely the year 1462 of the Antone calendar. That marks 20 years since the era of calamity began. Leo walked quickly ahead, thinking, at this stage, we don't need to waste effort searching for Eren blindly. There is someone else we definitely must meet. Above a wall, hung a rotten wooden sign. Leo looked around, thinking to himself, that person must be somewhere around this area. Otto walked behind him, shouting loudly. Wait a minute. Black Rabbit. She put her hands on her hips, making a fuss. Where are you planning to run off to? I know you're leading the way, but... Leo replied without turning his head. In this place, you can't even find a decent inn. Behind him, Otto raised her leg and kicked hard at the cloaked figure behind her. She gritted her teeth, looking over with a ferocious face. Her hand clenched tight when she heard Leo shout. Stop it. Don't start a fight. Immediately after, Agon raised his hand, choked her neck, and lifted her up. Otto turned her head to look and shouted. Black Rabbit, find a way to run. He looked at her and interrogated. For what reason did you people come all the way to this place? Agon's voice deepened in threat. If you don't confess the truth, I will end this beastman's life immediately. Lines of introductory text appeared in midair. Legendary hero, originally an elite student. The world of Eren. Immediately after, a man spoke up asking, "Who are you?" "Hey, little rabbit. Zero walkers are lurking out there. Be extremely cautious." Leo looked up, glanced over, and shouted, "We came here because we received instructions to come to this location." Agon's eyes flashed with golden light. He stared over. "Who instructed you? This is strictly a restricted area." He looked straight at him, continuing nonchalantly, "It was that cowardly Eren who sent us here." Immediately after, he let go, dropping Otto to the ground. Leo quickly approached her, hearing Agon's voice ring out, "Follow me." He led the two into a room, then left. "Tonight, you have the right to stay here. Come back to see me tomorrow morning." Leo walked up the stairs step by step. Looking at the pitch-black sky, he thought, "This bizarre sky, no matter how many times I observe it, I can never forget it." He sat on the roof, looking into the distance. "It still makes me feel disgusted, as always." Leo gazed out far away, pondering. Beyond the boundaries of Giza is nothing but a thick fog. Does that mean the range we can move within this world is limited to just this place? Immediately after, the sky displayed deer and text. Both of us, with skills still clumsy, are trying to steer the boat with small hands. The lines of text continued to appear. During the midterm exam, the main mission was not revealed until Zhu Ban was destroyed. If that is the case, surely this is not an accident or a loss of control. But why can't the outside world intervene in this hero world? A screen appeared with text. Main mission. Find Eren's whereabouts in Giza. An image of a starry sky immediately flashed into existence. Next, an image of a sword and text appeared. It is known that the key to opening a hero world is the owner of that world themselves, or items closely linked to them. Those lines of text kept appearing. But what if there actually exists another type of key, such as an individual with a deep destiny with them? Little rabbit, do you want to find another friend to row the boat together?" Leo immediately jumped down from the height, thinking, of course, this stops at the level of conjecture. However, he looked at the distant sky, pondering, if Eren's world was opened thanks to my presence, then it's understandable why the outside world cannot intervene here. Leo looked at the butterfly fluttering about and raised his hand. Could it be that my reincarnation with intact memories isn't merely a coincidence? He thought of those heroes. If the hero record pages are an arrangement from the past for the great hero who will be reborn in the future, and if I have the chance to inherit their power once again. A voice rang out in the space. "Little rabbit, that is a story for children." Leo looked up at the dazzling sky, deep in thought. Then wiping out Erebos completely wouldn't be impossible anymore. Harvested from a faraway land. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, startling him into opening his eyes wide. "Wake up, Black Rabbit." Leo immediately sat up, stretched, and asked with concern, "Are you fully awake? That man we met yesterday was terrifyingly strong. Is your body okay?" Otto raised her fist and shouted, "My body is naturally very tough and durable." Her doubtful voice rang out. "But what was that situation yesterday all about?" He stood up and quickly tidied the bedding. "It seems that man misunderstood us as illegal intruders. I used words to settle everything smoothly." Hearing that, Otto was startled and thought, "You really behaved very politely." Leo recalled the scene back then and whispered in his heart. That impact was certainly incredibly terrible. Yet a descendant of the Beastmen like you still acts very tough. Huh? Just then, Agon's voice rang out, causing the two to look over. "You guys are up early." He furrowed his brows, looking over to inquire. "Fully recovered already?" Agon took steps toward Otto and spoke. "Even knowing the Beastman tribe has excellent physical strength, you still surprised me. In addition," she immediately stammered, asking, "In addition to what?" Seeing that, he put his hand on his head and sighed. "You guys look more childish than I imagined. Allow me to apologize for what happened yesterday." Agon's voice added, "Follow me. To make amends, I will treat you to breakfast." Otto walked up and whispered to Leo, "Maybe he isn't a bad person after all, right?" Seeing that, he smiled and replied, "Definitely. He's even inviting us to breakfast." Otto and Leo quickly followed behind Agon onto the street. She walked for a long while, then whispered an inquiry. I wonder if he plans to make us lower our guard before striking? Where is he leading us? Hearing that, he spoke up to comfort her. I'm not sure either. But looking at his demeanor, he doesn't resemble a villain. Leo looked at him and recalled. The guardian deity of the sky, Agon. He was a dual hero during the era of calamity, similar to Aaron's father. He lowered his head, remembering that appearance of his. Initially, he was the character my team intended to invite to our side. But for some reason, the first time we met, his fighting will had completely withered away. Leo stared at his back, wondering. Compared to that memory, the Agon of the present still seems extremely lucid. What exactly happened during this past month? Suddenly, Otto glanced over, asking in disbelief. Gosh, what is going on here? A group of children surrounded him, noisily shouting. Uncle Agon, it's time for breakfast. A blonde girl turned to look and asked, who are that big sister and big brother over there? Agon patted the girl's head and replied, they are guests visiting. No need to prepare my portion. Just set the table for these two. Immediately after, Otto took a step forward, shouting loudly, Uncle. Her face was full of tears. She screamed loudly. I truly misunderstood you. You really are a very kind person. As for Leo, he was startled and looked toward a nearby corner. His eyes immediately widened in surprise. Leo stared over there, thinking, it's been a long time since we met, hasn't it? In his mind, the scene of his past life, and Elsie immediately appeared. Leo looked at the girl of the present, thinking, the great spirit of darkness. Elsie. In the darkness, a voice rang out inquiring. And that man asked again, Little Rabbit, what if you go with that shadow? Returning to the memory of 5 millennia ago, a voice spoke up. I heard that the great plague is sweeping everywhere. What a heartbreaking thing. A woman asked, are you the guardian of the sky? Who are you? Agon heard the voice and looked up. Lysinus stated, I came here to invite you to join the expeditionary force. Lysinus continued, the power of a hero like you is what we desperately need. He lowered his head and refused. Go back. I have no intention of joining that army. She persuaded. But, for someone who has achieved the title of guardian of the sky like you. Before she could finish, Leo stepped in and interrupted. That's enough. Lysinus, can't you see? His will has completely collapsed. Lysinus gave a reason. But the human mind can still be reignited. Leaving a figure of this caliber here is truly a waste. Cal spoke softly. Hey Lysinus, you're right. Willpower can be restored. However, someone who has nurtured hatred in their heart cannot be saved anymore. She turned to leave. We should go find someone else. Agon spoke softly. I have someone I can introduce to you. He instructed. Try looking for someone named Aaron. She wondered. Aaron, but in this vast world, where can we find that person now? Lysinus pleaded. Since you've taken the trouble to guide us, please guide us thoroughly. But in contrast, Agon gave a harsh reply. There is still time anyway. Just take your time searching. Leo sighed. Someone recommended by the guardian of the sky himself is surely not mediocre. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Fix that hasty temper of yours. Lysinus. The sentence made her freeze. Lysinus shouted shyly. What did you say? Is the page alive? Looking into the distance, a figure appeared in the misty space. Is that the dark spirit? That's right. A girl with sparkling light appeared. A loud laugh rang out. Oh, hello. Didn't expect to meet the dark spirit here. Time shifted. Thoughts appeared in Leo's mind. It's surprising to meet Elsie here. He looked towards Elsie. In the past, we met when gathering the expeditionary force. It's a pity that now isn't the time to chat with Elsie. Leo spoke softly. Thank you. He continued to sink into his thoughts. Because it would take a whole year for me or Kyle to have the chance to meet Elsie again. On the other side, Otto was holding a bowl of hot soup, calling out excitedly. Have a meal with us, Uncle. He didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. All right. You said Aaron himself told you to come here, right? Leo wondered. Even I don't know Aaron's current whereabouts. Agon replied. I don't know where that foolish disciple is. He has been missing for half a year now. Otto stood up excitedly and spoke loudly. Uncle, so you are Lord Aaron's teacher. He sighed. I am indeed the master of that incompetent fellow. A noble brave hero, great and full of courage. Agon continued. You say I taught someone like that, yet call him incompetent? She giggled. Being too humble like that isn't good either. He spoke softly. It seems this little girl is misunderstanding something. My disciple is neither noble, great, nor courageous as you think. Hearing that, Otto couldn't help but be startled. Agon stated, "Of course, he has power far beyond his age. However, that guy is a coward, completely unworthy of possessing that source of power." The reason Aaron left this guy's region was simply due to his fear of war. She held her head and screamed, "No way. That can't be happening. My lord Aaron." He was confused. "What's wrong with your friend?" She ran while crying loudly as if her house was on fire. Lord Aaron absolutely cannot be a coward. Leo also felt extremely confused. She has always admired and considered Aaron her idol. He turned around and bowed his head. Idolizing Aaron? Truly hard to believe. He stood up. "That's because she was saved by your very disciple." Agon was surprised. Leo stated, "It's true that Aaron might be cowardly." He spoke loudly. "But in places you don't know about, he has saved many people. I am also one of those he saved." Leo smiled a friendly smile. "So you have every right to be proud of your disciple." Agon was startled. "That child, in the past half year, has he matured that much?" He stood up and placed his hand on Leo's head, praising. On the other side, Otto was sitting in a corner, trembling and sobbing. "Unbelievable. Lord Aaron used to be a coward." Leo walked over and asked, "What's so shocking about Aaron being cowardly?" She replied, "Because the brave hero Aaron gave me courage." Otto recounted, "When I was small, I was a weak and fearful child in every way. Every time I trained, I wanted to quit halfway. But Father taught me that my name was named after the great Lord Aaron himself. That's why I made a resolve that I would become as brave as Lord Aaron, the one who never backs down before any adversity." Her voice softened. "Yet now I hear he used to be a coward. But that very coward saved this whole world. That very coward was braver than anyone when everyone else fell into despair. That is why the gods honored him as a brave hero. Isn't that even more worthy of respect?" Otto hugged her own arms. She stood up, raising both hands high and shouting, Hearing your explanation makes me love Lord Aaron even more." Leo was helpless. "You really changed like a weather vane." He turned back, thinking, "Speaking of which, are all these children destined to die?" When our team arrived, the residents of this region had already perished from the plague, except for Agon. "Wait, does that mean all these people will die within just the next month? Even if it's a great plague, this is too." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "This place is indeed as filthy as always." The voice snapped Leo out of his thoughts, wondering, who is that guy? This person is Levitt, the confidant of Lord Rodian of Giza. The guy curled his lips. Filthy scum. Thoughts appeared in Agon's mind again. In the era of calamity, not everyone stood up against the darkness. The world fell into strife, and the most difficult enemy to deal with was not from the outside, but enemies from within our own ranks. Levitt's eyes were sinister. "Greetings, guardian of the sky, Lord Agon," he thought to himself. Truly trash that only knows how to covet fame in the expeditionary army, to pretend to be heroes in people's eyes. Agon lowered his voice. "What business brings you here?" The guy leaned his forehead close to him and laughed loudly. "A dual hero like Lord Agon having to rot in this cursed land amidst chaos. I fear even the gods who have left the world would find it hard to accept. What do you think about ending these long days of seclusion to join the Hero Legion?" Agon replied decisively. "I declared it last time. Only when the Lord guarantees the safety of these children will I consider it." Hearing that, the guy was displeased and looked down. "I understand your point. I will report back that the guardian of the sky is still unwilling to serve his lordship." The children standing on the side trembled violently. Levitt continued, "However, I have received strict orders to retrieve the precious black sword saddle." Leo pondered. "Isn't saddle one of the most powerful swords of the Calamity era? Agon is the one holding it. I've never heard Aaron mention this. If Agon possessed such a powerful sword, surely he would have given it to Aaron before he set off to travel the continent." Agon spoke softly. "I have affirmed countless times that saddle was broken in the battle 10 years ago." The guy rested his hand on his chin. "Guardian of the sky, do you intend to defy the Lord's orders for your own greed? Why do you lie like that?" He became cold. "Why would I need to lie? And even if I were lying, what can the likes of you do to me?" Agon flared up with aura, growling. Are you planning to make a move on me? Levitt clenched his teeth tight. He spun around to leave. Fine. Today I will temporarily retreat. But the Lord will soon come here in person. The hatred remained, so Levitt left a warning. As long as you people still reside in Giza, you will never escape his lordship. Agon then sat down. I'm sorry for making you witness such an unpleasant scene. Leo replied. It's okay. I'm no stranger to people like that. Otto also felt annoyed. Humph. Truly a bunch of cowards. He asked. But what is this about joining the Hero Legion, uncle? He put down the soup bowl. It's exactly as they said. Agon explained. It is joining the army to fight against the forces of Erebos. She widened her eyes. Then, isn't joining the Hero Legion a good thing? He denied it. I cannot do that. Once I step into that legion. Agon's eyes looked at the children. There will be no one left to look after these children. Otto spoke up. Regarding the orphans, surely the kingdom or the Lord will have to. He cut her off. Giza will never care about them. On the contrary, they will abandon them. They are always ready to sacrifice the minority for the so-called greater good. She stood up abruptly. They will throw them away? Otto was unwilling to accept it. How can those bearing the title of hero harbor such thoughts? Agon smiled a friendly smile. I find it truly strange. You kids, are you really children born and raised in this era of calamity? I didn't expect there were still people who could cling to ideals as far-fetched as dreams like this. The children were always extremely happy and excited when playing with Agon. Leo asked, what's wrong with ideals like in dreams? He patted the children's heads. If it is the right thing, then walking on the path of righteousness is natural. Isn't that why Lord Agon is devoting himself to caring for these children? His eyes looked straight at Leo, pondering. That is just a child of about 15, 16 years old. But where did he get such profound thoughts beyond his age? Agon asked. What are your names? Otto replied briskly. My name is Otto. This black rabbit is named Kyle. He rubbed his chin, pondering. Kyle, this name will give you a hard time. Otto looked up apprehensively, muttering. Sharing a name with the hero of this kingdom again. She wondered to herself. Is Kyle a real character? Otto stammered. The hero who lived later. Suddenly a hand grabbed her tail and yanked it back, causing Otto to sit down with a thud. Agon wondered. What's wrong? Leo laughed dryly. No, it's nothing, sir. He whispered into her ear. If you keep saying those nonsense things, the operation plan will fail. But grabbing a lady's tail is truly. He sighed. If that is the right thing, then stepping onto the righteous path is obvious. That's right. That judgment is very accurate. I had accidentally forgotten it for a long time. A value that is inherently obvious. Agon asked, what is your purpose for coming to Giza? Leo answered decisively. To find Eren. Agon pushed himself up to stand. Then you guys just stay here until he returns. Even though he has been missing for half a year. This is still his home after all. He turned to leave. Sooner or later he will find his way back. Suddenly the system screen displayed. Mission. Reunite with Eren when he returns home in 3 days. Otto's eyes lit up. The objective progress has changed. Just 3 more days, and we get to see Lord Eren. He was also delighted. That's right. Leo pondered. Looks like finding Agon was a wise decision. She dashed off. Black Rabbit. I'm going to ask Uncle Agon for more information about Lord Eren. Leo warned. Watch your mouth. Don't talk nonsense, promise me. Suddenly the system screen displayed again, causing him to startle slightly. Screen display. Mission. Rescue Guardian of the Sky Agon. Leo wondered. Rescue mission? Am I the only one seeing this? He recalled the past. At the time when I was still Kyle, when we arrived here, Agon's spirit had completely collapsed. Needing to save him means. Is it keeping Agon's will from wavering? Surely an incident will occur within the next 3 days. Before Eren appears. Am I inadvertently missing any details? Suddenly a call interrupted his train of thought. Hey, mister. Leo startled and snapped out of it. Lights flashed. You know perfectly well I'm not a mortal of flesh and blood, right? He quickly realized. Elsie. Leo replied. That's right. You are a magical spirit. Elsie praised. Truly worthy of being a master spirit user. Leo felt a bit confused. I didn't expect Elsie to have moments of smiling like that. Her eyes sharpened. And a multi-talented person at that. Elsie stared at him. It seems you are definitely the surviving hero. Kyle. Leo stammered. I sincerely apologize. But She cut him off. Don't try to deceive my eyes anymore. Elsie continued. Someone who possesses hero abilities and holds the orb of light in hand. Apart from that guy Kyle, it can only be a comrade of Lacinus. He was surprised. I didn't expect this orb to make Elsie mistake me for Kyle. She revealed. I caught wind of that news. That Lacinus led her comrades to leave Gastro to set out to conquer Erebos. That's why I also intend to go find you guys. Leo wondered. Why is that? Elsie smiled a very friendly smile. Isn't that obvious? Of course, to contribute my strength to the mission of saving this world. He pondered. Is this child really the great spirit of darkness, Elsie, who formed a contract with me? Truly too different. Leo blurted out. For what reason do you want to save the world? Elsie, I am a spirit born during the chaotic times. Because of that, I yearn to admire the twinkling stars in the night sky. She spread her hand towards the light. Elsie spoke softly. I heard people say they are shimmering and brilliant. She turned around. So where is Lacinus right now? Leo replied. He is on his way to Giza. It will probably take some time to arrive. Elsie chuckled. How lucky. I thought I had to go find him myself. Good thing I didn't choose the wrong direction. He asked further. What made you decide to form a pact with Lacinus? She explained. Well, I've heard the reputation. That you guys defeated the commander of the Ion Gas Legion. Elsie stood up with hands on her hips. In this day and age, who has the courage to declare they defeated a Legion commander and then go conquer Erebos? Isn't someone like that worthy enough to become my contract master? Leo pondered. This difference makes me feel strange. However, the person Elsie chose to contract with was me. His eyes darkened, and I never heard that real reason either. Suddenly, she turned back. Oh, by the way, Elsie leaned close and whispered. Keep this absolutely secret from Aaron, okay? The sword that swallows darkness, saddle, is actually me. Scene shift to Lord Rodian's manor in Giza. A voice asked. Agon refused my offer, did he? That is correct, sir. This person is Lord Rodian of Giza. The old man looked into the distance. That Agon. To protect this Giza region, clearly that power is needed. What exactly is in that place that he insists on staying? Levitt bowed and reported. It seems he is still concerned about those orphans in that cursed land. Rodian slammed his hand on the table. Truly foolish. The guy stood silently listening to him scold. Just to protect those useless things, he is willing to reject the greater good? Levitt continued. Moreover, according to rumors among the people, a plague is raging in that cursed land. Rodian wondered. Plague? What should we do now? If the plague spreads among the refugees, this whole city will be in danger. Legs slowly moved forward. He leaned close to the man's gloomy face. We need to destroy the root before the pathogen has a chance to spread outward. My heart also aches to have to eliminate those helpless children. Rodian stammered. But surely Agon won't stand by and watch. Levitt smiled a friendly smile. Rumors about the plague have spread to every corner of the city. Preventing this disaster is also the wish of the majority of the people. The guy persuaded. No matter how dim-witted Agon is, he wouldn't do something as stupid as pushing this crowded city into misery. Rodian sighed. That is indeed true. Sir Levitt, having you here is truly a blessing. He declared. I officially hand over full authority over security in Giza to you. The guy smiled a sinister smile. I will devote all my efforts to repay the Lord's trust. And I will certainly bring the sword saddle back here. On this side, whispering gossip rang out. The cursed land? That's crazy. And there's a plague too? What is the Lord thinking? If the disease spreads here, what then? Something needs to be done immediately. Let's just stay away for now, lest we bring trouble upon ourselves. Leo looked towards Elsie playing with the children, pondering. Ever since Levitt visited Agon's shelter, rumors about the plague suddenly erupted strongly. Back then she had said, Lacinus is truly an outstanding summoner, and carries the Black Dragon bloodline, extremely compatible with a dark spirit like me. He asked, why bring up something everyone knows? All right. Hurry up and find Lacinus to sign the contract. Elsie looked up at the sky. Do you ever think this world has any value left to save? Leo was confused. What the hell are you talking about? Elsie spoke softly. Just like what I said. Whether this world has any reason to continue existing. He smiled lightly. Can't we figure that out after saving it? Hearing Leo say that, She just remained silent and said nothing more. Thoughts continued to appear in his mind. The Elsie I met a year later had completely lost faith in this world. She wasn't full of hope like this at all. Even the image of an Agon who had completely lost hope is gone. These children won't die from the plague. At this moment, Otto arrived, interrupting his thoughts. Black Rabbit, where have you been? I wasted so much effort looking for you. Leo asked. But first, where is Uncle Agon? She was stunned. Uncle Agon, Otto revealed. Just now, someone claiming to be the Lord's man came and invited him away. By order of the Lord of Giza. From this moment on, the campaign to destroy the plague center officially begins. Among the children, a girl stammered asking, Uncles, Uncle Agon just went up to the Lord's castle a moment ago. The soldier raised his sword high and shouted, You filthy brat carrying the pathogen. Get out of my sight immediately. Just as he slashed the sword down, luckily the girl was saved by Otto jumping up. She shouted loudly, Hey, are you crazy? Leo called softly, Otto, first, ensure the safety of the children. Do you bunch intend to oppose us? That guy fully revealed himself, introducing, I am Zal of the Giza Hero Knights. Obstructing us is no different from opposing the Lord's military orders. He drew his sword, chuckling. I guess this is Levitt's order, not the Lord's, right? The man stood still listening to Leo speak, fabricating a non-existent plague to slaughter the children, then plotting to seize the sword's saddle, right? His eyes flared with killing intent. If you want to call yourselves heroes, at least keep a shred of dignity. Otherwise, it is truly an insult to those who are actually betting their lives to save the world. Zhao rushed in. A brat like you dares to try and play hero? Leo dodged the mocking attack. With that mediocre ability, you dare call yourself a hero legion? They aren't real hero legionnaires. Just knights in training. He praised. The ability to transform Aurak attributes. A special ability indeed. At that moment, Leo's entire body radiated a powerful fiery aura. He swung his sword, the flames slashing across with it, unleashing a slash straight towards Zhao. However, he was still arrogant. That ancient flame can't do anything to me. My aura. Two powerful swords slashed across each other. Zhao struggled to block it. Immediately after, a shocking explosion erupted, smoke rising thickly. A vortex appeared in the air. His body trembled all over. Leo declared, both skills and weapons are too elementary. By then, Otto had also run up. A very powerful force and very fast speed. The soldier also quickly realized. Without saying a word, she landed a kick straight to his face. The soldier, hit by the powerful kick, fell flat on the ground. Otto also landed straight on the ground, her eyes burning with killing intent. She propelled herself to jump up again, continuously landing consecutive stomps on the soldiers' faces. Otto mocked. What kind of hero is so weak? Leo stated. That is hardened aura, right? She replied. That's right. Yours is donkey aura. Otto's lips curled up. If we fight each other, it would be very fun. A tattered foot walked over. Fools. Zal clutched his face, screaming miserably. How dare you scum provoke our hero legion? Lord Levitt will not forgive you bastards. He declared. You will pay for turning Giza into an enemy, just for those filthy orphans. Otto spoke coldly. Turns out you really want a beating that badly. He asked. Otto, can you step aside and take the children away? Leo growled. I have business to settle with that guy. Please. She quickly agreed. All right. Otto walked towards the babies. This dangerous feeling. She waved her hands to shield the children. Kids, let's stay away from this place for a moment. Zal still arrogantly asked. Now you intend to beg for mercy, huh? Chasing the kids away because you don't want them to see you kneeling? Pathetic. Leo displayed a sinister smile. Are you sure about that? I told the kids to leave because this isn't something they should witness. Hearing that, Zal's entire body trembled in fear, stammering. Stay back. Oh my God, are you really the March Rabbit? Just like that, Leo passed by, slashing Zal's head off. The soldiers lay flat on the ground, trembling in fear. He raised his sword high with burning killing intent, slashing down at them. Black Rabbit. March Rabbit killed a knight. Well done. The blood-stained sword plunged into the ground. Elsie spoke up. You didn't hesitate much, did you? Leo turned back calmly replying. I'm used to dealing with traitors like this. She looked down below. Did they really try to kill my friend just to get saddle? He thought to himself. Currently, Elsie is still young and inexperienced. Although she is a great spirit, this must be the first time she witnessed the ugliness of the world. Past memories flooded back. Memories appeared one by one. Like Elsie had said before. Kyle. Even so, I think finding one is still better. Leo startled. Find what? She revealed. A reason to save the world. Back to reality, Elsie spoke softly. I just wanted to gaze at the stars in the night sky before the era of calamity strikes. Leo spoke up. To save the world. Elsie, I promise you, the stars in the night sky are more beautiful than you can imagine. And I often fall into this illusion that the most beautiful star in that night sky, the brightest star, is lost and heading towards me. He patted her head. That is the reason this world is worth saving. That it is falling asleep, resting its head warmly on my shoulder. Elsie smiled radiantly. And then I suddenly thought, oh, I want to become a guiding star for all those wandering souls. Those poor things. And now, I say goodbye. For the evening. Good night. And I will see you early tomorrow morning. Leo stood before the blazing fire. The mission objective has not appeared yet. He looked at the display screen. Hidden mission objective. Save Agon, guardian of the sky. So that means Agon's hideout isn't safe yet? Agon went to the Lord's castle. And Elsie stayed here. Elsie alone can defeat Levitt's subordinates. That means the children at the orphanage are facing a death that even a great spirit cannot prevent. Leo concluded. With our current strength, we still can't guarantee the children's safety. Suddenly a call interrupted his thoughts. Black Rabbit. He informed. Someone stronger than those guys earlier is coming. Otto ran over. Leo calculated. But we ruined their plan already. She crossed her arms. Even so, if Black Rabbit and I join forces, we not only have to fight. Defending while protecting the kids won't be easy. It is. He spoke softly. There is a way. Otto was curious. What way? Leo answered bluntly. Find Aaron. She hesitated. But Lord Aaron isn't supposed to arrive in Giza for another 3 days. The system displayed information. He chuckled. Aaron has already arrived in Giza. Leo continued. Last night, I confirmed that the designated area of the hero world is limited to the scope of Giza. Otto was a bit surprised. Really? Then just as you said. Surely Lord Aaron is in Giza. He put his hand on her shoulder. But we have completed the mission, so there's no need to take risks anymore. Hearing that, Otto felt somewhat relieved, her lips curling into a smile. She pressed. You say that, but you don't intend to retreat, right? Leo stated. It could be very dangerous. Otto revealed. I admire hero Aaron. And that is why I want to become a hero. She exclaimed excitedly. Someone like me won't run away like a coward, right? Otto added. Besides, if you are the only one doing everything, then later Lord Aaron will only favor you. He looked blank. What? She pointed. Anyway, you found a way to find Lord Aaron, right? Leo replied. Yeah. Otto urged. Then hurry up and bring him here. Until then, I will guard this place. Images from the past flooded back. Back then Leo had said, Aaron, you are this strong, but have you ever thought about fighting Tataros? When in Ghetto, Aaron replied, because I'm afraid of demons. He doubted, but at least have you ever thought about wanting to fight? He replied, yes. Aaron revealed. So one day, I decided to try being brave from a place where I could observe all of Giza. Leo startled. But you're afraid of heights. He stammered. That city. I truly want to protect Giza. Thoughts appeared in his mind. If there is a place where I can observe all of Giza, then it's only here. As Leo was walking up, a voice rang out. Who is it? He looked up at Aaron above. The only great hero born in the era of calamity. A very ridiculous cowardice. But carrying a courage so great it's hard to believe. Leo spoke up. I came to pick you up. Aaron. He asked. Do you know me? He replied. Sort of. Leo revealed. Your juniors at Agon's hideout are in danger. Aaron was momentarily startled. What? He stated. Tonight. They might all die. We need your power. Hearing that, he immediately turned around, channeling power into his hands. All aura radiated down to the city below. The entire space was filled with golden light. Aaron's whole body emitted a dazzling energy. He turned back and asked, have we met somewhere before? Leo reached out his hand and replied, in a not-so-distant future. This is not the time to talk about that. He immediately rushed down below. He evaluated, rushing off to protect someone precious. Whether back then or now, Leo watched him, observing. You haven't changed at all. So please tell all the lost stars in this land. I will be the morning star illuminating every path. Let us light up that path together. Then the whole city shook. The children were scared to tears. A loud shout rang out. Useless bunch. In the end, I still have to act personally. Otto revealed herself. Yeah, the attack looks powerful, but it's actually too mediocre. Powerful attacks exploded. A streak of light, like lightning, struck the ground. Mana. She pressed her hand down. A mage imitating a warrior's style? Don't you feel ashamed? Levitt gritted his teeth in fury. Did this lone person wipe out my entire cavalry? I thought just restraining Agon would mean no one could stop us. Otto jumped high, laughing loudly. Truly pathetic. She landed a powerful stomp on his face. Only knowing how to rely on the power of magic tools, while your own skills are too poor. Levitt's whole body was knocked hard to the ground by the force of the kick. Otto exhaled in relief. It's not over yet. Hurry up and stand up. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Quite commendable. No, I must admit it's very impressive. This person is a member of the demon race, Arachne, daughter of the demon queen. She clapped her hands in praise. What Mother advised was not wrong at all. The heroes of the surface world are still unpredictable threats. Otto growled. Still alive, huh? She jumped up high. I will make you vanish immediately. The demon daughter giggled. Oh my, do you think you are capable of that? Otto's eyes pondered. Her body protruded black lumps like stuffed animals, mocking. Hello, kitten. She was startled. Huh, demon race? How is that possible? Clearly, I didn't smell the characteristic scent. The demon daughter smiled lightly. Well, as for that issue, she grew huge like a giant spider. Perhaps it's because I swallowed the elf king's arm? The demon daughter narrowed her eyes. The target I seek is not a boring beastman like you, she declared. So die? Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. Elsie appeared. The demon daughter chuckled. Finally willing to show yourself? Shartun. She raised her hand high. My name is Elsie, and Shartun is just the name of the sword I am dwelling in. Her lips curled up. The name doesn't matter at all, as long as the great spirit of darkness feels delicious. Elsie kept pointing forward. The limbs were lifted up by an invisible arm. The demon daughter's whole body was moved. She was momentarily startled. My body is moving on its own. Just like that, the demon daughter was restrained all over. Elsie spoke up. Compared to the battle 10 years ago, when Agon and I defeated you, you haven't improved a bit, have you? Spider Princess. Otto was amazed. Truly formidable. So you are the great spirit. She chuckled. Showing off that little trick isn't much. At that moment, one of the demon daughter's legs moved, directly piercing through Elsie unexpectedly. She laughed twistedly. So interesting. Truly exciting. Try performing that trick again. Just as she finished speaking, Elsie held her stomach with one hand and reached towards the demon daughter with the other. Seeing her struggling like that, Otto was a bit worried. Are you okay? Her head was half missing, but the demon daughter was still very arrogant. How do you feel? Completely different from 10 years ago, right? She mocked like an immortal being. A weak great spirit without a contractor yet. And you delusionally think you alone can defeat the daughter of the demon beast queen like me? The demon daughter brought her foul mouth and sharp teeth close to Elsie. Let me see how a great spirit tastes. She opened her mouth. Let me have a bite. In the nick of time, Otto rushed in, delivering a powerful kick and shouting. Don't do that. However, the demon daughter used her claw to catch Elsie. She growled with a distorted face. This kitten. Otto's eyes became extremely fearful. Tears streamed down her face. Memories flooded back of when Leo patted her head and said, that person considered a coward saved humanity. If you have decided to follow in the hero's footsteps. A determination rose in Otto's mind. Then I absolutely must not let fear stop me here. She rushed forward quickly, but suddenly something huge slammed towards Otto. It was like a barrier wanting to crush her body. A truly powerful force, and Otto was knocked flying backward. The demon daughter smiled lightly. Go line up. I will eat the star as a dessert. Her whole body fell painfully onto the pile of rubble, trembling. Her eyes were blurry, but her will was firm. I must stand up. Otto clenched her teeth. Please move. I beg you. A gentle voice spoke up. Are you okay? This startled her awake. Golden light flashed throughout the space. Eren appeared like a god. You have worked very hard. Otto was momentarily astonished. Eren. On this side, the demon daughter laughed loudly. Now just give up. A powerful voice rang out. Release that girl immediately. A growl rang out loudly. White fur appeared. A wide jaw with sharp teeth revealed itself. She chuckled. Werewolf, huh? The demon daughter mocked. Today isn't a full moon. Are you a mutant? Eren repeated once more. I ordered you to release that girl. She brought her sharp claw towards him. I don't want to. Don't disturb my meal. Get lost. The demon daughter grumbled. I really don't understand why there are so many annoying animals today. But quickly, Eren used one hand to grab that claw, directly slamming it down onto the ground below. The demon daughter was startled to see a hairy hand choking her neck. She stammered. What kind of power is this? Just like that, the demon daughter's whole body was slammed straight into the ground. Elsie was thus released. Her eyes narrowed slightly behind the dust. By now, Elsie was being held in Eren's arms. She wondered, who exactly are you? He asked. Are you hurt anywhere? Eren looked down at her hands holding her stomach. The demon daughter still had the strength to be arrogant. How bold. He put Elsie down and urged, I will finish off this demon immediately. Please step back. She transformed into a monster, rushing forward in fury. Who intends to destroy me? The demon daughter, now a ferocious demon, roared loudly. Insolent creatures. I will take all your lives. Eren flared up with blinding light throughout the space. He channeled aura and flew up. I'm not stupid enough to sit still and wait for your magic to complete. Directly landing an attack on her. The two collisions created a sky-shaking sound, accompanied by flows looking like drooping lava. Scene shift to the southern area of Giza. Levitt rushed to escape, cursing. Damn it. Shit. He thought while running. I didn't expect that woman to be of the demon race. With the crime of colluding with the demon race. Levitt judged. If this matter is exposed, I will definitely face the death penalty. Suddenly he froze. This feeling is strange. Levitt's hand pierced inside. At this moment, he knelt down, vomiting slime, breathing heavily. Leo spoke up. Once again, I have to deal with a traitor. Levitt heard the voice and looked up. He smiled lightly. The person I defeated in the past. The guy cried out. Stop it. Levitt screamed loudly. Please spare my life. I guarantee to uphold your position and honor. But before he could finish, Leo ended Levitt right there. He sheathed his sword. Leo looked at the body lying motionless below. If this world perishes, then status or reputation. By then, sources of light were still drooping all over the space. Otto called out excitedly. Lord Eren, since I was little, I have always admired you. Seeing her clinging like that scared Eren. Hey, I told you I'm not worthy of such admiration. He urged. Moreover, hurry up and treat your wounds. Elsie spoke up. Kyle, you've arrived, huh? He asked. Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? She rubbed her stomach. I'm still fine. Elsie smiled radiantly. And importantly, we defeated the Spider Princess. Leo sighed. She won't die easily with just that much. Thoughts appeared. It's not for nothing that she is a creature that wiped out an entire nation. Suddenly a call rang out, startling him. Hey Kyle, Elsie said. How about we introduce Eren to Lysinas's side? With that ability, he will surely be a powerful aid in saving the world. Leo patted her head agreeing. All right, let's proceed like that. Seeing this action made Elsie feel shy and bashful. She continued. One more thing. I have changed my decision. Elsie pointed. Not Lysinas, but Kyle. I want to form a contract with you. She smiled radiantly. I feel very satisfied with what you did. Leo rubbed his neck. It is truly an honor. But currently, I am not capable enough to form a contract with you. And right now, I am not Kyle either. Hearing that, Elsie was startled. He was confused. Speaking of which, it is indeed a bit strange. She pointed. Although possessing many different classes, it seems your power hasn't reached the level to use everything proficiently. Elsie leaned in. Even so, I still choose to form a contract with you. She revealed. I want to bet my entire future on you. Leo spoke softly. If you insist on that. My identity is the dark spirit. Elsie. A black shadow on his hand. Elsie channeled power. I swear to be your sword and shield as long as the contract is in effect. Leo pondered. Although this is a contract that will end with the closing of the hero world. But this feeling is truly fresh. He spoke up. I'm counting on you. On this side, Aaron cried out. Hey, I said move away a bit. Otto kept clinging to his leg. I worship you so much. You are really cool. Lord Aaron. A call rang out. Aaron. Everyone froze in surprise. Meeting Aaron and Giza saved the guardian of the sky. Aaron spoke up. Master? Agon asked. You were in Giza? He replied. Yes, sir. He spoke softly. If so. Then Agon walked over and choked Aaron's neck, making him scream. He growled. Then you should have come to see your master sooner, you brat. And greet your fellow disciples too. Where have you been wandering all this time that you only show your face now? The children inside the house peeked out to look at Aaron screaming outside. I know my mistake already. Immediately after, the kids rushed out. Uncle Aaron. His eyes also became extremely amazed. Aaron praised. It's good that everyone is safe and sound. Leo pondered. If this tragedy hadn't been prevented today, then Agon would no longer have the title of hero. It seems witnessing the past being changed like this is also a blessing. Giggles. Still rang out. Agon turned and walked over. Without your group, everything would have been in grave danger. He wondered. Did Elsie manage to hide in time? Otto still kept that craving attitude. Lord Aaron is getting scolded terribly over there. He shouted helplessly. Get away immediately. She kept pestering. Lord Aaron. He asked. Is that little girl injured anywhere? Still young. He replied. Her nature is inherently like that. Just ignore her. He expressed. By the way, I want to repay you, but I have nothing of real value. Can you accept this? Leo held the item in his hand, wondering. What is this? Agon replied. That is my aura method. It is also the secret technique Aaron used to practice. What is this object? He revealed. Aaron transformed it into his own skill. To reach the level of controlling manifestations freely at will. He whispered. Thank you very much. Leo pondered. Is this the origin of the hero's breath? A few minutes later, he called. We have to depart, Otto. Leo urged. If you have anything to say it quickly. She restrained herself, bowing her head and stammering. Lord Aaron, Otto expressed. Can you pat my head once to give me motivation? This startled Aaron. She waved her hands. Please do it for me. He walked over and patted Otto's head. Although I don't know what's going on, but, Aaron stated. You will surely do well, kid. Otto exclaimed excitedly. I will never wash my hair again. Leo spoke up. Aaron, the road ahead will still be full of hardships. He stated. There will be people you cannot protect. You will feel despair before the challenges that besiege you continuously. But remember that there is still your own rose amidst that vast universe. Even in the long nights of getting lost and losing direction. And this is my secret. A very simple secret. Even so, you will definitely overcome it. It is only with the heart that one can see rightly. Because there is a friend who will draw you a sheep. The trajectory of all those lives will guide you. Core values are often invisible to the naked eye. Because you are braver than anyone else. Why do you believe I am brave? I am inherently just a coward. Because it was you. A light flashed. Who saved this world? Aaron was momentarily startled. Me? Leo continued. That's why I will also try my best. So, my friend, don't stop. Turn right at the second crossing. And keep going until dawn rises. On another side, a loud shout rang out. Still haven't found a way to neutralize the hero world? The guy replied. We are completely stuck. He said fearfully. Because this is a hero-tier dungeon. Control is impossible. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Calm down. Boga. What purpose do the professors from Lumen have for visiting this place? A foot stepped forward. Since this is an incident related to the hero world, exchanging experience between both sides would be more useful, and spoke up. At our school, throughout the past first semester, there have been quite a few unnecessary troubles. He continued. And in this incident, our students were also swept in. He was momentarily startled. What? Boga walked over. That stone tablet. And narrowed his eyes. The change on the hero record proves that the hero world is being conquered. Yoga also furrowed her brows. Or that page has closed forever because the conqueror perished. At this moment, Otto and Leo also arrived. Both their feet landed on the ground below. He spoke up. We're back. She looked around. This place is... He rushed to hug Otto. Boga asked worriedly, Are you hurt anywhere? She replied, Yes, father. I successfully conquered Lord Aaron's world. He spoke softly. That is not as important as whether Otto is safe or not. Do you know how worried I was? Leo, who was distracted, suddenly startled. He looked at the face of the bracelet. Who is that person? Why does Elsie appear here? Otto gestured towards Leo. Father, if not for the help of this black rabbit, I certainly couldn't have completed the conquest. Boga walked over and put his hand on his shoulder. Hello, Kyle. Truly an amazing miracle. Unbelievable that you could conquer Aaron's page. Leo replied, I didn't accomplish that alone. He spoke softly, being humble again. Regardless of the truth, you and Otto successfully conquered Aaron's world. Boga raised the crown high. This is the clearest proof that you are completely worthy of being a member of the Hero Academy. He spoke loudly. Azonia, I am truly overjoyed. Wait, Yoga spoke up. Sorry to interrupt everyone's sentimental moment. She walked towards Leo. Representative of the block, huh? What game are you playing here? He wondered. Who is that person? Yoga angrily grabbed Leo's hair. Hey, want to taste death? Planning to play both sides, Lumen and Azonia, huh? Did you think just using a little magic could fool the professors? Boga pointed. Lumen? What exactly is going on? Un's voice rang out. It seems our student has acted disrespectfully. He walked over. Although it's unclear how he managed to participate in Azonia's entrance ceremony. Let me introduce him briefly. Yoga let go of Leo's hair. Stop right there. And introduced. This is Leo Plov. Hearing that, Otto was stunned. Huh. Then his whole body transformed back. The top first-year student of Lumen Academy. Leo spoke up. Hello, everyone. On another side, a fragrant cup of tea was lifted. A voice reported respectfully. Madam, there is a guest wanting to meet you. Rena enjoyed the tea. Guest? Who is visiting? The person replied. She introduced herself as a schoolmate of the young master. She spoke softly. Is that so? Rena replied calmly. Then invite the little girl in. Thinking to herself, if she didn't use her family name, but just claimed to be Leo's friend, then the relationship must be very close, and she simply dropped by to play, right? Chelsea walked in. Greetings, ma'am. I am Chelsea, a classmate of Leo. Rena observed. Ah, turns out it's the young lady of the Llewellyn family. The one who teamed up with Leo in the competition. She stood up. Welcome to our home. Please sit down here. She placed a box of strawberry cake on the table. This is a small gift for our first meeting. Rena was delighted. Oh, how precious. Is it cake from the Royal Lauren Bakery? It's been quite a while since I enjoyed the flavor of this shop. Chelsea stammered. Well, actually, she said, just talk naturally. She was excited. Then I won't stand on ceremony. A few minutes later, the cake was cut. Rena asked, by the way, my son has been absent from home for a few days. I wonder if he made you wait in vain. Chelsea replied, no, not at all. Anyway, during this vacation, I plan to stay in Delat. Suddenly Leo appeared. Chelsea, when did you get here? She was startled. Son? She also exclaimed. Leo. Later, Chelsea stammered from outside. May I come in? He chuckled. Come in. She peeked through the door observing. So this is Leo's room. Chelsea evaluated. Leo's private room. How should I put it? It looks extremely simple and ordinary. Leo asked. Were you expecting to see something more special? He expressed. Do you want to hear about the entrance ceremony at Azonia? She replied without hesitation. Of course I do. Tell me right now. Leo began to recount. While the ceremony was taking place, Lord Aaron's hero world suddenly opened. The hero record of the great figure Aaron was reactivated, and the candidates participating in the admission at Azonia who were swept into it successfully conquered his world. Azonia students are impressive indeed, able to conquer the world of a great hero. Chelsea raised both hands high. Today you definitely have to give me special training, Leo? He replied. Agreed. She pushed her luck. Then can I sleep over tonight? Leo sighed helplessly. Suit yourself. Night quickly fell. Chelsea fell into a deep sleep while he sat pondering. Leo thought, over the past time, I have collected rewards that shouldn't have appeared when conquering a hero world. But regarding Elsie, an individual from the past, Stepping out of the hero world into reality is a completely different story. Perhaps the root of this phenomenon is because my true identity is Kyle? First, I need to check Elsie's condition. Leo asked, "Are you awake?" Elsie wondered, "Where's this place?" She was confused. "Huh, where are my rabbit ears?" Elsie looked at her hands. "This feeling is so frustrating. It seems I can't use my full power." Thoughts appeared in his mind. It's true that the Elsie I met in Aaron's world is present in the real world. Even so, she is not in her strongest state. She used to bond with me, the contractor, to cross time from the distant past to the present. I didn't expect the hero world to harbor such miraculous power. Kyle, the moon doesn't carry a red hue anymore. There are strange spots of light in the night sky. Suddenly, Elsie felt confused. "What is that?" "They look like the starlight I've only heard about in stories." Leo replied, "That's right, those are the stars." She was innocent. "Is that true?" he said. "Listen, Elsie, although this is hard to believe, you are in the future. This is the world 5,000 years after the era you lived in." Elsie was startled. "What?" Leo revealed. "My name in the present is Leo Ploff, and at the time 5,000 years ago, I was the surviving hero named Kyle. I destroyed Erebos and reincarnated into this era." Elsie spoke softly. "Having seen this scene with my own eyes, I cannot help but believe your words." She asked, "So is it a time of peace now?" Leo replied, "That's right, but it cannot be confirmed as completely peaceful." He judged, "Although I defeated Erebos, he hasn't truly vanished completely, and Tataros, too, is still present there." Elsie sighed. "So that's how it is." Leo continued, "For that reason, I will have to continue defeating them." She affirmed, "If so, I will also contribute my strength." Sparkling light began to rise. Elsie turned back. "Since I am in this reality, my destiny is to stand by your side. So from now on, please take care of me." "Kyle," Leo whispered. "No, call me Leo Ploff." On another side, Dade walked inside the campus. "Ah, so the queen of that is Karina?" He judged. "Your friend seems to get along very well with Mom." He agreed. "That is indeed true." A person walked over and reported respectfully, "Master, there is a guest visiting." Dade wondered, "Oh, where's the guest from?" He replied, "I heard they are from Lumen Academy." He looked towards Leo. "From Lumen again?" He stammered. "Ah, turns out it's today."